Happy Friday morning, Junks listeners. We are the Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. It's all brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. I'm joined this Friday morning, this non-payday Friday, by Jason Bishop.
What's up, Johnny?
Hello. Good morning to you.
Johnny.
Also joined by Eric Bickle.
Hey, we're missing somebody.
John Paul Flame is not here.
Oh, what's going
he's
on?
en route.
We don't know why
here
yet.
at some point.
Something.
So we'll figure that
So he's
out.
either just late, there's an accident, or you got an offender bender.
Could be any of those possibilities.
Could just be normally being late.
Yeah.
It could be fender bender. Could be just traffic stranded.
Well, Matt told us that he'll let JP explain when he gets in. Is this
I
is this something that he can
He's
talk
not even
about
there.
publicly?
Yeah, he's not there.
All right. Well, Matt Valdez, is this something he can talk about publicly?
Yeah, I think he can, but
okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
That's for him to decide.
Oh,
okay.
my God.
All right.
So there's an element of drama and intrigue and mystery that is right here at the top of today's Friday show.
All right.
Just to let everybody know.
All right.
Got a three-man junk show.
Well,
we
JP
didn't-
will join us at some point.
Usually there's a text thrown out there if you're going to be late.
I didn't even check my phone.
Yeah, but I don't think he texted.
Well, it's
Not sure.
If you've checked, I haven't checked.
Yeah.
I don't see
We'll
it.
figure that out as we go.
Yeah.
I saw the Claude Lemieux passing Cakes. It's terrible, right? And I guess a suicide. The guy was just, we all saw bringing out the flag or the torch, whatever the heck he did there
Brought
before
out
game
the
three.
torch in
At
Montreal.
Game 3 at Montreal.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Just a few days ago, passes at 60. I mean, it's just tragic. His son found him in a warehouse of a business that they own.
Is it somebody? He was like a noted tough guy, right?
Yeah,
Is
yes.
it possible it's like a CTE thing?
Yeah,
Anybody
I
know?
guess.
I don't
Could be.
know. He was
That's
only
the first thing I thought about.
Yeah, he was only 60 years old. Won the Stanley Cup 4 times.
Wow.
With different teams. I mean, it's just tragic.
Obviously I've heard the name, but was he an absolute monster, an absolute stud, or?
I mean, he was a really good player. Now he's also a pass. He racked up a lot of penalty minutes during
Right.
his career, but he
Right.
also racked up a lot of points too. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly the number. I saw it yesterday and it kind of jumped out at me.
In the Tom Wilson vein?
Yeah, I guess you could
Yeah,
probably
maybe that's
say it kind of along those lines.
Man, he played for a bunch of teams.
He played for a
Terrible.
lot. He mainly played for Montreal, the Devils, and the Avs.
Yeah.
He was the spark in the huge brawl between the Avs. This is like 25, maybe 30 years ago. Maybe even more. Yeah, I think it was 97 in the Western Conference Finals. He just pummeled Chris Draper from the Red Wings.
I remember
And
that.
I think he put him right into the boards, like a boarding call. Like he had to have facial reconstruction surgery. It was like a huge thing. Like it really it added fire to the rivalry that was Avs Red Wings.
Was he a big guy?
I'm not sure his
I don't think
size.
he
I
was
don't think
that
he was
big.
huge. Probably 6 feet tall.
Yeah, he was just tough.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Is he a Hall of
terrible.
Famer?
tragic loss.
I don't
not
think he-
sure if
I don't-
he is or not.
I don't think he is, but I could be wrong
I don't
on
think
that.
he's currently in the Hall of Fame, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so he played for Montreal, the Devils, the Avalanche, the Coyotes, the Stars, and the Sharks.
Yeah.
That's awful. Just
Wow.
when I saw that, it's just awful. Breaks your heart.
Yeah, I know.
But I know last night I stayed up and I watched a little more than the first quarter of the Spurs game, and I saw Wembanyama just doing his thing. And I actually went to bed confident. You can't really be confident after one quarter in the NBA, but I actually went to bed confident that the Spurs were going to pull it out.
Yeah.
And it looks like they had a big third quarter, too, which kind of cemented it all.
22 straight points in the third, I believe.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
outscored the Thunder 32-13 to really pull away. And look, if SGA is only going to have 15 points in a game,
You're in
that
trouble.
team's not. Yeah, that team's generally not going to win.
We went 0 for threes, I noticed.
Yeah,
Wemby
but
came
they
out
got-
on fire. I think hit 3 threes in the first quarter.
And we all expected Wemby and the Spurs to play a lot better than they did in Game 5.
Game 5, right?
And didn't he go to the free throw line a bunch in the last game, and he only went 3 times. Like, I think he was free throw
he
line
went
17
times.
3 times in this game.
Yeah, so there you go.
So way different.
Yeah.
Stark difference there.
Yeah, blown out.
A
Looks like
blowout.
they
Thunder got blowed out the last 2 times in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But Game 7 will be, I'm a big believer in home court advantage, so I think
so you're
Oklahoma
back
City.
on OKC.
I think they'll win, but well,
I was watching a couple podcasts yesterday, and one in particular, they say no matter who they play, they think they're picking the Knicks. All 3 guys on the
Oh,
pod picking the
Everybody's
Knicks.
big pro Knicks.
It's like a big 180 from everybody just kind of thinking it's going to be Western Conference. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. But the way the Knicks are playing, they got some people on the bandwagon. Mm-hmm.
So Game 7 will be, I thought it was going to be Sunday, but it's actually going to be Saturday night.
Saturday night. All right. We'll
Yeah.
lock in.
In OKC,
Watch.
8 o'clock.
See, as we get closer to the end, let's start to get excited, Cakes.
Start to get pumped now for the NBA.
Start to enjoy it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is going to be your fervor level for the Wizards once they add the number 1 pick, and hopefully Anthony Davis plays, and Trae Young plays.
Right.
See, this is it. This is going to be you for the Wiz, hopefully in a few short years.
I also
if not
watched
next year.
another interview with AJ. He did. I don't really like the Up in Smoke guys or whatever the name of that show is with Steven Jackson and
I've never partaken.
yeah. Anyway, I watched it but AJ's very likable. There's nothing not to like about that kid.
Is he now? He's now just initials guy. I like that. I like the fact that you consider him such a superstar.
AJ?
Yeah, you just call him AJ.
I think you can call
It's
him.
like
I think
like
you get away with
Madonna
it.
or Cher.
I think you can get away with it.
I mean, maybe in this town, if he's the number 1
I think
pick,
you can get away
probably
with it. If you're
can.
talking NBA and you say AJ, I think you can get away with it. I think everybody knows who you're talking
probably
about.
right.
But very likable. His dad was on the show. Very likable. AJ actually made a good point. He's like, ever since the 9th grade when he started getting ranked, he's been number 1 in his class, according to him.
Yeah, I mean, I remember reading about him 3 years ago. They were talking about him.
ESPN came out with
They
the
didn't know
first
where he was
top
gonna
100
go.
rankings. He came out with number 1,
Yeah.
and pretty much ever since, I know some people have had maybe Darren Peterson at number 1 at various moments, but according to AJ, he's been number 1 on all the lists, and he don't expect to change
Yeah.
on draft day.
Right.
There's nothing not to like about that kid.
No.
Let's just say that.
You got to like him on the court, and you like him off the court.
Less than a month till your NBA draft. It's coming.
Yeah.
Get ready for it. Get locked in.
Hey, I'm just the weather was awesome yesterday. Thank God my man Nelson and his guys came over and they finally cut the grass. My grass was out of control.
Oh, really? It was getting
You hate it when
unruly?
you're at the mercy of the schedule.
Yes, because
Or
they were
rain.
all backed up
Right.
for all the other neighborhoods that they had to cut because
I
of the
hate
rain.
that. Yeah.
They were backed up, and they usually come on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, and they finally came yesterday. But they got it done. Finally got it done.
Good.
So, and I was out there just chilling, watching them, and
Are you always overseeing?
oh yeah, I'm always out there.
Hold on,
I
you're
sit on
out-
my front porch.
You just watch them work?
Yeah, just I'm not critiquing them. I'm just out there because it was a nice day.
Oh,
right.
And my dog likes to come. My dog Luca likes to sit out on the front porch when it's really nice. So we
when
just
my
sat out
guys
there.
are cutting the grass in my house. I'd want them to feel like there's nobody home. I'm not going to mess with them. I'm just gonna leave them to their business.
No.
I've got
Those are my boys.
I've got
They've been cutting my grass for years.
Yeah, I've had the same crew. I've got Shane coming today. Finish off the job with the Sub-Zero.
Ah, very good.
Yeah, very excited about that.
Oh, nice.
So finish that off. I think he's gonna swap out the last compressor.
Take all of your foodstuffs out of the freezer
I was thinking
refrigerator
about
in the
thinking about that
garage.
this morning. We haven't. I probably need to empty the sub again.
Uh-huh.
Didn't do that.
Probably do.
Probably have to.
Right.
That'll be.
Oh, I thought that was already done.
No, he did. Look, it's working perfectly, but he was basically saying that second compressor is eventually going to need. So let's just do it now. So
That's your guy. You can't lose his.
He's
You
great.
can't lose his number ever.
When I look at the temperature gauge thing
Mm-hmm.
for the first time in years, it's just locked in. 34 degrees, doesn't move.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
34, 34, 34, 34, 34. It used to be 38, 42, 39, 43. Hit reset. You know what I mean? Because it would just move around.
You know how good your sodas taste when you take them out of a fridge? It's like at 35 or 34 degrees. Oh, right out of the can.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even need to pour them over ice. So good.
We don't
So
really-
delicious.
We don't really have sodas in our fridge. We have some in the garage, but just on the floor.
I have a separate beverage fridge off to the side of my
Do you?
main fridge.
Is it
Yeah.
all? It's all beer and soda.
It's 98% soda.
Oh, is it?
There's a few sparkling waters, and there might be a beer or two in there, but it's almost.
So it's a smaller
You're-
fridge
you're living a good
next,
life, Cakes.
next to the big fridge.
Yeah,
in the
off,
kitchen.
off to the side.
Oh, but in the kitchen,
tucked over in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dining
yeah.
room,
Yeah.
like right in the corner.
Mine is in the basement. It's a regular size fridge.
Very good.
There's no food in it.
Love it.
Zippy. It's all drinks.
Just drinks. That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on a Friday show a bit later in the show, we'll talk to Fred Smoot. He's never at a shortage of things to say about the Commanders. He'll join us coming up at 9:25. That's coming up on the Junks a bit later. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, this show's brought to you by FanDuel. It's your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boost to bonus bets to so much more. So check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know how EB handles going to the dentist all the time. I went yesterday, and I have to go back again today.
Today you
for
got
the
back-to-backers.
for the second half of my deep cleaning.
Yeah.
It's just torture.
You're having cleaning broken into 2 different
well,
days.
Usually
they
they
had
can-
to fill a cavity on my left side.
Usually they can do that in one day.
well, I don't know. Maybe she didn't have time.
Right.
Because she was going to fill the cavity, and then she said, because half of your mouth's going to be numb anyway, we can do the deep cleaning today,
Yeah,
half
yeah.
of it.
Right.
So I was like, okay, that's fine. And all I could think the whole time it was happening, I was like, I just need this to be over. When is this going to end? It's never ending.
Right.
And it, start to finish was roughly an hour, but it felt like I was in the chair for 10 hours.
Shocked it's taking that long.
And I hated every last little second
Well, I
of
mean,
it.
it's the worst.
I've got to go back again today. And
But it's
And-
just a cleaning.
it's a deep
Well,
cleaning.
yeah,
it's,
but they-
it's different than a standard cleaning. Am I being a little bit of a dentist wimp? Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I am, because I'm just not used to sitting in that dental chair for back-to-back
Well,
days. It's just not.
I'm so
it's not
used
my
to it.
comfort zone.
I'm so used
Well,
to
at
it.
least you have to have a dentist that you can trust because,
Yeah.
and I know Eric has a dentist he trusts.
Right.
I have a dentist that I trust because I've been going to him since I was in high school.
Yeah.
Now he's a friend of my uncle's who grew up with my uncle.
Yeah.
He's got a very small practice in Tacoma Park, MD.
Mm-hmm.
But my wife and daughters went to this other dentist in Ashburn. I never went to him.
Yeah.
But they found him. They liked him. But I told you a few weeks ago that they sold their company to a bigger company.
Yeah.
Right?
Got bought out.
They got bought out, and I don't trust them as far as I can throw them
I'm sure.
because I told you that my wife went to the dentist about 6 months ago before they sold it.
Yeah.
And everything was perfectly clean. She had 0 cavities. Okay. She went back just a few weeks later after they were sold.
Yeah.
They told her she had 9 cavities. Okay. They told my daughter she had 3 cavities. She's never had a cavity ever.
Yeah.
So they told my daughter and my wife that they had 12 combined cavities and it was going to cost this much, blah, 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 blah. I said, I don't trust them. I'm taking you to my dentist that I went to since high school. All right. My man, Larry. Larry said, there's not a cavity in either of their
Wow.
mouths.
That's
I couldn't
crazy.
even find a little one just to
Yeah.
make it up.
Right.
Should sue those bastards.
I said, we're never going to them again. I
Yeah.
wish I could hammer them on
You're
the
out.
air. I wish I could.
Yeah.
Just don't. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm
just
not.
leave it. Leave it where it is.
But that's what I hate about some of these companies that sell to private equities and they just want your money. So we're never going to that dentist again.
So then I'm going to go back today, and then at the end they're going to hand me a bill, and I'm going to look at it and be like, well, why am I even paying for dental insurance? That's dumb. It never covers anything. It's not going to. It might cover like
50. No, I think it's usually pretty 30 to 50%.
We'll see.
I think it'll be more than you think.
I'm just in a dark space when it comes to
What time do you got to go today?
11:20.
Yeah, you got to be right
I'm
there.
ruining my Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
to
man.
walk around with a numb face until like 3:00.
Yeah.
That's just terrible.
Yeah, but
right.
you'll get through it.
Of course.
You'll get through it.
All right, what are we going to do
But
with JP? I see JP here. I could gather through just reading body language what's happened. Does he want to come in and talk about it? What does he want to do? What does JP want to do?
Who knows?
He's coming in. He's walking in. He's
Okay.
Yeah.
getting
Flaming
an
us.
update.
I'm just
Settling
I'm,
in.
I'm kind of intrigued by the story.
I could gather what happened.
Oh.
What's your-
So you think it was a fender bender?
What's your best
you
soul
guys-
read?
But my guess is some sort of offender. I'll let him say.
Some
Let
sort-
him say it. Let him say. I don't know.
some sort of an accident? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was my first fender bender driving into work in 30 years. Happy 30th.
Oh, wow.
What happened?
You nailed that, Eric.
You know, it happened so fast
Uh-huh. Where did it happen?
on the Beltway.
Ooh.
And let me tell you what's not fun since I have a new car.
Oh,
it's in
that's
your
right.
new Jimmy.
You've got
Trying to remember where the hazard lights are when you're in the
the far
second lane
to
from the right
Yeah.
to then get over to the shoulder when cars are zooming by.
Of course,
they're
And
zooming.
the car in
You
front
could
of you
still
stops.
move it, but barely. Is your
So-
car like pummeled?
No,
No, the car's fine.
Oh,
No.
okay.
So it was minor.
it was minor, at least on my end.
Who's at fault?
That's
Oh.
to
You don't want to talk
TBD.
about it.
Oh, you know what?
want to talk about it? We'll talk about it off air.
Yeah, you know.
We'll talk
I'll
about
say
it off
this.
air.
I'm not trying to put you in a weird, precarious situation.
TBD.
You did
Yeah.
all the exchanging of
I'll just say
information.
no comment.
The cops come?
No comment.
The cops didn't come. Somebody from the Maryland Department of Transportation pulled over. I thought it was a tow truck.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I don't need a tow truck. And he said, no, I'm from MDOT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he asked if I was okay. I said, yeah, I'm okay. Although my neck kind of feels a little bit shaky
It's only
right
going to
now.
get worse.
And then he asked the lady. The lady she never got out of her car. She stayed in the driver's seat, and she didn't speak English. Luckily, I speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And he said, "Are you okay?" She said she was okay, but she wanted to wait for her husband.
Right.
She called her husband. Husband got there, pulled over on the road. She didn't have her insurance. He had an insurance card. So then eventually I got that insurance information. But I'm definitely rattled.
Is she? I bet you
Of
are.
course.
Did you hit her
What-
from behind?
No.
Oh, so it was. She was trying to merge over, and you kind of hit sideways.
Yes.
Gotcha. Well, did you take pictures of everything? Took pictures of her license.
You know what?
Her
I got pictures of her
insurance,
license.
the car.
I didn't take pictures of her car, and I regret that.
Yeah, you should've.
However, I don't know how I would have done it because
was
when you
dark.
pull over on the shoulder on the beltway,
Yeah.
right before the Cabin John exit, cars are just zooming by.
Yeah, true.
So it was
So
actually
busy.
scary to get back inside my car. Like I was playing Frogger just to get back inside my car to open the car door.
yeah, yeah.
I considered actually coming in on the passenger side and crawling over.
Well, if
Oh,
you
the console
well, look,
to get
this,
to my
this is what
driver's
insurance companies are for. If you believe she was at fault, and it's body language tells me you believe that, but I don't know.
I don't
That
know.
might be a bad read.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, that's what insurance companies are for. Her insurance company will talk to your insurance company. It'll be settled. But
So where-
now you just have to worry about
Where did the
fixing your
cars
car.
collide?
What you mean?
Yeah, like what parts of the cars are damaged? Your front end.
My right front bumper,
Yeah, so his
Yeah.
passenger side.
like right by the tire.
Yeah.
Right front tire.
and then her
And
side of
then-
the car?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because she was trying to merge in.
I'm not even sure. I mean,
It was a bang bang play.
Yeah.
The sound of
Did
it.
you hit the back of her car? So
let me tell you, I was just driving, cruising. I
Minding
wasn't
your own
driving
business.
super fast. And
Sure, you weren't behind. You weren't late. Trying
no,
to get
no.
in here.
The traffic was I was going to have to take the Cabin John
Yeah.
versus the GW Parkway, which is my typical route. So that's why I was probably changing so many lanes. It felt like a speed bump. You know, when you hit a speed bump, it was just a tiny little bump. Like, what happened? And then I'm like, oh, had an accident.
Oof.
All right, it doesn't sound that
part?
bad.
What part of?
Now I have the Chevy Traverse is a
big car.
solid car,
Yeah, it's
and
big.
that was a little
she has a
Honda.
little- yeah. What part of the Beltway was it?
right before the Cabin
Did
John.
you pummel the
Parkway.
Honda?
The door is not in great shape.
Oh man, terrible way to start your day.
Well,
It's just an awful way to
Everybody's
start.
okay though. She seemed like
Yeah.
she appeared like she was fine. She's okay
she
for
was,
now.
She was rattled. I mean, I'm still kind of rattled.
Of course.
Yeah.
The last time I had an accident was we had a meeting with your uncle. His
My Uncle
Jason's
Joe.
uncle
Our original agent,
is it Joe Suntum?
Joe Sunham. Yeah.
Joe
He's a
Suntum.
lawyer in Montgomery
We were
County.
having a meeting in Rockville,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody hit me from behind. Right at a red light. Like I stopped at a red light, and the person.
I
was just
don't remember
lunching.
that, but yeah.
Well, it wasn't even a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe it damaged my rear bumper in that case, but that was 29 years ago.
Let me ask you something. Were you locked in?
I mean, locked in like normal.
Like you normally is, probably.
So
you
I'm
weren't
just trying to
you weren't on your
envision how that
phone,
could
right?
happen.
You weren't.
No, I was
you
not
weren't-
on my
was it
phone.
a
All right, good.
situation where you have two cars? Sometimes this happens. You said you're changing lanes a lot, so
Mm-hmm.
you're moving over, and she's changing lanes too, and you kind of both change lanes into the same lane.
That's how-
Essentially,
that's what I think happened, but I don't know. I wasn't studying the other car. I mean, there's a chance there was a blind spot situation. I would admit that.
there's a chance he was there and you just didn't see her.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you hit if this is her.
I like how
you hit this.
you're
You hit
doing
this.
accident
Well, I'm just saying.
reconstruction in here.
Here's the rear passenger wheel. You hit this part. You hit further back in her car.
No.
Oh, you hit in the front.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't see her. Who knows if she was there all along or if they both were changed. Sometimes that happens. That's why I always teach my kids, whatever. I've been in plenty of accidents. I'm no better than anybody else. But one thing I do make a point of doing is I change lanes very slowly. Because I've about hit a car that was changing into the same lane as me. I don't know, maybe 1,000 times. But because I go so slow, it's never an issue.
Yeah.
Like I'm going slow. I say, oh, this jerk's coming over too. I get back over my lane.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing which I don't know, because when it happens, and again, you get kind of flustered, is nowadays, if you buy a new car, the side mirror has a light that goes on. So I'm
Right.
used to checking.
And it blinking
Which
like
it'll
crazy,
say
go
it'll-
yellow or something.
It'll
or-
blink. And, we always used to make fun of Cakes because Cakes would do a full body turnaround
Hey,
while he's driving.
I check my blind spot, baby.
But I generally, I don't know in this case, like you'd have to see video, but I generally hit the blinker. So blinker's on. And then I check the little mirror.
And then you
and
go.
then I look to the side and then I go.
Right.
In this case, I think I did all that. Next thing I know, I hit a car.
Well, it doesn't sound like it's that bad. The fact that you just described it is like you thought you hit a speed bump. You know what I mean? It's not like a collision.
No cars spun around or anything like that.
yeah,
The cars were all still facing forward. And
Which is
she
kind of
was able to
surprising
pull
since you were
over-
on the Beltway going pretty fast.
She was able to pull her car over. It was probably not as fast as you think.
Yeah.
It was probably in the 40s, I would guess.
Okay.
It's
Because
just a
there was
nightmare to deal with.
there was a little traffic, and
Right.
I'm slowing down because I'm changing lanes, and I'm about to get over to the Cabin John Parkway.
All right, let's go to.
So that's a first
Well,
since Joe Santum.
Well, hopefully her husband on their way to wherever they were going doesn't say, "Honey, doesn't your back really hurt right now?
Right. Well, that's what happens.
We need to go to the ER." Exactly.
Let's go to Joe in Manassas. But the same thing could happen with JP. Joe, like
Hey,
actually
what's
happened.
up, guys? Well, I love the show as always. I just wanted to say, I don't know, JP, I understand why you're not trying to give all the information, but what do you mean you're just driving? I don't know what happened. It just what happened. What do you mean, man? We're driving on the road and you don't
He's basically
know how you
saying,
hit someone?
I'm going to interpret. I'm
It's
not going to
not-
speak for him.
Yeah.
He didn't really see the car. That's what it sounds like to me.
Gotcha, man. That's, yeah.
Well, he also has to be careful what he's saying. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't give away too much information.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, just glad nobody got hurt.
could have been her fault. Could have
Correct.
been his fault. Insurance companies will deal with it. That's why you pay
I
them
don't know
all
how
that
you
money.
solve that kind of thing.
Hope Michelle Radley has a good body shop.
Yeah.
I'm sure they
about
Yeah,
to
did.
get
see,
one
that's the thing that would really irk me is now to have to deal with that.
Yes. Got to bring
Fixing
it
the
in,
car.
get it fixed, get a loaner,
Well, it's just
Yeah,
gotta
go
could
back
take-
and get
It'll
it.
take a couple days. They'll
Yeah,
knock
maybe.
that
Yeah,
out.
but it's still pain in the butt.
Of course, it's a pain in the butt. It's a
Yeah.
pain in the butt when your windshield takes a rock and you got to fix that.
Yes,
Oh, that
that's a pain in
tilts
the
me
ass.
like you wouldn't believe.
The level of damage to my car is about the level of a rock cracking your
So it's
windshield.
very small.
So it's very small.
There's a little scrape.
Is it possible you just don't do anything with it?
I could choose to do that, but it's a
brand
brand
new.
new car.
When you have a brand
probably
new car,
should do
you,
it.
No,
you
it's-
want to keep it nice
You want
and
to keep it
pristine.
silly.
Yeah, and it's
Now, if
not.
you got
And I've been paying so much in insurance.
Yeah.
I might as well use it for a change.
True.
Yes, that they just jack it up.
You should see how much I
bastards.
pay for my son's insurance.
I'm about to pay my
A 19-year-old boy's insurance, which actually came down recently.
Yeah.
It's a show.
I'm about to pay
Right.
my sixth. I pay it once every 6 months, twice a year, and I'm bracing for that bill. And they said, "Congrats, your bill went down." And I look at the number, and I'm like, it doesn't feel like the bill went down.
Right.
Feels like it's still a pretty hefty price tag. No, I'm
Yeah.
going to follow Drab's lead. I'm going to have to comparison shop.
I
I'm
was
going to have to shop around.
I was lucky that a friend of mine told me about his insurance company and what he's paying compared to what I was paying before.
Yeah.
And so I switched over. About $3,000 difference.
That's substantial.
Big.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. So I cut that old guy out. I
Yeah.
said, "You're done. Can't believe I'm spending this for 15 years." Now I'm going to this one. So I'm very happy.
You know what I noticed lately? It's the same. It's all the same thing. It's all the same game. Cell phone bill creep. Cell phone bill creep. I'm not doing anything different. It's just that I've had the same plan now for, let's say, like 3 years. Started at a certain number, then it went up another $10. And I just looked at it the other day. It looks like it's gone up another $8. I'm up about $18 from what it was like 2 years ago. Just cell phone creep.
Really?
Nothing different.
Not able to cut your SIM anymore.
Don't do that.
Good old days.
No.
Oh, I
those
remember
days-
So
those
you pay
days.
for
Those were the best
You're
days.
paying for 5 cells, correct?
No, I'm
So-
on a different plan actually than my wife. And
Oh, okay. So I'm paying for 4.
yeah.
And I mean, I can tell you what I'm paying for 4 cell phones. It's about $380 a month.
Yeah, no. I mean, for mine, it was like it started at like
What's that?
99
Does that?
bucks.
What's that sound like? $380 a month for 4. Does that sound okay?
Sounds reasonable
I
to me.
don't even know.
Because I was paying. It started at like $99.
Yeah.
But I looked at it the other day, and cell phone creep. It's up to about $118 now.
Remember the days
Not dramatic, but
Good
I see
old
it.
days.
I see it creeping up.
we used to have free cell phone service?
yeah,
Good
for
old
years.
For a long
days
time,
back in the
buddy.
day.
For a long time.
Long time.
That's why I almost feel sheepish talking about it.
It's
Yeah.
painful now to actually pay for that service. I know that we sound jaded. I understand.
We are a little jaded with that
Okay,
one.
we got jaded big time with that connection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
we were
hookup.
very lucky.
Yes, we were very fortunate.
Well, you're lucky that you're here. You're safe. It's okay. Big inconvenience. You'll probably get boned somehow. Somehow you're gonna get boned, but you're
Well,
here.
hopefully not.
Oh,
I mean,
I think I just call my insurance and then they take care of the
of
rest.
course, that's what
Yeah,
And
exactly
then they're
what
going to
it is.
eventually tell
Something's gonna
me,
go up.
they'll tell me, here are 3 body shops you can take your car to.
Hmm.
Because it's not as simple as just taking to Michelle Radley. I mean, I guess I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times they'll just tell
especially
you,
if they hook you up.
here's the 3 body shops that the insurance covers.
Yeah.
And then you pick one and you set up the appointment and you go through the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I mean, some insurance companies might jack them, or some might stay the same. I don't know. Hopefully that never happens with me.
It just
You know what
happens.
I know it
just
happens.
happens.
Dude, when you're driving in a huge city with a billion cars, especially in the mornings every day, it's something's going to happen like that.
Yep.
Well,
You're
the
just
last
lucky
time
there's
I'd
no
had an
injuries.
accident, I was in my 20s. So
You've had a good run. You've had a good clean run for like 3 decades. It's pretty solid. Take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, the last time I had an accident was I'm guessing I was in my 20s, but I slightly tapped and I rear-ended her
Yeah.
because she didn't go right at the stop sign, and I did, and I barely touched her. She claimed that she had neck injuries.
Yep.
And my insurance company had to pay her $25,000.
Oh my god,
That's a lot.
that's a lot.
And now
of
I can't remember. I was on my mother's insurance at the time. I can't remember exactly what happened with the rates.
Yeah.
They didn't
But
go
I-
down.
But I hit her going maybe a half a mile per hour.
Right.
But she got $25,000.
So sick.
oh, that's really uplifting.
Well,
Well, as long as I don't have to pay $25K.
well, it was the insurance company.
The thing that sucks
why you pay 'em.
is if my insurance goes up and I want to do the change, they're going to look at my record.
Yeah.
And the other companies aren't going to give me some super low rate because you're a guy who just had an
Yeah,
accident.
like this guy's a fresh accident.
and you could tell them, hey, well, I haven't had a speeding ticket in 15 years. I haven't had an accident in 30 years. They're
Yeah.
going, yeah, but you just had an accident last week.
Yeah. It's fresh on their minds.
Yeah.
They see what happened most recently. All right, when we come back, we'll get in the latest of what's going on in Ashburn for Commanders OTAs. We will update you on that next. And don't forget Fred Smoot, former Skin. He will join us coming up at 9:25 right here on the Junks.
You know, the world's biggest soccer tournament, it's arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match, all the way from the opening stage to the final. How about this? You go with England. They're trading at about 11% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $878 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Pretty nice payout if you go with the Brits. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
So in the break room, like before the show started, I saw a news story that kind of made me chuckle in the wake of our appearance at the Starboard at Dewey Beach last week. I saw a story about 2 Maryland teens that got arrested for brawling with Dewey Beach police officers.
Uh-oh.
Like at 3 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what day it was, but like an 18 and a 19-year-old, I guess we're just having too much day and too much evening and getting overserved, even though they're underage.
When did
And
it happen?
They got into 3 a.m.
Oh no, what day though?
I don't know the date.
Okay.
They're just brawling with Dewey Beach cops.
It
And,
happened
like,
on
we were-
yesterday morning.
we were just there, and like the Dewey Beach police they're sitting in the road, like near the crosswalks, to make sure people don't get run over.
Yeah.
like, and make sure people are stopping as people are
Right.
hitting the cross button. So I guess these guys encountered the cops, got into a scrap, full on brawl.
Everything's shut down by 3 a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would guess.
People are still milling around,
People are still
hammered.
I'm guessing some people
Wandering.
still just wandering up and down Coastal Highway at all hours of the night.
When we left the lighthouse, we were gonna go see Valdez and those guys at the rudder, but the line was too long.
Yeah.
We came back and the cops were in the middle of the road and there was something going on. Something was
Okay.
definitely going on because the cherries were on.
Okay.
and we're trying to figure out what it was. And then later, the next day, I went to the Starboard apparel shop across the street from the Starboard.
Yeah.
Picked up a few items. And then I heard the cashier say, "Oh my God, somebody trashed Woody's last night." And if like a couple doors over,
Okay.
I think it's like a deli slash bar spot. It's called
Yeah.
Woody's or whatever.
All right.
Apparently, got pummeled.
Oh, I had no idea.
Got completely destroyed. The middle of the night. I don't know what happened. I was thinking maybe that's what you were talking about, but what you're talking about was just from last night.
Sounds like it
It
was
was
relatively recent.
3:20 in the morning it happened.
Yeah. Imagine the sort of
18 and 19.
Yeah.
the daily / weekly chaos that's happening there when you get all those drunkards.
Well,
Right?
I would guess if you're a Dewey Beach police officer, 80+% of your workday is dealing with just
Drunks in public.
drunkards.
Yeah.
Like from midnight to 2 a.m.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's heavily concentrated probably 11 p.m. until 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Right.
That's when you're getting all your work done.
Right.
Yeah, bunch of clowns.
So since I had my fender bender and I got going, I listened to the opening of the show. Wow, really inspirational to start off the show talking about Claude Lemieux.
And what are you gonna do?
But what I
it just
don't
jumped
know
out at
is,
me.
did you mention that we're giving away $500 today?
We did not mention that yet.
Yeah, in
I didn't know
1
many-
hour.
I'll be honest, I didn't know many of the details, and I asked Drab about it when I saw it on the outline, and he said I'll get you updated on it a bit later. But it did catch my eye that we're giving
pretty
away
cool.
$500.
So if you're a listener of the show, not just the prize pigs,
Yeah.
in an hour, we're going to give you a chance to win $500. It's courtesy of NBC and Peacock
Very good.
with MLB trivia.
I do. I consume a lot of Peacock because that is where I get my Jeopardy fix every night. Usually while watching dinner. Go to Peacock. Go to latest episode.
Do they
Usually
have
a day
somebody
be-
on a tear right now?
Usually a day behind. Yeah, they have I think he's a six game champ.
Okay.
Which I think if you win 5 in a row, you qualify for like a tournament of champions.
Okay.
You're big silly.
All right.
I think he's at 6 and counting, and he's from DC.
Oh, nice.
He's a content manager, whatever that means.
no
He's
idea.
a content manager here in DC. So props to that guy.
Do you crank out an episode in 22 minutes? Because I'm assuming you fast forward through the commercials.
You can't on Peacock. You can't on certain shows on Jeopardy. You can't. Trust me,
Because you have to,
think I
you have
wouldn't
to
if I could?
endure them. Yeah.
Yeah,
You have to
but-
So you
endure 'em.
don't. If you saved it on your DVR,
Yeah.
then you'd be able to do that.
No, is it on my DVR?
You're doing on demand, probably.
I might be doing on. I might be fumbling it.
Yeah,
I might be fumbling.
I think you're fumbling it.
I could be.
I think if you have YouTube
maybe
TV,
I'm a boomer.
DVR it, hit it as a saved program,
Yeah.
and then you should be able to fast forward.
I don't know.
It's fine.
Sometimes I've experienced what he's talking
I'm
about.
on the Peacock. It's all good. I'm happy to endorse Peacock because they're putting up the $500 for the prize.
$500,
Thank you.
good deal.
It's a
Great deal,
It's an
man.
amazing deal.
So that's in an hour with MLB trivia.
I'd like 500 free bucks.
That'd be nice.
Somebody just walk in and give me 5
Did you
pennies.
see? Did you see the video of the kid who I think he's 14 who won the spelling bee championship?
I did not.
He spelled 32 words in a minute. the words were absurd, and he was nailing them. There were probably 9, 10, 11, 12 letters, whatever.
Yeah.
He was going. Blah, 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 blah.
He's a computer.
He was a computer.
He's a machine.
A homeschooled kid.
I don't know if he was homeschooled, but it was unbelievable the words he was spelling and how quickly he was throwing out the letters. I couldn't believe it.
Right.
The
And he did
scary
32 of them in a minute.
The scary part about it is he and
No, he's from California, but I'm not sure. if
he's
homeschooled.
that good at that, and he's I'm sure taking on a full course load of other academics alongside
Of
spelling.
course.
He's probably he's probably a junior in
He's
college.
not
14.
just doing spelling. He's
Right,
doing a bunch of other things along with the spelling.
That's his hobby.
He's silly.
These
Yeah,
kids,
that's
instead of
his
playing
hobby.
a sport,
That's
they
his thing.
study
Is there
spelling.
a chance that kid, when he turns 18, will pay for college?
Yes.
Zero.
I think there's
Very
a
low.
zero.
Because I think
zero.
if you win that, you get like $50K.
You get
that gets
50,
put
you got
towards
50.
like a
But I mean,
scholarship.
it just shows you how intelligent he is. So he's going to be in the top 1% of 1%, and he's going to get
He's
academic
at least
money.
getting some sort of scholarly, if not full boat.
Yeah, I think even if he goes to the most challenging institutions, he's going to get
I think
money.
if you put Scripps Spelling Bee champion on your college transcript or resume,
I agree with you.
they're going to be like, this guy's a genius. We're going to hook him.
I agree. He
Or-
probably is a
or
genius.
she's a genius. We're going to hook him.
I agree.
I don't totally agree with you. I think that they memorize the dictionary,
That
which
could
is
be-
impressive, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're
I don't
great
know how they do
thinkers.
it.
Like those are kids. A lot of times I've seen that their parents are pushing them in spelling,
That
and
could
it's
be the
probably,
case.
I would agree with you on probably 99% of them. They're probably pushed academically elsewhere, but
Yeah, it's not just to be a
memorizing
spelling wizard.
things. We all used to just memorize things for
I
tests,
think
and then
they're
we forget
doing more
about it.
than memorizing.
Yeah, but this is different. They're just like Cake said. They're computers in their heads.
I think there's
They're just listen to this.
Enthamine,
ENTHYME,
Iguape,
IGUAP,
Denebola,
DNEBOLE,
Fedodo,
FASDODO,
Coathai,
CYWYDDAU,
Pohutakawa,
POHUTUKAWA,
Monadnock,
M1ADNOCK,
Amut,
EMUT,
Nanofossil,
and NNOFOSSIL.
I mean, it's absurd.
I'm sorry, that guy's a genius.
It's
That's
absurd.
not just memorization. That's-
No, I know.
To me,
It's-
that's more impressive than anything Wemby's ever done on a basketball court. Because Wemby's 7'5".
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I mean, that kid is just that kid's touched by God. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what
mean,
that
They
is.
know like
That's
Latin
ridiculous.
and all the roots, and they
Yeah.
just they
They know
It's a specialty. I
Like
get it.
figure it out.
origin. Yeah,
I think it's more.
I don't think they're just rote memorizers.
No.
I think it's a
no.
broader indication of intelligence.
No, it's
When
shocking.
you're that good.
It's shocking
By the
what
way,
he
I
was
never
doing.
knew they did like a speed round like that. Has they always
I've never
done
seen
that?
the speed round.
Uh,
The only speed round
guessing.
I know is with Dave Richard telling you to start.
well,
Which running back to start? 2 of 3.
The original kid or the kid, the kid before him did 25 words in a minute, and he just trumped it with the 32.
Now, is that a completely separate bit, or is that now part and parcel with the Spelling Bee like overall championship?
I think it's part of it. Yeah, I think it's part of it.
Okay,
Maybe it's a round.
it's been
that
a
they
minute
do.
since I've seen the Spelling Bee. I might have to dive back in.
Does it just make you feel like an inferior
Yeah,
human?
I just
Oh, it makes you feel pretty.
I
dumb.
couldn't spell one of those words. Not even close.
All right, I'm going to look up what has happened to former winners just via Wikipedia to see if any of them show up.
I think I won one Spelling Bee at Pointer Ridge Elementary back in the day, but I know they weren't words like that.
SEMELE,
They were probably having me spell cat.
RUSELL,
Solder,
SAWDER,
Campernell,
CMPRNELLE,
Nickel,
NICOL,
Zamenis,
ZAMENIS,
Tar Parker,
THARPRKAR,
Slosher,
Oh, there's a nickel. It's
Yeah, that's a nickel.
NICOL.
I would have said NICKEL.
100%.
How did
Just
he know
like
it
your
was the
last
right?
name.
How did he know it was the correct nickel?
There has to be set up where like all of these words come from this root or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Okay. That must be it.
All right, so I just looked up. I need to see the year because most people don't. It's, all the
Yeah, there
winners
are
are
any
listed on
flameouts?
Wikipedia, but
Like
most of them don't have a Wikipedia page. But 2007, the winner was somebody named Evan O'Dorney.
Okay. So that's basically 20 years ago.
What's he doing?
Alma mater. What's your prediction?
Towson.
Princeton.
Towson.
Yeah, yeah.
Harvard.
Yeah.
Right.
Then Churchill College in Cambridge. Then PhD from
Yale.
Princeton.
Princeton.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah,
come
of
on.
course. Yeah. JP thinks they just memorize, reading the dictionary and memorizing it. They're not actually
Yeah.
smart.
No, I said 99% are probably like that, but there might be some outliers that just
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd advance like those guys. That's next level genius.
Yeah.
Those guys are
It is.
just so locked in.
You know what? They're ace in the SAT. They're not getting.
They're not
anything
getting
wrong.
one wrong.
They're not getting anything.
All right, another
wrong with
one
thing.
that I was able to click on went to MIT.
Now they would
There.
struggle. They
These
would
are
struggle.
geniuses.
They'd struggle at the starboard. Like Mike Marr is the king of the starboard, as is Valdez because they were shutting the
Yeah.
place down.
Yeah.
He can't spell worth a lick, but he's the
Yeah,
guy you want to
they
be
wouldn't
with.
survive in the cooler.
They would not survive in the cooler.
I know how to spell Orange Crush.
Yes, they would not
all
survive
you
under
need,
the
bro.
adverse conditions of the starboard. You get them in a spelling contest, they're going to kill.
Yeah.
But they would be clueless at the starboard. Wouldn't
Yeah.
know what to do.
Social skills. Probably.
None of them have done a
trifling.
shoey. Lock.
No.
None of them have ever done a shoey.
Do you regret the shoey?
I don't regret the shoey because Mike Marr made the great move of he literally bought the shoes on the way down
For the shoey.
for the shoey. They were straight out of the box. Now I know he wore them that morning, but I put my nose up to the
They
shoe
passed the test.
and they still had new shoe smell.
Right.
So I had no reservations about
All
doing
right.
the shoey along with Mike Marr.
All right.
He did another one with Ryan Clary
Yeah,
later.
B. Mitch and JP Finley wanted us to do one towards the end of their show,
Yeah.
so we ran
they
it back.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Double Dewey shoey.
They were just starting to dry too. It was terrible.
I know. What are you gonna do? These
But at
are the
least they were-
sacrifices you make.
Yeah. I can't believe you did that.
It was fine. It was.
But like you said, you spilled half of it on your
still,
shirt.
it's hard to drink out of a shoe. It's not easy. It's not like drinking out of a cup.
Hey, your 2021 winner of the spelling bee
Yeah.
attends the University of Maryland.
He a terp or she a terp.
She.
Good for her.
Well, that person's not paying. I'm telling you. They're paying zippy.
yeah, they're getting the hook job.
Yeah, 100%.
They're getting taken care of.
I mean, who knows? It says under occupations, it says speller, basketball player, juggler.
What do you mean?
that's-
Who's the basketball player?
The one that won the spelling bee. She won the spelling bee in 2021, and she's about 18 or 19 years old. And for some reason, under Wikipedia, it says occupation, spelling, basketball player, juggler.
Well, that's
That's
the
weird.
most bogus thing I've ever read.
That's somebody that has updated the wiki page
Yeah.
without that person's knowledge.
I think so.
it's probably the way that works.
I think so.
Well, the thing is, she's also a Guinness Book of World Records in juggling basketball.
Nice.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right, don't forget later in the show we'll be joined by Fred Smoot, former Skins
Love Smoot.
quarterback. He's going to join us coming up at 9:25 right here on the Fan.
All right, guys, if you're thinking about selling your home, what do you fear the most? How about sitting on the market too long, watching the days pile up, wondering if you priced it wrong, staged it wrong, picked the wrong agent? Well, Miriam didn't have that worry. She wanted certainty from day one. That's why she partnered with my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room team with Keller Williams. They handled the entire selling process from start to finish using a proven marketing strategy to create urgency and strong demand for Miriam's home. From staging it, professional photography, pre-approved buyer outreach, promotion across 1,200 plus channels, they made sure her home received maximum exposure. And because of it, Miriam's home sold in less than a day. See, Debbie and Sarah don't just list your home, they market your home to the right buyers at the right time, creating the leverage you need to give them top dollar. That's why their homes sell 2 times faster and net 4.2% more than the average agent. That could translate into $30,000 more in your pocket. So sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room Team now. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Well, it's going to be an epic game number 7 in the West Finals. That's because the Spurs take down the defending champion Thunder 118-91. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. Knicks center Mitchell Robinson has a broken right pinky finger. His timetable for the NBA Finals is unknown. Number 1 seed Yannick Sinner lost to Juan Manuel Cerundolo at the French Open. Francis Tiafoe was a winner. Women's side Coco Gauff and Madison Keys won, but Emma Navarro lost in straight sets. Claude Lemieux, who won the Stanley Cup 4 times during his memorable NHL career, has passed away at the age of 60. Montreal and Carolina tonight at Game 5. Canes lead the series 3-1. Lemieux was the Montreal Canadiens' torchbearer before Game 3 of the Eastern Finals at Bell Center. Authorities said he died by suicide. Nationals baseball against the Padres tonight at 6:45 on The Fan. Old buddy Lucas Giolito against Paxton Schultz. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Thank you again to Main Street Bank for all of the sponsorship and for the very nice Oakley sunglasses they gifted us while we were doing the broadcast at Dewey Beach last week.
Don't forget your tumbler.
The tumbler too. That's
We
true.
have so many tumblers and Yetis.
Yep. Yeah.
And I forget the other brand, Stanley, the big ones.
Stanley, Tervis. I mean,
That it's taken over so much cabinet space.
We have one full drawer that you pull out. It's a tall one. It's all the
All
tumblers.
Yetis.
Yeah. Yetis, Stanleys,
We've probably got 20 of them.
Yeah, I'd say minimum 20. Probably.
Yeah.
I think I took like 10 to Goodwill recently.
Oh,
We don't need 25.
No, of course not.
No, my youngest, she wants to have them in every color. Oh, I don't have the blue one. I got the yellow.
I'm sorry. You got to say no at some point.
Well, she has her own money. You know, I don't buy everything. She
got
buys
her
something.
own cash.
Yeah, she buys something for herself.
Got her own revenue source.
Yep.
It's a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, she's lifeguarding. She's the assistant dive coach. She used to feed the chickens up the street until she left like the door open and the chickens got eaten. She got fired from that job.
That's a wacky job, but I like it.
Yeah, she got fired from that one. But for the most part, babysitting, you know what 16-year-old girls do. She has those kind of gigs.
What neighbor of yours has chickens?
There's this Asian lady who lives about halfway up, and she has like I mean, you'd be surprised that people have they have little chicken coops in their backyard or whatever,
surprised,
like little cages.
When I go visit my man Bikey Bots, who lives like on a farmette, and he has like a plot of land, he has a chicken coop, and he's got a few. What else does he have? A few sheep, maybe, or goats.
I think
I always get mixed up between sheep and goats.
I don't think he's got cows.
And my wife looks at me like I'm an alien. I'm like, well, they're basically the same animal, right? A sheep and a goat. They're pretty. This
similar. Is just a suburban family.
Yeah, like a.
I mean, one has a lot of wool.
Yeah, the sheep does have a lot of wool, but I consider them.
Have you ever seen a goat with wool?
No, goats have horns, so that makes
They're
them
not
different.
that similar.
I'm not sure I would know the difference, Cakes. I'm with you.
But I understand him having
because he's on a
chickens. It
farmette.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Like he's got a couple
No, this is
acres, like
just
he's got space. but-
regular suburban
but
house.
living in a neighborhood.
She's probably got a quarter of an acre. And in her backyard, she has a caged out area where she has a couple chickens, and I think they each hatch like an egg a day.
I mean,
You don't have an HOA, do you? I would bet that wouldn't fly in
the
my
backyard,
neighborhood.
like fresh eggs.
Yeah.
that's a great
I know
upshoot of
you
having
couldn't
chickens.
see it.
I bet HOAs would shoot that down.
Well, we
That's a
definitely
good question.
we have some level of an HOA.
Yeah.
My parents have chickens and an HOA.
So that's
Okay,
fine.
but how much land? They have a decent amount of land.
I mean, it's like a
half acre, like an acre.
Well, 14.
14 acres?
Oh, they have.
Jeez.
14
They have a
Yeah,
big
but like a
property.
lot of it is like on a.
I didn't know the Cahills had it. Like they were
Woods.
land barons. That's impressive.
That's big.
That's pretty big.
That's huge.
A lot of it's like forest or
Well, it's like not near down the street from their house. Some of it,
okay.
but they definitely have. That's the only animals they have. They don't even have a dog. Just
Dude, I
chickens.
think it would be silly. I mean, I don't know what the upkeep is. I literally have no idea. But imagine if you had 2 chickens and they hatch 2 eggs every day, and
Oh, you're living good. You're living the best life.
you're just eating eggs all the time.
Eating so many
You eat
eggs.
so many eggs.
Now I can
so
only,
much protein.
I should only be eating egg whites now because my cholesterol's dicey. So I got to stay away from. I have to stay away from the best part of the egg, the yolk. The yolk is the best part of the egg, and it's not.
I can't
even
tell you
close.
how many chicken coops I saw on the way back from Dewey.
Oh,
all those
so many.
all those podunk towns I drove through.
But those aren't even chicken coops; those are chicken farms.
Farms, yeah, but I saw a billion of them.
Well, I mean, that's the big industry.
And it's huge.
out there.
It's huge.
A lot of
But-
chicken farming.
What is the upkeep drive on it? If you own chickens, I guess you got to feed them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's pretty low maintenance. Other than what Mike and I were just talking about, it's a bloodbath. A lot of times you go out there and you got 3 dead chickens.
Yeah, you got to
Oh,
keep
so
the
it's
fox.
happened to you guys,
got to keep
too.
the fox out.
Oh yeah, then you gotta
Foxes are going to come and kill your chicken.
I think
gotta
that's
go-
what happened.
You got to go down to the tractor store and pick up a few more chickens. And
How much do they cost?
What do you do with the dead chickens?
Hold on, the tractor stores where they sell chickens.
well, whatever. Yeah, like the ranch and home store, whatever they call them.
Oh, I've
Maybe
no-
they don't have them here,
Your
but
parents don't
They
name the
definitely don't
chickens,
have
do
those.
they?
Definitely don't have stores around here. We just walk into like
Buy
buy
chickens.
4
Buy
chickens.
I'd name my chicken Popeye.
Do your parents name the chickens, Drop?
I think they have in the past. I don't know if they name all of them now.
So
Or
once
the
they get a
grandkids
name,
them.
do you have to bury them when they're dead, or do you turn
Bury
into
it.
dinner?
No, it's shredded.
Yeah,
The guts are everywhere.
If,
ate
if
it.
a
Yeah,
fox,
yeah,
if
yeah.
a fox comes in and pawns a chicken,
Carnage.
it's not going to look like a chicken you go pick up at like Sardi's.
It's gonna go straight in the trash.
I mean, it's
It's a
garbage.
smelly,
It's
bloody
like-
mess.
You think it's like a Peruvian
It's a
chicken.
homicide. Is what
He thinks
happened.
he's going to go in. It's going to be a Raising Cane's meal all of a sudden.
Well, I wasn't thinking that it was the fox.
It's a homicide.
Yeah, I get it if a fox is in
Murder.
It's a crime scene.
Yeah, right. It's a crime scene.
it. But if it's Joe the chicken, do you bury it? He says he just throws
Like
it
if
in
it
the trash.
dies of like old
Here's
age,
what you do.
maybe.
You walk out there with a double or triple pane trash bag, and you wrap it up and you throw it in the trash. I would think.
it's pretty silly to own chickens.
They love it. You just so many eggs.
So many eggs.
So many eggs. They're giving eggs away all the time.
Just the whole time you walk in, there's 2
Do
or
they
3
come
eggs.
out white or they come out brown?
A lot of them are brown, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
they're
why. They're like the homegrown
Yeah, I don't
joints.
know.
They're brown. They must be doing something to the store bought ones. We're getting the white ones.
Well, the store generally has white and brown eggs.
Yeah, I know, but they're probably doing something shady to them.
I don't know.
I'm so
I have
trusty.
no idea.
Great egg conspiracy.
How would I know?
Did you see the story about all the pesticides they put on strawberries? Did you
Man,
see that? That was a normal story.
I'm aware that there are pesticides in this country,
How about there's like 271 different chemicals
Okay.
on like a Driscoll's strawberry?
right?
Well,
Well, it's not going to stop me when I go into Harris Teeter and it's a BOGO deal. I'm going to buy
You're still gonna buy 'em?
2 and I'm going to pay for 1.
I think it's enough to make me buy
Pesticides
buy
included.
organic or something. Try to spend a little bit more, maybe get some, maybe less sprayed. It just seems trifling.
I did see that the children living near those strawberry farms have like sky high rates of cancer. Oh,
really? That's terrifying.
Like Aaron Brockovich.
There's just no way you should have 271 chemicals on your freaking
Yeah, but
strawberries.
you take them out of the container, you rinse them, and you're good.
No,
Chop them up, and you're good to go.
They actually did that. They rinsed them, and they're still there.
That didn't work.
They're like embedded into the strawberries.
Yeah.
Believe me, I've never been an organic guy, but I saw that report. And I went, I might have to start trying the organic.
Mr. Bickle, according to Bob Goo, the brown eggs are brown because of the feathers of the hen, the color of the feathers, as opposed
So
to
if
the
you have
white. The white feathered hens
Do white
will
eggs.
lay white eggs. The
Okay.
red feathered hens will lay brown.
All right, I like that.
Did not know
The
that.
ones I've seen locally, they
That's
tend to be brown.
That's what Bob Goo told me.
I wonder if one's a better. What if one is like a better cut? You know, like a better cut of beef, like one egg.
We always get the white. So
No idea.
we have no idea.
Are allergies pummeling you today, Cakes?
I mean, it's
Your
every
right
day.
eye looks very teary.
It's an everyday
Definitely
thing.
leaking.
It's an everyday thing.
Yeah, it looks bad today.
Plus, I've been remiss about taking my allergy meds.
Looks like it.
which isn't helping. Allegra, laugh at it. I have eye drops in my bag. Don't use them.
I don't want to make
just
fun of 'em,
disrespect my health.
but it may just look. I mean, the
No.
huge pouches.
I'm in a dark place because I know I have to go to the dentist in a few hours.
That you're
and
just
I'm,
thrown,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm shook.
Yeah.
It's going to ruin my weekend. It might ruin all of next week too.
11:20 to about 12 will be really bad.
It's going to be hell.
Yeah.
It's going to be hell on earth.
You got to do what you got to
The
do.
cleaning is not that bad though. That's what I don't understand. It's not like
It's not great. It's just the act of going to the dentist. It ruins your day.
Are you a flosser?
Well, the cleaning, you got to get.
Not a big flosser.
so you're not a flosser.
Yeah.
So the guy will go with his tool,
Yeah.
and he'll make your gums
This is-
bleed.
this
Yes.
is- no, you guys are missing the point. You guys are missing the point. This is a deep cleaning. This is not your standard run of the mill every 6
So
months.
what is a deep clean? I've
They
never
bring
had-
out some tool I've never seen before, and then they're just stuffing it in my mouth and getting in all the nooks and crannies because
Yeah, that's usually what you do
because
in
I've
a
done
clean.
a poor job of cleaning
You
my
act like
teeth.
we've never had a cleaning.
That's exactly what they do. They have this whatever instrument.
It's
They
a
go in
tool.
between
It's-
your teeth and
Fine.
get to the gums.
I've never had to have it before. This is the first time for me.
All right. Well, it's a cleaning. It's not
Yes.
a deep cleaning. It's standard cleaning. That's what they do.
I don't think it's that standard. Anyway, I'm not looking forward to it. It's ruining my month.
Well, what do you think a cleaning is? Just they go in and brush your teeth.
No,
They
I know.
come in. They get
I
in
know
between
what
the
it-
teeth.
What is your
Then they
regular
put the
cleaning versus
polish.
a deep cleaning?
He
I
didn't
know what a
he didn't even go
standard
to the
cleaning
dentist.
is. I'll take you through a standard cleaning. They have the pick. They've got the mirror. They go through and they jag through your teeth, and then once they get all
Yeah.
the plaque and tartar out,
Yeah.
then they
Hit you with the polish or whatever they
yeah,
put on
they,
there.
then
Fluoride.
they polish your teeth.
Yeah.
That's a standard cleaning.
As opposed
This
to
one has some sort of tool that I've never seen the dentist use on my teeth before. It's got a sharp edge to it, and it's high powered, and it's right in the middle of my teeth, and it stinks. It's the first time I've ever had this type of cleaning. Maybe
All
you
right.
guys have had it before, and I'm unaware.
I don't know.
I've never had this level of cleaning done before.
they all hurt. They're
It's
all
like
they're all uncomfortable.
They're power washing my teeth.
They're all
That's
uncomfortable.
All right.
what they're doing.
Are they to come back sparkly?
No,
Sparkly
they'll
white?
they'll still be stained,
Coffee stained?
Coffee stained.
I still remember.
Okay.
We had a client at one point, and Jason and Cakes were the reps for this client.
Yep.
I feel like you went all the way out to Annapolis, and I just remember you talking about the receptionist
remember
being
exactly.
a smoking hot.
I don't think it was Annapolis. I think it was Tyson's.
Yeah, I think it was Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was relatively close.
But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I do recall.
Yep.
Yes, I do recall.
We weren't lying.
Those
about that.
those teeth whitenings. Because I see them advertised all the time.
Yeah.
Do they just last like 6 weeks?
I don't
What's
know.
the deal?
They last about 6
I don't know.
hours.
Our friends that work in TV, they have silly white choppers. They're definitely doing something to their teeth.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
I don't
if
know
you
what they're
use
doing.
crust strips religiously, they work.
Yeah,
But you got to use it religiously.
I don't know. Like you see Dan Elliott, his teeth are so white. They're crazy white.
God, what's he been doing lately? I haven't talked to him in a while.
He's still doing
Is he-
UFC stuff.
Is he? Or the slap? What do they call it? The slap?
I think he does that.
What is it called?
That doesn't
Power
get as
slap.
much
Power
hype.
slap?
It doesn't get as much hype as it was.
He-
Well, it is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on TV.
yeah.
it is. It's also somewhat riveting when you knock a guy
I mean,
out.
I've seen
from
it
slapping
come
him.
across my Twitter algorithm, but I would never obviously watch it on TV.
Right.
I mean, how could I tune into that?
He was doing play-by-play on Power Slap.
Right.
Hey, look, I'm glad he's getting a paycheck. for
I mean, he's
doing
getting
it.
paid to do it.
doing
Yeah.
great.
That's great.
He's doing great. I think his son just graduated and is going to go play lacrosse at Tufts.
He's going
Oh,
to go
They
to
just
Tufts.
won. They won the D2 national championship, or are they D3? I'm not sure. Either way,
Tufts.
they
I
won.
think they're D2.
No, I think they're D3 because I think Tampa won the D2 natty.
Tough.
really?
So
Yeah.
I'd have to take 10 stabs
Yeah,
at
because
which
Tufts
state
is
is
in
it in.
Massachusetts. I think it's D3.
It's in
I
Massachusetts.
think it's in
Yeah.
Boston.
It's in Boston.
I think it's butt cold where Tufts is.
Yeah, it's in Boston.
Yeah.
Well, and his daughter goes to school in Scotland.
Scotland.
So he goes from California. He lives in L.A.
Yeah.
So his son's in East Coast, so coast to coast.
Okay.
And then his daughter is all the way over in Scotland.
Now that's got to be a pricey tuition.
I don't even want to
Kids
know.
going to school in Scotland.
Yeah.
He's
I
not
remember-
in state for Scotland. I know that.
Coming up this hour at 7:45, we've given away $500. Your chance to win $500 with MLB
Stay
trivia
tuned.
here on the Junkies.
You're invited to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get custom fit for the all-new Titleist GTS drivers. Find the perfect driver for your swing, helping you gain superior distance, accuracy, and speed by personalizing your performance. Be the first to have the new Titleist GTS drivers. You can book your fitting in store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
big NBA news aside from the Western Conference Finals. The NBA's Board of Governors voted overwhelmingly on Thursday to change the league's draft lottery format, beginning with the 2027 NBA draft. So starting next year, there's going to be a new system for the lottery. The new format expands the lottery from 14 to 16 teams, including the 8th seed in each conference's playoff picture, and adds anti-tanking measures where the bottom 3 teams are dealt lesser chances for the number 1 pick, while flattening odds for teams that do not qualify for the playoffs or the play-in tournament.
Got in just under the wire, Cakes.
We snuck it in. We got the
Got
Wiz
in.
got that tanking done right in time.
And they also will not allow teams to have back-to-back top picks. So the Wizards would not be able to have the number 1. Now, you would hope that they wouldn't be that bad where they'd be in the mix for the number 1 pick, but you can't get back-to-back overall number 1 picks in drafts.
Yeah, the vote was 29-1 in favor of the new system.
Oh, yeah.
So the teams were clear that they wanted
so the
this
worst
in
3
place.
teams leading up to next year had a 14% chance of getting the top pick. So
Right.
the Wizards had a 14, I think it was 14.1 or whatever. Now they have a 5.4% chance. So it drops 9%.
Good.
The worst 3 teams. So you got a better chance being at the 4th to the 10th worst team, because now you've got about an 8% chance of getting the top pick, as opposed to the worst 3 teams, 5.4% chance.
It really kind of sucks if your season just goes south and you lose a couple players and you're not even trying to be bad. You're just
so bad because
you're just bad. You're getting penalized for that.
Yeah.
Under this new system. I understand why they have to put it in place, because a lot of these games became farces that you're watching, like all G League players, teams with no incentive to win whatsoever, actively trying to lose games. So I understand why it's being implemented, but it's going to penalize some innocent teams along the way.
Yeah.
That aren't trying to be bad. They're just organically bad.
There were so many ideas thrown out there how to change it and how to prevent these teams from tanking.
Yeah.
And fans were pissed that teams were losing on purpose. And we saw what happened to the Wizards. The Wizards lost 26 of their last 27 games. I mean, they were obviously trying to lose.
Right.
Intentionally. Fans didn't like it. The media hammered the teams or hammered the league for allowing it. And so they've come up with a system they think is going to work, the 3-2-1 system, referring to the amount of balls that'll be in the draft lottery.
But they can't take our number 1 pick away from us. That is in stone. That is solidified.
Better nail it.
Better get it right.
And I think they will. I mean, I'm not saying that this guy's going to be a future Hall of Famer, but I think that whoever they take at 1 is going to be a damn good player and be really good for them for a long time.
Pretty sure it's down to Peterson and DeBonsa, but
I would agree with that.
Boozer could be sneaking in there. Who knows?
If somehow the Wizards find a lemon at the top of the draft in one of the most loaded draft classes of recent history,
well, certainly front loaded,
then I might start to buy into it's a cursed franchise.
I don't think so.
Like there's some sort of curse that will just never be lifted.
No, I
off
think
of this team.
this group's really good.
I think they're really good. I think they're very sharp and smart.
But I was listening to a ton of content yesterday, and Gary Parrish, we've had on the show a bunch.
Yeah,
I love Gary Parrish. Yeah,
he thinks DeBonsa will go 1, but he'll tell you he thinks the most talented player is Darren Peterson. But because of the questions like the Cakes has and others have about what the hell happened, it's enough to make him just take DeBonsa, who's been kind of like the number 1 guy all along. And there's literally no negatives, really.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't shoot the 3 that great.
So he
yet.
thinks DeBonsa's a really damn good player. He just thinks Peterson's slightly
Says
better.
push comes to shove from just a
does he think
pure
there's a
talent.
huge gap?
No, I just said
Yeah.
if a pure talent, if you were just saying who's the most talented basketball player,
Yeah, right,
he
right.
says that I would say it's Peterson.
Well,
but
a lot
because
of
of the
people-
questions, it's just enough to make teams
DeBonsa go 1.
to make DeBonsa go 1, in his opinion.
Yeah.
We will see.
Well, look, I mean, the 95% of the league thinks Peterson's a really good player because he's going to go 2.
He'll probably go 2.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go 1,
If he doesn't go 1, he's probably going to go 2. So,
the one thing he did point out, I think, in his favor,
all those other teams aren't that scared of it.
Parrish hammered him for just like not being up front and just the whole thing and the questions and like. But I can't remember who did he play at one point where they were playing the number 1 team in the country at the time, and he pulled out an hour before the game. I can't remember who it was.
Maybe it was Arizona or
It might have been.
have to
Whoever
go
was
back
number
and
one
look.
in the country at the time, and everyone thought he was going to play, and he pulled out an hour before, and they said for flu-like symptoms or something. He said it was a big question mark. But he did point out that once they figured it out, or at least he figured it out in his head, he played the last 9 games, averaged 28 minutes a game.
He played a lot, yeah.
Just like down the stretch. I think he averaged 30 minutes a game in the tournament. So I actually think they figured it out, but we will see.
The other factor is guys mature. So let's put it on immaturity or maybe voices from outside saying, hey, you're getting paid all this NIL money. You're going to be a top draft pick. Don't risk it versus playing. And
here's
you
another.
might have matured. Now, the weird part about it is in the NBA, there's load management. Guys are, in the NBA, guys are missing games all the time.
He wants to miss games.
I mean, if you look at the All NBA team, which just came out, remember Luka Doncic and Cade Cunningham both had to file like waivers and go through some sort of arbitration so that they would be eligible for the All NBA teams, which required a minimum of 65 games, which, by the way, is missing 17 games. So they ended up being granted those waivers, but they missed more than 17 games during the year, which is a pretty good percentage. I don't know what the exact percentage, but what is 65 over 82?
I'm sure I can
17. You're missing like 17% of your
Ask
games.
the spelling bee, kid.
Here's another theory.
By the way, I think the game you're talking about was when Kansas played Duke.
I think probably.
Because he did not play in that game.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And I will kind of hammer Peterson a little bit. Now, look, it's the NCAA tournament, and but when they lost to St. John's in the second round, he played a lot of minutes. He played 36, but he didn't play very well.
Well, fair. Can't always play great.
And so they lost to St. John's.
I listened to so many hoop podcasts yesterday, and it was crazy. I was riding my bike, and I put things on 1.5 so you could listen to stuff fast. But one of the Wizards pods, I think it was by that guy Greg Finberg. I'm not sure what the name of his pod is. It was great. Enjoyed it. Very, very nerdy. Had a guest on, and he basically said he had reason to believe from people he spoke to that there was an early season kind of like conditioning incident. This is kind of what he gathered that happened at Kansas, where he locked up on the cramping and everything, and he kind of lost faith in the training staff at Kansas, right? So there was whatever happened, he just kind of lost faith because he cramped up so bad, thought he was going to die, whatever, and it just kind of marred sort of the trust.
Mike marred it.
It kind of Mike marred the trust.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happened.
So, like, what if that happens when he's with the Jazz? That's why I'd be scared. That's why I'd be scared off by him.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure he's hired, some
I think it was just
really
an
good people around him.
unfortunate incident. It's not necessarily
I'm sure they probably
indicative of the kind of kid he is.
I think they're probably very confident that they corrected it.
Yeah.
But I would just say that since you're going from a season where you're playing 40-minute games, and he was playing about 23 to 26, to 48-minute games and, almost triple the amount of games or double. It's a long haul, man. It's tough with all the travel. So there's questions. I get it.
Yeah.
But maybe they feel like they corrected it.
I don't know. We'll see. I literally can't wait for it. I'm so intrigued by this draft.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you land the number one pick.
Very intrigued. Yeah, but I feel like in other years it was you kind of knew. I mean, not every year, but you kind of know who's going to go. There's definitely intrigue here.
But there's just an extra buzz about having the number one overall pick.
For sure.
Instead of having like 2 or 5.
Yeah.
I mean, 2's pretty damn good.
2's not bad.
2's great.
But number
And they
one's
got
better.
Sarr, and Sarr looks like a really good player. I do sometimes
I wasn't as
wonder
jacked.
now recently when I'm watching the Spurs if they should have drafted Castle. Castle's really good.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's really good.
I don't know.
But
Really good on
Sarr,
defense,
But Sarr's good. He's good.
And
Very good.
Sarr had a big jump from year 1 to year 2. I suppose we'll see a big jump from year 2 to year 3.
I would agree.
I would think.
Yeah.
By the way, I slipped out because thank you to our listeners, but Tim is a body shop guy and
He's going to take a look at your
listens to the show.
damage.
We've met him a few times, and he was going to take a look-see.
Tim's a great guy.
Here's
Yeah.
what I don't know. So I was just
And he
going to
fixed the
plan.
check engine light.
I was just going to plan to call the insurance company, right?
Yeah.
But he's almost advising, well, you don't have to call your insurance. You can probably avoid paying a deductible this way.
Right.
Just go direct. But what if they call their insurance and their insurance calls my insurance?
Well, yeah, I mean, you
JP's
banged up
brain's
their
in a pretzel right now.
How long have you had that? I'm out of breath. I just ran back here from the garage with Tim. How long have you had that car for?
Like 2 months.
Yeah.
What happened on the back left bumper?
Yeah, that's another little issue. That was just backing up. But
Who'd
that's
you-
not an accident.
Who'd you back it?
Well, he said that's more expensive than the thing on the front.
Yeah, I'm not going to fix that.
What did you do?
Just it's an backing up at a soccer practice.
But what
There's a pattern.
Did you hit a pole?
No. Just touched one of my teammates' cars.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's kind of a fender bender.
Yeah, but there's
Kind of a fender bender.
yeah.
I like the word touch.
Yeah,
You're on,
touched it.
you're on fire, bro.
No, that was not. Today was way more serious.
I mean, are you rolling it? Slow rolling the fact that
It definitely is all scraped up. In
got
the back
damage
left
on the
bumper.
front and back end.
Hey, don't tell Geico or whoever you have.
We didn't even know we were about to leave, and Yard goes, "What about the back?" And I go, "There's nothing back there." And he goes,
Maybe-
"Oh
See,
yeah,
I
2
get
weeks
goofed
ago."
on for backing my car in all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless I
You
absolutely
don't park
have to.
near people.
I'm sorry.
You don't like to park near people. You park far away.
That's true.
yeah.
But I also back my car in, so I don't have to back out because that happened while you're backing out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually, I actually back my car
In
in.
theory, couldn't it happen when you back into the spot too? I mean, you're backing.
I mean,
You
only if you're not paying attention. Only
Well,
if you're
you have-
clueless and you're backing
I mean,
in
same
way
thing
too
with
fast.
backing out.
Well, you have a camera that you should
when
be
you're-
able to
when you're
see how
pulling
close
out-
the car is.
Yeah.
When you're pulling out and you're backed in,
Yeah.
unless you're just a complete clown and don't know how to drive, you're not going to hit anything. Your chances of hitting something when you're backing out ass first, I think, are way higher than when you're pulling out if you've backed into a spot.
I suppose.
Yeah.
But again, with the cameras, it's so hard to really hit stuff.
Exactly.
You got so many alarms going off and lights
I know.
going off, and
But I know I'm not hitting anything when I'm pulling straight out,
yeah.
unless I just am driving with my eyes closed.
Maybe you should just keep both dents. I mean, you're keeping
a matching
one.
set.
Have two Richards.
Yeah.
No, I
yeah.
don't have
Why
a
would you
dent.
why would you fix one, not the other?
Yeah.
I guess I could.
No, you'd have to fix both.
But why did you decide that you're adamant the back one's staying?
Because
That
He
Richard's
just because
staying.
think it's
It's not a big
minor.
deal.
He just think it's very minor.
it's nothing. It's just
Is one more of an eyesore than the other?
no. This one's not even really an eyesore. It's almost hard to see the damage. Just Tim.
Well, Matt saw it.
Tim,
What did
I
you
guess,
think?
sent
No,
a
he's talking about
text.
the one today is you could barely
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Matt,
Yeah.
he saw it.
The one on the back left bumper that he's hiding and embarrassed about?
Yeah.
It hurts me. I mean,
It's
it looks
way
terri-
worse.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
Oh,
You just don't want to deal with that because you know that's more
mean,
expensive.
is Jake-
I mean, I don't think it looks terrible.
Is he
but-
trying to claim that it's not visible?
Well, it's definitely visible. The
Okay.
one he got in the accident this morning
Yeah.
is kind of hard to tell.
Right.
So I would do the one that's more visible.
Martin Truex gets in less accidents.
I like that.
like
He was really
Daytona.
selling that first time in 30 years this morning when he got into a wreck 2 weeks ago.
He was definitely slow
That
playing.
wasn't a wreck.
Yeah,
Man,
but it's an
that's
incident.
kinda-
It's an incident.
I don't know what you call it.
I'd like to see the other
They
car.
kissed bumpers.
Yeah, they touched.
Just
No,
kiss
the other
it.
car wasn't moving. It's
kiss
a
it.
parked car.
No, I'm just talking about the car.
Yeah, but you
get
can
to.
have a single car accident.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. So when
You were moving.
when you backed into the teammate's car. Was there any damage to that car?
No.
Are you sure?
Just
Yeah.
to your car.
Believe me.
That can happen sometimes.
That's strange.
You know what I did the other day? I was looking for Mother's Day gifts for my wife, right? So I went to the mall. I haven't been in the mall in months. Went to the mall, parked near Macy's, struck out, frustrated, got in the car, and there's just space in front of me. So I just said, well, I'm just going to pull forward. I hit pull forward. Bam! I drove right into some. I don't know what the hell was underneath my car. There was something underneath the car. You could not go forward. It looked like you could go forward to what I could see.
A curb or what?
I don't even think it was a curve. I think there was some metal thing, something there.
Yeah.
It was a weird spot. And my dumbass. And I startled two old people that were walking right past me. And I went, my bad. Had to reverse out of the spot.
At
Could
least
not
you
just
didn't
do
hit
the
the old
pull-through.
people.
No, I didn't hit the old people.
That's good. That's
And
a solid.
As far as I could tell, they didn't really scratch anything. I think my car was raised up high enough.
My brain, though, is
a
a pretzel. So thank you to Tim. But what happens if I have Tim take care of my body work and I pay him so I don't call my
Yeah.
insurance, but they call the insurance
You're
and contacts
boned.
my insurance,
You're
right?
boned. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it almost
Unless
makes me feel
they
like I should.
contact you and you just write a check yourself. Like you could say, you know what? It's
You
better
can
for
do
me
that.
to pay the $500,
You can
not
bypass.
call them. It's
Right.
cheaper than my $1,000 deductible.
That way your rate doesn't go up.
Am I right? Well, yeah, right.
It sounds like JP is such a doo-doo driver. He needs Tim's number on speed dial.
Yeah. Apparently at age 55, I do.
Have it. It's probably too late now, but just say, hey, whatever the damages are, call me, send me the bill, and then you'll figure out if you either send it to insurance or if you'll handle it yourself.
Yeah, this was my botch again. You get flustered. I don't have their phone number.
Right.
I have their driver's license and I have an insurance card of a different
Yeah, you're
car
pretty
that they
boned.
say
Yeah.
is the same insurance.
Probably gonna have like paralysis by this afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen though. You'll have if your neck hurts now, it will get worse.
Yeah, I don't know if it's psychosomatic or not. Like you just start,
It
you know.
tends to get a little stiffer. All right, let's go to. Actually, Tim is calling in. Tim for the body shop.
All right.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tim.
All right, buddy.
Tim, by the way, has a smoking ride.
Oh, he does?
He had like a green Mercedes. It looks really good.
Really?
Body shop business is good business, huh, Tim?
It's okay. It was a lot of effort to get this far into it, yeah.
All right. So, what'd you see when you saw JP's vehicle?
Well, JP probably gave somebody a good little nudge this morning with the front end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then your guy from the garage was nice enough to show us the one on the rear that might. It's probably cost more to get the rear done than to do the front.
Why? What's wrong with the rear?
Well, you got all the sensors back there, and he's probably got. You say you got something on the dashboard now too. That might be related to sensors in the rear. That's where things can get really expensive.
What do you mean by the dashboard?
I don't think he mentioned a dashboard.
Yeah. Oh, it was just a check engine light, maybe.
Oh, I have that
That
on
was
my
EB.
car.
Yeah, that's EB's problem.
I tell you, my wife called me. She said, check engine light went on. I said, don't worry about it. It'll probably go off.
I thought.
No. I don't have any problem with any sensors. Just my brain.
Well, that you know of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. All right. So you going to take care of him or what?
That's up to him, but I'm certainly available. I would treat him fairly. I'm not doing it for publicity or whatever.
Right.
I do it because you guys have brought me a lot of entertainment over the years, and if I can help out somewhere, I will.
Hey, he's working.
Appreciate it.
He's working
Very
the
nice.
trade. This
Very
guy.
nice.
Appreciate it.
We know
All right, you
that
have his
well,
number?
working
You have
in
his
radio.
number?
We have Tim's
Yeah,
number.
got
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have Tim's number.
Take our
Yeah,
cars
yeah,
to him all
yeah.
the time.
Oh, you do? Because you guys are bumping into stuff.
Yeah, but I don't hide it. I know I'm a bad driver. I smash stuff all the time. Or someone else I used to know did.
Yeah. Used to know.
Yeah, gotcha.
Hey, I just found out that we're not only giving away $500 this Friday,
Yeah.
but we're doing it every Friday, at least for a while. I
right.
don't know how many weeks,
All right.
but Fridays, 7:45, your chance to win $500. We're doing MLB trivia. You can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. Your chance to win $500 on the Junkies next.
Hey, I'm here to share an important upcoming event. The inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farm, helping kick off the Pentagon Memorial Fund's 25th year of remembrance, honoring the 184 lives lost at the Pentagon and aboard American Airlines Flight 77 on September 11th. You can register for a premier four-caddy golf experience featuring PGA Tour pro Billy Hurley, B. Mitch, and Finley. Great food, exclusive gifts. Most importantly, your support helps fund the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Register today at PentagonMemorial.com.
All right, this is a pretty cool deal. Every Friday at this time, we're going to give listeners a chance to win $500. It's all courtesy of NBC and Peacock. With MLB trivia, we have a trivia question. Here's the deal. Cakes, you've got the buzzer ready to go. We need to be quick and efficient with this. Give them like 2 seconds. They don't know the answer. You move on to the next contestant.
That's fine.
So they have to get
That
how
works.
many?
How many questions?
And we're not giving any clues.
2? Oh, just
There's
one.
going to be one question for
One and done.
$500.
And, okay, and then is it the same question?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Who
so
came
we
up
gotta
with
be
the
really
question?
fast.
I think the client.
Yeah, I think Peacock came up with it.
But
Gotcha.
do you have a backup question?
No.
All right, so we got to go fast.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
How many seconds do they have before they
2
get
seconds.
bounced?
2 to 3 max.
It's up to Cakes' finger.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to say hi to Alberto. As soon as we finish saying the question, you got 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, Alberto.
Alberto.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up? Congratulations on 30 years.
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
Good
All
luck
right, your
to you,
chance
sir.
to win $500 with this MLB question. In Major League Baseball, what does the new ABS stand for?
ABS.
I gave him 3 seconds.
All right,
right.
let's go to the next contestant.
Let's go to Ashley, Columbia. Same question. Go again. Quick, JP.
In MLB, in Major League Baseball, what does the new ABS stand for?
Automated ball strike.
Winner! Congratulations! You just
All right.
you just won $500 to get your game on with the Sunday Night Baseball on NBC this Sunday. Don't miss the Chicago Cubs taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. It all begins Sunday at 7, only on NBC4 and streaming on Peacock.
Nice job, buddy.
Good
$500.
job.
What are you gonna do with $500?
Oh, no, he's on hold. Drab's talking to him.
Grab's talking to him already.
Yeah.
Good
$500
score.
would be
Oh,
silly.
what a
It would
score.
be.
It'll be spent quickly.
We can talk to him now.
All right.
He's up.
All right, Ashley, how old are you, bud?
44.
Oh, okay.
Nice job.
It said boy, so I thought it meant like a young Ashley, but it just means
Male.
Male.
not
Yeah,
a female.
male.
A guy.
What are you
Got
gonna do
it.
with $500, Ashley?
I'm going to go on a trip, I guess.
Go on a trip.
Nice.
That'll pay for your gas, maybe.
It can help.
I'll take the gas.
Yeah.
I'll drive across the country.
It'll pay for
help
one
with
night
this
in a
trip.
hotel.
Hey, it helps. It helps.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps.
I did see we had a story about
Spend that
dates.
so fast that golf.
So none of
Yeah,
us, are single going on dates. But there was a survey recently of people with the increase in costs, and I've seen different projections, but they say the average date is well over $90. I mean, I've seen it as much as like $200.
Right.
Because it depends where you go out to eat. That 40%, and I assume this is still because of the way I think mostly women go on dates just to get a free dinner.
I think we've
40%.
talked about that before.
Seems like
40%?
seems like a high number, but
Yeah.
I guess it's a real thing. They just want to get a free meal,
And then they don't go on a second date. They just want to get the free meal on the first date.
or they can go on another first date with a
Or
different
not somebody
person
else and get another free meal.
and scam another free meal.
Yeah, 3 dates: breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, sounds like a great opportunity.
That seems pretty high.
Take
but
advantage of
who
it.
knows? How many people?
40% of respondents admitted they've gone on a date on at least one occasion just to get a free meal. So I'm assuming that is mostly women. Don't really feel the guy, but they'll throw him a bone and go on the date with them
Yeah.
to get the free meal.
I think Mike Mars got a date with Pupatella later tonight. He's going to be going single.
So according to this study, say the average American now spends $93 on a first date. I've seen it much
Yeah.
higher recently. I guess it
mean,
probably
90
depends on where you
that's
live.
93 is pretty cheap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I
Well,
guess
you're
you
getting
got
multiple drinks.
two $25 dinners. That's $50.
All right, you're getting four
Yeah, but
drinks
if you get a couple drinks each,
Get an
You
app.
get drinks.
Get a little app.
you usually get an
plus
app.
the,
Dessert?
plus the tippage.
If you-
Depends
if
where
you-
you're going,
If
I
you're
guess.
dating JP, you got to get dessert.
Yep.
Definitely do.
You gotta get a
Right.
piece of chocolate.
I'll get the dessert myself.
chocolate cake.
Right.
And then you can't take them to like a Chili's.
Right. But would you, is
I
it
think
really?
Chili's had a glow up that you're kind of sleeping on. My son, who's about to turn 22, I thought would never ever want to go to Chili's. He went out of his way, I think, to go to a Chili's in Frederick because there's no Chili's anywhere around where we
There
live.
used
at
to
this
be
point.
one on Rockville Pike.
And he told me that the deal that they're having or whatever, like
What is
it's
it?
like burger, like an app.
Is that the
And
threefer?
That's the
I think
triple
it's
dipper.
Yes.
the triple dipper.
Oh, yeah, I'm
he was,
familiar.
He was raving about it, and he
How
said
much
the food
is the
was
triple
good.
dip? They have that at Nukes.
I
They have
think the
the
triple dippers,
threefer.
it's like $14, but the
Yeah.
pro move is you upgrade to the smokehouse tripler, and then you're able to get brisket, and that's like $25.
Brisket.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot more. But is that for a lunch?
It's the
That's it.
Chili's 3 for me, the 3 for me menu.
Right.
But like Mark can't take a date to like Applebee's or Chili's or anything.
Oh, I certainly can.
Oh,
Would you do that?
Yeah, why not?
You're not embarrassed?
like a girl would be like, hell yeah, I'm sized for Roadhouse.
Roadhouse feels like it's a step up from those others. You don't think?
They're all
The same to you?
Not a first date. A first date, yeah, you can't go to Chili's.
I mean, this
I
Chili's.
feel like I've taken a first date to the Cheesecake Factory. Is that a step up?
I'm sure
I
you
feel like
yes.
cheesecake.
I think- feel like it's
when I
kinda
was growing
fancy.
up, that was kind of
when you're
bougie.
younger, yeah.
Cheesecake was kind of
Is
bougie.
Cheesecake Factory the one that has like a 50-page menu?
Yes,
Yeah.
Have they scaled that
They have
down
they have
I
a
don't
war
think
piece
so.
menu.
I don't think so.
It's a lot to memorize if you're a waiter.
By the way, Mike Moore / Mar, I got a spot for you. If there was some major D1 talent there last night, okay, and
I heard you were out and about, like in Tyson's or something.
What are you?
How'd you know?
A scouting
people
expert?
saw you.
People tweeted. They actually said you were welcoming.
You're a big tall
And
dude.
you were out late.
welcoming.
What were you doing out late?
My daughter wanted to go to Circa in Tyson's because there's outdoor seating
Yeah.
and it's close to her office.
Okay.
I
That
was
makes
going to a hook
sense.
job somewhere.
Well, they're a client. Very good friends.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they opened up this beer garden outside in like the main area, the
Now you've
outdoor
got my
area,
attention.
which is right outside of the El Bebe, which is right connected to Circa.
Yeah.
Mike, there was major D1 talent there yesterday.
Silly.
Ah,
Hey,
new
I
spot.
appreciate
And they
that.
were
You
all
see
ab-
something, you're saying something.
And
I
they,
like
were,
that.
and they were all about your age.
Rocket
They're
Central.
Perfect.
It was about 25 to 28, maybe
Yeah.
30.
How would
And-
you feel if he bumped into your daughter at one of those occasions?
Well, I've told them, I've showed pictures of him to them. I said, don't ever talk to this guy.
Stay away.
Stay away.
Yeah, he's
Stay
on
away.
the prowl. This one.
But,
Stranger danger.
but I'm
Wanted
telling you,
poster.
Mike, that's a spot that you need to go to because I think from 4 to 8 they're open on Thursdays through Sundays. That is major talent for
I think
you.
25 to 28 may be a little bit young for Mike Marr.
All right, you're probably right. Maybe a little bit older.
Wait, are you talking about the rooftop in Tyson's?
It's not the rooftop. It's
So, like close to where the movie theater is.
not. It's very right next to the movie theater.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's the tweet from Dawn. She said, because I said, did you say hello?
Yeah.
She said she bumped into you. She said, if I was there, I would have definitely said hi. My friends all did say hello and said Lurch was very cool and cordial with them all.
Oh yeah.
I was just so surprised that he was out and about in Tyson's on a weeknight,
It's like seeing a Bigfoot.
as he always talks about going to bed so early.
I
Yeah,
think
well,
his
I had to-
Achilles is his daughter. His daughter wanted to go
She
out.
wanted to go
And
out.
freebies.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's probably got a good
Circa
deal.
is a great spot.
Freebies
He
are
probably
tough
still
to
was
turn
in bed
down.
before us.
I was in bed at 8:30.
That's, yeah,
I mean, 8:30 is pretty freaking late.
that's
For
pretty
you.
freaking early.
For most normal humans,
I got
it's
to bed
early.
at 8
game
the
hadn't
other
even
day.
started.
It was like the earliest
Oh
in
yeah,
10 years.
I don't care about that game. I was watching women's softball. It started at 6.
Dude,
I was watching Alabama UCLA.
Do you see the controversy with Jason Williams' daughter and all that? Have you followed that at all? His
I
daughter
haven't
plays for
clicked on it.
Texas Tech.
I
Oh,
saw
nice.
like a
thing
headline.
when they played at Florida. She
Yeah.
transferred from Florida.
Yeah,
There was a
yeah.
whole incident. It's actually kind of interesting.
What I didn't follow.
Well,
that.
we can talk
Jason
about it.
Williams said he'll never step foot on the campus,
On the
of
campus
Florida
again?
again.
Oh really?
Unless he's got another daughter coming up
Yeah.
that she plays at Florida.
Oh.
But yeah, his daughter, the ones at Texas Tech, definitely a baller. She's like 25 bombs this year.
Yeah, they were. The pitcher for Texas Tech is so legit.
Oh, really?
Once again, congratulations. $500 winner on the Junkies. We're going to be doing that every Friday at 7:45. So prize pigs alert, but everybody, you'll have a chance to win $500 every Friday. Right now, caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067 will hook you with 2 tickets to go see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers Tour, with special guests Big Boy and A-Track. That is Friday, May 29th at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's all courtesy of Live Nation.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every single day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, spelled Trajan Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, Trajan Wealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? What a battle between the Spurs and the Thunder. San Antonio beats Oklahoma City 118-91. forcing Game 7 Saturday night at OKC. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, bouncing back from a subpar Game 5. The Knicks center Mitchell Robinson has a broken right pinky finger. His timetable for the NBA Finals is unknown. NCAA baseball tournament today. Virginia versus Jacksonville State at 7. VCU against UNC at 5. Virginia Tech against Cal Poly at 8. Elimination games in the softball tournament. Texas, Mississippi State, and UCLA against Arkansas. Montreal's at Carolina tonight at Game 5. Canes lead that series 3-1. Nats and the Padres at 6:45 on the Fan. Lucas Giolito versus Paxton Schultz. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies all year long, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Fred Smoot's going to join us later in the show. Former Redskins corner. He'll jump on at 9:25 as we'll continue to talk about OTAs. One of the top NFL insiders who's been covering the sport for a long time is Bill Barnwell. And Bill Barnwell had some interesting comments about the team upgrading and its biggest move, its best upgrade. And before I give you what Bill Barnwell says from ESPN, what do you think has been the Washington Commanders' best move of the offseason? If you want to chime in, we can open up the phone lines at 1-800-636-1067. The Commanders' best move, it could be on offense, defense.
Yep.
It could even be coaching if you say changing the coordinators. But let's think about this offseason overall. Been a lot of change because they changed both coordinators. So now it's David Blau as your offensive coordinator, Durante Jones as your defensive coordinator. In free agency, it was mostly defensive moves, but you brought in Odafe Oweh. That was the big money guy, right?
Yeah.
$100 million deal.
$68 million guaranteed to him.
You bring in the linebacker from Kansas City, Chantal.
Chanel. Brandon Pretzel in an accident this morning.
Yes. You have Nick Cross come over, your DeMatha brethren, at safety.
Greg Cosell loved that signing.
They first actually signed a corner, Amik Robertson. On offense, they've added like Chig at tight end. They added running backs. So what is your top number one move, biggest move, best move that the Commanders made in the offseason? And, by the way, the draft.
I was going to say, does this include the draft?
I saw the Barnwell article, so I know what he...
No, I'm asking you before we talk about it.
I think it's the radical transformation of the linebacker spot because they were so old and slow there last season.
Yeah.
And now they've upgraded with drafting Sonny Styles, bringing in Chanel. I just think that unit's going to look so much different. I think that's been a huge upgrade during the offseason.
Yeah, if I had to narrow it down to one player, I'm going to go Styles.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't a free agent. He's a draft pick, but he's an addition. I'm going to go Styles, even though we haven't seen him yet in one game in the NFL. But I just think he's going to be really, really good.
I have two, and just to not be obvious, but they're honestly the two that I'm most intrigued by is Chanel in free agency and Antonio Williams in the draft.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are the two that get me the most excited. I mean, Styles probably should because of his sheer athleticism.
They're pairing the two biggest athletic testing freaks at linebacker that have basically ever walked the earth. Those guys are basically playing in the same linebacking room.
Right.
And you throw Frankie Louvu in there. He's not the athlete that those guys are, but He's a good player in his own right.
And to kind of piggyback on that, Ben Solak for ESPN ranked the top 10 biggest position upgrades in the league.
Right.
All right. Number 1, he ranked the Arizona Cardinals at RB because they drafted Love.
Mm-hmm.
They also brought in Algier.
That's a big upgrade.
Michael Carter out.
Yeah.
Number 2 was the Vegas Raiders linebacker. They brought in Quay Walker and Jacoby Dean. So they brought in some Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Washington Commanders linebackers,
Yeah.
Bergen and Chenal, and drafting Sonny Styles.
Right.
Of course, Bobby Wagner out. So he ranked the Commanders upgrading at linebacker the 3rd best position upgrade of all the teams.
So
That's pretty impressive.
I like it.
I think it's hard not to go with Sonny Styles. And you draft somebody that high.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you what Bill Barnwell said from ESPN.
About Styles or just about
Bill Barnwell, I'm going to paraphrase it, but Bill Barnwell believes that the secondary upgrade is the biggest.
Yeah.
And he started with Robertson because that's going to give them a true slot corner.
Yep.
Assuming
He's a
Mikey
plug.
Sanders still plays on the outside. And then he liked the depth addition of Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Witherspoon's been, I think he's at least a 7 or 8 year vet added for depth.
he came in from where was he?
The
in
Rams. Yeah.
And then
Rams.
And then you add in Nick Cross at safety.
Yep.
So overall, he believes that the secondary being upgraded is the biggest move for the Washington Commanders this offseason.
I could see that. I
Because
could
of
see that.
Cross and who else?
Well,
Cross,
Robertson,
Robertson,
and Witherspoon. Yeah, so they added 3 guys, and 2 of them will be starters probably.
And also, addition by subtraction, no Marshawn Lattimore.
I know.
I mean, he was just a massive.
That blew up.
He was a massive swing and a
Didn't
miss
work.
by the front
Didn't
office.
work. Didn't work.
All right, let's go to Don in Ashburn. What's the biggest? I don't know. How are you phrasing it?
Upgrade?
The biggest
Best
upgrade,
offseason
the
move.
best offseason move in your opinion. Let's go to Don.
Hey, good morning,
Hey,
good morning,
bud.
fellas.
What's up?
Hey, I mean, I think Styles has to probably be it, but I mean, addressing the entire defense the way that they did with as many holes and how slow they were, and I think that they put themselves in a position to really play against the NFC East offenses, which I think you have to construct your defense or your whole team around the strengths of your divisional foes. But Styles for sure. But again, just secondary, just addressing the defense as aggressively as they did. I think that was great.
They
Yeah.
did, man.
So Brian Manning on Commander's Wire had the quotes from Bill Barnwell. Here's what he said. Dan Quinn's defense allowed 9.3 yards per drop back last season. That was the worst mark of any team in the NFL and the second worst mark of any defense in that scenario over the past 10 years. General Manager Adam Peters made major upgrades in the front 7, but the secondary should also be better. Amik Robertson, who should start in 3 cornerback sets, quietly became an important player for the Lions in 2024. It was telling that the defense finally collapsed after Robertson got hurt 2 snaps into the divisional round loss to, coincidentally, the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Peters also added veteran depth in Akello Witherspoon, who has generally been solid when called upon over the past few seasons in Los Angeles. Nick Cross signed on a 2-year, $13 million deal. Should be able to help near the line of scrimmage as a blitzer for new coordinator Durante Jones. Yeah, I didn't realize that the secondary was that historically bad.
I mean, they were giving up play after play after play for most, and they were
also-
also pretty bad at tackling.
And if you're not generating, an efficient pass rush, people can
Yeah,
pick
it's a lot
apart
of
your
pressure.
secondary.
True.
See, that's where Owe could be the biggest addition. 1-800-636-1067. Want to hear from Commanders fans. What do you think's been the biggest offseason move for the Commanders? If Owe's never done it, but let's say Owe, people believe in his potential, turns into like a 15-sack guy, that would be, to me, the biggest move.
Oh, that would be massive.
I mean,
That would
that's
be
why
massive.
that's why you paid him the $68 million guaranteed, because you feel like he's got that potential to be a 13 to 15 sack guy in your defense.
Valdez, what was the rap on Owe in Baltimore? Because this season, he didn't have a sack for the Ravens, right?
Right. There's
All
a lot
his sacks were once he was traded.
There's a lot of people that think it was scheme related. He was decent. when he was on the Ravens. He wasn't a superstar.
What?
But the lack of production, a lot of people can attribute it to scheme issue.
One thing that I was encouraged about is I didn't quite realize it, but Owe, pretty sure, was a former first-round pick, right? And so was...
Yeah, I think he was the last...
He was 31.
It was one of the last picks in the first round.
So he was a high
2021.
pick. I mean, not the top of the draft, but a high pick, first-round pick. And I think Chason, I believe, was also a former first-round pick. Kind of under the radar in that sense. Maybe those guys finally found their stride or whatever. Took a couple years.
He was 20th overall, Chason in 2020.
Right. So, quality athletes there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it took them a while to figure it out.
Overall, their defense got younger and faster.
I think that there's going to be, with Styles in particular, I think there's going to be some Monday mornings where, Redskins or Commanders fans will say, man, whoever they were playing took advantage of a rookie there. But I think more often than not, you're going to come in on Monday morning going, man, he made some big plays.
There's a new leader on the defense. His name's Sonny Styles.
Thank the Lord we were able to draft Sonny Styles. That's just my gut on this kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to play like a veteran, not so much as a rookie.
I hope you're right.
I think he's going to make plays.
He looks smooth. I mean, obviously, it's very hard to tell anything, but he certainly looks smooth.
Yeah.
Like when they show him in those little packages, the media is there, and they're not doing much, but they he shuffle and he drops back, and you can just see. I mean, he's an unbelievable athlete.
And his strides, he's got long strides. He's big, 6'5". He's got long strides. He can move. He's fast.
So
he gets to whoever ball carrier.
Like
he gets to them quick.
You're not going to be terrified in week 1 if Saquon goes out in the flat and Sonny Styles has to try to get an angle on him. Like he's got the speed
to get
and
there.
the range
to
cover a guy like that.
Correct.
And that's something that this defense has been lacking over the last few years.
He's got it on paper. He's got to deliver it.
Yeah.
So
you're right.
We keep talking about they're still not done. Right, they're obviously going to sign more guys. Obviously, receivers one where most people think they're probably going to at least add one more person, and we keep focusing on Diggs and Ayuk for good reason. But Debo put out a video. He did one of those bits. He put out a video on his Instagram, and I don't know if you guys saw it.
Did not.
But it's real, not AI. I mean, maybe it's fake on it, but it's on his own Instagram.
All right.
And
were you impressed?
I mean,
I'm going to go to Debo Samuel Instagram.
Maybe he's only doing it for one day, but they got him grinding pretty hard. They got him in the weight room. He's sweating his ass off. Looks like obviously he's selling himself, right? He's trying to get it back. And whoever put together this video, they did a good job. I think he's in the sauna, he's boxing, he's lifting, he's sprinting. I mean, they're showing all of sort of the off-season things that Debo's doing.
Oh, yeah, it's a good edit.
It's a good edit. It's a good video.
This is what I'm not seeing from Ayuk. All the talk from Ayuk, I would think Ayuk would be showing some workout videos instead of just showing like videos of his bling.
So when you see a video like that, let's just assume, let's take it at face value. Let's assume that there's some genuineness to it, and that's not like a one-day workout that they filmed to put it out there. That this is kind of what he's doing. And he's trying to be in the best shape of his life, as best he can be at 30.
Mm-hmm. You'd be okay bringing him back?
I'd be okay with bringing him back.
I mean, he gave you production. It was maybe not what everybody expected. I think people thought he was going to get more carries and be more impactful.
I thought he was going to be more explosive.
When he was
but
running out of the backfield.
I think he was hurt for a big chunk of the season.
He also had dud quarterbacks. And a lot of times he was lining up as the number one receiver, too.
Yeah.
He's not a number one receiver.
No.
But when Terry wasn't there, who was the number one receiver?
Yep.
So I have no problem with bringing back
Does that get... Is that just...
It doesn't move me that much in that probably every NFL wide receiver could put out a similar video that would look just as impressive.
To me, it's for sure of desperation. Like he.
Oh, so you don't think that makes?
I'm sure he's doing what he has to do to get ready for the season, but I think he looks at the fact that he hasn't been signed yet. He knows he's not going to get the money that he was hoping that he would get at the start of free agency.
Okay,
so
but he's still going to help somebody, whoever signs him.
Agreed. He's just not going to make
the
money that he thought he was.
I don't care about the money. They'll figure that out. It's obviously not going to be top top of the food chain.
Maybe
money.
the best fit for him is a team that has a couple studs already at receiver, and then he can just kind of be more of a role guy and make big plays. You know, you're not really counting on him to put up huge numbers each week, and he could be more of a role player. maybe the Rams would be a good example, or Seattle. But I think he's going to help.
Do you
whoever
think he
signs
could
him.
be productive at this stage in his career?
Yes, 100%.
Given
He was
the right
productive last
circumstances.
season.
Yeah.
He was productive last season with mostly a backup quarterback and with
Marcus
half the
Mariota,
time
less carries.
his number one receiver not being there.
Right.
So the pressure was on him, and he gave you 72 catches and 727 yards and 5 touchdowns. If I told you right now, Antonio Williams' rookie season is going to be 72 catches and 727 yards
I
and
would
5
think he'd be in
touchdowns.
the running for rookie of the
That's
year.
huge.
Yeah, you
I
would
think
say
he'd be in the
you
running.
would say I'd take that in a heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
So this is a guy who's done it for your organization.
This is a really well done video.
Yeah, he's got a social media guy.
This is a really well done video.
If you actually look at his Instagram, you can look. He's got somebody running his.
But you bring up a great point. Why is Ayuk not putting out this video? And by the way, you go to his Instagram and there's nothing but workout pictures and lifting. And this is from
Debo.
This is from a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
He's putting out that sizzle reel.
I mean,
That's exactly what it is.
That's what it is.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
he's promoting himself, which is what I think you should
he's
do.
pimping the product.
By the way, it's what my kids do in the recruiting process. You put out videos.
I would rather have Debo Samuel than Brandon Ayuk.
Me too.
I'd rather have
I
Stephon
know you
Diggs
want
over
Diggs.
either of those guys.
That's a separate question.
Yeah.
But if
I had to choose
Debo or
between those
Ayuk,
two, not even close. I'd rather have Debo.
That's
not even close.
That's an interesting question, JP.
What?
I think you might be right.
What?
Debo or Ayuk? Just because Ayuk is such a question mark.
I'll put that up as our Junkies poll of the
I
day,
think that's a
sponsored
good
by
one.
Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles, pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. And even though we know sizzle reels mean nothing,
kind of mean.
Why doesn't Ayuk show me one?
Just show something. Listen, the ones that I'm unimpressed with are like Deshaun Jackson at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Like just running around
Running
a few
around the
coves.
sand.
Like running around the sand for a little bit, and then having a Coors Light afterwards.
Yeah,
that's not as impressive. This is like real sweat.
Let's go to Tailgate Ted real quick. Maybe he wants to chime in on the team's best move.
Ted,
what's up, buddy?
What's going on, boys? How you guys doing?
Hey, doing great.
Ted, what's up?
So I'm super bullish on Chig. I think he's going to fill in a huge gap that was missing last year when Zach Ertz was just kind of too old and too slow. And I think he's going to give Jade that outlet and get a chance to really open up this offense and help out this kind of suspect receiving core that we've got. And I know he's not a huge name in the signing, but I got a feeling he's really going to open up this offense for Jade and bring it back to what it was in 2024.
I mean,
I think
he
you're
was
right.
a pretty big signing. Like this regime doesn't give like a lot of money in long-term deals. He got the 3-year deal, like $10 million per.
Yeah.
Like that's a pretty big cash outlay for a tight end who didn't have huge numbers coming out of
And
Tennessee.
I think he's 26.
They
he's
believe
young.
in him.
26, maybe
Yeah,
27.
he's
He's
young.
young.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had an argument about him
And hearing
yesterday.
JP Finley.
Yep.
JP and some of the beat reporters are talking about just how fast he was running routes. And I get they're in the bubble and it's 7-on-7 and there's no real defenders. But just what this guy can do after he actually catches the ball and what he can do in space. And I don't care if we don't bring in another wide receiver because I think he's going to be the other weapon that we need out there.
Yeah. In 2025, by the way, Chig ranked top 10 in yak among tight ends with 342 yards and roughly in the top 25% of all pass catchers. So he's going to get yards after the catch in this offense.
Mm-hmm. You got that right.
Yeah.
Fantasy picks, number 1 tight end.
That's our guy.
All right. Thank
big
you.
Big on Chig.
Thank you, Ted.
Trademark it.
I'm big on Chig.
Get those T-shirts out there.
It's a good one.
Big on Chig.
Big on Chig.
Add it to the shop.
Add it. Get it in there.
1-800-636-1067. What do you think the Commanders' best offseason move was? We'll do that and get into EB's entertainment page here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish, let's be honest, who's not trying to crush their drive. My guy Josh Cochran and his team at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping you do exactly that during their Memorial Day sales event all month long. Step into a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. Lease it for $255 a month. Go long in a new 2026 Forester, 3.9% APR for 48 months. Lease that as low as $339. Or grab a new 2026 Outback from Bayer, 2.9% APR for 48 months. You can lease it for just $345 a month. One thing I really respect about these guys over there at Bayer, they don't just care about what you're driving. Bayer Subaru is currently partnering with local animal shelters and community programs all across Northern Virginia. Pretty cool. My buddy Josh isn't just cooking up silly deals. He's firing up the grill tomorrow. If you head on by the dealership, he's got burgers and dogs for you. And make sure you tell him Bish sent you. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online today, BuyerSubaru.com.
We're going to get back into the Commanders and OTAs coming up at 9:25 as Fred Smoot joins us. We always love our Smoot Smack. Let's sneak in a phone call before we open up the entertainment page.
I can't even see the name. Hey, what's up, man? You're over the Junks.
Yo, you there?
All right. Guess they're not there.
Wasn't ready for it. Not ready for prime time.
Are you ready for the EP?
Sure. Why not?
Brought to you by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you could check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, we always talk about this, the Orgy Dome cakes at Burning Man. So
we
apparently,
always talk about this?
Yeah, because it's just riveting. Anytime we talk about Burning Man, people go over there, get hammered, do whatever they do. They've had, for like 20 years, they have this structure. It's called the Orgy Dome.
Different than the Intuit Dome? Way different, I'm assuming?
I think it's way different.
Alamo Dome, Carrier Dome,
Superdome.
Last year,
the
though,
domes.
they held the Burning Man Festival, and they didn't have it. I guess because of high winds, it pounded the dome. It pounded the dome cakes, and
the
the
Orgy
damage
Dome?
was too extensive to host for all their events. I guess they're asking for some money to help erect it once again.
A lot of puns in this story, and I'm here for it.
Can you imagine?
I
You
could
go to
never
a
imagine.
festival.
I could never imagine going to Burning Man. It sounds like just a terrible idea.
When is it held every year? Is it held at the same time every year, or
I think so.
I don't even know.
so it's like middle of the summer?
It's held in Nevada, right? In the desert,
it's in the
somewhere
desert.
in Nevada,
Yeah.
every year.
They
I
say
think it's sometime in the middle of the summer.
they need
Wouldn't that be brutal?
$25,000. I guess I don't know. They need $25,000 for the main play space, a 50-foot, they call it geodesic dome. Another $5,000 will go towards a 50-foot circus tent for the waiting area. And $3,000 is needed for a 30-foot circus tent to be used as an orientation and consent space. Probably we got to sign all your documents before you go in
Yeah.
there and all hell breaks loose.
August 30th to September 7th is Burning Man this year.
In
They
the, in
say-
the desert. Oof.
The Orgy Dome draws roughly 10% of all attendees each year. So if your girlfriend and friends go to Burning Man,
Yeah.
there's a 1 in 10 shot at worst or at best that they're not walking into the Orgy Dome.
Here's the description of Burning Man on Wikipedia. It's a large-scale desert event focused on, quote, community, art, self-expression, and self-reliance. I'm not interested in most of those things. So
Especially the desert.
I'll never go to Burning Man.
Yeah.
You'll never see me there.
Pretty much out on any festival for the most part. I know you're a festival guy. You got a couple you do.
I'm going to Warped Tour in 3 weeks.
You'd love to go to Ocean's Calling.
Yeah, that's true. That's like a normal thing. It's like a normal concert series, sort of. It's not like
Yeah.
everybody's in the mud.
Like at Woodstock or drab T-shirt at Woodstock. with all
lighting
the new
everything on
metal back in
fire.
1999.
Well, it's like psychedelic camping.
Yeah.
I'm not big on camping.
I'm not
I've learned I'm not big on camping. It's not my thing. I like a normal bed.
Yeah.
I don't need to
That's
sleep
something
on,
I'll never.
I don't need to sleep
I've
on an air
nev- I have
mattress.
never done and will never do in my life is camp.
Last time I went camping was both you guys were there, right?
Yeah. It's the last time I
For our
went camping
buddies'
too.
wacky bachelor party in the
That was
woods.
a long
That
time
was
ago.
20
He's
plus
since
years
divorced
ago.
that wife.
Yeah. That was a long time
Yeah.
ago.
Was that
Anthony
I didn't know. I
Edwards
didn't know.
is in the news cakes. I guess he's got some baby mama drama. Of course, Anthony recently signed, or I don't know at what point he signed it, but I guess in 2023, a 5-year deal worth up to $260 million.
That has to be a Supermax deal, right?
He's
Sounds like it.
battling two different baby mamas in court. They say one of them, I think, only makes about $1,000 a month. He makes
way more than
He
$1,000
makes
a month.
probably
They say in gross
$5 million.
In gross monthly income, he makes 3.3 milli.
That's
a
just from his
month.
NBA deal. Doesn't count endorsements.
I think so.
I think that's
I think he's got a Sprite endorsement. That's a pretty big one. You get a Sprite endorsement, you're kind of big.
They say he's paying around $12,500 a month in child support to the mother. She obviously wants more.
Yeah, she wants that. She wants a bit of a raise.
It's a pretty good amount of
You're
child
paying
support.
12,000 times 12. That's about 145,000 ish. Whatever. 150K a year.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
To raise a kid, you should be able to raise a kid on 140,000.
You certainly can, but it's going to be totally different. Like if you're spending time with dad or mom, two totally different experiences. Especially when your mom's making 1K a month.
Yeah. What does she make her 1K a month doing?
I don't know.
Radio, shorts and radio, easiest layup ever, JP.
It's possible. Somebody did point out that with the questions, just a side note around Darren Peterson, that Anthony Edwards also, before the draft, kind of told people, apparently, I don't remember this, that he didn't really love basketball. And there were some questions to his commitment. And he's turned out to be a big superstar. Some people were questioning his motivation and desire to play.
And
Prior
Alex
to the
Sarr
draft.
didn't want to go to, who had the number 1 pick that year?
Atlanta.
He didn't want to go to Atlanta.
They got that bum Reece
Ricochet, yeah.
But
Thank
that's
God.
a red flag in a way when you're picking a guy that doesn't want to go to a certain spot.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or it just means he's being savvy.
I agree with you. Sometimes
Yeah.
I'm just saying that people sometimes will call that a red flag.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
And
It'd
also,
be difficult.
If
Be a
I were
little
the
more
Hawks again, and I loved Sarr, and I wasn't so high on Reece Lachey, I'm not going to care that he doesn't want to play in Atlanta. You're just going to have to learn to play in Atlanta, even if you don't love it. Sorry.
All right, we talked about the Freedom 250 show or whatever that's going to be happening there for, I guess, a couple weeks. Celebrate the 250-year anniversary right of the Country Cakes. And a bunch of acts are pulling out.
So my guy Brett Michaels said,
Brett
thanks,
Michaels,
but no thanks. I'm out.
Dunsky. He cites threats and safety concerns for his reason for departing. I read a brief statement from Martina McBride. She said she was told it was going to be a, what do you call it when it's a non-political event? Like it was going to be
Nonpartisan?
Nonpartisan thing. She says being used for it. So she's out. Young MC, he's out.
Why?
I don't know.
Young MC's
The
canceling on
Commodores,
you.
they're out. Morris Day, out. Let me see.
What about the time?
Morris Day and the time. I'm guessing
No,
they're
the time's
out too.
in. Morris Day's
Yeah.
out.
The frontman for CNC Music Factory, Freedom Williams, say he's still uncertain.
Bap, 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 bap. That's all I know from CNC Music
When
Factory.
is that supposed to happen? Is that July 4th?
Around
It's like you're leading up
some
to
of them
July
were
4th.
before. I think Brett Michaels originally was scheduled
July
for
3rd.
after.
No, I
Only
think he was July
two.
3rd.
Oh, I thought it was after.
Of the 9 acts, that
Who's
they-
still remaining?
Well, only 2 have declared for sure they're going.
Okay.
They're gonna have to hire like cover bands.
Vanilla Ice, he says I'm down.
Okay.
Robbie Van Winkle.
Robbie Van Winkle's going to be on the mall.
And then the one guy from Milli Vanilli is still alive. Fab.
Fab.
Fab
Who's the
said
other
he's
guy?
coming.
Rob.
Yeah, I
Fab
think
and
Rob.
Rob.
Rob might have donked himself
Fab
off or
and
something.
Rob
Pilatus.
Pilatus.
Yeah, the
Pilates.
Rob guy is Dunsky. He's pushing
He's
a daisy.
definitely got.
I mean, I would bet my life on it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, during the break, this is entertainment related. I told the boys we need to get Kevin on next week.
Okay.
Kevin McCarthy, our former movie reviewer.
Yeah.
A lot of people ask whatever happened to Kevin.
He moved out to LA. Yeah.
All right, he's doing a podcast. He's become big time.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw yesterday on Instagram or on Twitter, he's doing a 30-minute sit down with Steven Spielberg for Disclosure Day.
I've seen him interviewed Spielberg like a dozen times already.
Yeah, but I don't know that he's ever done a long form.
Okay.
Remember, he always would do, those press tours where you get like 5 minutes with a guy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's doing 30 minutes with Steven Spielberg. And then the boys pointed out the other big movie this summer is The Odyssey. Not Odyssey. The Odyssey.
Yes.
Which is a Christopher Nolan film. I know Matt Damon's in that.
What's the Odyssey about?
Well, I mean, it's a famous book.
It's a very famous book.
I have no idea.
It's always on Jeopardy, and I always feel dumb because I don't.
Who wrote
know.
it?
Homer.
Okay, yeah.
Homer wrote
Kinda
it. I
rings a bell.
don't, don't really know what it's about.
It's a journey.
I should know what it's about, but I
What
don't.
country?
It's what?
What country is the Odyssey about? Greece.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Is that true?
Yeah.
It's
Total
about
guess.
Odysseus, Odyssey, the Greek king of Ithaca, and chronicles his long and perilous journey
you spent a lot
home
of time in
after the
Ithaca.
Trojan War.
Different Ithaca, I
Yeah.
think.
And then he tries to
Slightly.
reunite with his wife.
There's something about a Trojan horse in there. I know that's
Yes.
part of the deal.
Helen of blank.
I know the answer to that
Yeah.
one. You don't know Helen of blank?
Helen of
Okay, first letter.
T.
T
Helen, second letter.
R.
Troy.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
But I don't know what that means. I mean, I just have heard
Troy was a place.
that. Yeah.
Trojans came
Isn't
from
there
Troy.
a Troy State?
There's
Yeah.
a Troy.
What's
yeah.
Troy? Yeah.
Alabama.
Yeah, but it's not Troy State.
Is it Troy
No,
University?
Is
Maybe.
it Troy
It's a
University?
Troy
I think you're right.
I think it's just
Yeah.
Troy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could stand to read the Odyssey. We'd learn a lot.
I don't give a rat's ass about the Odyssey.
I generally don't either.
And
I
I
probably
guarantee I
won't read
won't
it.
see
Didn't we
this
read it
film.
in high school?
No. How many
I
pages?
did not.
How many pages is the Odyssey?
I did not.
A million.
It's one page too long.
It's probably a million pages.
Probably 100 pages too long.
It's probably 500 pages too long.
I'm trying to think what classic book I ever like. Give me some of the classics we were supposed to
To
read.
Kill a Mockingbird?
I think I read that, but I don't
Dracula.
remember. No.
Moby Dick.
Most
What's
editions
Moby
of
Dick
the
about?
Odyssey.
What's Moby Dick
A
about?
whale.
I know, but what happens?
Captain Ahab trying to find the white whale. Moby Dick.
I think I read that.
He definitely has a peg leg.
I think I read that.
Huck Finn.
Yeah. Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
We did.
Yeah,
Tom
you definitely
Sawyer?
read
I don't
those.
know.
You
I
had
don't
it.
know, dude.
Required reading.
The
I
worst
would
required
read it
reading.
and then regurgitate it and then forget it.
Not
Like,
even
I
close.
hated every
Probably
second of it.
Shakespeare, some Shakespeare nonsense that you were required to read at some point. The worst book I ever was forced to read, Canterbury Tales by
read
Chaucer.
Catcher in the
That's
Rye.
a piece of garbage.
Great
I think I read Catcher in
Expectations
the
was
Rye.
terrible.
Don't remember anything about it.
Great Expectations. Is it Charles
Holden-
Dickens?
Holden Caulfield. Is that right?
Yeah, is that
Yeah, I think I read it, but I don't know anything about it.
Oh,
I remember
Dictionary
nothing.
Raider.
I remember nothing.
We read it all in Dan McMahon's class.
I didn't have him.
It didn't
I had Hibby.
Didn't
I had Hibby too.
Yeah.
bang a prostitute in the book?
I haven't read it. I wouldn't know.
Holden did?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
The Coming of Age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Coming of Age is a good song.
Who sings it?
Oh, it's Damn Yankees, right?
See if you can find
Or
it.
different. Well, we're thinking about a different song.
I think I'm thinking of a different song.
This kind of sucks. If you're Brad Pitt, I know things aren't great between he and Angelina Jolie, but one of their kids,
Foster the people.
Maddox,
Foster the people.
is dropping Pitt from his surname. So he's no longer going to be Maddox Jolie Pitt. He's just going to be Maddox Siobhan Jolie. So there you go. Pitt Dunsky.
Brad's bitter.
Huh?
Brad's bitter.
I think I would be bitter. Although they haven't been together forever, right? And I definitely think that the
Angelina Jolie.
very strained relationship. And last but not least, I know I got to go. The Stephen Colbert show's done. Byron Allen, I guess, is doing some Comic Unleashed thing instead. They lost about 85% of the previous audience.
Went from 7 million to 995,000.
Less than a million. We'll see.
audience
See if they
erosion.
can build it up. They're starting from scratch.
Have you ever watched those Byron Allen shows?
No.
It's a
Been a
big
long
so
time.
cheesy.
Like in the 70s.
Same answer as did I read the Odyssey? No.
It says here between 300 to 500 pages.
That's a lot. It's a lot of
Remember,
pages.
Fred Smoot, former Redskins corner, is going to join us coming up at 9:25 as we talk about Commanders OTAs.
All right, guys, we're flush in the middle of major season, which means more weekends sitting on the couch thinking you could hit that shot. Meanwhile, there's a major opportunity happening right now over at BMW Fairfax. Michael Miriam's got new X1s, X3s, and over 100 new X5s in stock, all with 1.99% APR. Or you can go crazy low with 0.9% APR on a new X7. Just like a good caddy can save you a few strokes, BMW Fairfax is helping folks save a little scratch too. You could stack BMW's military incentives on top. Active duty, veterans, reserves, National Guard, spouses, all that. You might be eligible for savings and not even realizing it. So before the next major tease off, do what I did. Make your major upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Ask my girl Miriam, tell her EB sent you for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Check out BMWFairfax.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We'll talk some more Washington Commanders at 9:25 with Fred Smoot talking about the OTAs which are going on right now, or actually went on Tuesday through Thursday. Couple things I wanted to bring up. One, Capitals related. Still haven't heard the word on Ovi. I think everybody in this room expects him to come back, but there actually is a bit of an update from ESPN. Emily Kaplan reported that she has a bit of a timeline.
Ooh, okay.
On
I'd like to
whether
hear
he
it.
is expected to return or not. Now, Ovi is in Russia.
Yes.
This from the report.
Shocker.
Ovechkin's mother, Tatiana, one of his closest confidants, has also been in Russia as he considers the next step. The most recent timeline I was given, this from Emily Kaplan, was around the draft, before or shortly after when many players begin ramping up off-season training. So that gives us about a month because the NHL draft
July
is scheduled for June 26th and the 27th at KeyBank Center in Buffalo.
Okay.
So maybe a month till we get official word. We have the Ovechkin meter here, which we changed from goals to go once he passed that
Yes.
to years to go. I thought you had 2 on there at one point.
Yeah, I got to put it back. Why is it turned off?
I don't know.
Which is on a hiatus? I have to turn it back up.
Hey, get 2 up, Beth, because we believe he's got 2 years to go. I would go 1.
I think didn't he say he wanted a 2-year contract?
I think that was one of the reports.
I thought they said what would be a perfect scenario. He said a 2-year contract.
I think it's going to take about 2 years for Cakes to figure out how to turn that back on.
I don't think it's plugged in. I think it needs a plug.
It's definitely not plugged in. I mean, you didn't realize that, Cakes? It's
Well, it
not
needed a
plugged in.
plug, or did it have, or was it battery operated?
It's too much. It's too much. You're not going to do that during the show.
So that's an update on Ovi. I mean, it's not much of an update, but there's a timeline there, right? So they expect right around the draft.
Somebody told me, somebody connected with the team, that would this surprise you that Ovi was like privately complaining about his not being used enough.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like you know how like he wasn't in all the defensive zones or whatever, and
Not on the power play the whole time anymore.
Yeah. That you know, everyone obviously supports him, but he was, you know, like any player that I guess that might be unhappy with his time, he'd be vocal about it.
He was complaining. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
He wouldn't be
vocal about
quiet.
it.
He wouldn't be quiet.
if he
about it.
didn't. If he felt like he wasn't out there like he should be.
Yeah.
And that's something that they had to deal with all year, I guess.
I put a sign that says maybe 2 there, but it's floppy.
Yeah.
It's too floppy.
You got to fix it. You can
Yeah,
fix
it's not
it during
structurally
the break.
sound.
Yeah.
You can fix it during
Yeah.
the break.
Cakes has moved on from his Raiders fandom.
Yes, I've officially broken up with the now Las Vegas Raiders.
But the Vegas Raiders fan base is excited, much like the Washington Wizards fan base is excited with the number 1 pick because they had the number 1 pick and they drafted Fernando Mendoza. Now they added Kirk Cousins and the expectations, and this is coming from Raiders management, is that Kirk wasn't brought in just to hold the clipboard. But this is from the latest reports. It says that Fernando Mendoza has wowed the Vegas Raiders coaching staff at every turn since they made Mendoza the first overall pick.
Insinuating that he may be week 1 starter.
They say still the plan is Kirk Cousins at 1, but the coordinators and the quarterbacks coach, everybody has been blown away. Shocker, he has great work ethic. He seems like one of those guys. Say, I think he's a guy that wants to come in and grind every day, work all 3 of those guys because he starts throwing in the other quarterbacks. Cousins, Aiden O'Connell's the QB3.
Wow.
He says they want to work, they want to learn, but that he's a guy that doesn't want to just know the what's behind every play. He wants to know the whys behind every play.
That makes sense. That's how you learn, I think.
I think most people don't believe Fernando Mendoza has the upside of being like the best quarterback in the NFL. They kind of pigeonhole him as a guy who's going to be good, but not necessarily Josh Allen level
Kind of
or
like Kirk Cousins.
right.
Like
They don't believe he's going to
really
turn
good
into.
moments.
They don't believe he's going to turn into Patrick Mahomes or Josh
Why
Allen.
can't he be Tom Brady?
Maybe he can.
Why? Maybe he's just.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
That's why it's interesting
I
because
have a hard time believing he's going to
Well, I mean, come on.
evolve into something
What
of
if
that
it's-
level,
he's
that
just
magnitude.
elite work ethic.
All right, but could he turn into Joe Burrow? like when you think of the top quarterbacks, it's usually the same 4 guys, right? Throw Lamar in there, Burrow.
For whatever reason,
you throw in
I think of
Mahomes.
him. I think of him in this
and Josh Allen.
This
Well,
sort
and
of
Stafford. I think
tier.
you have to throw in
I think he's like. I think he's going to be like Jared Goff, which isn't bad. Jared Goff's a really good NFL quarterback, but he's not.
Stafford.
Nobody would call him elite or great.
I like Matt Stafford a lot, and I crushed him.
Yeah.
Earlier in his
I
career,
don't think he'll ever reach Matt Stafford.
But Stafford is
No,
like
I'm saying,
an elite arm.
I'm just saying, out of all those guys he's mentioning, I think you have to add Stafford. To
I
that
think his ceiling is Jared Goff-esque level.
What about Justin Herbert? He won't reach Justin Herbert levels.
I think he could.
They're just different
Maybe.
players, right? Isn't Herbert more? You almost feel like
I
just
always
a
think of Herbert as
bigger
like
athlete,
the 8th or
better
9th best
athlete.
quarterback in the league.
I think
Somewhere in that
Mendoza's
territory.
sneaky athletic. I think he's more athletic than you think.
Yeah.
I mean, think of that play.
He can run.
Where he gets in the end
ran,
zone.
He can
bowled
run.
guys over.
Okay.
For his
That's
size, he can
one
run.
play.
I mean,
I'll say
he's not Lamar,
I'm
but
not
he can run.
overestimating one play
When
in
a
his
guy
college
has that
career.
I
kind
mean,
of-
he's a better runner than guys like Stafford and Burrow. and
When
guys
he
like
has that kind of work ethic, I'm not betting against him. I don't know. I'm not going to put a ceiling on him. I don't know how good he can be.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen the reports, and we had that donk, Daniel Kelly, on who says he can't throw to the outside or he can only throw to the outside. I
can't
forget.
take him seriously. I mean, he's a great guest.
Yes.
Because he has polarizing opinions. But when he holds fast to that Spencer Rattler is the best quarterback in his class,
Yeah.
I have a hard time taking him seriously.
Well, understandably. But maybe he'll be right. But this is another storyline that makes it interesting.
Place a bet today, I would bet on Mendoza being pretty good, not great. Like he maxes out.
That
and
seems
it's a
like what
pretty good
everybody's
quarterback.
ceiling is with him.
It's just kind
like
of
you said,
led.
it's in that Kirk Cousins level or Jared Goff.
But you know what I think he is, and maybe this sounds crazy, but I think he's obviously proven he could take you to a championship.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you put the right team around him,
At Indiana.
yeah, if you put the right team around him and the right coaching, stars align a little bit. Why couldn't he win a Super Bowl for your team?
He could.
I think he could.
Yeah,
He could.
I know the Raiders think that he could.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who are the studs receivers for the Raiders. I mean, obviously they got Bowers at tight end, but
I don't think they have.
They don't have any
They
studs.
signed Jalen Naylor in free agency.
Yeah,
They drafted. Is it Jack Besh?
I
don't know if I got
a
his
couple years ago,
like,
right?
Like he's coming into year 2. Like they don't have a great wideout room.
Just interesting to
and they got
monitor.
Trey Tucker. Yeah, they don't have great.
Apparently, he's wowing
Receivers.
the coaching staff
Yeah.
in Vegas. So we'll see how long it takes.
He's
going to
throw to
start.
Brock Bowers 200 times.
I would think.
Coming up next, what a shocking number of parents do with their children.
Hey, it's Bish here. The Pentagon Memorial Fund invites you to the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. This event promises to be a memorable golf experience featuring special guest PGA Tour pro Billy Hurley and an appearance by B. Mitch and JP Finley. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. You can learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org.
Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders wrap up their first round of OTAs today. The next round arrives June 2nd through the 4th. The San Antonio Spurs have forced a Game 7 elimination game goes to San Antonio 118-91 over the defending champion Thunder. Victor Wembanyama looked like the all-pro he is, 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks. One seed Yannick Sinner lost to Juan Manuel Cerundolo at the French Open, but Francis Tiafoe advances. Ben Shelton, the setback, though, he falls. NCAA baseball today, 5 p.m. VCU against UNC, 7 p.m. UVA against Jacksonville State, 8 p.m. Virginia Tech against Cal Poly. Tragic news from the NHL. Claude Lemieux, who won 4 Stanley Cups, has passed away at the age of 60. One of his former teams, the Montreal Canadiens, playing at Carolina tonight, Game 5. Canes lead the series 3-1. Nats and Padres at 6:45 tonight on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bishcake, CB, and JP. That's the foursome. Joining us in about 20 minutes, Fred Smoot, former Redskins cornerback, to give us the latest on Commanders OTAs. We can focus on the defense now being run by new defensive coordinator Durante Jones, all the new additions from free agency to the draft, what he thinks of Sonny Styles, and more. So that's coming up in 20 minutes. But I mentioned something that is surprising, that the number of parents that still do this with their kids. According to a new study, Gen Z parents, at a pretty surprising rate, still spank their kids.
Spanking still alive and well in 2026?
According to the research, this demographic, it's like up, it says 20% have raised their hand at the kid. Meanwhile, Gen Xers, it's 45% admitted to spanking their children. So we're Gen X, right?
We're Gen Xers, yes.
Yeah.
So it should be less and less, right?
What's the percentage?
45% of Gen Xers.
45%.
But then Gen Zs, which is like now, and millennial parents, like people that have kids now, still 20%.
Yeah.
Raising their hands.
I've never spanked my kids.
No.
It's not something I just believe in.
Yeah, not a thing.
I mean, if you want to do it,
Never did it.
Knock yourself out. You know,
Never did it ever.
I think my mom might have spanked me a few times, but nothing.
It's a different generation.
Different generation. I told the story. I had a neighbor down the street. I was over there, and the dad he took out the belt, you know, and that was terrifying. I watched it.
Sure,
scary. You know,
I don't know that I
they
ever had the
messed up.
belt.
He
but
took the belt off, and they got a few licks.
I know you said you remember my dad chasing me at least once or twice.
What? With
I
the
remember
belt?
him chasing you around like with his big old boots.
I think he wanted to
I
spank
think he
me.
wanted to kick you.
Wanted to give you the boots.
Well,
For real,
I was
I'm pretty
quick.
sure
I used to.
Were you
wanted to
worse?
kick you.
Were you worse than your brother as a kid?
I think we were probably
About
comparable.
About the same.
JP didn't do anything
He was
bad,
he was a
but-
little bit. My brother actually was more like later in life, not like a day to day when you're a kid thing, but
Yeah.
like he threw a party at the house when my parents were away,
Ooh, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
and they knew something was up because
Yeah.
I believe Cakes' brother was
My cousin did that.
Cakes' brother was moving a trash can down to the bottom of the driveway, and they thought it was suspicious.
Yeah, well, it probably
Because my
was.
brother said something like, "Oh yeah, Ross was sleeping over," but it was like 25 guys from DeMatha
Yeah.
coming over. And then my dad went to, we didn't have a liquor cabinet, but all of a sudden there were a bunch of liquor bottles in that trash can.
Yeah, they got sloppy.
And, well, they were really sloppy because they waited to the last minute to clean up.
Yeah.
They didn't cover their tracks.
If my mother could have spanked my cousin back in 1992
When the deck fell?
when the deck fell, when she was out of the country on
He had a
work,
party.
and he was he told her he was going over there to cut the grass. So he and his buddy were sitting on the deck, and it just collapsed.
Yeah.
That's what he told my mom.
Anytime a kid tells you they're going to go over do a chore that they shouldn't be doing,
Yeah.
or you see them doing something that's out of the ordinary, they're
Yeah.
probably up to no good.
Right.
I just don't think spanking helps. So according to this study,
it might.
15% of the 4,000 adults surveyed reported they believe spanking was necessary to raise a child properly.
I think Mike Moore was probably spanked.
You look like a spanked kid.
I
Mike,
don't know.
Mike, your
He looks
parents
like a
spank
kid,
you?
and he probably deserved
Looks
it.
like a mischievous kid.
Yeah, probably
I
deserved
don't know. I
it.
met his mom at the golf course.
No, I don't think his
last
mom.
year.
I think his dad probably
the
spanked
pops,
him. Yeah.
Papa Mar.
Were you spanked, Mar?
Well, no, I was just telling Drab this story. So back when I was like 3 years old, I had this little plastic mower. When my dad would mow on Saturdays, I'd follow behind him.
Right.
And it was kind of like, oh, like, you know,
Cute.
I'm mowing too.
Yeah.
So he ran out of gas. So he took off the gas tank thing and went in the garage to go get some. And then he
Right.
went inside to get a water. And when
Right.
he came back,
You're
I-
mowing the lawn.
No, I had taken like leaves and sticks and dirt and put it in the gas tank.
Okay,
and
all right.
broke the
You
mower.
probably should get a whooping.
Yeah.
Oh, he
That's
was
probably
not. He
deserving.
was not.
That's
sized.
whooping worthy.
Did you
Well,
get the buns? Did you have to
Oh,
bend
yeah,
over?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
part of
not-
Take your pants off.
Part of that's on your dad because he left the gas cap off and he left you unattended. Like that's kind of on your dad too.
Yeah, and then the classic like soap in the mouth. If you speak out of turn.
You had that bit happen.
Yeah, at a young age.
Yeah, say the F word, they put hot sauce on your tongue.
That happened to EB. It clearly didn't work because you curse more than anybody I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's making up for lost time.
I eventually
This
had
point.
to sit down with my mom. Like, do you want to be around me?
Yeah,
Because I'm just.
she
I
just
don't mean
has
anything
to.
hard.
She just has to eat it.
Just being comfortable. I just want to be comfortable. Yeah.
You have to tell your mom that you curse as much as Javon Kinlaw at OTAs.
Kinda. Kinda.
I don't remember though ever being like sat down in a spot where you had to like drop your drawers and get spanked on your butt.
Yeah, it's
Like that didn't happen.
I just think about it. Like, do you think it would? I mean, it might prevent some kids from doing something. Imagine a kid goes to the store like and steals something. You come home, your parents say, "Well, you can't do that. Bend over and whack.
Take your pants off."
That might prevent.
I mean,
something. I never
maybe.
did it. I never did it.
The deterrent I think that we would get was not maybe go back to him, but lose TV maybe for a week or something like
No,
that.
I would have to go to my room for like an hour.
Yeah.
Go to my
nothing.
room. Yeah,
Do
go
that
to my
staying
room.
on your head.
That's such a minor punishment.
That's all we
Yeah, but
did.
I had
Yeah, but there was no cell
ADHD.
phones
It was
back
like
then.
impossible for me
Yeah,
for
but
an
if
hour.
I got banished from my room, I would just
Play with something.
I would play music in my room or do something to
Yes.
occupy myself for an hour. Like,
I would go bananas.
Growing up, you should have a healthy fear of your
or
dad.
if I got banished from my room,
Oh, I definitely had a fear.
if I got banished from my room as a teenager, I might do something like that you want. Might not want to option on.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's
carnival
perfect-
going on in
perfect
there.
So if
time
you
for
got
that.
punished, you'd be in the mood to do that.
I'm not saying that it never happened, but if I was in my room for an hour by myself, it might have happened.
Did you have material?
Of course, always had material.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was never a shortage for that.
Yeah. Valdez,
Oh,
your
it's
dad
resourceful,
would make
JP.
you bend over, right?
Of course.
Your dad
And
was
mom.
hardcore.
And mom.
Your
What's
mom-
the worst thing you did for spanking?
I don't know. I think I like broke something in the house.
Yeah.
And then my parents wouldn't use. Well, they did use their hands, but they would take the fly swatter from underneath the sink.
That probably hurt.
Oh yeah, you think it didn't hurt?
hell
Yeah,
yeah.
get the fly swatter
Definitely
out and pull your pants down,
Plus,
and then
did you ever
run
slap
away?
your ass.
It's got fly guts
What
on
was
it
the
too.
oldest
Did you never ran away when they got the fly swatter?
Of course, you.
I think that's what
you would
EB saw.
try.
I would run away. I would jump over couches and
I just remember your dad chasing you
Yeah.
one time.
Well, couldn't get me.
Well, they said it's going to happen at some point. You might as well get it over
Yeah, I
with.
mean, the running away.
Yeah, the running away
you
just
don't run
prolonged
away
it.
for so long.
I think the worst thing I did, but I don't think I got punished for this. It truly was an accident. But back when we were teenagers, especially EB and I, we used to collect tennis balls because we would basically have batting practice mostly in his front yard.
Yeah.
It was kind of ridiculous. There was a Cape Cod house across the street. If you hit the roof, we consider that a home run. Eventually we got older, it was like hit it over the roof. But at one point we had like 100 tennis balls.
Those neighbors are probably bitter too. You're just pelting their house with tennis balls.
And so one day I got like 10, 15 tennis balls from behind the tennis court at the pool, but it was after it rained. So they were wet. So I had the brilliant idea of putting tennis balls in the oven to dry them up. And then I went out to play. I forgot about them.
I mean,
and then I went back inside the house and of course they had burned. The whole
Yeah.
house smelled like raw.
I mean, you're lucky they burned the house down.
I opened up every door and every window, hoping that smell would go away by the time.
Did it?
My dad? No, it did not. So I can't remember how I was punished.
You know how many times I've begged my mom to not tell my dad what I did?
Because you knew you would get a whooping?
Yep.
Yeah.
A
And-
fly swatter whooping.
Yeah, and hers is so much lighter than his.
Yeah.
Oh, his really hurt.
Didn't want the
Yeah.
wrath
But
of
what was
pops.
it? How old were you? What was the oldest one? When did they stop saying pull your pants down? When were they just disappointed in you? Like probably like 15 or something. Like you're pretty old then.
13, 14.
You're not pulling your pants down at 15.
No, that stops like around 8.
Okay, so it's like when you're little.
You're in
Yeah,
elementary
you little,
school.
little.
Yeah.
By the time you're 10, 11, 12, you're not pulling your pants down.
Yeah.
I think one of my greatest days of my life is when I caught my dad's arm, and if we had like
Oh,
a feat of
really?
strength, like he
Because he was going to spank you?
That was the end. That was my last spanking.
Oh, you
Like,
stood
he
up for
couldn't o-
yourself.
You shut him
no,
down.
I couldn't. He couldn't overpower me.
How old were you?
Yeah.
Oh, I was probably, I don't know,
25.
No, 14 or 15. I don't know. I mean, I got a lot of
Changing of the
I mean, I was getting
guard.
spankings every week.
Did,
So-
you,
yeah.
did you do some bad things when you were younger?
Well, didn't you have your door taken off at one point?
Well, that was in high school after they could no longer spank me.
Explain what happened there.
So, because did they catch you whistling or something? Like, why would they take the door off?
No, I slammed the door in front of my mom's face, 1 inch from her. So my dad saw it and goes, "All right," and then he took my door off for the next
Right off the hinges.
last 2 years of high school.
She had
No
open door.
privacy.
You had
Open
zippy
door in my
privacy.
bedroom, zippy privacy.
Was slamming the door in your mom's
right
face
in the
worth
main
it?
hallway.
Did
That's
slow
why
you
that might
down?
be worse than getting spanked.
That's
When
pretty
you're
elite punishment.
16 years old, you have
Yeah.
no door.
Can I tell you the worst punishment I ever got from my mom? My mom never spanked me, never hit me. But when I think I've told this story before. My old neighbor and I, his name was Jimmy.
He was a troublemaker.
He was a troublemaker, and he lured me into this. And we got locked out of his house after school, so we broke into the house. And Jimmy coerced me into telling his parents that someone broke into the house.
There was a break-in.
and we witnessed it.
Yeah, you had to call the
So
police.
we
right?
called the police. So I lied to the PG County cop.
Right.
All right,
Were you
lied to him.
nervous when you were lying? Or?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
He
How
lied.
old were you?
Probably 10,
You were really young.
10 or 11, and there was a so
That's 4th or 5th grade.
yeah.
That's still pretty young.
And so we lied to the cops and said there was a break-in. And we didn't break into the. And we went inside the house and we moved all the furniture and broke stuff. True story. True story.
Did you have a description of the people who broke in?
I think so, but I can't
Oh,
remember.
jeez.
that was terrible.
Jimmy forced me. Jimmy basically wrote it all down for me. He said, "Say this, say this, say this," because he was older than me.
Yeah.
He was probably 4 years older than me. But there was a field trip from my elementary school to go see the Bullets.
You had bullets
Banned you
fever.
from going.
We were all going to taking a bus to the Bullets game at the Cap
You can
Center.
see Rick
I was
Mahorn.
going to go see Rick Mahorn, Ricky. And my mom said, "You're not going to the Bullets game because you lied to the PG County cops."
Dagger to the heart. And that's when they actually were good.
That was the worst punishment I
Now,
ever
this
got.
is way past.
I think I would have rather had a spanking.
For me, this is way past spanking age because I was a full grown adult, but I was still living at home.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I had the brilliant idea of like it was going to be really cold outside. I was like, you know what? I'm going to sleep on the porch in a sleeping bag. Okay, for some
On your
dumb
front
reason.
porch?
No, on the back porch.
Back porch.
Okay.
which was open.
I feel like I did that once or twice.
So I did
before.
that, fell asleep, woke up the next day. Everybody was gone from the house. I was locked out of my house. Couldn't get in. That,
I remember
sliding
what you did.
Sliding glass door is locked. Front door is locked. I have to go to work. I have to go sell toys to the masses at Toys R Us. I can't get into my house. So I said, there's only one way I know how to get in the house. It's taking a brick and going through the window of the door that leads to the garage. So I can, like in a horror movie, I can break the
Reach
glass,
in.
reach in, open the door, and get into my house. So I'd explain to my dad after work that day, Dad, I broke the window on the door.
How'd
to the
that go
garage."
over?
He wasn't happy.
I'm
Did
guessing.
you think I could fix it?
Right.
He had to fix it.
Does he know how to
guessing-
fix? He knew how to fix it though.
He might have hired somebody to fix it. I
I'm
can't quite
guessing-
remember, but
I'm
that
guessing,
did not go over
I'm
well.
guessing the most difficult conversation you had with your dad was the lost semester at Towson.
Well, that was, I mean, my dad.
How did that go down?
Well, he said- he basically
'cause,
said, if
like
you-
my son yesterday just got his grades from his
Yeah.
second semester at Maryland. He had
Right.
good grades, 3 A's, 2 B's, whatever. But I honestly, I wouldn't even have known because I don't even know if I see the grades at this point.
Yeah.
Right when they're in college, That's like a trust. Like they got to show you
Sure.
the grades.
Yeah.
Like you don't get the grades.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, how did that go down?
My dad saw my report card and he said, I'm not paying for more grades like this. If you get another semester like this, you're going to go into the military. And I said, that pretty much scared me straight.
And that was during the Gulf War.
Oh yeah, this is like
Desert Storm was going on.
This is like 1990, okay? Or
He was gonna be in
1980.
Kuwait.
Yeah, I was going to be boots on the ground in the desert, okay? And I'm not talking about Burning Man either. I'm talking about the Middle East.
It was
I feel like I remember. I feel like I remember EB and I doing.
He's on the front line.
I feel like EB and I did bits back then.
I'd be
Eric
dodging
was
Scud missiles.
Eric was the head coach of a basketball team, and I would help out, and Cakes would help out at times. And I feel like we were doing bits where we were going to the bleachers pretending like we were getting bombed because Cakes might have to do it.
To what? Coach the team or
Know that you're going to be going to the war.
Oh yeah. I mean,
don't remember that.
yeah, I got scared straight.
I told you this. This is kind of a way. They stopped. My mom definitely spanked me at some point. She definitely washed my mouth out with soap at some point. But the worst punishment, and it wasn't even a punishment, but I interpreted it almost as a punishment, was rectal thermometer. That was a bit that my mom did.
Yeah.
And that might have happened up into my early teen years.
I mean, that's a thing that can scar a teenage boy.
That'll scar a kid.
Yeah, that leaves.
I don't know
its
why
marks.
my mom had an infatuation with that.
You're like, Mom, you can use a thermometer in my
more
mouth.
accurate.
You know that, right?
I think she said it was more accurate, and maybe because again, it was like I was a dumb kid. I couldn't keep the thing under my you have to keep it under your tongue for like a couple minutes.
It was
and
awkward.
I couldn't sit still.
The old school thermometers
So
were
the only
awkward.
way she could do it is flip me over,
Yep.
shove it where the sun don't
I
shine.
don't think I was ever used, but I know that we had two different thermometers, and one was red and one was blue. I used the blue for the mouth. That red one, you didn't want any part of it.
Never had a thermometer
I don't
in
know.
that
Do
part
they
of my
even do
body.
that
To my-
anymore? Like in 2026, do they sell those? Like, can you go to CVS and get a good old
Mercury
fashioned?
thermometer?
I thought the silly
Maybe.
ones they put in your ear, like the electric
Yeah,
ear.
they
one.
do.
ear or your
It's all
forehead.
electric now,
Yeah.
right? They don't have
Yeah.
anything
Probably.
for your pooper.
Maybe.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Those forehead and ear ones are so unreliable,
They're
though.
very dicey. You get
Yeah,
different
you know
ones.
what, though? I'd
different
rather have it
measurements.
unreliable than have a thermometer back there.
Yeah.
Give me
I agree with you.
give me an
I could still
an inaccurate
remember
reading.
kind of being there, and my mom just kind of like holding it, so I didn't wiggle out of it.
You guys ever run a thermometer under hot water? If you didn't want to go to school or anything?
Yeah, but that's kind of hard
Yeah, I
to
never
predict,
did- I
right?
never did that
because that
bit.
could really go up fast.
Yeah. I mean, you just put
gotta
it
be
under hot
good.
water, put it in, and then go up to your mom and just be like, "Yo, look, it says 101. I can't go to school today."
So I'm deathly ill, Mom. Can't make
I will
it.
say kids definitely are much softer because our parents were 100% spanked.
Yeah.
And they were often spanked in school.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's way
You know, like Catholic nuns would take like
Yeah.
a ruler and smack them.
Yeah, a paddle.
Yes.
Paddle. I don't
Well,
think
Different
I
times.
think public schools back in the day, like
they had paddles.
probably
in
the
public
20s
schools?
and 30s.
Oh, really?
where you were getting
Oh,
some
they-
sort of corporal punishment in the regular schools.
I was probably spanked in first grade because I went to a private school in
Yeah.
first grade. I was probably spanked by the nuns.
Yeah, you probably just repressed the memory.
I probably did.
It's buried in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we're going to switch gears. Fred Smoot, former Redskins corner, is going to join us. We'll get the latest on Commanders OTAs here on the Junkies. What's up, donks? I've been telling you guys about Michelle Radley, and here's the thing. Her name may be on the building, but it's pretty cool. She's actually in the building all the time, chatting with customers, checking in, helping people get their new rides. She couldn't be more approachable. It's a big reason why you should head on over to Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. That's where I got my new Traverse, but she has 3 other locations. They're all in Fredericksburg. Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. I was just down there for the grand opening. It's awesome. And here's the deal. If you get any new or any pre-owned vehicle from any of the Michelle Radley locations, you're going to score Radley VIP rewards. This is pretty cool. You get complimentary oil and filter changes, tire rotations, alignment checks, and more for 2 years or 24,000 miles. It's silly. So do what I did. Check them out for yourself. It's Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. And down in Fredericksburg, you've got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. When you do, make sure you tell them JP from the Junkies sent you. Michelle Radley Automotive Group, delivering memorable driving experiences. Scheduled to join us shortly is Fred Smoot, former Redskins cornerback.
Is he tentative?
Now covers the
Schedule
Commanders.
always tentative.
I think maybe he's on the line.
Let's
During
go.
the break, if you ever want to
Smoothie
know
flakes.
what we do during the breaks, we were playing backup quarterback roulette.
Yeah,
It's hard to know the backup quarterbacks.
Do you
They all
realize
move around a
that
lot.
Case Keenum's still in the league? Isn't that shocking?
Didn't realize that.
Yeah.
He's now with
Is
the
he-
Bears.
Kyle Allen's
Is he
still in the league.
is he a number 3?
Number 3.
Yeah.
Number
I
3.
I knew Kyle Allen was.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Case Keenum was.
Look, these guys can stick in the league for 10 or 15
That's
years
why
and make a good living.
I was kind of shocked
Great living.
that Heineke retired. Like, why not just ride it out?
I'll give you one.
I don't
Who's
know.
Trevor Lawrence's backup in Jacksonville?
Okay, T-Law's backup in Jacks.
Is he a guy that's gotten starts?
I would guess he's had a handful of NFL starts.
Hint.
Yeah, I need more of a hint than that.
I think he used to play for your Niners, if I'm not mistaken.
Used to play for the Niners.
So it's not Garoppolo.
It's not Mac Jones. He's not
It's
there.
Mac Jones.
We used to have-
Nick
Yes.
Mullins.
I was about to say we used to have a coworker that had
Nick
the same last name.
Mullins. Nick Mullins.
Oh yeah, Nick.
He's well traveled. That guy's been around.
So that's what we do during the break. Backup quarterback
Right.
roulette.
We're dorks.
Well, let me give you the breakdown there. I don't know. They're trying to track down Smoothie. Hopefully he comes on. But just to go over I find Jason Williams to be so intriguing. I don't know if you guys don't seem to, none of his clips ever show up on your feed.
I've seen it. He talks hoops.
I've seen him
he's
on my Twitter
great.
of late. But
I mean, he's so interesting to me. I'm not like he's big in the weed and everything. That's not my thing, you know that. But
Yeah.
he's so great, so interesting. His daughter apparently is a star at Texas Tech. She played the first 2 years.
In what sport?
In softball.
Okay.
At Florida. And they happen to meet each other in whatever that's called. I don't know, the regional finals, whatever the hell it is. They're down to the super regionals now. Is that what they are? Whatever
Yeah.
they call it.
Yeah.
And I guess it was somewhat controversial or whatever when she transferred. I'm not quite sure if I understand why, but she wasn't the only one in her class that transferred from Florida. And she's a big time player. I think she has like 25 bombs. And it's kind of interesting subplot. He's a former Gator. His daughter's playing for Texas Tech. And I guess they had a 3-game series. And in the first game, teams are kind of talking trash, parents or whatever. From Jason Williams' perspective, it was reported that Jason was thrown out of the game. Okay,
right.
And then they said he was allowed back in, but nobody kind of understood. He said on the pod, the reason why he was thrown out of the game is an old lady in a wheelchair started chirping him, and at one point, she's like 90 years old. She hit him with like a fan.
Okay.
And then he was like, "You can't just hit somebody just because you're in a wheelchair."
Yeah,
and
don't just get a pass.
And the person pushing the wheelchair said something effective. Sorry, forgive her. She's 90 years old. Yeah, let her be. Whatever. And he's like, "You still can't do that." And then apparently she hit his other daughter with the fan.
Right.
They're talking trash back and forth. At some point, the police come.
Yeah.
And
Jeez.
and they escort him out of the stadium.
Okay.
And he goes, "Why are you doing this?" And eventually, he gives his side of the story, and they allow him back in. He goes out to the outfield. He hangs out by himself, so he's not near all the rowdy fans. The subplot is the daughter over the 3-game series is hit by 5 pitches by Florida.
Is that Mia Williams?
Yes.
She's the second baseman.
She's hit by 5 pitches. So like 2 in each game, maybe 1 in the third game,
Yeah,
whatever.
just throwing at her.
She hit a couple bombs.
Yeah.
I think she hit at least 2. If they're not game-winning bombs, they were like important home runs. And I think they smoked them maybe in the last game. I'm not sure. But it got crazy that the other coach, according to Jason Williams, got thrown out on purpose so he didn't have to shake hands. And the girls from Florida refused to shake hands with the Texas Tech girls.
Some bad blood brewing there.
Yeah.
She hit 24 bombs this year.
She had 24 bombs.
Yep.
She's a
How many
beast.
games?
I'm sure they played
50, 60 games?
65 probably.
But she
Maybe
came up
maybe
big
more.
in the playoffs with her, and now they played Mississippi State. I think they mercy ruled
They did.
Mississippi State in the first game. I didn't even know that was a thing in college.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Got to speed up the games.
It was like 8-0
8-0.
after like 5 innings. They're like, you're Dunsky.
Yep.
So I think they play game 2. Now I'm suddenly, because I am so intrigued by Jason Williams.
Now you're going to focus on Texas Tech.
Now I'm a little bit intrigued by I know Jason's been watching the women's softball for years. Never really paid attention, but now I'm going to watch Texas Tech. I got to see what Jason Williams' daughter does.
I don't
Apparently
think
he's got
I've
another one
watched
coming up.
since that hottie. Was it Jenny Finch?
Oh, geez.
Remember
Yeah,
when
that's
she
like-
was a
It
sensation?
was like 20 years ago.
That's I
That's
think maybe even
decades
further
ago.
back
Yeah.
than that. I feel like that was when we were a nighttime show,
And
and it was okay to ogle hot athletes.
I feel like
You should see
I
this
want to
girl.
watch now.
I'm not. I mean, she's very cute, but how good she is. Her name's Jordy Fromm, and she used to pitch for Oklahoma. Now she pitches for Nebraska. She transferred to Nebraska because I believe she's from Nebraska, and she wanted to play for her home state. She's unbelievable.
I think these girls.
She's 21-4 this year. She beat Arkansas yesterday. She's 21-4. Her ERA is like 1.2.
Yeah.
She's unbelievable.
These girls must be. I'm pretty sure they're getting NIL money.
Oh, yeah.
That's leading a lot of these to transfer. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know it's happening even in like women's volleyball in the higher echelons.
So I mentioned the backup quarterback roulette that Cakes and I were playing during one of the breaks.
Yeah.
Speaking of backup quarterbacks, and now one's going to be a starter, but I don't know if you followed what's going on in Minnesota. So the Vikings last year, I think they had a winning record despite J.J. McCarthy being underwhelming and hurt.
Were they 9-8?
So they brought in Kyler Murray.
Right.
Yeah.
Now there's supposedly a battle between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, who's going to be the starter.
Don't most people assume that Kyler's going to get the start because
I
of the money
think
they're
he
paying
would win
him?
that battle. Well, I don't think he's getting paid. I think he might still be getting.
He's getting paid by Minnesota.
By Arizona.
Or Arizona, right?
Like
yeah.
the ball. I think Minnesota is only
The
paying
bulk
like
of
$1
it.
million,
The
or $1.5
bulk of
million.
it,
So they don't have to.
I think
Okay.
you're right, though. I think most people expect Kyler Murray to emerge
Yeah, the
as
veteran.
the starter.
Yeah.
But they had to talk about their relationship, and it's
Yeah.
interesting comparing the
Two
two
answers.
So here is Kyler Murray first talking about his relationship with J.J. McCarthy.
And then we'll play JJ afterward.
Okay.
Okay.
Relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. Obviously, I feel like I've played 7 years now, going on 8. So I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that. So it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness like between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
That's
weird. It sounded like there was.
It sounds like they're talking about meeting two completely different people.
Well, it sounds like
Kyler's being a pro.
It sounds like
JJ's
Kyler's
being a baby.
spinning
Yeah.
and JJ's actually telling the truth, which you're
Right.
not used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Kyler had that reputation, though.
Yeah.
I used to love watching that Elite 11 competition that Trent Dilfer used to run. When he went to college coaching, I think he stopped doing it. I'm not even sure if they still do it. But
Didn't he get fired?
I feel like there was some wacky Kyler Murray story, like he was the one guy who didn't do some sort of team bonding activity.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what it was.
Okay.
But it was like everybody at the camp, every quarterback did this activity, and Kyler was expected to do the activity, and he just wouldn't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
He's aloof.
Yeah, he's
He is
like
very-
he's a lone wolf.
Yeah, but
type
it sounds
guy.
like he gave a mature answer. I give him credit.
Yeah.
It may have been BS.
Well, he knows how to do QB spin.
He did. He gave a mature answer. JJ just sounds like a guy super defensive. Obviously not happy that Kyler's there.
Yeah, he can't be happy they brought him in, but I mean,
No,
he
he's
has to
not.
understand why he was brought in.
It is
because
awkward.
He's been underwhelming.
I was watching. They were showing video again. There's nothing. They were just doing regular reps. There's nothing to glean from it. But it's a standard thing that happens in every camp, in every sport, at every level. But it's Sam Hartman and the kid from Rutgers, and they're taking turns doing reps, and they're being friendly to each other. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they look like they're best friends. Hartman's got to know he's got like a 10% chance of holding on to his job, right? Barring like an injury or something. They brought this kid in to be the third guy in all likelihood. They're not going to burn a draft pick just, to be training camp fodder.
100%.
He knows.
How awkward is that?
He knows-
And then he's got to give him tips and, be friendly.
But that
Well,
happens with
he knew
most of the
already,
roster.
because last
Right.
year,
Every position.
Every position. I mean, there'd be 12 receivers in training camp. 6 of them know they're not going to make the team.
I know, but they went out and got Jeff Driscoll. They kicked the tires on him when they could have just started Sam Hartman last year.
Yeah.
Like he knows that he's not long for this quarterback room.
I would think he would know that.
He has
but
to.
it's
know.
still awkward.
How could he not know?
But it's still awkward.
It's all,
but like you said, it happens with every team.
Happens with every position, with every team, at every level.
At quarterback, 3 versus 4 is an awkward.
I think he realizes
it's awkward battle.
He realizes he has a very finite time of being able to play in the NFL, and he's probably just soaking it up as long as he can.
Is that what you think? Or is he?
I think that's what.
Or has he always been, an elite quarterback? He hasn't been at the NFL level, but at college level, high school, whatever, and he thinks he's going to have a 15-year career.
Oh, yeah. You can't really think that.
Maybe
His
as a
heart of
backup.
hearts.
Yeah.
Maybe as a backup.
He's hoping, but I don't think he's going to.
I think he's going to be battling for a third string spot for however long he's in the league.
I agree with you.
Maybe he can make 8 or 10 years out of that and make $1 million a year.
I mean, he was
It's a good
practice squad
living.
for most of the year.
Yeah.
If not all last year, right?
Back to J.J. McCarthy. If you had to bet right now, when it's all said and done, he's a miss, right?
If I had to bet now, yes.
I guess. If it's just trashing a guy, how many
Well,
times
especially
has he
since he's
actually
barely
played?
started.
Has he
Maybe-
played
maybe
like
10
7
starts?
games? Maybe.
I think maybe it's 10.
It's up to
I'll
10?
double check.
I mean, it's awfully quick to write him off completely. I know Harbaugh was selling his guy, but remember how Harbaugh hyped him up coming
Yeah.
out of college?
But he didn't put up big numbers in college.
No, but just talk about what a great
No, but he won
leader
a national
was,
championship.
and won a
Yeah, of
national
course.
He's
title.
10 games, you're right, 10. But completed 57%.
Remember
11
I think
11
that-
touches.
But if you wrote off,
12
you could
picks.
have easily wrote off Troy Aikman after 10 starts.
You could have,
Sure.
but the knock on him coming out of college was handed the ball off a ton, wasn't asked to do a lot. That was the major rap on J.J. McCarthy.
I've also seen J.J. McCarthy in some of those 10 starts play well. He hasn't played horribly in every start.
Well, he played well against Washington.
Maybe that's what I remember.
That's what you remember.
He was 16 of
That was
23.
probably his best game.
Oh,
His
it's
best
by
start.
far his best game. He was 16 of 23, 163 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
Yep.
A rating of 129, by far his highest of the season.
Yeah, undeniably his best
How many
game.
games did he play that they won?
That they won. He played
Half of them probably.
6.
Yeah, 6 games.
So they won 6 games he started.
Yes.
6 and 4 as a starter.
I mean, it's not horrible. Why is everyone so quick to write him off as this big disaster?
Well, because he has 11 touchdowns and 12 picks.
But think
I know,
about
but
it.
That, like again, back in the day, guys would do that.
I mean, he's been in the league for 20 seconds.
I know. Look at what
I
Peyton
understand.
Manning did his first year.
Yeah. The quarterbacks are treated
But
differently.
those are number 1 picks.
I know.
Like you mentioned, Aikman.
Okay, but he
now
was a
those
When he
first
went
round
top
pick.
are number
15,
1
didn't he go
picks.
top 15?
Yeah,
Like
he went 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a 10th pick.
I
Hey,
think
but
look,
he was
maybe-
what, the 5th quarterback drafted or 4th? Because you had Penix and you had Nix.
Knicks went
Because the
after
first
him.
3
Nix
were
went after.
quarterbacks,
Nix was
right?
after.
First 3
Penix
was
went
Caleb,
before him.
Jaden, Drake May.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to say 4.
All appear to be hits. Okay.
Yeah. I told you, I think this is a pretty good class. I'm not willing to write him off yet, although it certainly appears everyone else is.
Well, including his own team.
I agree. Seems like everyone's moving on from him after 10 starts.
But Sam Darnold proved that maybe you don't write a guy off that has potential. I mean,
I think it's
we'd have written
way
off
too
Sam
early.
Darnold after 5 years
Totally.
Yep, wins the Super Bowl.
Totally. I'm with you.
and
on
didn't
that.
just win a Super Bowl.
redemption.
He was good this year.
And he was good in Minnesota before.
Yeah.
He was really good in Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that quarterback whisperer didn't work so much on JJ.
Well, we'll see.
Everybody
if he can do it
hypes
this
up
year.
Which one?
KOC. Everybody
Yeah,
hypes him up.
Yeah, that was cake.
Maybe he's a different player this year.
I mean, maybe he's just got a dud to work with, and he can't work his magic with him.
We should be able to.
That's what I would guess.
To me, I agree with you. You shouldn't bail on him.
Yeah.
He's only had 10 NFL starts.
Yep.
But to me, a guy who's entering his 3rd year in the NFL should be able to beat out, if he's the real deal, Kyler Murray.
Colin Murray's had moments where he's played like an MVP of the league.
He's had moments, but we've seen enough.
6 or 7
We've
games.
We've seen a
enough.
body of work now with Kyler Murray to realize he's kind of in that good, not great
Well, look,
category.
Minnesota's not paying a lot for Kyler Murray, so there's not a huge investment there. So maybe they're just throwing the ball up. It's a jump ball.
mean, Kyler Murray got
Whoever
beaten
plays
out-
better in camp wins it.
by Jacoby Brissett,
Yes.
who's a fine, capable backup quarterback and did pretty decent as a starter. But that tells you where Kyler Murray is.
I don't think you should give up on McCarthy.
No, not yet.
I don't think so.
We'll see how this
This
season
season's
plays
big.
out.
This season's big for
It's
him.
massive for him.
All right. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys, we're flush in the middle of major season, which means more weekends sitting on the couch, convincing ourselves we can hit that shot. Meanwhile, there's a major opportunity over at BMW Fairfax. That's right, my girl Miriam's got new BMW X1s, X3s, and over 100 new X5s in stock, all with, ready for this, 1.99% APR. Or you can go really low with 0.9% APR on a new X7. Before the next major tease off, do what I did. Make a major upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Make sure you tell them EB sent you. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
I just tweeted a photo at Junks Radio. Give us a follow on Twitter. You can vote on our poll of the day. Would you have, if it came down to it, if you had to add a wide receiver, would you go with Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk?
Deebo.
As Deebo posted
Team
some
Deebo.
pictures.
80-20 Deebo.
Deebo's winning 2-1 right now. You can vote at Junks Radio. But I posted this picture of the scene from Galveston, Texas.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Where a roller coaster got
I
stuck.
saw this.
But it's not a normal roller coaster.
That's a
Yeah.
This is a
dog.
straight vertical drop.
It's extreme. Like
So 8 people were dangling at the very top of the ride. I don't know how high that is.
I mean, it looks like it's at least 100 feet high.
Yeah, they
That
said
is-
it's about a 100-foot
Yeah.
vertical climb. So maybe they're 90
And, like,
feet high.
And this is not like an old school like wooden roller coaster you used to ride 20 or 30 years ago where the hill is gradual and you get to the top and you drop. It's a straight up to the sky. Like you're back in your seat like this, looking up at the sky, and you're just stuck. And you're waiting for the world's biggest cherry picker on a fire truck to come up and rescue you. It had to be just white knuckle terrifying.
Yeah.
And by the way, the way they rescue you is the basket is there, and the fireman has to get you out of your seat, and you kind of drop into the fireman, and then
It's unbelievable.
they load you into the basket
I mean, it's
to bring you
unbelievable.
back down to earth.
Absolute terror.
I mean,
Absolute
it looks like it
terror.
would have taken forever to get each person out.
Yeah.
of
Well,
their
they
seats.
said the firefighter showed up at 5:30 p.m.
Yep.
and the last rider was brought down shortly after 9 p.m. So,
So
three
hold
and a
on.
half hours
Doesn't
of
all the
rescue.
blood
Just
like
sitting
rush
there.
to your head or something? Like, can't your head explode? Like,
I think
it's
that's
probably not
upside down.
Weren't they kind of backwards, upside down?
They were kind of
No,
like
they were
this.
backwards. It's like they were on their back.
Like the car is like this, pointing straight up at the sky, and their heads are like.
But that's
Yeah.
still isn't.
It's
the
not great.
Blood rushing into your head.
I'm sure it probably was.
I don't know. I don't
Here's
think
what's
it's
crazy.
as extreme as if you were hanging upside down, but it's not a great spot to be in.
Here's what's crazy is that the guy who runs the theme park, I think it's
Yeah.
called the Pleasure Pier.
Okay.
He was like, yeah, we're going to do a thorough inspection before we start the ride again.
You
Just
think?
jumping on that thing.
Not me. I'm not jumping on any roll.
That thing should be the city of Galveston should shut that thing down.
Although that said, I'll say a theme park, to me, even the scariest theme park ride
Yeah.
looks safer than every ride at the state fair.
Oh, 100%. Not even close.
Those little rickety things.
I mean, those things, they're getting towed from city to city on the back of like flatbed tow trucks. And you look at them, you're like, I'm going to trust my life in this merry-go-round. Like this thing is going to take me up 50 feet in the air and just spin me around.
These people
But you
are
do it.
these people are probably up as high as maybe the I don't know, the top row at Nats Park. Maybe higher.
Yeah.
Well, they said
It's pretty high.
I went back and looked at the story. The roller coaster is a 100-foot drop, so I'd put them at 90.
Yeah, I mean they're up there.
Yeah, they're basically at the top, almost at
It's
the top of this building.
terrifying.
I can't believe people go on that and actually go down straight down on the other end.
Yeah. There's
I
a
would-
ride
you
that-
couldn't pay me to go on
There's
that.
a ride that looks exactly like that at Hershey Park. I think it's called Fahrenheit, and it looks just like that. It takes you straight up and almost dips back into, like, it's not a straight down drop. It almost looks like it's dipping back in toward the curve of the drop. It's terrifying. I've never.
What's the
been
name
on
of
it.
this roller coaster again?
I don't know the name of it.
The park is called Pleasure Pier.
All right.
I'm not sure what the roller coaster was called.
Kind of an erotic name for
It is. I had to double check.
for a theme park. Pleasure Pier.
I know what you're saying.
Sounds like something more than just riding on a roller coaster happening there.
Anytime you use the word pleasure, you're
Pleasure.
thinking buns.
Yes, you're thinking.
I don't know
You're
why.
thinking naughty.
It's the most benign word that makes you think naughty.
Yes,
Probably is pleasure.
yes. It's a little bit weird when you go to Chick-fil-A and they refill your soda and you say thank you and they say my pleasure. They throw pleasure in there at Chick-fil-A.
I could have sworn Pleasure Pier was in Dewey Beach.
Might have been.
Infatuated.
Yeah, at the
When are you
hotel.
going back, Mike?
This weekend. He's going tonight.
No, I got to take at least a month off. I mean, I was there 2 weeks ago, and then we were there last weekend,
Yeah.
so I just got to have a little bit of space.
Let's, you know what? Take off June, maybe July. Maps, maybe you're after the special guest bounty at the Cakes Classic after July 4th. You go.
I'm excited for a home game this weekend.
Yeah.
I haven't been out in Arlington in at least a month.
There you go.
So it's a home weekend for me.
Now you got a new swagger too. Sounds
Yeah.
like.
Do you feel like you're going to use Monty's number from here till eternity?
You should.
Hey,
he's your
this
boy?
Mark kid, he won't
Take
stop
advantage of
texting
that.
me.
Like in 2 years,
That's
you're
the
going to
best
text
hookup
Monty
ever.
and say, "Yo, I'm in town."
Yeah, if I'm in town, most definitely.
You'll have no shame.
No shame.
Yeah, I believe you.
I thought when we hung out, we had a good time.
I
Yeah.
mean, he's an amazing host. We've
Yeah.
said it a million times.
Right.
That was definitely a story.
Hey, right
Mike,
now,
Mike Moore in the pool.
I've been told we have more tickets to Kid Cudi. Caller number
show's
10
tonight,
at
by the way.
1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi. It's the Rebel Ragers Tour with special guests Big Boy and A-Track. That is tonight
Yep.
at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event info, you can visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Everybody have a great weekend.
Yep.
For Bishcake CB, I'm JP. Be Mitch and Finley next.
Well, it's going to be an epic game number 7 in the West Finals. That's because the Spurs take down the defending champion Thunder 118-91. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. Knicks center Mitchell Robinson has a broken right pinky finger. His timetable for the NBA Finals is unknown. Number 1 seed Yannick Sinner lost to Juan Manuel Cerundolo at the French Open. Francis Tiafoe was a winner. Women's side Coco Gauff and Madison Keys won, but Emma Navarro lost in straight sets. Claude Lemieux, who won the Stanley Cup 4 times during his memorable NHL career, has passed away at the age of 60. Montreal and Carolina tonight at Game 5. Canes lead the series 3-1. Lemieux was the Montreal Canadiens' torchbearer before Game 3 of the Eastern Finals at Bell Center. Authorities said he died by suicide. Nationals baseball against the Padres tonight at 6:45 on The Fan. Old buddy Lucas Giolito against Paxton Schultz. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? 10 a.m. in the District
Let me take
of
to the
Columbia.
tweet side.
Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
I want to start by thanking you. B. Mitch's daughter provided us with very dope Washington Spirit hats.
Yeah.
Can I confess something, though?
What?
I really like this hat. It's very cool. I would never buy like a lime green
Yeah, I know.
shade.
I was looking at that too, and I had a shirt to match it, but when I got dressed, I forgot to put it on.
However, I think you know this about me. You and I know each other fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
I get easily distracted.
Jay, we know.
The flowers on the interior of this hat keep distracting me. I keep like looking at them.
Why look at it? It's just the what you call them?
The cherry
blossom
blossom. It's a
stuff,
beautiful hat, but should I get?
I just think something wrong with you mentally.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I think that's obviously a part of this thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If you are doing a radio show with a mic here, computer there, I'm here, why are you looking up?
Because of the flowers, dude.
I don't even see them when I put it on.
I'm telling you, the flowers are getting to me. Obviously, there was a big.
I don't see them. I'm looking here.
I see them. I don't know. There was a big basketball game last
That's
night.
called distraction, I guess, huh?
I get distracted, B. What can I say? Big basketball game last night. The Spurs showed up at home. That arena was rocking. Wemby was great, 28-10.
We said it before we left here yesterday. They were going to Game 7.
They were going to a Game 7.
I saw 2-hand push in the back picks that were never blown.
Who's the big white dude that's the backup center for the Spurs? Cornette or something?
Cornette, yeah.
Have you noticed how almost every movement he makes on the offensive side of the basketball is illegal? Have you noticed how he sets picks?
Dude.
He just rotates and shoves.
Dude.
Like,
No.
on what planet is that
That's not
even close
just
to legal?
Cornette. That is the whole Spurs team.
The Thunder, everybody's doing everything in this series.
No. What I'm saying is, you watch it last night, Cornette was getting called. They didn't call Castle. They didn't call Wemby. All the other guys that were doing it. Next game, let them do it. I bet you because what I'm saying is the NBA.
Dylan Harper had a hell of a game.
The NBA, yeah, he did. He came out and played very well because he was like he was gone.
They also kind of needed somebody. You know what I mean?
But they just go too far left and right with the calling against teams to make me believe it's they want certain things, they get it.
I don't think Shea was very good last night.
He wasn't.
I mean, his plus minus is a minus 28.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty remarkable. He had 15 points, 6 of 18 shooting, 0 for 5 on threes. Here's my question. I am
really fired up for a Game 7. I think we all are, right? This was the Western Conference Finals that we all kind of wanted. But my question for you, B, Game 1 was awesome. Overtime thriller.
Yeah.
But has this been a good series? They're all blowouts.
They have all been blowouts, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you get to this part of the season where these two teams should not be a blowout either way. That is why I keep saying what I'm saying. That's why I get so pissed off that the refs get too involved. And it's been both directions. It's not just one direction. It's been both directions. So you tell me these two teams with all this talent, just every other game they can play well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we talk about yesteryear and stars of today and yesteryear, I look at guys that played every damn game the same way. You know, you might have a game that shows up where they may had a game that was played down, maybe out of 25 games, but not every other game.
Yeah.
And that's what it seems like. Wemby plays great, then he drops off. Shea plays great, then he drops off. And it's like a damn roller coaster, rolling hills.
It is.
You know, and it just lets me know that there's a lot going on that makes these games go so one-sided.
There is certainly real animosity in this series.
Yeah.
I think even last year, what was the Eastern Conference Finals where the Pacers pulled the upset? Was that the Celtics in the Eastern Conference, or was that the second round with the Celtics?
I can't remember.
I don't remember either. But, like, even as the Pacers were pulling off these upsets, it never seemed like there was real kind of bad blood. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's bad blood as much
This series
as
seems to have legit bad
I don't
blood.
know if it's bad blood as much as the fact that Wemby said he did not like Chet, and his teammates were trying to promote that throughout. So they act like they don't like him either. But if I'm Chet, get him out your face. Soon as somebody get in my face, I'm putting my finger right in the middle of your forehead and say, get your little ass out the way.
Well, there was also...
You got to respond at one point.
At the end of Game 5, when the Spurs kind of not gave up, like there were 2 minutes left, they're down 25, whatever. There was the scene, and like you could clearly see him lip reading when they checked Wemby and Castle out. They were like, all right, we'll see you Game 6. We're done. And Wemby says to Mason Plumlee as he's going to the bench, hard fouls. And then Plumlee comes in, and I think it was, is it still Bismack Biyombo? Is he still in the league? I feel like that dude was drafted when I was in college. But
he's not. He was drafted that long ago.
I'm telling you. But like those two come in, and it's straight like hockey goonery. Like they just start blasting people in the back. Like I kind of love that there's legit bad blood in the NBA because we've become so accustomed to like the AAU circuit of the NBA where everybody's friends and it's all jersey swaps afterwards and stuff. I don't know that this is a good series. I'm really excited for 7 games of it. And maybe Game 7, like Game 1, will get like a classic. It's just watching these blowouts one way and then the other, and then one way and then the other. I don't want to say it's boring because it is riveting hoops.
I'm going to say it's boring because you know what I did last night? Turn it off and went to sleep.
Did you?
I was like, you know, this is, cause like, and it's not that, you know, it's just when you get to a point, listen, I look at how things are being called and I go, okay, this one is going to go like this, so I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I saw nowhere where it was going to change up. And I just said, you know, I'm going to sleep. Normally, I'll watch it throughout. If I'm watching a game, I'll watch it, unless I fall asleep. Last night, I went to sleep. I turned it off, and I just say, you know what? Because I believe if you lay down and close your eyes, you'll go to sleep. I did exactly that. Turn the lights off, I'm gone. Bye.
I love it.
Yeah.
I ended up watching the end. We went out last night for a birthday dinner to honor my father-in-law, which was a lot of fun. But I had to leave my car. So I got a question for the boys. My car stayed overnight. And
I mean, you were twisted?
Not twisted, but just not driving situation. I was fine, but I wasn't going to drive the car.
Yeah.
You got to be responsible, right?
Yeah.
So my wife drops me off in my car this morning. I don't notice this until I'm in the car. And normally I back into spots, but last night we were kind of running late, whatever. I just parked.
Mm-hmm.
And you know the parking lot of Congressional. So
Yeah.
that upper lot right by the golf course gets busy because people are trying to get there for golf. And there's some spots that are not spots that people will park in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I didn't notice. I'm in the car. I throw it in reverse. The camera comes on. And I'm at like a weird angle with the sun. Have you ever noticed sometimes it's like really hard to see your reverse camera?
Yeah.
And there's a car behind me parked in a not legal spot. Like it's
I understand what you're
it's
saying.
blocked off, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't park there. And I'm like, I start to back out, not thinking about it. I'm like, wait a second. Like, how do I get out of here? Left, right? Like I couldn't figure it out because the way this car was, like whichever way I went, I couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So then I pulled back up. I was like, all right, let me get my bearings about me. Let me figure out my game plan. And then I thought I had a game plan, and I tried it again. And again, I'm like, I'm going to hit the car to my left if I start cutting it now. You know what I mean? So I pull back in. At this point, I get out of the car to go look at my car, the two cars parked next to me, and this illegally parked car. And at this point, I kind of wanted to go punch this dude's window out because it was causing me great strife. And
That won't help you.
It wouldn't have.
It caused you more strife.
It would. It possibly.
Yeah.
But I got to the point where I was getting very frustrated. And then there were two young guys. And the one guy shouted out Cannon Club. So I don't know if he's a member of Cannon Club, but he liked my shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what do I do here? And the guy's like, dude, I'll just put your window down. I'll tell you when to cut it. So the guy helped me. I got out of the spot. I said, thank you very much. And then I thought, oh my God, I'm an old lady. Like, I don't know the last time
Now, you're not an old lady.
help
You just-
getting out of a
you're-
parking
you're-
spot.
You're an old ass impatient man. You're getting to the point where I think I was 15 years away from me right now. You just let everything bother you.
My question is, am I an old lady because I needed somebody to help me get out of a parking
No,
spot?
you're an old ass man. Old ass impatient man. Don't say
I
lady.
don't know that was impatient.
No, that's impatience because if you just backed up, took your time, went up a little bit, you'd have got out of that spot. So what the guy did, you could have done. See, when you say, am I an old lady, you're saying that old ladies can't, old men can't get out of the parking spot either. So you just an old ass impatient man.
Stallion, old lady, old man.
Old man. We could say both though. Impatient, old, just bad time to be JP.
It was a bad time.
Listen, I've been around you a long time, bro.
There certainly was some impatience.
You try to downplay what you know the situation is, but every time it's the same thing. You like things to go away you want it to go, and if it's not, everybody else is wrong. When it's just one
The
person,
dude was parked illegally. In my defense,
he could have been parked illegally, but if you hit his car, you still gonna have a problem.
that's why I didn't want to hit his car.
So
that's why I got the young guys
just
to help
take
me.
your time, because your car gonna go. Your car beeps when you get close to stuff. Mine does.
I don't think mine does.
Well, if you watch your camera, you know when you're close.
That
Stop
was the
and go
trouble.
forward.
That was the trouble. The dude, what helped me was the dude told me how far I could cut it to get out.
See, that's
you
the
got
thing.
to cut it.
I had my buddy tell me one day. He say, "Do you know the distance? You know how to read the camera thing. Like a lot
With,
of
like,
us,
the different
we think we're closer
like,
than what we
colored
are.
lines.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
begin to read. And once you learn how to read that, you get out of anything.
Well, I got out. I'm here.
Yeah.
So all's well. Got a big first grade graduation ceremony today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of excitement in the house. My little one has like 3 lines to read.
Uh-oh.
And we've been practicing.
She gonna kill it.
I think she's gonna kill it too, but
Yeah.
she's nervous, dude.
Hey, man, tell her, I heard Patty LaBelle say this, if you don't get nervous for something, it's not important. So what she's about to do is very important to her or to you or to the
To me,
wife, whatever.
sure.
So the ultimate thing is, once she gets through it, she'll understand because I still get butterflies like hell before I do anything. Like the other night, butterfly.
At WJA?
I thought they were going to fly out my mouth. I'm just serious.
Dude, I do too. It's funny. We do this and it's just you and me talking. Now there are lots of people listening and watching and stuff, but we don't think about that because it's
When
us.
we have certain guests, the butterflies get here.
Really?
Because like you don't want to say something stupid. You want to like even Adrian. Like I've met Adrian before and hung out and seen him, but it's like certain guys have a certain level of status.
Gravitas,
Yeah,
sure.
and you don't want to be the one that ask a dumb question or say something stupid. You know? Yeah.
I did have a story of my fourth grader that I think you will love.
Mhm.
So my fourth grader, Shelby, at their school, they do what's called Battle of the Books, right? And you have to sign up for it. You have to like voluntarily put a team together, and then you're entered into the Battle of the Books. This is peak late May radio content. And it's 4th through 6th grades, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I believe that's correct. And so Shelby's in 4th grade. This is her first time doing it. Very excited. And my daughter's an avid reader. She reads like a lot. He's over here rocking the bells. And so yesterday was their Battle of the Books, and she was locked in about it, but she had a good attitude. Like, I didn't want her to take it too seriously. I didn't want her to be upset because, I mean, the odds are the 6th graders are going to win this thing, right? And I wasn't able to go. It was while we were on the air, but my wife went, and I talked to her after, and she's like, it went well. Their team did well, but they didn't advance, right? And so when I got home, I talked to her last night. I was like, hey, how'd it go? She's like, fine. I was like, you should be really proud you were in it. You know what I mean? Like, you were part of this thing. And she's like, Daddy, I wanted to win. And I was like, I love that, but like, you get 2 more cracks. You got 5th grade, you got 6th grade. She's like, I'm gonna win that thing. And I was
I
just
like it. I like it.
I love that. She was not there.
Go get him, Shelby.
And dude, the school's very nice. She got a certificate of achievement that I found at the bottom of her backpack this morning. And I'm like,
she was like, pfft.
I'm like, Goose, hey, you got this. She's like, I want the trophy.
Yeah, she threw it in the bottom. And you know what? Thank you, but it's not what I want.
We're
I like
aiming
that.
for titles around here.
Hell yeah. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, dude, it was cool.
Don't make me comfortable with not winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As we get into it, we have a busy day today. Ben Standig's going to join us at noon. Ben was out at OTAs the other day. I asked Stallion specifically to get Ben on the show. Did you know Howard Fendrich?
I know the name.
Associated Press
Yeah,
writer?
and I've seen Howard before.
Right. So, like, I know Howard. I would say we were friendly, but I didn't know him all that well. But, I mean, a really esteemed reporter. He was the lead tennis writer for the AP for a number of years. He passed away about 2 weeks ago, maybe 10 days ago or so. And, like, here's how you know you've accomplished something. The Associated Press put out an obituary for Howard, and he was the lead tennis writer for the Associated Press. And in the obituary, they had a statement from Roger Federer about what Howard meant to the sport.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's how
Big
you
time.
know
Big
you've
time.
accomplished something.
Hell yeah.
Or arguably the greatest tennis player of all time. Actually, is that even an argument? Is it Federer? Probably. I don't know. There's lots of greats. I know of the current generation, probably Nadal and Djokovic have a claim to that.
Yeah, Djokovic is good.
If Djokovic wins the French Open, he'll have the most Grand Slams ever.
To me, I thought Sampras was the dude, but
Pete.
he was the dude.
McEnroe was just crazy.
I know people love Jimmy Connors.
Jimmy, yep. I watched Jimmy play.
Bjorn Borg, Rod Laver.
I remember Borg had the wrist headband
yeah, the
on.
headband.
But I'll tell
Boris
you though,
Becker.
when you
Agassi.
watch Connor and just John McEnroe was just, I mean,
maniac.
I don't know how that dude was able to be as good as he was because he was kind of like you. Like he couldn't stay focused on one thing, but the dude played some tennis.
Yeah, you could definitely play some tennis. So Stanig was close with Howard. So I want to talk OTAs, but I also want to give a minute to honor Howard Fendrich. We also, and the Cluster Buster's here, so I hope he's going to listen at 11:30. Anna Spiegel's going to join us from Axios. There are a number of festivities planned in our great city.
Yeah.
To celebrate the 250th anniversary of our great country.
That thing I did the other day was a part of it.
Right. Dude,
Yeah.
so that was on Channel 4, and I said on air, I was like, pretty sure B-Mitch was in that.
Yeah, yeah. Because what's her name? She was over there doing the reporting stuff.
Was it
Alexis Wainwright?
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
But so we have the 250th 4th of July stuff coming, and then we have, I think FIFA. I don't know who's planning this, but there's a massive watch party on the mall for the World Cup, for every World Cup game, and these all sound like terrific events, and I'm excited that everybody gets to take part in them.
You worried about Trevor?
I'm worried about Trevor. I'm worried about getting to this location which requires
How about we
traversing
just,
the mall.
Let's start planning now. Your back porch, my house, over at the park.
Yeah,
we can figure this thing out.
We got to figure this thing out.
We got friends that have restaurants and stuff away from this downtown area. We can go do it at their place.
Correct.
Yeah.
We have a very busy show. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We will celebrate responsibly at 11. And we got to ask B. Mitch anything at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving DMV car buyers for over 100 years. And when you do something that long, means you're doing it right. This morning, when I couldn't get out of the parking spot, it was an Oarsman Fairfax Toyota 4Runner I was driving. I've been buying cars there over a decade. You've been buying cars from Billy and Chantilly for probably 20 years, B. We keep going back because they take great care of us. They've got all the makes, all the models, quality certified used vehicles. Also, in this era of higher interest rates, they have great financing opportunities. That is super important. But what really changes everything at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia is the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
You hear me talking about the Lifetime Edge, and I tell you what they give you for extras and complimentary car wash and all that stuff. But you know what? Part of that Lifetime Edge, they make you feel special. You know, you go in there, every time I go over there, I don't leave there feeling like I just came from a car dealership. I feel like I went to an awards banquet and I was getting a lot of awards because everybody is so nice to you. My daughters talk about it all the time. They talk about how Billy always takes care of them and things of that nature. So you want to go over there and you want to feel good about yourself, make sure you go over to Oarsman. Oarsman also will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of his make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy and they make you feel good. And take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Mitchell Robinson has undergone surgery on his broken right pinky finger and fully plans to play in the Knicks Game 1 of the NBA Finals, which will begin Wednesday against the winner of OKC versus the Spurs. Last night, the Spurs looked apart, defeating the defending champion Thunder 118-91 behind Victor Wembanyama's 28 points and 10 rebounds. Game 7 Saturday night at OKC. Americans Brandon Nakashima from UVA, Lerner Tien, and Zachary Savajda all won. Francis Tiafoe also advanced, but Ben Shelton lost at the French Open. Nationals and Padres 6:45 tonight on the Fan. Lucas Giolito against Paxton Schultz. OTAs continue for the Commanders today, and then they'll be back at it June 2nd through the 4th. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
The boys are all assembled here on a pleasant Friday morning in the District of Columbia, and I wanted to ask Jeff about this because I said to B this morning, every once in a while, living, working, being in Washington, D.C., you get reminded of kind of the downside of being in a big city. Kind of at times there's terrible acts of violence, stuff like that. Jeffrey, the scene at that Navy Yard metro station, dog. There was a woman very upset, and
he didn't see that. He was on his bike,
just screaming at anyone, everyone. Is it always like that over there, Jeff? Is that where you take the train from?
In the morning, it's not like that.
It was this morning.
Hey, stuff happened. and was she yelling at someone, or did it look like she was talking to her? Because she could have been tweaking.
It seemed to be a combination of both. There were. Like, not police officers, but you know the dudes that have the vests that kind of walk around and, like, clean stuff up? She seemed upset with them because I think they asked her to move from, like, a restaurant's patio that wasn't open. She was very upset. Like, to the point where it was, like, unnerving. She was screaming at them, at everyone, at, like, buses driving by.
Oh, yeah, she was tweaking for sure.
It was a vibe, man. It was an unfortunate vibe on a beautiful morning. B, you and I were just talking with Stallion here in the break, and there's a lot of excitement surrounding Jaden Daniels' kind of ability to take on this David Blau offense. And I thought this was pretty remarkable. I saw this. So Keim, day is today, the 29th. So 2 days ago, Keim wrote a story for John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter, wrote a story for ESPN.com. It said, Jaden Daniels back in action last season was miserable at times. And I don't think you have to be a real mind reader to know Jaden wasn't thrilled with how last year went. I think he only played 7 full games, or maybe only played 7, only finished 4. Injuries were an issue for him, for the entire offense. They went 5-12. He didn't look his best at times. Last year was just kind of a broken year. And he seemed, I got to talk to him whatever day we were out there, Wednesday. He seemed very locked in. The offense seemed very crisp. And I noticed this. Louis Riddick from ESPN quote tweeted Keim's story and said, JD5 about to remind everyone exactly who he is. One of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. And as the OTA session was going on, we're all watching Jaden have what appears to be, at least for May, real command of a new offense. And I asked Jalen Lane, Commander's second-year wide receiver, where he thought Jaden was in understanding David Blau's new system. Jeff.
Amazing, man. I love how Blau and the rest of the staff is kind of putting together. And it's been fun, learning new stuff and just seeing how our offense is built from the ground up. It's been pretty cool to watch. Man, I don't know. I feel like he was one of the founders of this offense as well, just how, easy he's, gotten going with it. And it's been exciting to see.
So, B, I want to ask you your level of, I don't know if excitement's the right word, but like where you think Jaden and the offense are and where you expected them to be.
Well, I mean, just like I told you the other day, I just wanted to see how people were handling it because one thing I know is they didn't see everything for the first time yesterday.
Right.
Jaden probably has been in there with Blau implementing and putting this thing together. And there are other guys that, when they hear about Jaden being in the bubble early, he has a host of guys that come with him sometimes. And I'm sure those guys have seen some stuff. And when they went out there to California, they wasn't just running air routes. They were running stuff and trying to practice things that he knows is coming. So I wanted to see if they had a grasp of it. Not know it 100% at this point, but be able to move fast. And based off everything you're getting, they were moving fast. They had a lot of energy with it. But also I want people to understand is that defense on the other side had on no pads. The defense on the other side is told, don't touch those players. Don't hit them. They want the offense to work. They want the new defense to work. So that's how you build the offense or the defense, and that's how you make practice go. But it amazes me every year, the first practice, people go crazy. And then if things don't go right, or if they go right, they take credit. If they don't go right, they blame us. So at this point is, if you've been in a certain business all your life and you move to another company and you get a hold of the stuff, you're not going to look lost the first day. But you're not going to be as good as you're going to be. These guys have been playing football forever. And as I state all the time, I think people around the sport like to tell you, certain people want to say how difficult it is, how hard, how this, that, and that, to make themselves look good. But if you know football, you can learn it rather quickly. And I know one thing about number 5. The dude is a bookworm when it comes to football. It's not going to take him very long to get a grasp of something. And the fact that he gets it, his guys are going to get it because they want to go along with him. The energy he possesses and he presents is going to be copied by the guys around him.
I totally agree with that. I think with Jaden specifically, I think he and Blau were maybe working on under center stuff by the end of last season. They shut Jaden down, but he still practiced.
Yeah.
But they had a game plan with Josh Johnson, but there was plenty going on to the side. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think the way Jaden's wired, the work he'll put in, the whole team knows they went 5-12. I think the whole team knows how much pressure is probably on the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Mariota, it's only May. Sam Cosby talked about this fire burning inside of them. Like, you want to keep that fire measured to make sure it's burning in September.
Mm-hmm.
And Marcus said, let the fire burn, man. So I think that proper motivation, but you know who's also motivated on the practice field this week? Seattle. And they won the Super Bowl. Javon Kinlaw, a lot of folks kind of got lost in all the cursing, but he said, he's like, man, this is professional football.
Yeah.
You got to show up every day motivated. You have to be internally motivated. It's the only way that works.
Yeah. And the thing of it, Jay, what somebody say means nothing. It's what they go out there and do.
Totally. Our guy Lap is on the line, wants to talk about Jaden. Lap, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, D-Miss? What's up,
brother?
Philly? Yeah, man. I just think Jaden got something to prove, man. The coach for the Lions called him a contract killer, man, and I think that's what he's going to do. I still think we need another receiver, but if he can build some chemistry with the guys that's in the building, man, I think they can be some sleepers. I want to see Trey ball out. I want to see Lang and Luke ball out. I want to see Williams ball out. And I want to see Diami, pick back up where he left off, when he last was with us. So, and this offense should be dope, man. Him being on the center, working with David, he knows him, you know what I'm saying? And if he was a quarterback too, and I don't think people don't understand their dynamic and their relationship, man. I think it's going to be a smooth transition. It's not like Hurts, getting 6 different coordinators. This is a guy that he's familiar with, that's already been in the building. So I think it'll be a smooth transition. And then I'm just curious about the defense, too, as well, to see what they're going to do, because I'm excited about that coordinator as well. But everybody got to prove it, bro. Everybody got to step up. Quinn, Peterson, Jaden, everybody, Cherry, everybody, man. They all got to be locked in. And our schedule is so brutal, bro.
Yeah, especially
we can't
early.
afford no lapses. We can't make no mistakes and be down. And then you got 2 division games out the gate. I want both of them. I want to start out hot. So, we shouldn't need no pep talk or rally to get us motivated, bro. We got 2 division games out the gate. So
Appreciate
let's get
the
it
call,
going.
Yep.
Like the lead on live, right? Yep.
All right, bro.
Thanks,
Appreciate
bud.
you, man.
Good call to lead us off right there. We'll take a couple more calls if you want. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How confident are you in a bounce-back season for Jaden Daniels? I can tell you, I think he's confident. I think the biggest switch here is going to be being at the line of scrimmage and, to pull off play action. You're putting your back to the defense, and that's not something he's done a lot. Mariota did talk about that, and he said it's not an easy transition when you have to turn your back to the defense. Defenses are patterns, and so whatever information that you can get, especially being up towards the line of scrimmage, it's going to help you out. How do you view that balance of being up under center, being able to look at everything as the ball is snapped, versus when you are running play action or if you're running a boot, at times your back will be to the defense?
But the whole thing of it, I think, is when you're taking it from the shotgun, you take your eye off the defense too, aren't you?
Right.
Although you don't turn your back, you're not looking at them. So whether I'm turning my back, I'm looking at the ball, I'm looking over here because the ball was snapped over here. Same thing. And when you turn your back, it's probably a second at the most. So I don't think it's as difficult as it would seem, because I did both of them, and I didn't see the major difficulty. I knew the impact of turning the back helped out more than the impact of being in front of me like that. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a because let's be real. They play football and practice football all day. They don't go to work. They don't go to class.
It's in
and they go
college
to
where
football.
you have to pretend to go to class.
So they have the time to get it done, and we know already how he is. So I'm not seeing this as a major transition.
Taking your calls next. How confident are you in a big bounce back for Jaden Daniels? It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Pretty simple question. How confident are people in Jaden Daniels making the transition to a new, more pro-style offense? I'm going to let my person, Tori, in Orlando, lead us off. What's up, Tori?
Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Love your show.
Thanks for calling.
I think JD is a professional, right? So we should be excited about and super confident that he'll be able to pick it up. I think the one caveat is I think we're a little bit too dependent on Terry, and his health or whatever could kind of derail it a little bit. But JD5 is going to be fine. He's an elevator. He's going to elevate everybody else around him. We just add a little bit more, outside help to him, and he'll be more than well to go.
All right, man.
I like it, man.
Appreciate that.
I agree with that. Like, this dude is a pro that has dedicated his life to playing the position. I think on some level there should be an expectation of his transition and it to go pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch how good he played his rookie season, and he was healthy, he showed that he works his stuff, he didn't make the same mistake twice. That is something you should rest your laurels on. And when you look at it now, like last year, he was injured. I'm going to say it, he's not making no excuse. And when you start having injuries and your better players are not playing against their better players, you're going to look bad. I think last year we went into that season with the mindset he's going to make everything right. And I believe a person, and I say it over and over again, a person with extreme talent like him, they try to make everything right. And when you're pressed, you end up making mistakes or getting hurt. But if they build this thing to where they are going to help him out, I think the way that they build an offense, the under the center, the pro-style offense, that is not because he couldn't handle the other stuff. That is to help him and help him stay around a longer time. So other guys are going to have to do their part as well. And I think good things will happen.
Let's go to Manny in Southeast. Manny, how confident are you in the bounce back?
Hey, fellas, B. Mitch, Finley, how y'all doing, man? Hey, B. Mitch, I'm going to say this one time. On the hurricane. You be taking it right out. I just said the same thing. I'm not too worried about JD5 being a skilled star. We know he's been that all his life, everywhere he's been. I'm not even worried about it. I want to see if the line can transition, make the blocks they're supposed to make, and in this offense and move accordingly to this offense. The linemen, the running backs and tight ends making the blocks they're supposed to make, and things of that nature. I want to see if that can happen. If that transitions properly, we ain't got to worry about JD5 because he'll have all day to throw it. He'll have all day.
Yeah. All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
that.
All right.
Thank you, man. Jeffrey, how confident are you in JD5?
I'm extremely confident.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, exactly. We got to start that up, JP, with the 5 as the E. Return of the Jedi.
Make a graphic.
I'm about to chat GPT it. Because he's coming, and he's coming with a vengeance.
Tell you what, Jeff being extremely confident, not a surprise.
Not surprised at all.
But it seems like everybody's extremely confident.
But, I think, the confidence is cool. But also understand they are building towards something. They're not there yet. And as it goes, you look for a little bit more.
Right.
I think too many times we begin to look for the final product in the beginning stages.
Right.
You got to let them grow to it.
Ronald is in Fairfax. What's up, Ron?
How we doing, guys?
Doing well,
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. It's Friday. It's Scotty Vodka Friday.
Oh, damn right.
Guys. But I feel very confident, and I think it's going to be very telling the first 3 games, especially with the no film on this offense, no film on Jaden in this offense. I think that those 3 games, those are big nationally televised games. If he comes out there and does his thing like we all know he can do, I think that the hype's going to get out of control, and there's going to be a lot of MVP talk. That's what I honestly think, but you never know.
All right, man.
I like it, Ron. Thank you, buddy.
Dude. You put that MVP thing in there.
It's May 29th. If folks aren't feeling good right now, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to be optimistic. They've overhauled everything.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's very important to point out, we keep talking about the under center and play action and all these things. I still think they're going to run 60% shotgun.
Yeah.
If you look at we might be able to pull this data. White Brian, see if you can pull the data. Tell me how often Jared Goff is in shotgun. And then tell me for Caleb Williams. Jared Goff, not a very mobile guy.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is more mobile, but he's not a runner.
Nope.
He's kind of an old school scrambler more.
Yeah.
Those dudes are still in shotgun all the time. That's Ben Johnson's offense.
Yeah.
Like, there's still going to be plenty of shotgun for Jaden.
And I think that is why you get so many people getting these different opinions, because they are looking for extreme changes. I'm not. I'm looking for the fact that it's going to be more under center, which means you know a little bit less about what's going to happen. When you're always in shotgun, they can figure some stuff out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you're in a shotgun and the running back is to the right, for the most part, he's coming a step to get the ball a certain direction. And if he tries to come in and then go back out, that shows up. But when you're under shotgun, he's in the middle, you have to be ready for everything on the defensive side of the football. So when we were in shotgun so much, we basically were, when you take the test and the teacher gives you get the open book test. We had an open book test for defenses that we faced. Now that book is closed. See how much they're going to really retain and know.
Right. Let's sneak one more in here. Jupe from the DMWV. Jupe, how excited are you about Jaden Daniels running David Blau's offense?
I'm super excited. Matter of fact, I'm stupid confident he's going to have a bounce back year. It's going to be scorched earth all throughout the league when he gets back on that field. That Timothy Daniels revenge tour is going to be must-watch TV. And my most exciting part, I don't know what the other caller was talking about, not leaning on Terry. You got you. He's your star player. So with Blau talking about feeding him the ball, giving him 10 targets, possibly moving him around motion, that's the most exciting part to me. But I'm with you too, B-Mitch. I'm pumping my brake. I want to see it on game day, because there's always butterflies and bumblebee in training camp until it comes game day and we getting our tails whooped.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still excited and optimistic. That's all I got for you guys.
I appreciate you, Jupe. Yes, now's the time for optimism.
Yeah.
The season will come, and then we'll learn a lot more. Anna Spiegel will join us at 11:30. At high noon, Ben Stadig will join the program. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Red Raiders coach Joey McGuire on Steve Sarkisian's comments alluding to Texas week schedule. Coach McGuire has talked to Texas State and Abilene Christian and said he'll buy out those games if Texas Longhorns will come to his stadium in Lubbock in week 1. Nationals and Padres tonight at 6:45 on The Fan. Lucas Giolito, who started his career with the Nats, takes on Paxton Schultz. Novak Djokovic has won his first set at the French Open today. Mitchell Robinson has undergone surgery on his broken right pinky finger and fully plans to play in New York Knicks Game 1 of the NBA Finals, which begin Wednesday. OKC and San Antonio have their Game 7 Saturday because the Spurs beat the Thunder 118-91 last night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me. All drinks are free. We love to rock.
That's right, folks. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly. Scotty's Vodka, made in the DMV and very smooth. All right, B. We're getting closer and closer to the NBA draft, and I think there's a ton of excitement. Do you feel that it's going to be DeBonsa?
I don't know. I know we hear a lot of stuff, but I haven't heard anything from the Wizards to come out and say that they're leaning one way or the other. So
let's do this.
Shock me.
Let's do 100 chips, and I'll ask the boys in the aquarium. You got 100 chips. How many are you putting on DeBonsa going 1? How many are you putting on Peterson going 1? How many are you putting on a trade? I'll start because this is a pop quiz for everybody. I got $50 on DeBonsa going 1, and then 25 and 25 on a trade and on Peterson. So okay. I think overwhelmingly, I think it's going to be DeBonsa, but I do think those other things are real options.
Yep. I'll go 40, 30, 30.
Okay.
I mean, like, to be honest with you, if they were to do any of the other than drafting him first, they got a haul. Point blank. If they trade out the first and pick second, they got a haul. I can see that happening. So if they stay right there and take the bounce, as many people believe he's the number one guy, that's cool too.
Well, DeBonsa believes he's the number one guy. I believe this is from the All the Smoke podcast. AJ DeBonsa making clear where he thinks he belongs in this draft.
How important is being number one for you?
Very important. I've been number one since my first rankings came out.
Like, it'll change it now, huh?
I mean, like ESPN ranked me number one at ninth grade. I was like 14. I ain't dropped, so I don't plan on dropping in the draft.
That's right.
So DeBonsa and Peterson, I think, were neck and neck.
Question I would ask is this: people get caught up. If he's number two, what he gonna be? He gonna sulk? He gonna stop playing? You know what I mean? If you're number two, I understand what people say, like, "Oh, I want to be no." Cool. What if they were to make the trade? And if they make a trade, then you still be number one getting picked. But the team that had number one would say, "Okay, we'll take this other guy." But does it make you stop playing?
No, but I want my possible number one pick to want to be number one. I'm cool with that.
I would say, I believe I'm number one. You pick me number two. Guess what? I'm going to still prove I'm number one.
Sure.
The whole, like, I think we put so much hype on that number one. I've seen a lot of number ones don't do a damn thing when they get to the league. Any league. So just being picked number one is not the end of it.
Jeffrey, where are you on chips? DeBonsa, Peterson, trade. Or you could You want to throw a Boozer in there or something?
I'm going 50-50 on Devonta and Peterson. I do not believe the Wizards are going to trade back. I think they're going to make the first pick.
For me, if they have these dudes 1 and 1A, and you can get a haul to go from 1 to 2 and still get a guy you got, like I kind of want that to happen. Am I crazy?
That's where I've been the whole time, and I keep going towards. But I just keep saying, based off of, like, if they go through the stuff and they are cool and they say, well, these guys are they're equal, and if that dude from Utah wants them so bad and offers something, I can see a move. But if they automatically see Devonta as the main guy and he's like years ahead of people in their mind, make the pick. But if not, and you could do something else, go for it.
100 chips, Stallion.
100 chips for AJ Devonta. I'm not gonna lie. Last night I stayed up watching highlights of his. I mean, it's just insane.
How stoned were you to just stay up and watch highlights?
I actually wasn't last night, believe it or not.
Proud of you, bro.
Thank you. So I was watching his dude, he's so different. Like, he is such a unique, special talent. And I think Darren Peterson as well, but Devonta could be that difference maker that we've been wanting in Washington for so long. Like, this is our shot to get a superstar, and I think he's the safest guy. So I'm taking Devonta, 100 chips, 1-1, get me that star.
The B?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same way. 90 Devonta, 5 Peterson, 5 trade.
All right.
He's the best player in the draft. I don't think it's close.
I think it might be close.
It's close. It's closer than y'all think. I watched both of them play, and I didn't leave thinking Devonta was that much better than Peterson. And damn, to be honest with you, if you start looking at it, Wilson might be better than both of them. So it's like when you still have that caveat that you can't. This is not a Cooper Flagg coming out.
Right.
This is not a Wemby coming out. And people could say, oh, he didn't have no help. BYU didn't play no superstar teams.
They're in the Big 12 now, I believe.
I understand, but they're not playing like the SEC, the ACC, and the Big Ten. So when you see that, and there were games where you go, okay, why he's not taking over?
When they went head-to-head, I think Peterson played better. My problem with Peterson, like, if Peterson had just played at Kansas and the year went great, I think I'd be a Peterson guy. But all the stuff, I don't love when there's stuff.
Hey, man.
And maybe the stuff is nothing.
Stuff
maybe
could
it
be
isn't.
nothing. Listen to me. He said, I want to be number one. What if the guy that's picked number 2 for he wants to be number 1? And then he starts cooking you every time he play you in the pros. Guess what? You were number 1. You're still number 1, and you're losing. What difference would it make? So I would hope whatever the stuff was with Peterson, he's past it. Because that dude's a talent, no matter how people want to look at it. And I know we get one thing and we go with that, but he can play.
What is the latest on, like, NBA social media is insane. What is the latest on Utah wanting Devonta? Because I thought I had heard that the Bulls want Devonta, and they picked 4th, I think.
I think it's right now just smoke. Like, there's no real reporting that they're like, oh, yeah, we really want Devonta. I just think everyone's just reading the tea leaves at this point. He went to Utah, or transferred to Utah for his final year of high school, went to BYU. The Jazz kind of tanked. They thought that they had a chance to get him, and now they're picking 2nd overall, and it feels as if Devonta's going 1-1. So I think it's kind of more so fan chatter at this point, and not really like actual, like, yeah, we're going to go do anything for AJ Devonta at this point.
But no one's come out and said it.
Yeah, like, you're not going to get Danny Ainge on the record saying something. The thing I heard about Chicago, because the Bulls have 4 and 15. If a trade is on the table with number 1 B, would you go further back than 2?
Depending on what my grades are on the people coming up.
Yeah, and I'm asking you
what else I can get. That's what I'm saying. I can't make the decision right here with nothing in front of me. So if I were there and I said, let's say I went through and I found out that Caleb Wilson's guy I think is best, I'll make that damn trade and go back to 3. I'll figure it out. Now, what if Chicago at 4? 4 and 15. Here, take them. We want 1.
I would think I need more. 4, 15, and a future one.
I'll be trading.
I love Caleb Wilson. Are we all that convinced that AJ DeBonsa is demonstrably better than Caleb Wilson?
I'm not.
Speak up then, Dub B. Caleb Wilson was an absolute badass.
DeBonsa was averaging like 30, 10, and 10 in the Big 12 tournament against Iowa State, against Arizona. Very good basketball teams.
DeBonsa for the year averaged 26, 7, and about 4 assists. Wilson for the year averaged 23, 11, and about 3 assists. Wilson is a far bigger, plays bigger. I think they're probably about the same height, but Wilson, I like Alex Sarr a lot. I think he'll develop into a nice player.
Mm-hmm.
But you might need a dog alongside of him, and DeBonsa's like a slasher, like a scorer. He's not a bulldog type of player.
Mm-hmm.
Wilson is. I'm not suggesting. My point is, I remember I had this conversation. I guess I'll say a source, although I'm pretty sure I wrote the story and said who it was, but I don't remember. This is many, many years ago. When the Skins were going through all the drama with Kirk, right? And they had to tag Kirk, and I think at that time that meant paying him $24 million a year, if I'm remembering right.
I like it. Nice
going
move,
back to
nice
2017, I think. And there was somebody within the Skins organization who said to me, "Are we sure Kirk is worth 8 times more than Colt? Just from a salary standpoint, I think Colt was making about $3 million a year, and to franchise Kirk meant paying him $24 million. And if you look at it that way, if DeBonsa, if we're talking Madden ratings or 2K ratings, if DeBonsa's a 99, where is Wilson as a rookie prospect? A 96? A 97? Because he's not a 90. He's not a 80. The delta between these players has to be minuscule.
Yeah.
Where if you had DeBonsa, you're the AJ guy here, Dub B. If you got DeBonsa at 99, where's Caleb Wilson?
93.
Where's Peterson?
95.
Where's Boozer?
91.
So you think the delta is that significant?
Yes, I do.
And Clary agrees, I think.
He dominated the best conference in college basketball for the whole second half of the season.
You think so? You think it was dominant? So why didn't beat the dude that he was playing against that they say may be better than him?
Didn't Peterson outplay him in the head-to-heads?
Why didn't he play better or beat him? And why didn't he beat him? Why didn't he take over that game?
Kansas was a much better basketball team.
Overall, you believe that?
Yes. BYU lost their second best player, tore an ACL halfway through the year.
But normally when you are the absolute best player, when your other player go out, you take over, right? That's how alpha dogs do it.
Normally, yeah.
Okay. I leave it at that. He said normally.
Well,
that was abnormal in that game, I guess.
I think DeBonsa just wasn't taking the creatine the way that Peterson was. I think that's probably why.
I think if the creatine...
It wasn't really funny.
If the missing...
That wasn't really funny. You should take that one home. Womp, womp, womp.
Swing and a miss.
Are you a Peterson guy, B?
No.
Are you an anti-DeBonsa guy?
No, I'm just not. I don't see where all these guys are saying the games I saw him play, he was not standing out.
What if you saw him on an off night?
Games I saw. He better not have 4 damn off nights.
Dude, when we had John Wall on, we had John Wall on the show 2 weeks ago or so, right? After the lottery. John Wall is an absolute hoops junkie. John Wall is now working with the Howard University men's basketball team in a front office capacity, basically. Dude, I know from my boy Mark that runs Capital Hoops, John will show up at DeMatha Summer League just to watch hoops. He's not blowing smoke. Let's just quickly, I pulled this up. When we had John Wall on the program, we asked him about all these draft prospects. Of DeBonsa, reminds me of a young Tracy McGrady. That's greatness. That is a great scouting report. Of Peterson, He said, bona fide bucket getter. Of Boozer, he said, very mature, ultimate winner. Of Caleb Wilson, John Wall, an all-NBA player, said he reminds me of a baby Kevin Garnett. And T-Mac was great. Garnett was great. Like, you're telling me if you can move from 1 to 4 and get Wilson and a 15th and maybe something else, I don't know that I'm mad at that, dude.
I wouldn't be.
You know what my hesitation going from 1 to 4 would be?
What?
That you get Boozer and not Wilson, and that Wilson actually goes 3. That would be my concern.
Yeah. But but that's why the people that are making those picks have to make sure they do not just their homework with the people they may trade with, but the people that they may not trade with to see who they're looking for. And after we say all that, listen, all the stuff we said, a lot of guys have been lifers in basketball. And people like Sam Bowie still got drafted. Okay?
You know who's a baller?
What's the guy that came to the Wizards back there? MJ is the best player ever. And still, they drafted that dude.
Kwame Brown?
Okay?
Jan Vesely?
Just because you know basketball and been around don't mean that you're perfect.
You know who is a local kid that I was unaware of?
Who that?
Who's an absolute baller? The kid Nate Ament from Tennessee.
Yeah.
I believe.
Where you from?
Manassas.
Monastic?
Yeah. Now, I wonder if he went away for high school or something, but I got email. They're throwing a draft party for him. I think he went to Stallion. We're going to lean on you as the Virginia boy here. Colgan High School?
Never heard of it.
And then the Highland School in Warrenton?
Highland, yeah.
Like, that's a local dude.
Very local.
Were any of us aware of this?
No idea.
Stallion wasn't, but he just said very local.
Rose's best friend went to Highland, so that's how I knew. But that's the only.
What's her name?
Julia.
Shout out to Julia. Also my sister-in-law's name. Can I have a brief aside here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to make this about Maryland. I'll make it about both my alma maters, Maryland and Georgetown. Why are we letting my man from Woodbridge go to Tennessee? Can we keep some of these kids home, please?
Hey, just because the school is here don't mean they're going to come. They better get better.
Regardless.
I'll give them some more money.
I think it might be the latter. I think the Wiz, no matter what, have to draft DeBonsa, but I think those phones will be working.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay with it, dude.
Yeah.
Jeff,
very much okay
for
with
you,
it.
What would you say, where would you scale 1 to 99, 1 to 100, what the hell? As a draft prospect, where do you have DeBonsa?
You see, I put my chips 50-50, so I look at them equal too. They 1A, 1B to me.
So you would say they're both a 97 or something like that?
I would both. That 95 that WB gave, that was outrageous. I would have said they both about 97s.
Where's Wilson?
I'd probably give him like a 96, right under him. Because, like you said, John Wall know a lot of ball. And for him to point out KG, I know I'm young, well, younger than y'all, but I remember
in there every time. Huh?
Yeah, I do.
Just your head look like you older.
Whatever. But KG was a dominant force. Even looking back at some of his, because when I was playing basketball, my little kid years, I was the biggest. So they tried to make me look at Shaq and KG. He was dominant.
Nah, you a big baby.
Nah, I got a bucket B. We could call some of my friends.
I just sent a photo out. You were big.
You a big baby. You like the dude from LSU.
I got
that
a
name
bucket.
Big Baby?
I am not mad. I'm not mad at any outcome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not. Like, leading up to the draft, there's going to be so many crazy rumors, so much smoke, and the Wizards are at the center of it. I really like Will Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
Like, pull the levers, dude. Now, I do think, what do we say all the time? Life's about self-preservation. What elongates the rebuild here is to continue to trade. I don't know that you trade out of one, but maybe you trade elsewhere within this draft. I would love if they get back into the top 10, top 15. There's so much talent in this draft. The two big fellas out of Michigan, man. Like, if you can get back to wherever that's going to be. The kid Mara's 7'4", the kid Yaxel's 7 foot and can shoot the lights out.
Yeah.
If you can get back in that territory, you have my full support. Something I'm not entirely sure has my full support are the litany of festivals and county fairs heading to the National Mall over the next 2 months. Our friend Anna Spiegel from Axios is going to get us up to speed on everything that's coming to DC.
We need more Comrex.
Which should be a real celebration for most people, except for the people that have to work 10 to 2 middays in the middle of this city, and traffic's already a problem. Anna Spiegel joins the program next. B. Mitch and Finley here for our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Brian and I have both worked with Paul extensively at both of our homes. He's done tremendous work. Built a back porch for me that's now my favorite room in our home. When you work with Paul, you get honest work done ahead of time. How often can you say that with contractors? It's really remarkable. His crew would show up at my house at like 6 a.m. I'd be in my drawers, have to let them in, get dressed. They get there early, they get the work done early, and they do not look to overcharge you. I'll never forget a conversation with Paul when he told me I didn't need the highest priced windows for certain parts of my home because the sun doesn't come in there. When you get honesty like that, it makes a difference. And all month long, you can get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
When I talk about Paul, I'll tell you about my whole house. Paul came in, he did every window in my house. He did every window in my detached garage. He did the doors as well. And I think he did a great job. You know, I haven't had to call him back to come fix anything. And there were some things that had been done before Paul came along. He did that as well. He corrected what the people had done. And I still haven't had to call him back because Paul does it right, like JP stated. They come in, they get it done right the first time. They finish ahead of time, and they don't overcharge you. When you have someone going out there doing it like that, you know that they respect you just as much as they want you to respect them. So call Paul right now and receive $125 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $600 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him that B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Novak Djokovic with the lead in the second set after winning the first set at the French Open. The number one seed Jannik Sinner out. Could be a good chance for Djokovic to go all the way for another title. Commanders wrapping up the first round of their OTAs today. Next round will be June 2nd through the 4th. Spurs looking for more after a 118-91 win over the Thunder. Game 7 is Saturday night. The winner plays the Knicks. Mitchell Robinson has undergone surgery on his broken right pinky finger, and he fully expects to play in that game number 1 Wednesday. Nationals and Padres tonight at 6:45 on the Fan. Lucas Giolito, pitching for San Diego, takes on Paxton Schultz. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. It's a great time for sports in our city. Huge Nats game tonight. A lot of excitement talking about the Wiz number 1 pick coming up. There's just a lot of fun stuff happening. And it also so happens this is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America.
A lot of sports stuff happening, too.
Big 4th of July. Yeah, they're going to have a UFC fight at the White House.
I don't know that about 250 years, but okay.
Anna Spiegel covers D.C. for Axios, and Anna's had a number of reports and stories over the last couple days about all the activities coming to D.C. Anna, how are you? Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you.
So let's start, because the World Cup is happening first. Let's start with what the plan is for people to watch the World Cup down on the mall.
Yeah, so, I think everyone's really excited about this FIFA World Cup fan zone. They just announced that, there have been rumors that this might be happening, but they finally confirmed it. And they're going to have, a big fan zone on the mall right between 3rd and 4th Street, so kind of closer to the Capitol. Okay. It's going to be the entire length of the World Cup, so, June 11th through July 19th. And they say they're going to have, live match screenings, on TVs where you can see it during the day, like LED TVs. They're going to have activations. You're going to have, kind of family-friendly things like a live music, food, cultural programming, and they're going to show all Team USA matches regardless of the start time.
It's just all Team USA matches?
Oh, no, it's all matches. They're going to show most matches in general. They said they're not going to show matches that start, I think, after 7 o'clock.
Okay.
But they will show Team USA and also final round matches no matter when they start.
Okay, gotcha.
Wow. Okay. So, do we know the Team USA start times yet?
I think they do. Like, I don't. I need to look at their lineup, but I think they have all the matches that they're planning to show, and there are a ton.
All right,
they're planning to show, I think, over 100.
If they're going to show every Team USA game, so in Group D, the United States is in for the World Cup. It's U.S., Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. They have 3 guaranteed matches, and then you advance out of group play, right?
Okay.
They play June 12th, a Friday night at 9 o'clock at night. That's in 2 weeks. Like, that's around the corner. Then they play June 19th, which is an afternoon game. That's at 3 o'clock. They have a game on June 25th at 10 o'clock at night. They're going to have this thing rocking and rolling at 10 o'clock at night.
All USA games?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that'll
on the National Mall. So there'll be a lot of action.
Any idea what kind of crowds they're expecting?
They haven't had, crowd estimates yet. And I did ask also about, this is going to be a huge thing in National Mall, intersecting with the UFC fight on June 14th, as you mentioned, the Great American State Fair, which starts June 25th. So there's expected to be tons of people down there. I think there's questions lingering about, what is the bathroom situation going to be like? Like, what's the security? Are there going to be checkpoints? And all these things. They say this kind of details are going to be released in the coming weeks.
So the UFC fight that's coming to town.
Yeah.
That is, because I saw like a visual of the White House, and you can see like the cage, and I imagine there's like lighting apparatus up above it. Is that open to the public at all? I imagine that's a pretty hot ticket.
Yes, I think it's supposedly one of the hottest tickets, in town right now. I think, they said that there's going to be free tickets that are given to veterans and members of the military. I think the president is giving tickets, from the White House to a select number of people. They said the public can watch on like big screens that are going to be set up around the periphery of the fight. So you can go down there. I think it's going to be standing room, but you can't actually get seats inside.
Damn. So they're going to have all this World Cup stuff going.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're going to have the UFC fight. And when is the race? Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the race.
Yeah, when is the race?
The race starts August 20th. It's August 22nd, 23rd. So there's going to be a little bit of a break time, but they need to set up the course, obviously. So there's going to be probably some road closures and some traffic construction, things of that sort.
There need to be some road construction. Because I'm gonna tell you, some of those cars will go airborne and hit some of these humps. I hit coming to work.
Absolutely.
All right. So a lot of this is kind of themed around sports, obviously. World Cup, UFC, and then the Indy race in August. But what is also happening around the 4th of July? Because I saw a list of performers that probably aren't getting me to the mall, but I'm sure there are people that are excited. Like, how long and what are the times and areas impacted by, what are we calling this thing? The Great American State Fair?
Yes. So the Great American State Fair is taking over the mall, a large portion of the mall, June 25th through July 12th. So it's going to be before and after the big July 4th weekend. It's being billed as like a World's Fair size event. They say they're going to have a 110-foot carousel, Ferris wheel. All 50 states represented with food and kind of cultural activations. And then you probably saw that they also had a lot of kind of headliners drop out.
Yeah.
Today because they were
Time and I forgot the other guy. I don't know, backed out of it.
Yeah, Bret Michaels, Martina McBride. I think 5 out of the 7 headliners have dropped out, saying that they weren't aware of the political nature. Some of them said they weren't aware of the political nature of the event.
Were they not paying attention? I mean, come on now.
It is DC.
Is Flo Rida still a part of the activities?
Yes, so far. All eyes are on Flo Rida.
Shout out to
see if he's
Apple Bottom Jeans. So, Anna, this is all great information. And I hope for the people, one quick question. You said 110-foot Ferris wheel. Is that like, the big Ferris wheel, like it started in London. Now they have one in National Harbor.
Yeah,
they have them everywhere. Is that like that size?
I think it's maybe a little smaller because they still have like but I think, yes, it's supposed to be a huge carousel. And I think you asked about July 4th. I think that's going to be going up for July 4th weekend. They're also going to have, what they're trying to do is break a world record in terms of the fireworks display. So they're going to have it, going on for longer and bigger and brighter than ever before, apparently.
I love fireworks. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Going to the mall on the 4th of July sounds awful. But I hope for the people that are into it, I hope it's great. Like, I don't want to turn anyone else away. I don't.
I'm not going.
What are we?
I'm going to be away from it because that traffic's going to be hell. That bridge's not even done yet. Can you imagine getting into the city?
Anna, all politics are local. How bad is the traffic going to be with all of these activities in downtown Washington?
I imagine it will be pretty bad. Organizers, for especially the IndyCar race, they're like, it's going to be minimal road closures. We're just going to, set it up and take it down. I mean, imagine to build, and looking at, Vegas and other places where they've had these kind of races, like, there needs to be a lot of infrastructure that goes in, and it takes, usually over the course of weeks, not just like a few days.
Mm-hmm. That's a bike race and ride tomorrow. They close a lot of roads. If it's going to be an Indy car, they're going to be closing way more roads than they trying to tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. And, for the IndyCar, the tickets, so you can get free general admission tickets, those go live. Those are live today. They just went live right now through June 7th. So if you want to register to get free tickets. Yeah, for free tickets.
That's cool. Is the World Cup stuff and the 4th of July county fair stuff, is that all free, I assume?
Yeah, they say it's all free admission, and also I think there's some for the World's Fair you can register for tickets, but that's also free.
Okay.
I can't tell you how terrified I am of all the traffic. Are these events it's all during the day and at night. Like it's an all day
Yeah,
affair.
especially for, as you mentioned, the World Cup is going to be in the evening. I think the IndyCars are in the day, the UFC fights at night, and the Great American Pharoah is going to go all day. I think it's a morning to evening event. So, yeah, it's definitely good to start planning your alternate routes. Take Metro.
I might
Always a
have
good
to-
option.
I don't think I've taken the Metro in a number of years. I might be riding the Metro.
Mhm.
The traffic drives me so crazy. I did want to take a brief moment talking with our friend Anna Spiegel from Axios here. You also had a story. I'm just going to let you explain this. DC is in for a hot dog summer. It's glizzy season, folks.
Yes.
Anna, can you explain?
Please.
Yes, hot dogs are taking off. Did you see the crowds in National Park? There, people ate thousands of hot dogs. They gave away those great hot dog hats for free that now people are selling online for $300. People are just really excited about hot dogs. There's a great new hot dog restaurant, Marv's Dogs, just opened in Tenleytown.
Where in Tenley?
I went up there. It's on Wisconsin Avenue, kind of between Tenley and Friendship Heights.
Is it? That's right by where I live.
They're
I might
selling
have to go get some
free hot
dogs.
dog hats for $300.
Yeah, some people were selling the Nats free hot dog swag hats online for $300. And somebody bought them, which is crazy.
Anna,
Yeah, I'm
one
with
of our
you on that.
producers is a Giants fan, and when the Commanders beat the Giants to open the season by 13 points, he had to eat 13 hot dogs, and he did it
Oh, my
in like
God.
an hour.
An hour? He wouldn't be Joey Chestnut, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah, an hour. That's too long.
Are there any other like cool restaurant or other scenes we need to know for the summer?
There's a cool New Orleans style restaurant that just opened behind Nats Park. You remember where All Purpose used to be?
Yeah.
And they have a really fun setup. They're doing po' boys, they're doing slushies. If you're going to the game tonight, it's a fun place to check out.
Okay.
Are they doing
Chattahoochee-
slushies or are they doing daiquiris? Louisiana, we like to do
They're
daiquiris.
doing both. They're doing daiquiris. They
Yeah.
have like a patio that has kind of more like kind of quick, grenades and things like that. And then they're doing Sazerac.
boy, we gotta go over there, Jay.
Daiquiris. Yeah. It's called Chattahoolas, so check it out.
Chattahoolas, that's right. I saw that online.
All right, Anna, always great catching up with you. Please, when you talk to these decision makers, tell them to think about the traffic for the people that are trying to get to work.
They did.
I will.
Thank
for
you.
sure. Well, thanks for having me.
All right,
take
thank
care.
you. Anna Spiegel does a great
They
job.
thought about the traffic.
Covering the city.
And then they say, who cares?
Give her a follow on social media at Anna Spiegs, Spiegs. Brian, something we've been waiting for. We have Alex Ovechkin news. That's coming next.
Let's
Mr.
go.
Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody watching us on the YouTube stream, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Pods, the Odyssey app, wherever you get us. We appreciate you being part of it.
Yeah.
A person I appreciate greatly is Alex Ovechkin.
Yes.
And, for many, many years. And while the Stanley Cup playoffs are going on here, I think Vegas is waiting to see who they're going to face between Montreal and Carolina. Montreal, Carolina have a game tonight, 8:00. The Hurricanes are up 3-1. So it looks like at least half of my Stanley Cup prediction will be proven correct. I had Colorado and the Canes, but the Golden Knights are already through. They ran through Colorado.
Vegas hasn't been around very long, but they sure has a lot of success.
They're good, dude.
Man.
They are good. But for me, these playoffs haven't been as enjoyable because the Caps weren't in them, frankly. And the biggest question for Caps fans, Caps management, Caps ownership, what's going to happen with Alex Ovechkin? And so I want to give credit to Sammy Silber of the Hockey News, who tracked this information down from a Russian outlet. Okay?
All right.
So presumably Ovi's back in his homeland. And this is per translation. Alex Ovechkin was asked about his future and said, I haven't decided yet. FonBet, which is the outlet, FonBet followed up asking when he'd have a decision, to which Ovechkin replied that he's not hiding anything and will decide soon. He said, it's no secret. What's the secret? I'll have the decision in July. I'm for sure. His contract expires July 1st. That's also when NHL free agency opens.
All right.
Caps general manager Chris Patrick has said before that it would be ideal to know Ovechkin's plans going into the draft, but that the team is comfortable giving him all the time he needs to make a decision. Chris Patrick said back in April, he's earned the right to do the process how he wants to, and we'll just work with him when we get information. Back in April, Ovi had kind of said he was pretty sure he hadn't played his final game. He said, remember he talked about his family and stuff, wanting him to keep playing. Back in April, Ovechkin said, if I want to come back, it have to be a decision on, first of all, or we're going to make the playoffs and we have to fight for a cup. That's probably the biggest thing. Otherwise, if you take different scenarios like family-wise, health-wise, but team-wise, this is the most important thing for me.
Okay.
In the immediate days after the season wrapped, Ovi seemed like he wanted to be back for sure.
Totally.
Now that, the Caps stopped playing in April. We're almost to June now.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably, on a yacht in the Caspian Sea or something, eating caviar. Do you think his focus... I think you and I both felt Ovi would be back.
Yeah.
Do you feel that now?
I don't think it's changed. I think now he doesn't hurt as much as he was at the end of the season. When you start feeling a little better, you know what? You can see yourself going back for it. But he's going to have to make himself understand that will he be willing to dedicate himself for the rigors to get ready for a hockey season and then go through it for 80 more games, 82 more games, whatever it is.
Well, and if it's all about playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Like that, you're talking 100 games. You're talking 95 games.
There's no such thing as a guarantee, though, for that.
Right.
So,
I honestly, the Caps were pretty good last year. They narrowly missed a playoff spot anyway. Dude, what's crazy is the Caps had a better record than Vegas, who's now in the Stanley Cup final, which is just nuts. I understand why Chris Patrick, the Caps GM, said he'd like to know what Ovi's going to do before the NHL draft. The NHL draft is like 3 or 4 days after the NBA draft. I think it's late June. I want to say June 26th. I know this because I saw Greg Abernathy yesterday, and Abs, photog for Monumental Sports, is heading up to Buffalo next week for the NHL Draft Combine. Okay? Now, the Caps have the 16th pick. I think they have 2 firsts. They have 16 and 18. They got a first from Anaheim for sending John Carlson out there, right? 16 and 18, that's great value. Like I'm excited to see the players they get. Whoever you're drafting at 16 and 18, that doesn't impact Ovi's future.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And generally, a lot of these hockey dudes probably play another year of college or they have to work their way up from the minors or whatever it is.
I don't think anything they do right now should affect Ovi's future.
I think free agency is different. But apparently, this is a weak free agent class. I think if it was a top kind of free agent class in the NHL, you'd want to know Ovi's future because now Barry Svrluga had the report that this won't be about money. And if Ovi is really...
Didn't Malkin just sign a $5.5 million deal?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you think? Somewhere above that or right around that?
If you told me it was 6,
yeah.
The Caps have... I'm pulling up Puckapedia on cap space and such. I think Ovi, to me, and I've said this all along, gets to call his shot. He decides he wants one more year, he wants one more year, he gets it. At some point, I recognize maybe the Caps eventually have to turn the page here, but I don't think they've gotten to that stage yet. And
I think after this year, it's that stage.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But
unless he decides I'm just done.
Here's my thing, because there is a portion of the fan base, and there are people we know in sports that are of the opinion that the team needs him to go, that they'd be better off without Ovechkin. He was their leading goal scorer last year. Like, apparently this free agent class isn't loaded. Like, who's going to fill that void? I don't... Like, the microwave society we live in
But
is
you know how
almost...
people think, though, like, long as he's there, he's the focal point. He casts a shadow over people. The other guys, they always take a back seat. If he were to go, then they could probably blossom. That's what some people think. But my whole thing is, when you're ready to go, you're ready to go. It makes it, if he's there or not. He's not on the ice 100% of the damn time.
When we return, Ben Standig will join the program. We're going to talk through what we learned at OTAs for the Commanders. Plus, we're giving away Machine Gun Kelly tickets.
Third set now for 3-seed Novak Djokovic against 28-seed Joao Fonseca. Djokovic already up 6-4, 6-4 at the French Open. Commanders OTAs continue today. They'll wrap up, and then the next round arrives June 2nd through the 4th. Spurs defeat the Thunder 118-91 behind Victor Wembanyama's 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. Game 7 Saturday night at OKC. Mitchell Robinson underwent surgery on his broken right pinky finger and fully plans to play in the Knicks Game 1 NBA Finals Wednesday against the winner of Spurs and Thunder. NCAA baseball local teams today, 5 p.m. VCU against North Carolina, 7 p.m. UVA Jacksonville State, 8 p.m. Virginia Tech against Cal Poly. Montreal's at Carolina tonight, Game 5. Canes lead the series 3-1. And the Nationals against the Padres, 6:45 p.m. on The Fan. Lucas Giolito versus Paxton Schultz. Right-hander Cole Henry activated from the injury list. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. And right now, one lucky listener is about to win some tickets to go see Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 right now. You're going to win a pair of tickets to go see Machine Gun Kelly Lost Americana Tour Wednesday, June 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 10 right now. Hit the button, Stallion. Let the people loose. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack. What's up, Benny?
Fellas, happy Friday. Thanks for having me.
Same to you, brother.
I think I'm going to do this to start, and then we'll get to football. I wanted to take a minute to honor Howard Fendrich. Howard's a guy I knew. I didn't know him that well, but always very affable, funny, a real reporter that knew what journalism was, and we live in a world where that line gets further blurred every day. And I know you've known Howard since high school, so I wanted to just give you a minute to talk about the person, left behind a wife and 2 kids. Sad stuff.
Yeah, no, super sad. He, not only did he cover DC sports for many years, it's one of those deals with the AP where you probably read his work, but you didn't always know it because they don't always have bylines on an AP story. But he was most known for covering tennis, the big majors, for sure. In his obit, there was a great obit from the AP. Roger Federer is quoted in there.
That tells you he's the real deal, dude.
Yeah, Rafa Nadal and Billie Jean King expressed their condolences on social media, and he was also he covered his 11th Olympics this year. Unfortunately, when he came home, didn't feel right, went to the doctors, and things deteriorated. Unfortunately, from there. But yeah, no, I met him when we were teenagers. Shockingly, we bonded over sports. I saw his mother the other day, and she was recounting how we would be like on the phone all the time talking about God knows what about these teams. So yeah, it's a tough one on a personal level, and like you said, on a professional level. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that was, like you said, a real reporter, somebody that I would ask questions of. When I had situations in my own career, and yeah, it's going to be a tough one for journalism and for me personally.
What are some of the things that you kind of learned from him in your own journalism?
Well, Howard was very meticulous with his work. I mean, he even at games, like we always kind of joked about this, I would help sometimes when I was freelancing back in the day for the Associated Press. I would come upstairs from the locker room or something, and I would have what I thought was the important details, and I would share that with him to write the story. But then he would ask me 5 other questions that would never even have crossed my mind. Well, what was so and so looking like? How did he phrase this? Whatever it meant. Hey, you only transcribed 2 minutes. Didn't he talk for 8? Yes. Okay. Well, what else did he say? And that it is the full scope of the story. It's not just the head. It's not just the headline. You got to flesh it all out, and that level of detail. In this world where you're trying to get things up quickly and all that, you can lose sight of that. So I think that was something for sure that stood out.
He asked great questions too. I always enjoyed when he wasn't in Ashburn all that often. He wasn't at Commanders games all that often, but he was there enough, and he always asked great questions. Well, I just wanted to take that time, just show a little respect and honor to the late great Howard Fendrich. Turning the page now to OTAs. A lot of excitement. I don't know if you've gotten the same kind of feedback, but anytime B and I open the phones, folks are calling in that they're so excited to see Jaden Daniels in this David Blau offense.
So that great performance in that first OTA.
Yeah. What was kind of your big takeaway from OTAs?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the NFL version of spring training. I mean, training camp almost feels like it's part of the season, but this is where it's pure optimism. Everything's ahead of you. All the changes look great, and I think there is a lot of intrigue with this offense. As successful as they were in 2024 with the shotgun heavy, no huddle heavy approach. It's hard to say last year that it faded because there were so many injuries, but I do think it limits what you're able to do. You're not able to do play action. Because of the no huddle, you kind of had to have the guys like Terry's always lining up to the left, that type of deal. This is going to create a lot more opportunities. And, you could see on the routes being run that they're going to use Terry and the other guys in a variety of situations. And, with Jaden, sure, it's not been a staple of his career at all to be under center. But at the same point, it does not look at all like it's going to be any kind of real transition. He's still, I'm sure he's got to learn some of the terminology and things along those lines, but I don't think it's going to be any issue, and it's going to create, like I said, more opportunities for him in the offense to shake things out and to look, to give the defense a lot of different looks, and I think that's going to be very beneficial.
Did you notice anything different on the first OTA? You see the team, they walk out. Did you notice anything different
in terms of the the offense? You mean? Or
I mean, well, I know, when I went to Richmond to watch the Patriots come in, when the Patriots got off the bus, you go, "Damn, they big." Did you notice a size change? Did you see some speed changes and things like that on the field?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the defensive side, obviously, as you well know, no pads, no contact, and all that. But when you just look and see, even though they were missing a few defensive linemen because of injuries, but you see Chason and Owe off the edge, and then you look at the linebacker, and there's Chenal, Styles, Luvu, either all three of them or in some combination. And just seeing those guys out there, it is such a night and day difference in terms of the speed and the youth that they have out there. And that's just those guys. I mean, there's obviously more. Dorrance Armstrong will be back. He was obviously having a really good year last year. We'll see where Jordan McGee and Kane Madrano, if they're able to step up and crash the rotation. I think both of those guys, from an athletic standpoint, have the tools they're looking for. So I think those things in particular just really stood out. I mean, again, we'll see what happens on Sundays, but the idea of them being having a lot more guys who can fly around the field, which obviously can help, force the quarterback to make bad throws or hurry throws, create more turnovers. That is the point of everything they did. And I really like the way that Peters handled this, in that, we all said that they needed to get younger faster, and he went and did that with the front seven. And I think he understood the assignment for sure.
I agree with that. It was also noticeable compared to this time last year that Terry McLaurin was on the field, and he made a couple big catches. Terry seemed to really be buzzing out there. Did you notice that?
Yeah, no, he definitely had some pretty good some pretty good energy for sure. And yeah, like I said, seeing he was an example of a guy, probably the most noticeable because he's the one guy on offense at receiver that we kind of have a feel for. Everybody else we'll see. But yeah, where they're using him in different spots, I think for him, I'm sure like, hey, I got a lot of versatility here. Let's use it in different ways. And I know JP, you've been talking about this a lot, where I guess Blau said at some point earlier in the offseason about getting Terry, 10, can you get him 10 targets a game? And I'm sure that was music to his ears. Sure. And it is such a logical thing. We always have talked about this. It's always like, hey, how come the other team gets the ball to their guy all the time and not as much here? And, no disrespect to the other receivers, but as of now, it is Terry McLaurin and then a bunch of other guys. So getting him the ball is paramount, and he looks to be embracing that opportunity.
I like it.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here. You can check out the Last Man Standig Substack. I think Grant's calling you Substack Standig. Do you like that?
Sure. Whatever gets the message home. If people like it, let's go.
What do you think of the rest of the receivers? Because I thought Diami had a pretty good practice, and it's a practice in May, and I'm not drawing any conclusions. But I got the responses you get when you post something like that on social media are half, yeah, Diami's going to have the breakout season, and then half, man, you could pencil him in for 275 yards now. What are we getting excited about?
Yeah, I would look at it as don't view any of these guys necessarily as the second receiver. This isn't Monk and Clark. This is the one guy, and then you have a lot of other guys who have certain skill sets that if they're used properly.
So Terry Knight and the Pips.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I think they're going to probably use more two tight end offense this year as part of David Blatt's system, which makes sense, right? You've got Chigga, who was really the big receiver addition that they made this offseason. John Bates gives you that blocking threat, and I think you can actually catch a little bit more. And that means if there's another receiver on the field, if you have a play with some deep ball components, Diami Brown makes a ton of sense. If you have one, maybe sort of the red zone where you want more of a vertical presence, Traylon Burks could be that guy. Antonio Williams, obviously, I think he's somewhat like a Terry, looks like he can kind of do a bit of everything. He's got good speed, not necessarily the biggest guy, but the route running.
He didn't seem small, though. Like seeing him in person.
Who's that?
Antonio Williams, the rookie. The size.
He's 5'11", what? 195?
Like watching him run around, he looked the same size as Diami. Are people worried about Diami's size? Yeah,
he's not small.
Yeah. No, he's definitely not small. He's not 6'3". That's
right. I was more like after the draft, there was like this Antonio Williams isn't big enough discussion, and I think it was flawed. And especially now after seeing him, I think it's flawed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll see. In two receiver sets, if he's on the outside, is he going to be able to beat his guy with some of the bigger corners? But yeah, I think he. The people seem to believe that he can do it. So yeah, I don't think they have a room where you're like, hey, we have to rely on our receivers. We're good, but I do think they have a room of, hey, on this play, we can put this guy in this spot, and that will give us exactly what we want. And we have other guys that can move around. Now, whether all those receivers can ultimately fill the role that they're being asked to, that's going to be a big question, and we'll see if some of the younger guys, like a Jacoby Jones or Ja'Cory Brooks, maybe, one of those guys makes a move, but that's what they're banking on right now. I think don't look at it as who's wide receiver 2, look at it as how do you take the skills that they have and turn that into sort of a number 2 receiver in aggregate.
I know we want to name a guy that everyone wants to have the name of a guy that's number 2. What if guys just come out and start to be able to do certain things on a consistent basis? You may get 2 or 3 guys that step up. Then it doesn't make a difference who's 2, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like a guy like Traylon Burks, like everybody looks at him, former first-round pick, from the athletic angle, the physical size angle. You're like, wow, this guy could be the real deal. And he had a catch. It was the ball was ultimately thrown too far out of bounds, but he had a really nice diving catch down the field on one play. That you're like, oh wow, that's why this guy is. Looks like he could be a lot of fun. And then there was a play on that play-to-play consistency, but that's going to be the key. If they can do that
towards being more consistent, because the size thing, I laugh at that because Santana Moss was no bigger than any of those guys out there, and all he did was have success over and over again. So if you can become consistent and do the same thing over and over again, you're going to find out that size thing goes out the window. But we have come up with this mindset of what we think people are supposed to look like. We've had more guys that don't look like what we think and have success in this league, and guys got to understand that. Don't let nobody tell you because you're 5'11", you're not a big receiver. If you catch 50 balls or 60 balls, you're bigger damn enough, right?
You know, this is to connect this with an NBA discussion I was having. You know, Jalen Brunson obviously has had a really good playoffs for the Knicks. They made the NBA Finals and all this stuff. And, you know, now people are taking a second look at him. And a buddy of mine, you know, acknowledges he's a good player, but he thinks he's, like, overrated. He's not a guy who's going to take your team to the title because he doesn't play defense. He's too small. And I'm like, all that may be true, but when you're so good on the other end, at some point it does, you know, it outweighs the negatives. And I think that's what you're sort of talking about. If Antonio Williams, whether he is, you know, he's not 6'3", but if he's able to, you know, create space with his route running and his speed and his savviness, that's what matters. It's not, you know, maybe you don't have everything you want, but who does? And if you excel in certain areas and can really excel, that overcomes all the limitations, the perceived limitations that people have.
Tell your friend I said those are grittiest for that thing they call hater.
I've told him that as well, yeah.
2001 NFL draft, 3rd round, 74th overall pick, 5'9", 195-pound Steve Smith out of Utah.
Yeah, badass, right? Right? He wasn't too small, was he?
Right.
He played way bigger than 5'9".
Right. Yeah, man, you can find him anywhere. What'd you think of Styles the other day?
I'll be super honest. I mean, I saw him out there. Obviously, I saw more doing some of the individual drills than I'd noticed, like out in the field, because typically watching the quarterback and that type of deal,
especially with the new offense. I think we all were.
Yeah. But look, I mean, they were doing a drill where they had like a bunch of trash cans lined up, and you had to attack the trash cans, do a swim move to get between them, things like that. And just his pure size, as discussed, it's one thing we saw at rookie camp, but now you're against a bunch of guys who are already NFL professionals, and he definitely more than looks the part out there. And I really think it's going to be fascinating to see how they work in Lou Veuch and Styles together. Are all three of them going to be on the field? If they're really going to go with this, more of a 3-4 look and have three traditional linemen on the field, then, that means like Owe and Chason are probably coming off the edge. Now maybe only two linebackers are out there. If Styles if he is ultimately the green dot guy, he'll be out there the most. And, I think so far so good, but I think that's going to be the real test as we go through, the camp is, how does he acclimate to that aspect of it. But by and large, all the things you want, the size, the speed, the versatility, the ability to drop into coverage, all that looks to be, what as advertised.
Sure does, man. Benny, we appreciate you making time for us. Who you got tomorrow night, Spurs Thunder? One word.
Wemby.
All right, that's our friend Ben Standig. Give him a follow at Ben Standig on social. Check out his Substack, Last Man Standing. Stallion, open these phones. We're going to make somebody mad here. There's breaking news out of college football as it relates to the University of Maryland and Virginia Tech. The University of Maryland and Virginia Tech are the biggest alumni bases in the DMV. Mm-hmm. And based on this breaking news, which I'll explain in just a moment, somebody is scared. Are the Terps scared or are the Hokies scared? We'll explore when we return.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. Here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about your different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This sports update driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where as they like to say, let's ride together. French Open, round number 3, third seed Novak Djokovic up 2-0 versus Joao Fonseca, but down a break in the third set. Women's winners today included Iga Swiatek. American Peyton Stearns about to start her match. Commanders wrapping up their first round of OTAs today. They'll be back at it in Ashburn June 2nd through the 4th. Spurs defeat the Thunder 118-91. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 10 rebounds. Mitchell Robinson underwent surgery this morning on his broken right pinky finger. He fully plans to play in the Knicks Game 1 NBA Finals Wednesday. Nationals against the Padres tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Curl, The Fan.
Vibes right here. Good vibes for a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Beautiful weather. Been raining for a year. Finally breaking. I hope everybody gets to get outside and enjoy the sunshine. You playing golf today, B?
Nope.
What? You got a paid appearance then. If you're not playing golf today, you got something keeping you off the golf course.
Nothing at all, bro. Just getting ready for a bike ride in the morning.
Oh, you got a big one. Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss something here. Maryland Mike, Blacksburg Bob, call 800-636-1067.
Let's go with it.
800-636-1067. Terps Hokies are probably the biggest alumni base in the DMC, in the DMV, like biggest fan base in the DC area.
Mm-hmm.
Weirdly, I think Penn State might have as big of a fan base
They have as much
in the DMV area.
Definitely.
But Blacksburg and College Park, certainly among the absolute biggest. UVA is just a smaller school. But there's plenty of UVA fans too. We're not excluding anybody, but I'm specifically looking for Terps fans and Hokies fans to answer something for me.
All right.
Now I'm gonna start with you answering this for me, Brian.
You gonna make me piss him off, huh?
No. Maryland and Virginia Tech football had agreed to a 4-game home and home series.
Okay.
It begins this fall. I believe the Terps will host the Hokies week 3 of the college football season. I know because Jumio Labanji got tickets, and she's very excited.
Mm-hmm.
She told me about it. But they're supposed to play here this year, Blacksburg next year, here in 28, Blacksburg in 29. Per Pete Thamel, and now the teams have since announced this, they've called off the four-year contract, and it's now just a home and home.
2 years.
They're still playing this year, and then they won't play again until 2029.
Okay.
When scheduling changes happen like this, coaches make the decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my question. Who's scared? Why is this happening?
I don't know if nobody's scared. I just think that some people, Franklin, is probably thinking that why do we have to lock in with Maryland? We could play a better team, a bigger team. Because that's his mindset is not that he's small time. His mindset is he's big time.
Maybe. Now it appears Virginia Tech was able to get Notre Dame on their schedule, but isn't that like the quasi ACC nonsense anyway?
Yeah, but
like, does Virginia Tech have to schedule a home and home with Notre Dame when they're sort of in the ACC already?
But they're playing against Notre Dame.
I get that. Guess who Maryland has added to their schedule?
Who?
Baylor. I don't know that I'm ever going to go to Waco, B. Maybe that's my reason to go. 2028.
You're going to get to know who they are now.
All right. We got Hokie Altizer on the line. All right. Toby Altizer does pre- and post-game coverage for Virginia Tech football.
Tell us what's happening over there,
What's going on here? Who's scared?
I don't know why the Terps are ducking VT. I don't know what you're so scared of. If big bad VT. Apparently now that James Franklin comes over.
Listen, James Franklin just had a 3-10 season in Penn State and got fired. I'm not exactly shivering in my boots.
Mm-hmm.
So then why are you taking us off the schedule?
I'm asking who did it.
Because
I think you guys did it.
So I think it could be a little bit of both. I honestly, if I'm looking from the Virginia Tech perspective of things, it's the ACC is starting to do a thing where they are going to give out revenue share based on ratings. And so Virginia Tech, Maryland might be good for the region. Virginia Tech, Maryland might not do well as like a noon ESPN game. So Virginia Tech has taken James Madison off the schedule. Virginia Tech
they're scared of that. Is straight fear because JMU is good and will kick their ass.
It's not fear of losing to JMU. It's truly you need to get bigger matchups in some of the non-conference stuff, or you're not going to be able to get as much ratings and in turn less revenue share from the ACC. So,
but even bigger than the revenue share, Toby, that's what they're saying about the college football playoffs. If you're playing weaklings, you're going to get hurt by it. So you got to play tougher teams.
Yeah, and that's something that, not only do you need it for the college football playoff, I think for Virginia Tech going into next year, I don't know that that's as much part of the discussion, but I think for going forward, I think part of the reason they're switching some of these games up and looking ahead on some of their schedule, like they're going to Notre Dame, I think, in 2 years. Like that's the sort of games that they need to be scheduling to make sure that when they get that bump at the end of the year for ratings, they're trying to be up there with the Clemsons and the Florida States and those.
I'm asking this question.
You're selling a hokey version of events here.
I basically don't have a horse in the race. If you go to a recruit, we get to go to play Notre Dame. We playing this. We go and play Maryland. What do you think the recruit gonna get excited about?
I get that, but taking JMU off too.
But still, as he's stating,
they're not ducking
JMU. Is not.
Come on,
JMU's been far more relevant than Virginia Tech over the last decade.
As relevant as they are, they still don't push the needle outside of this area.
CFB Tracker, which is a legit college football account, replied to this tweet asking the question: Franklin's scared of Maryland?
But see, that's somebody that probably went to Maryland.
No, it's a
he ain't
national
scared of
college
no
football
damn
account.
Maryland.
I'll tell you this much.
In football?
Regardless of what the actual reason is, I can tell you this much. It ain't because James Franklin is scared of playing Maryland.
Nova fan replies, Franklin continues to back out of regional games because he knows they suck.
No, I don't think so.
Does he know the regional games suck or he said they suck?
So James Franklin, in his what's he been there? 5 months, right? They hired him in January, probably. Has pulled out of the JMU games and the Maryland games, and you're going to tell me it's all for ratings?
It is.
It's about money.
JP,
Who
if
they
you're
replace
talking about,
JMU with?
I'd have to look. But it's one of those things, JP, where it's not necessarily that they're ducking anybody, but if you're going to be influencing the bottom line of the entire athletic department with the money that you're going to get from the ACC, you have to look out for it with the football program. You know how much football drives everything. So
it's all about money, Tobes.
JP, come on.
You know that Virginia Tech had to pay $800,000 to JMU to cancel the game?
Well, and they're hoping that $800,000 is a drop in the bucket by the increase in ratings, that they'll get more from the ACC. I don't look. I know it's not the best look at all times for the Hokies, but at the same point, they've got to look out to make sure that they're in the best position possible. And unfortunately, even though I love Tech playing Maryland, I love Tech playing regional schools, I would have loved to have seen them play James Madison for the region. That's not going to draw the national ratings that is going to be a massive part of this new ACC revenue share. So they've got to make sure that they're looking out for the rest of their athletic department.
Okay. I mean, listen, I get money is the answer to everything, right?
Yeah.
It just seems weird. That's all I'm saying. If you're replacing them, here's the other thing I don't understand, Toby. Why do they have to schedule a home and home with Notre Dame? Isn't Notre Dame sorta in the ACC?
No, not in football.
But they play like an almost ACC schedule, don't they?
Not necessarily. They play whatever they want.
Not in football, they play all over the place.
I mean, now that Stanford's part of the ACC, they play them pretty regularly. So that's an ACC opponent. But
they play Georgia Tech a lot.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, they play Navy. Like they play whatever the heck they want to do.
Yeah. I mean, none of these conferences make a lot of sense. What are expectations for Hokie football this fall, Toby?
That's the interesting part, JP. There's a lot of excitement around this team, and I think I mean, a lot of people are just waiting and seeing. I think, obviously you want to get to a bowl game at the bare minimum, but I would expect them to be higher than that. It's not college football playoff or win the ACC title high, but 8-9 wins, somewhere around there, especially week 3 against Maryland.
So
wow, shots fired, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
I hear a bet going. I hear a bet.
My boy Rudy is like an absolute Maryland super fan, right? And he's calling week 3 Hokies coming to Maryland. And for people that may not remember the history of this thing, James Franklin was on Ralph Friedgen's staff and he was the coach in waiting at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously the old athletic director made terrible decisions. Somehow they ended up with, who was the dude from UConn? Randy Edsel, who was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
My boy Rudy calls this the most important game of Loxley's career because I think there is a lot of pressure on Lox this year. Lox is a friend of mine. I'm certainly hoping they win, but that is a big game. And I remember Gary Williams saying this years back, that when he was coaching the Terps and they would play GW or they would play AU or something, there is far more to lose than to win. If Maryland basketball is playing GW and they win, they're supposed to.
Yeah.
If they lose, it's a huge deal.
There's a problem.
And to me, part of that might be Franklin's theory of not wanting to play Maryland because it's like, we're Virginia Tech, we're supposed to be the bigger program here. And if we lose this, it's a big deal. And if we win, to your point about ratings and everything else, I don't know that it.
But see, he's playing you this year and then another year coming up.
2029.
Still don't mean. I mean, I think he's looking at it like we play this year and then when 2029, I do like I'm supposed to do. Shouldn't be a problem.
So it seems like Virginia Tech has a relatively advantageous ACC schedule. They don't play Florida State. They play Clemson and Miami.
If you look at Virginia Tech's schedule this year, I mean, week 3 is going to be a good litmus test to see if this team is truly better. I would expect Maryland with a second-year quarterback that's more experienced, and they're at least a legit Power 5 program or Power 4 program with the Big Ten. The first 2 matchups are VMI and Old Dominion, which Virginia Tech fans used to be able to look past Old Dominion, but unfortunately losing to them a couple of times the last couple of years. So it's not like you can necessarily look past that matchup.
Yeah.
But, if they're
that Sun Belt, man, that Sun Belt.
Fighting Scott Jackson's.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're truly different, they should be able to roll past those first 2 opponents, and then you come to College Park, and then that's the first real test of, okay, is this really different? If so, Virginia Tech, you feel like with the stronger program, you hope should be able to win. But Maryland should have the leg up until we see what Virginia Tech is.
Well, and I mean Maryland opens with Hampton, and then they play UConn. So UConn's probably more of a test than the Hokies will see. That's also on the road. I don't know what Storrs, Connecticut home football crowds are like, but I don't know. I smell some ducking, Toby. That's all I'm saying.
No. I get that I've seen people around here, run into people wearing a JMU hat when that all went down, and, I'd be wearing Hokie gear and they'd be getting on me. So I understand that there's going to be some joning, but I do think that there's legitimate reasons behind some of the things that Virginia Tech is doing, and not just because they're shaking in their boots to play James Madison or Maryland. I don't think that's the case, because if that's the case, then James Franklin is not building exactly what he's looking for. James Franklin's looking to, be up there with what he had at Penn State, where even though they didn't necessarily always win the big games, at least they were in some big games, versus Virginia Tech hasn't necessarily gotten to that point the last couple of years. So I think that's more what they're looking for. They're not ducking these guys.
Virginia Tech, I generally root for the Hokies. I'm not mad at them, certainly. To me, Hokie football is living off of Michael Vick's legacy from what was probably close to 30 years ago.
I mean, to an extent, but I didn't grow up with Michael Vick. I grew up with Tyrod Taylor, and they were, routinely in the top 10 or pretty close to getting to a, BCS bowl. I remember them playing in an Orange Bowl against Kansas back in the day. So, they've had, history since then, but, largely after Beamer, it hasn't been nearly the prestige that you would hope it would be.
All right, Tobes. Well, we appreciate you calling in, bud. Thank you.
Toby.
All right, week 3.
I got your back, Toby. I got your back, man.
Week 3, no problem. We'll go together. I'll get us some tickets.
Well, I'll be working, but I can hang out from time to time.
We'll see how it goes. Toby going to come in here dressed like a damn turkey the next time we see him.
He dressed like a turkey a lot of times.
See you later, Tobes.
Go Hokies.
We have NBA news. We also have some NFL news that I want to pull the thread on. There is a presumed trade happening in the NFC East that maybe we shouldn't presume it to happen. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell.
We just talk about it a lot.
B, I am really excited because this time next week, my wife will have a new closet. You know what women love? Closets. You know what living with 3 women means? There's not enough closet space. So I connected with Matt. I connected with Matt from Closets by Design. They send over a designer to walk through the closets with my wife, how we can maximize our space. The designer and my wife sat down. They have all these plans, blueprints. There's a million different things you can choose from, and they found the exact kind of closet my wife wants. Of course, you'll be shocked by this, Brian. Lauren did pick a couple of upgrades, including gold hanging rods. Of course, you got to have gold hanging rods. But working with Closets by Design has been terrific for me and my family, and they're going to make the Coke closet, which is an absolute zoo, way more functional, which I'm incredibly excited about. They could do way more than closets, though. They could do offices, mudrooms, laundry rooms, pantries, entertainment centers. They can redo your garage. Whatever it is you're looking to do, hit up closetsbydesign.com, because when I went out to the facility, I was blown away by all of the work they do. They handcraft it there in their Virginia facility, and they can maximize your space. Trust me, I got an old house. You got to maximize the space. Call 800-BY-DESIGN. Go to closetsbydesign.com and schedule your free in-home consultation today. B-Mitch, I got a new phone. It's causing me some strife. Certain apps aren't restored. I also got the new kind of charger. I'm appreciative of the new phone. This is a dope new phone.
Yeah.
But it requires there's a lot of transformation required that you know me, I'm not the most transformational type.
It'll get there eventually. Just you don't need everything at one point. Just let it go.
Do you have a charger for this kind of phone?
Yeah.
Can I borrow it, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I may borrow. I'm charging $5 a minute.
Just so everybody knows,
That's how you get rich.
Chris Russell's also outside in the bullpen talking about peanut butter and insulting former radio producers. So I just wanted to be sure everybody knew that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, good news. Brian's got a phone charger. We in business. B.
Yo.
For months, there has been a presumed A.J. Brown trade in the NFL.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown going to the Patriots has been like not even
kind of a lock.
Widely reported. There's now some reporting, and I want to give Josina credit for this because I saw her tweeting about this yesterday.
Yeah, I saw a big thing pop up from her.
Where she was just saying, like,
they're having issues.
Both sides are still interested, and it's presumably going to happen, but it's hardly a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Ian Rappaport said Wednesday night on NFL Network, as far as the actual trade, we're all waiting for June 1 to happen, so the cap hit is in half for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they can trade A.J. Brown. I just don't know that it's going to be like, snap your fingers and the deal is done, because the two sides are where they have been, which is the Eagles want a first-round pick in 2027. The Patriots, being the most likely destination, will see if someone else arises. But the Patriots are not willing to give up a first-round pick as of right now.
I wouldn't be either if you told me already you're getting rid of him.
Rappaport adds, that means they're not particularly close, and there's a chance this could drag on for the foreseeable future.
Don't you think it's very much like San Francisco? If they've gotten to this point, they're going to have to release him here eventually. And once he's released, he goes where he wants to go. We always talk about how people are not supposed to talk. I'm finding a way to let his agent know we are here. We're going to be willing to work as soon as he's released.
You're talking about IU.
No. I'm talking about what's called. If they're talking about trading him, they're talking about letting him go too. When you start talking about trading the guy, releasing him, you're going to let him go because you probably already made plans without him in those plans.
The Eagles had OTAs this week. A.J. Brown was not at those OTAs.
I wouldn't have been there either.
Right. Now, obviously, these are voluntary. I think the situations are way different because A.J. Brown has been playing and playing really well, unlike Ayuk, who hasn't caught a pass since October of 2024. I don't think A.J. Brown will be back in Philly whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think Philly will release him, but I don't know that they're going to get a first. Eventually,
they're going to do something. If he's not playing this year, they're not going to carry him into the season. When he was playing well for you, he was a problem. Can you imagine you already drug him through the offseason, you're going to get rid of him and try to have him come back now?
Saquon Barkley on the A.J. Brown situation said, it's going to be hard for me to say anything bad about A.J. Brown. I'm a big fan of A.J. Brown, one of my really good friends, one of my favorite teammates I've ever been around. Just respect him as a man, but this is the business. It's the NFL. If I'm not here, Jalen's not here, whoever's not here, the show goes on. That's how the NFL operates, so you don't really address it.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts was asked about A.J. Brown. He said, I think for us, we're focused on learning the offense. It really doesn't change in terms of our approach to improve. There's a if. Obviously, it's been a lingering thing, but nothing can replace all the greatness that we achieved together. Hurts said at the end at locker cleanout that the two were in a good place. Hurts on Wednesday said, nothing's changed since we last spoke at the end of the season. We're really good, and I saw how beautiful the pictures came out at his wedding. I'm very happy for him and his wife and his family, and it's a beautiful thing to step into covenant. So I was very excited and congratulatory towards that. I don't think A.J. Brown.
Wait. I saw the pictures. You wasn't there? Leave it at that. I'll tell you what you need to know right there, Jay.
A.J. Brown was asked if Devontae Smith is ready to assume the position as wide receiver 1 in the new Eagles offense. There was a time when Devontae was the guy coming in. I know everyone has a lot of confidence in him. Obviously, Makai and Wicks and Dallas and the whole unit. Ultimately, the whole thing is just learning what Coach Sean Mannion is installing and the direction we're going in with him. And that's a collective thing that we have all bought into. We all have to build that shared belief going out there and learning our jobs and learning how we want others to do it and kind of building an identity as we move forward. Brian Mitchell played 14 years in the NFL. You know the BS. There's a lot of it.
Yep.
Is A.J. Brown an Eagle week 1?
No.
Is he a Patriot?
I think 90% yes.
I'm with you. I think a lot of smoke, a lot of conversation, but not necessarily anything different. I think
when you start talking the way that they did about a guy, the other teams are not stupid. They understand this thing has ran its course. And as much as you say we got to trade, we want this, we want that, you've already made your mind up to let the person go. You're gonna part ways. So whether it's a trade after June 1 or a release, they're gonna find some kind of way he won't be on that team. And if all the other teams are smart enough, they're not going to come up there and save them by offering them something for it. Call it bluff.
It's going to be interesting. Howie's pretty good at this, but the Pats, there's no other market, and the wide receiver market has already been set in free agency. Moves have happened. The Pats may be able to stand tough. I do think A.J. Brown's getting traded. We'll see what the compensation is. When we return, it's time to ask B-Mitch anything. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ask B-Mitch anything.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. Getting interesting for third seed Novak Djokovic. He won the first 2 sets against Joao Fonseca, but now he's lost the third set, so they head to the fourth. Djokovic is up 2-1. Tommy Paul is underway against Casper Ruud in round 3. Women's side winners, Iga Swiatek. Commanders wrap up the first round of OTAs today. Next round arrives June 2nd through the 4th. NBA, Spurs beat the Thunder 118-91. That forces a Game 7 Saturday night. Mitchell Robinson underwent surgery, broken right pinky finger. Fully plans to play in the Knicks' first Game 1 of the NBA Finals Wednesday. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right, folks, it is time to ask B-Mitch anything. Ask B-Mitch anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where styles meet all-day comfort. Is that a Collars & Co. shirt you got on right there?
Yeah.
I thought it was. Yeah. I was wearing one earlier this week. You look sharp wearing Collars & Co. I also want to make sure I thank my guy, Martin Wright. I meant to do this when I got back from Bandon. Martin had a care package for me when I got to Bandon, and he's an Oregon listener. Mm-hmm. And he had stuff, he had brown liquor that you would have liked. He had... stuff Jeff would have liked. He had a box of golf balls. It was a very kind thing. So thank you to Martin. Let's kick off Ask B-Mitch Anything with Juan in Fairfax.
Let's go, Juan. What's up?
All right, so I got a question for you, B-Mitch. Yeah. Okay, so look, what organization treated you better, Philly or Washington?
I would say Washington in the beginning was the absolute best. Philly got damn close. Washington in the end was the absolute worst.
Was it worse here than your year in New York? Okay. I know you didn't like it up there.
My last year here was the worst.
Because I'm going to tell you, when you was playing for Washington, you was like that. You was like that. Then when I heard you was getting traded to Philly, I'll be honest with you, bro. I cried like a baby, man. I cried like a baby. When I say a baby, because you still had it in the tank. And then you went to Philly, and you was showing out at Philly. Man, it hurt me. It hurt me bad, but I'm glad you're back in Washington and keep on doing your thing.
Hey, thank you, man. If they had traded me, I would have felt better. They didn't trade me, they cut me.
That is still crazy.
Yeah.
And so was it the change in ownership that really shifted everything?
It was the fact that
because that 99 team went 10-6.
Yeah, we went 10-6. My last play was a 100-yard touchdown, basically, last game. So, but I lost a step somewhere. I just show you that the people that was making the decision was dumb as hell.
Yeah.
And every time I see that dumbass, I just look at him.
We saw him in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bama.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B-Mitch anything. Let's go to Kelsey down at the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. What's up, Kelsey?
What's up, Kelsey?
Hey, guys. Real quick, JP, I just want to say as a JMU alum, I wasn't really thrilled about you glossing over my Dukes in that last segment.
Bro, they're certainly ducking JMU. I said that.
All right, well, I missed that part. I was playing catch-up on the app. But anyway, hey, B-Mitch, so I'm from the area originally, but I'm down here in Mississippi. I'm with the Air Force. And I fly with the Hurricane Hunters. So I was curious if you have any hurricane stories that you might remember growing up down in Louisiana, anything that was memorable to you, just to hear from your perspective.
Well, the hurricane came through, and then, the little tornadoes and different things break off from it. And we had this shed in our backyard, and I used to always go play in that shed. And I came back, and the shed was gone. It had lifted the shed up, took it across the trees, sat it in the field behind our house down perfectly.
Wow.
It wasn't destroyed, but it just moved it, sat it down. And I was like, well, how the hell are we supposed to get this back? My dad figured out a way. He got it back over there, but I had nothing to do with it. But it was crazy how and then, hurricanes and stuff would come through. They spur those tornadoes, and I went down Gill Street. Every other house was destroyed. Like it hit a house, jump over one, hit the next one. Weird.
That is crazy.
And then floods galore.
I'm sure.
Yeah, snakes and alligators everywhere.
Like in the fields?
Fields, your front yard, all kind of stuff.
I wonder you're terrified of snakes. Let's go to our guy Eli in D.C. Eli, ask
What's up,
me
Eli?
something.
What's going on, B. Mitch? Appreciate you taking my call, man. I got a Sonny Styles question for you. I'm just curious, man. Do you think, and I'm kind of like by way of the JD5 example from his rookie year, do you think his athletic ability allows him to essentially come in and it'll take the league a year to catch up to him in a sense? Forget about the accolades that Jaden garnered. Almost like his athletic ability coming in the door essentially allowed him to be like, on the sidelines, teams is like, hey, man, do you think it's going to be the same? Like, man, 52, dog?
I think the quarterback has a bigger impact if he has that capability and play like Jaden did than a middle linebacker would.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah. So it's going his help is going to come from if the guys in front of him can do their job at a super high level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he's athletic as hell, so he may be able to do some things nobody even thinks he can do.
Thanks, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Eli.
Appreciate you, bro.
I do think you're totally right. I mean, just the quarterback position has way more importance to a game, but I do think Styles can give an immediate burst of athleticism to the middle of the field that could really make a big impact.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what they're hoping.
But I'll be honest with you, what he's going to find out early, and mark my word on this, a lot of teams going to say, we know you're athletic. We know you can run. Will you take on this offensive lineman in your chest all day?
Right.
They're going to find out, just like they did Brian Urlacher, see if he can be able to play. And I told you how Andy was. Andy wasn't a running guy. Andy ran right at Brian Urlacher. He ran away from everybody else. You run away, they make every tackle. You run at them, they now have to truly grow up.
Wasn't that the way to kind of go at LT also? Run the ball right at him?
LT didn't care. He beat everybody. He will take on an offensive lineman. He will throw the offensive lineman where he needed to go, run past him on the pass rush. That dude was damn good. He was good against run, not like these other guys.
Our guy Rusty is in Delaware. It is Ask B Mitch Anything if you want to call in, 800-636-1067. Rusty,
what's up, bro?
bud?
Hey, fellas. First of all, thanks for sharing that tornado story, B. Our house was hit at the end of March here in Delaware. We had a tornado, and we had $28,000 worth of damage, and my neighbor lost 2 shutters. Damn. So it's kind of weird when you talked about like it went from one house to the other.
Yes.
We kind of experienced that ourselves.
Yep.
My question is, you guys, I've shared with you guys, I coach a lot of youth sports, mostly football, baseball. But recently, I have been given an opportunity to interview for a middle school head coach position here in my area.
Oh wow!
And I was just looking for some advice.
Hey man, go do it. I mean, the difference with working at a school and working in Little League is totally different, though.
Yeah.
You have to listen to other stuff at that school. The Little League, you basically make all your own rules, run your stuff. The school is a little different, but hey, long hours, man. I can tell you that.
I'm ready. I'm ready to do it, baby.
All right.
Good luck.
Good
dude.
luck to you. And no, I'm not trying to become nobody on no coaching staff. I don't want to coach.
It's man, coaching's a lot, dude.
Bruh.
If you're actually coaching a middle school football team, those dudes are putting in hours.
Hey,
talking watching.
And I'm going to tell you right now, be unlike JP. Have patience, because those parents are going to piss you off. Am I right?
Yeah.
Why my son not playing? He sucks. You can't say that. Say because he hadn't gotten to the point of where he's up with the other guys just yet.
Yeah.
I would be like, he can't play. I'm not going to put him out there and embarrass himself.
B. Mitch and Finley, ask B. Mitch anything, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do have a little bit of news, B, from the NBA. Mitchell Robinson, did you see this?
Yeah, I saw that coming in.
So he broke his right pinky finger, and they were saying no timetable. Shams just tweeted out earlier today.
He plans to play.
Mitchell Robinson has undergone surgery on his broken right pinky finger and fully plans to play in the New York Knicks Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Wednesday.
Mitchell can't hold on to the ball when his hand is not broken. I mean, he's a defensive guy. He's not very adept when it comes to offense.
I haven't asked you this yet. Who do you think wins Game 7?
Where?
OKC, San Antonio.
My money is on OKC.
I mean,
my money is on OKC against you. Of course, I got to go with OKC. I'm not switching.
Check in with Smitty in Burtonsville. What's up, Smitty?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing this beautiful Friday?
Oh, we good, great, man. What's happening with you?
Good. B-Mitch, you probably been asked it before, but I don't know. How come the organization doesn't seem to have much interest in Debo? I'm confused.
I think look, man. I think it's that's truly about money. You saw what he made here last year, and he probably had the most yards, didn't he? Receiving last year on the team. So Debo is trying to get paid still, and I don't know if they look at him at the amount he was getting last year. The trade, yes, but when you come in now and they gave him, ended up paying about 20-something million last year.
Yeah, I think it was like 19.5.
Yeah, so I think that's the issue on that deal right now. Although I think Debo can help your team, but I don't know if he's at that point now where that level of cash needs to be in his pocket when he's not going to be the one per se, not the two. You want him to be the gadget guy.
It's weird with Debo because they traded for him.
Yeah.
So you also acquire the contract.
Yeah.
And then they converted some of his salary to cash because it was better for the cap this year.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And it put the cash in Debo's pocket.
Mm-hmm. And he wasn't mad at that.
I don't think the Debo thing is all money. I don't think he's coming back. I don't know how happy he was here. He wanted a season to go really well so he could go to free agency and get a big contract. And the season didn't go all that well.
It didn't go all that well, but he handled his business based off of not having the help he thought he was going to have.
He also he needed to show he could stay healthy. He largely did that. I think he missed a game. He was limited in a few, but Debo did finish with 727 receiving yards on 72 catches, 5 touchdowns. Didn't really have that rushing success. 17 carries for 75 yards. You would think Debo would really fit in a Kingsbury offense because there is so much horizontal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know, man. It was weird. It never seemed to really click.
Didn't click completely.
Who do you think gets signed first, Debo or Steph? Because I think Steph is about cash.
I think Steph, but still, I think Steph you can plug Steph into an offense and he can still
He's
cook.
a far more traditional
I
player.
think he can have a big impact on your team as a receiver.
Are you surprised Steph hasn't signed, whether here or anywhere yet?
No, he's a veteran now, bro. Veterans don't automatically sign real quick because a lot of stuff they don't want to go through.
Yeah, but I think if the right money was on the table, he'd happily be at OTAs or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't know about happily, but he might be at them.
Right.
So,
where do you think Tyreek Hill ends up?
That's a toss-up. You got to realize Tyreek comes in as a super speed guy with a major leg injury with a lot of baggage. So that's going to be one of those things where somebody going to have to be like, yeah, we think he can be that piece to get us over the hump, or they're going to sign him with a incentive-laden contract.
I'm looking through the remaining NFL free agents at the wide receiver position out there.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyreek, Debo, Diggs, Curtis Samuel. Remember that?
All right, yeah.
Surgery. Nobody's talking about surgery.
And he already had surgery, Jay. I told you that.
You did. Adam Thielen, I think he officially announced his retirement, though.
Thielen did?
I think.
A lot of guys officially announce until they get offered the right money and they come right back, too.
DeAndre Hopkins is out there. Noah Brown, still a free agent. Do Commanders fans want Noah Brown back?
I don't think they do.
Noah Brown is
See, that's one of those things. How hyped they were That one play, yes, it was unbelievable, but everything else was not.
That incredible one-night stand doesn't make somebody your wife. You know what I mean? You caught that Hail Mary. It was phenomenal. But
yeah,
right place, right time. This one, now he's old. He's 34 years old. 3rd and 6. You know who I trust to run an 8-yard out?
Who?
Keenan Allen.
Yeah. How much is it going to cost?
Not a lot, man. He only made 3 last year with the Chargers.
Okay. But still, there's a price that people that make decisions have on certain people once they hit a certain age.
I will own this one. Left hand up. I've been to a lot of Senior Bowls. I've been in a lot of like a combine where you're tasked with an evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
I am not an evaluator, but I talk to plenty of them, and I've seen enough ball over the years that occasionally I think I know something. I thought Zay Jones coming out of East Carolina was going to be a baller.
You did?
I remember watching him, dude, and I think I watched him in Mobile, and this was the old Mobile before they built the nice new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It was not nice. It was like a rinky-dink high school field with a chain link fence. And I remember watching Zay Jones, and I was like, this dude could play at the next level. And he has. I mean, he's been.
What made you think that, though?
I just loved his feet. I just loved the way he got in and out of routes. And I like.
Did he catch the ball every time he got in and out them routes?
I thought he had good hands. He ended up going in the second round, so I wasn't. Other people agreed with me. I just thought he was going to be a baller, and not that he hasn't, but like he's been in the NFL 9-10 years, so that is an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah.
Zay Jones' best season came with the Jags in 22, 82 catches for 823 yards.
Had success.
Yeah, had a good year in Buffalo. His second year went for like almost 700 yards. But I don't know. I saw a lot in Zay Jones. But honestly, dude, that's a hell of a career. He's a free agent now. If he doesn't get signed, that is plenty to be proud of. And what do we think career earnings for Zay Jones?
Second round pick?
Yeah.
How many years he been here?
9.
9 years, second round pick, 9 years. That's what, 2017? 15.
You want to guess, Stallion? Career earnings for Zay Jones?
I'm going to say 23.
$30 million.
30.
Damn. That's good work, man.
Hey, that's what I'm trying to tell people. You don't have to be great to make money. But somebody would say, oh, man, he sucked. Yeah, he sucked at $30 million.
I wish I sucked for $30 million. Hold on. Let's do Noah Brown. I have no idea what this number is. What do we think Noah Brown's career earnings are?
What was his draft pick?
I don't know that.
Zay was 30. Noah, I'm going to go.
Noah was a 7th-round draft pick out of Ohio State
15.
in 2017.
15 to 20.
You got to give me a number. You can't
All
give me
right,
a
19.
19 for B. Mitch. Jeffrey?
I'm going to say 21.
Stallion?
I'm going to go back to 23.
Noah Brown played 3 years for the Cowboys, 2 years for the Texans, the last 2 seasons here in Washington. Dub B?
32.
Way off. Career earnings, $13 million.
Why would you go higher?
You got to. He's a 7th rounder.
No, but he went above everybody. Like, you thought we all bet $1 and you gonna just go $2 and win?
He's been around a while.
He was 2017 draft class, same as Zay Jones. Yeah. All right, I like this game. Let's do one more current free agent wide receiver career earnings. Let's do Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen was a big deal coming out of Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Keenan Allen was a 3rd-round pick in the 2013 draft. So that's a number of seasons.
Okay, but I'm gonna give Keenan Allen about 65.
65.
Well, which car went 30? Yeah, I'm gonna go about 60. 65. Yeah, I'll stay there.
Now the draft status helps in these contract talks, but a 2nd or 3rd contract is what changes everything.
Yeah.
You said 65?
Mm-hmm.
Stallion?
I'm going to say 73.
Jeffrey?
80.
Dub B?
113.
Keenan Allen, 6'2", 211 pounds, out of Cal Berkeley. He's made $140 million in his NFL career.
Well, we way off.
We got a Nats Padres preview
It just
coming
lets
up
you know
next.
dudes get paid.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Fired up. Next week, the crew from Closets by Design is coming out to the house to redo my wife's closet in our bedroom and to redo the coat closet on our first floor. We need these things done because my house is tiny, and what Closets by Design can do is maximize your space and making it be exactly what you want. They got some upgrades that my wife wanted, and they recommended some things for us to be able to stack our shoes, really maximize the space. I got an old house. You got to maximize the space. But Closets by Design can do way more than just closets. They can do garages. They can do that really cool flooring that will keep your everything dry in there. Offices, mudrooms, laundry rooms, pantries, built-ins, whatever it is you're looking for, Closets by Design is worth a call. You can check out their website, closetsbydesign.com, or call 800-BY-DESIGN. Schedule a free in-home consultation today. The designer that came out and worked with my wife, she absolutely loved. We are so excited to be working with Closets by Design.
This update brought to you by DC Defenders. Commanders wrapping up the first round of their OTAs. They'll continue next round on June 2nd. The Spurs defeated the Thunder 118-91 last night, forcing a Game 7 in the West Finals. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. Novak Djokovic is up 2-1 at the French Open. Iga Swiatek won on the women's side. NCAA baseball regionals are underway around the nation. Local teams in action tonight. 5 p.m. VCU versus North Carolina. 7 p.m. UVA against Jacksonville State. And 8 p.m. Virginia Tech against Cal Poly. Nats against the Padres tonight at 6:45. Lucas Giolito against Paxton Schultz. Right-hander Cole Henry has been activated from the injured list. Defenders versus Orlando Storm, Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans are getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kurt on The Fan.
All right, Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. JP had to go. His baby is graduating, and you always got to be there. Want to make sure you're there so they never, ever come to a day and they say, hey, why weren't you at my graduation on when I was going to the first grade? So, joining us right now is our Odyssey MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. All right, Tony, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. About yourself?
I am doing great, and I'm just going to tell you, bro, your dad probably was, he was, in my book, the best hitter in the history of baseball. Dude would put the bat on the ball, man.
I appreciate that. I never get tired of hearing about it.
It's just like growing up around that, did that, you have pressure on you, or did he just, just say, hey, man, son, go do what you want to do?
Yeah, he was definitely more, son, do what you want to do. I took an early liking to basketball, and so he was much harder on me in that than he was in baseball. He kind of let me, develop a love for the game myself, and once I did, he was like an open book at that point.
Oh, that's great stuff. Have all that knowledge right there, but hey, you got to go out there and do your own path every once in a while. But I have to ask you about the Juan Soto trade back in the day. Fans in San Diego, how are they looking at James Wood, C.J. Abrams' success right now? Do you think they would take that trade back, or they would still be willing to accept that Soto trade?
I mean, first, there's a lot of revisionist history
yeah,
as it pertains to those two. I think even the Padres knew the type of players that Abrams and Wood would be. But at that time, they weren't where they are now. I think that's really important to remember. I don't know that CJ or Woodsy gets the opportunity to make the same mistakes and things that they were allowed to do with the Nationals as they were rebuilding with the Padres, because at that time the Padres were, right smack dab in the middle of trying to make the postseason and trying to make a deep run. And so, the 1 year Juan Soto was on the 2 years he was on. One of the years the Padres advanced the farthest they have since going to the World Series in '98. So, right now it probably looks a lot different, but at that point I think it was the trade that needed to happen.
I know you focus on the Padres, but you have to look at the teams that they play against. Looking at C.J. Abrams and James Wood, what is it about those two guys that make them so good of hitters?
I mean, starting with Woodsy, I mean, he just has, especially for a guy with long levers like he does, his development, his consistency has really picked up. I think everybody in the Padre organization knew that he was going to hit for power, he was going to probably hit for some average, and that he would be the type of guy that you want in the middle of your lineup. I just think what I've seen from him is how fast he's developed into that. I don't, he has the ability to hit the ball to all fields. He pretty much squares up everything he swings at, and watching his understanding in the box and being able to conduct a bat, to me, has been the most impressive thing. With CJ, he's got a hybrid. I don't know that you thought of him as an RBI machine that he's been this year.
Yeah.
But you always knew he could put the bat on the ball. He was another guy that the Padres loved because he at that time wasn't striking out a lot, put the bat on the ball, he could run. And, I think he's really improved at the shortstop position. And, these two dudes are bona fide all-stars, or are going to be bona fide all-stars.
Rivalries are normally started by teams that are very close to each other, teams that see each other a lot. And you look at the Nats and the Padres, it's had some history now. Do you think this is starting to grow into some sort of a rivalry?
Not yet, because a lot of the faces change from time to time. I don't know that the Nationals are, I don't know that these two teams see each other enough really to have that kind of animosity. As you said, typically that's for teams that are really close or that play each other a lot. And so, we had some fireworks a couple years ago. That seemed to kind of subside last year as the two teams met. So yeah, I don't expect too many fireworks, especially now. I think the Nationals, they're focused on continuing the climb that they've started here in the National League East. They're playing some good baseball.
Well, yeah, looking at them right now playing some good baseball, we're talking to Tony Gwynn Jr., Odyssey MLB insider. And Tony, you look at the success they've had. What do you make of that? What do you think it is? Is it young guys who are finally starting to hit their stride, or it's just a level of excitement? Because sometimes when you're having fun, you play better.
It's definitely young guys starting to hit their stride. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got James, you got CJ, who 25 and 23 have logged quite a bit of big league innings at this point, and big league at bats, more importantly. And as when you're in the league, as you start to get more familiar with your opponent on a consistent basis, you start to be able to kind of understand what they're trying to do to you at the plate. And I think, those two are leading the way. You gotta love Dalen Lau. He's been very impressive. Not only this year, you kind of saw this coming last year when we saw him in San Diego. This guy, the ball just sounds completely different coming off his bat than it does a lot of guys. And so you got a bunch of young guys that are figuring it out, and young guys who can kind of lean on some of those younger guys like Wood and Abrams and kind of have some guidance. And so it also seems like, having a new manager, some new energy in there has also been a big factor. So it's certainly they're moving in the right direction, probably a little bit faster than people thought.
As a professional football player, I thought the more I learned about myself, the better I became. Is that the same thing in baseball? Because so many times people tell you to watch film of the other people. I started watching film of me, and I was able to change some stuff. The same thing work in baseball?
Yeah, no doubt. I think it starts there, right? Yeah. Understanding what you do best, what your strengths are, what your weaknesses. Before you can start dissecting your opponent, you have to know what it is that you do best so that you can put yourself in the best position against your opponent. I think in baseball, it probably takes longer than the other sports, right? I mean, especially on the offensive end where, hitting is reacting to what the pitcher. Yeah. The pitcher gets to dictate all the action. And so at times you're at mercy of what they want to do, and you have to be able to counter that. And I think at the big league level, especially where pitching is elite, it takes some time for guys. Sometimes it takes longer than others, but once you have it, then you can then start to dissect your opponent. And my guess, I haven't talked to James or CJ, but my guess is those guys in particular have gotten better at that type of thing as they've been in the big leagues.
Switching gears to a topic I guess a lot of us that are baseball fans, see as a sour topic, don't want to think about it. The MLB landscape now, you got the MLB and MLBPA exchanging proposals on a new CBA, but many people feel that they're heading towards a lockout. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I hate to say it, but it does feel like it's headed that way. I mean, the two sides, based on the two proposals that were given out over the week, they couldn't be further apart than where they are. Now, listen, a lot of times this will be the farthest they've started apart since '94. Everybody knows in 1994 they actually missed the World Series because the players went on strike at the beginning of August, and so that won't be the case this year. So there'll be a little bit more time, I guess, to kind of figure it out. You won't miss any games, at least a World Series. You know, you could miss some on the front half of the 27 season, but I'm hopeful, man. There's a lot of money being made right now in Major League Baseball. The game is as healthy as it's been in quite some time with some of the new rule changes that kind of revitalized the game a little bit. And so I find it hard to believe that both of these sides would be willing to mess up what's good right now, because the reality is in 2026, there's no guarantee that the folks who spend their money to come watch are going to be willing to do that if you miss baseball games in 27. And so there's so many things to do now for people that they're willing to spend their money on, especially at a time where, you know, things are expensive. And so, you know, it just seems like a big risk. I'm hoping that cooler heads prevail when it's all said and done.
So if Tony Gwynn Jr. was the commissioner, you will tell them, look, get something done. Let's just figure out a way.
Well, if I was a commissioner, I'd be working for the owner, so I don't know if it'd be that easy. But if I was a freelance commissioner, yes, get something done. The game is in a good spot right now.
You know, I was like very close when all of that talk about it was in the NFL with Gene Upshaw and Paul Tagliabue. And those guys always figured out, you know what, this business right here is bigger than us. And they found a way to get this thing to keep going. And now you look at football, it's a runaway locomotive. You know, I think the people in baseball have to understand that as well, because you screw it up too many times, people say, you know what, you burnt me too much. I'm not going to spend my money there.
That's right. And I think today more than ever, there are a lot of options for people out there that they can spend their money on. And so, you know, this one is going to be a little bit of a fight, because the owners want to change the way things have been done for a long time. And, you know, a lot of times when it comes to these type of negotiations, the present matters, right? So if we get to the end of the year and, you know, one of these teams that's not a big spender ends up winning it, it could change the whole perception of how people feel about a cap and how unfair or fair things are. It also goes the same true with this team sale the Padres have had. I mean, this is a market that is in terms of TV is not a very big market, but is rumored to be going for, you know, $3 billion. So, you know, that doesn't help the owner's argument in some ways. And so we'll see how it goes. I think cooler heads will ultimately prevail, but we'll see.
All right, Tony, one last thing. I want to make this more about the Padres. You have Jackson Merrill and Fernando Tatis. They have a slow start. Should people be worried or just understand that these guys will get it going?
No, you should definitely be worried. I mean, we're about almost into June, and you know, Toddy doesn't have a homer. Jackson's hitting below 200. Those are things you should definitely be worried about. But I'm a big believer that guys of that, you know, category, that ilk, they figure it out. It may not be what their normal numbers are, but as you get into the back half of the season, when these games really start to matter, that's when you ultimately want them to be playing their best. So I think even if it doesn't get back to their career numbers, as long as they're swinging the bat and being productive in this back half when it really, really matters, I think it'll be easier to deal with.
All right. Well, Tony, man, I appreciate you giving us some time, man. Great stuff, bro.
Thank you. You guys take care.
All right. It's Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us, and that was Odyssey MLB Insider, brought to you by Grainger. With professional-grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. I'll just say this. Hope it's a great series, but I hope the Nats sweep them. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. All right, be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Bummer of a game last night. It was awful. Boring as hell. I didn't know you could take two hands and push people in the back, and they call that a pick. But it happened about 25 times last night. They never called it. Let's see if it happens when they get back to OKC. I knew when Jeff and Stallion took the Spurs were going to lose. Because they are horrible bettors. They are the black cats. They are the coolers. Whatever you want to call somebody that can't bet, it's awful when it comes to picking, is those two. And as soon as they picked the Oklahoma City Thunder, I knew they were going to lose. That's what it is. I knew they were going to lose. And you saw JP jumped on the Spurs so quick last night because you two are absolutely horrible.
Well, the Thunder winning it this weekend.
Jeff, please just stay on the Spurs. Bro.
They're winning it.
Take Spurs.
Nah, see the Spurs.
No.
All that.
We don't bet on the weekend. Stop talking about the bets, please. Don't do that.
Man, that was one time.
Nah, man, you've been.
And I didn't even take a money line.
This one over here,
by 3
Ryan
points.
Stallion is garbage, hot garbage when it comes to betting.
I was 5-0 last week.
No, you weren't. You were not 5-0.
I was on fire. I won like 5 straight bets in a row.
He was 5-0.
Thank you.
What was he betting on?
He bet against the Mets, so
okay,
anyone could go 5-0.
Yeah, my great grandbaby, who's not even thought about right now, can probably go 5-0 against the Mets.
Hey, can I get something off my chest right quick?
The Mets suck.
Can I get something off my chest right quick? Wemby, you can't be the face of the NBA sending hits out on people on TV and stuff, man. And that's why I think Thunder going to take it.
Don't worry. He can send what he wants. People going to start hitting him, and that body ain't made to be hit. They're going to start getting him back, so it'll work. But you know what? We got a great weekend coming. I got a bike ride coming tomorrow, the Armed Forces Classic Challenge ride. It's a 12.5 lap course, 12.5 mile lap course. I'm pushing for 3. That's all I'm looking for.
Hold on.
I'm not trying to do 5 laps.
Hold on. I just got what you said. I didn't catch this early.
Yeah.
1 lap is 12 miles?
Yes, Jeff. That's why when you were running your mouth, I knew you didn't know what the hell I was saying. 1 lap is 12.5 miles. You start on 3rd Street. You go up Independence. You turn left on 14th. Cross the bridge into Arlington. You go up 110 almost to right where the tunnel is. Loop back around, come back to that spot again. Go again. If you go 1 lap, 1 to 2 laps, you get bronze. 3 to 4, you get a silver. 5 laps. Yeah, 5 laps because that's the highest you can go. That's 62.5 miles. You get a gold medal. I'm focusing on silver.
Why not go for the gold?
Why not go for the gold?
Because I have golf tomorrow, and I'm playing against JP, and I'm not getting too tired to give him any chance in hell.
You and JP playing golf?
Yeah, we playing a course that you are not allowed to be on.
Why you ain't invite us 3?
Because this course, you all are not allowed to be on.
Jeff, I'm a confident guy as well, but can we say the course where you guys are playing?
You know?
No, I can't play. I can't say. I know I'm not playing this course.
Yeah.
I just know where you're playing.
Yeah, I'm gonna just call it BCC.
Yeah, BCC. Jeff, we cannot go. I'll just
see that's the thing.
I'll speak for us.
We may take a long time, affect the pace of play, and lose some balls. We can go.
I think somebody might come out and say, y'all gotta leave. Because we'll be on one hole too long. They're gonna say y'all gotta go.
I don't think I'm that bad.
Oh, you are. And this course here, yeah, you are. You are. The greens run like linoleum. You know what that is?
But I say I couldn't even repeat that word after you.
So just imagine putting on the top of this desk.
Oh, I'd be all right.
Jeff, you put off the green when greens are running 8 and 9.
I've been working on that.
Right, Brian, who won the bets last night? Let's close this thing out.
JP won the week. He hasn't lost in like 13 bets.
Okay, well he went against Ryan and Jeff. So of course he was gonna win last night. But I hit a parlay last night, didn't I?
I had you down for Spurs.
No, I did not.
No, he did. I took
two baseball people. I did not even see. We gotta get. First of all, I don't believe JP is going undefeated. He don't even know who people bet on. I bet on 2 baseball games. Both of them, one won 10-1, one won 5-2. And he said he had me for the Spurs.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I did have the Spurs also, so I got 3 wins last night. All right, let's get out of here. Hey, everybody, have a great weekend. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you again on Monday. Jeff and Ryan will be losing money over the weekend if they bet on anything. And JP is not undefeated. White Brian don't know who he even bet on. Because he damn sure don't know who I bet on. Be with your Finley, 106.7 The Fan. See you on Monday. Peace.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan, May 29th, 2026. You are listening live. We come your way from the Navy Yard downtown in D.C. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:15 and Nats baseball tonight. They're back home to take on the Padres. Danny, what's up?
Buddy. So quick shout out to all the stay-at-home parents, single parents who are doing it by themselves. Just today, from 7 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., before I came to see my pal Grant Paulson and Tobias Funke and Strobes, the Tobes and Strobes show, and Darius and everybody, I had my almost 18-month-old by myself for 5.5 hours. I'm capable. I'm a dad. I'm an adult. I've done this a few times before. I am beyond exhausted. I was out of ideas and tricks and activities and look at this and let's play with that at 7:20 this morning. Oh my God. My brain is non-functioning. We're having a pre-show meeting where everyone's talking, and every fourth word I break into some sort of weird song that's generally somewhat tangentially related to one of the words that someone said. And a couple times Darius looked up and was like, what is the matter with this just zoo animal over here? No one's talking to me, and I get it. I'm useless today. So if it goes in a weird place today, that's what happened, and that's why.
Well, I always say this.
Yep.
When I'm home with my kids for 3 or 4 hours by myself, it adds so much admiration and respect for my wife, who is a stay-at-home mom, that it's like I'm always trying to get her to leave the house to do more. Go have dinner with a friend. Go do this. Go take care of this. She's not that interested in doing it. She's at peace and happy and wants to just be at home, and she seems to like that. And I love my kids, and I want to be at home too, playing with them. But man, when you are soloing, it is a whole different ball game.
And it was just one of them.
Those are the real MVPs.
I know. Now, my older kids, in fact, are older, 8 and 12, so that's like they're much lower maintenance. Now, it's when they're home from school, like on, say, a Wednesday in May, when spring break has already happened and then Memorial Day happened, that weekend has already happened. So then they're off Tuesday and Wednesday, which would be insane because no one would ever think that's a good idea. Saying like a county like Fairfax County. But when they're all, it's like you're just trying to not get them off their tablet for a minute or get them to like eat some breakfast or do something, productive before you go to work. But it's lower maintenance than that. It's like just one eye roll in a fight or whatever. That the baby stays a baby. He just it's so dangerous and he's moving around and he's like, does this turn on fire? Is this sharp? Just it's non-ceasing and it's one of them and I'm exhausted. Back to you.
We've got a great show planned today. 3 o'clock, an audio vault. We have put this together, Darius and I, with some of the best audio from the internet. People will enjoy listening to that. 4 o'clock, our Beltway Blitz. That's also, by the way, simultaneously when we will be giving away tickets to Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live. And then at 5 o'clock today, I have prepared a DC Sports Spelling Bee for the fellas. Of course, the actual Spelling Bee just came and went. So we will have a DC Sports Spelling Bee today at 5 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. Make sure you are listening. Why don't we start, though, with one of my favorite series of the year annually for the Nats as they're back home to take on the Padres. They're a game over 500 at 29 and 28. They're playing one of the better teams in the National League. The Padres are 31 and 24. They've got an exceptional pitching staff. They haven't hit much. But the reason I always love this series is it is a reminder of the Juan Soto trade.
That's right.
That is the gift that keeps on giving for the Washington Nationals. They went into play midweek with James Wood ranking number 1 and C.J. Abrams ranking number 2 in Baseball Reference's B-WAR offensively. So according to their metric, the 2 best offensive players perhaps in baseball, the 2 most valuable players on offense, Wood and Abrams, both came over in that deal. As did Mackenzie Gore, who's already been flipped for 5 new prospects, a few of whom have become some of the best prospects in baseball.
And I watched a video literally on Q yesterday where someone's, you know those like guys that talk about sports somehow and they have like a video that goes around on Instagram. Let's talk about this Mackenzie Gore trade for the Rangers. It's turning out to be one of the biggest disasters in baseball. He had 2 good outings, and he has been flat terrible. Then they go into some of his metrics. And it's like, meanwhile, here's Evan Fitzgerald, here's Gavin Feene, here's all these other guys that came over for the Nats who were prospects, and Mackenzie Gore has been shellacked.
Yeah, and we haven't even gotten to see Harleen Susana in the majors yet because he hasn't been quite healthy, but this is a flame-throwing righty who touches 100, who at worst will end up helping you in the back end of the bullpen. At best, could be a mid-rotation starter, the organizational depth of AAA outfielder Robert Hassel. But it's always just a great reminder when you play the Padres of that trade, and it was a ballsy deal. That's a bold trade. Mike Rizzo got killed by a lot of people when he made that trade, and while folks have been beating up on the old regime a lot lately for the lack of development and some of the things that led to the Nats getting into a state of peril where they went and got a new president of baseball ops and manager, and the coaching staff is significantly better than the last one. That trade, man, changed everything for them. And as you go to the ballpark tonight, Padres fans will tell you, I see what they say on social media. I mean, it kills them when they watch James Wood, MVP caliber player, C.J. Abrams, young superstar, the headliners in that deal.
It was one of those things, and it's always worth revisiting, kind of to your point, because you kind of look in the rearview mirror, and it's always a nice milestone marker to kind of take inventory of it, what's happened, what's going to happen, what you hoped happened. And at the time, you and I both said, I think I'm going to steal your line here, the best time to trade Juan Soto was never. He's exceptional. He's wonderful. He was going to be the best player on the last place team for a while, though, right? Like, you saw that. He was the best player on a last place team that was going nowhere, that was just swimming upriver, that had, no farm system worth a damn, no player development, kind of to your point. Now, you can get all the prospects in the world. If you can't turn them into qualified big leaguers, then it's all a waste of time. But the process has to be good. You figure out, do we have a chance reasonably to sign this person? They put a lucrative offer in front of him. It's way less than he ultimately signed for. That's obvious. Everyone knew that. But as soon as you figure out we can't sign this guy, I understand you lost Harper and Turner and Rendon and Jordan Zimmerman, everyone under the sun. You're bummed to see them go. That was the right move. Sorry, it was painful, but it was the right move.
Yeah, I want to do a deep dive on that trade looking back now as they get ready to play the Padres in the 4 o'clock hour today after the Blitz coming up around 4:30 or so. Last night, we called our shot here. This was, I think, the most predictable game in recent NBA playoff history. This series has been too entertaining. There's too much good on the line for the NBA not to have had a Game 7. It just felt like from the start of Thunder Spurs, we were headed to a 7th game. And last night was a blowout. I'll say this about the NBA playoffs. Even the really good series that go 6 or 7, the individual games are not always very good.
Yeah, it happens. There've been a couple blowouts here.
Lopsided scores where it's like the Thunder destroy the Spurs a couple times. Now, shoes on the other foot, the 62-win San Antonio Spurs end up eviscerating Oklahoma City to force a Game 7. So overall, in totality, a 7-game series can be very good, while individual games, the individual battles, so to speak, in the larger fight aren't as even. But the Spurs last night were fantastic, 118-91. We said that Victor Wembanyama had to be more aggressive, had to be better. He was. Shot 10 of 21 from the floor, hit 4 threes. He ended up grabbing 10 rebounds on his way to a 28-point performance. This was the final moments of a 27-point win for San Antonio at home.
The Spurs have pulled it off, and there will be a 7th game.
Dylan Harper off the bench, 18 points in 22 minutes.
He's so good.
6 of 9 from the floor, played great defense, was really, really physical with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I thought that was the difference in the game. SGA, we said this about Wemby from Game 5, if you remember. He never really got it going. He never got into rhythm. He missed all of his three-point attempts. He shot 33% from the floor in 28 minutes. They ended up kind of punting late and settling to rest up for Game 7 as he only scored 15 points. But he was a minus 28 in this game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Minus 28. And I thought they just kind of out-physicaled him and beat him up enough that they knocked him completely off of his game.
I thought so too. And you see this in playoff series. At home, role players are comfortable and they thrive. And that's what it takes to unlock the star to me. Right? When you're on the road and everyone's yelling at you, all of a sudden that, Devin Vassell 3 or that, a moment maybe from Dylan Harper or, name that bench guy, doesn't feel as comfortable, doesn't feel as in rhythm. So everybody can load up on the star. Well, at home, you're more comfortable, you're electric, the crowd's behind you, etc. The real stars can do it when everyone on the road hates you and everyone's screaming at you and they're geared up to stop you. But that's what it takes. I mean, even though De'Aaron Fox was awful from the field last night, it was Champagnie had a couple big buckets. Castle had his moments, certainly not necessarily from 3, but not all buckets are created equal. That 20-0 run, I think it was 20-0 in the third quarter, just ended it. It was a 7-point game at halftime. OKC was doing that thing where they go, you're better than us in this first half, but we're still here. We're within striking distance.
Did you actually think at the half that they could win the game?
I did.
I felt like from the start, the Spurs were in control. And also...
And they were the better team.
I hate to do again, I always say I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it did feel like from the jump, everything was kind of going San Antonio's way. Like, in the end, I think they had an 8 or 9 foul advantage in terms of calls.
They did, yeah.
And both teams... you got to go out and you got to play. You got to shoot the basketball. And the Thunder shot 35%, and the Spurs shot close to 50%. So they were also the better team. They were at home, but I thought they got some home cooking early going as well. The momentum was in their favor. They only ended up having 3 starters in double figures. Wembanyama with 28, and then Castle scoring 17 was kind of the second high scorer there to rob into his Batman. But as we said going into Game 6, can Wemby figure it out after he got thrown off in Game 5? Now you say that about SGA, who's calling Game 7 on the precipice of a second straight finals appearance. You'd be a favorite going in against the Knicks, presumably, as a 64-win 1 seed. He says this is the biggest game of his life coming up.
We talk so much about the other guys that are fighting through stuff, but how much mental and physical fatigue do you have, and how are you fighting through it?
Oh, I'm good. I'm ready to go. Biggest game of my career. Yep.
Is it the biggest game?
It's the next game, and if I lose, my season's over.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
Here.
But after losing by 27 in Game 6, you come in, not sizably so, but you're the favorite. You were the better team in the regular season by a couple of wins. You're the better seed. You're the MVP against the guy that wants to win the MVP. If the Thunder don't win this, it will feel like the Spurs arrived a little earlier than expected out of the West. And the Thunder, who we just threw out there at the end of last year, if you remember, they're going to be there a bunch. They're going to be back in these finals for years to come. It's so much harder than that. Like, nobody knew the Spurs with Wemby would be here this quickly. I went through the numbers the other day. At this age, this is not when guys get to the finals as the best player on their team. He's 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule. But you don't just get to build a great roster with all the draft picks and the assets that they have and just roll the basketball out and now go back-to-back and win 4 out of 6. I mean, you got to put in the work here, and they got to go out and win Game 7.
No doubt, and the Spurs are game for it. I mean, that group is tough as nails. So, yes, obviously Wemby's transcendent. He's the MVP candidate, but you're not – he's a great player on a perfectly fine, okay team if it's not for other guys they got in the top 5 there, like Stephon Castle and how good – you already mentioned it, Dylan Harper is off the bench. He shouldn't be this good this early, this comfortable. Now, if defenses have to load up on him, I'd love to see what happens, but his growth will continue as well. I mean, they've got weapons. They're really, really good. They're really well coached. They know exactly who they are. They know how to play. It's that Spurs kind of top-to-bottom organization. They're a pain, and they could absolutely win Game 7. I'll pick OKC just because of the pedigree, because it's kind of been this, game of kind of tennis here. People holding serve at home. And Oklahoma City was decidedly better in game number 5 at home, where it ended up being closer than it actually was. It was a 15-point final, but OKC was way better throughout. It was one little Spurs flurry at the end that made it seem closer than that. But this is an excellent series. Jalen Williams' health, I think, is going to be interesting for OKC. He was out there last night, clearly wasn't himself. If you have one more option to take that pressure off of SGA, I think they can win this one at home.
Well, I also think while most people are assuming whoever wins the West is going to go on to win the finals, and that it just seems like there's this feeling of the Knicks aren't on the same level as these other two teams, I think this is actually going to be a really good finals because New York is playing way better than anybody thought they would. They have outscored their opponents, the Knicks have, by 262 points over their last 11 games here in the playoffs.
Man.
That is the most lopsided 11-game stretch in NBA history. You did not hear me say the word in playoff history. I mean, in any 11-game stretch in the history of the NBA, a team has never outscored their opponents by 262 points, like the Knicks have as they're on this playoff roll against playoff teams.
Yeah.
Which speaks to the NBA postseason maybe needing to be recalibrated, rewired, whatever. But I think that stat is telling. Sleep on them if you want to.
Yeah, they're really good.
They're going to give the Spurs, for sure, and I think the Thunder as well, whoever gets through Game 7, they're going to give them fits. Now, I'll pick the team out of the West to win. I think they will be a little bit better. I don't know how you really defend Wemby, and I'm not sure that SGA over 7 isn't going to be the best player on the floor and just take over. But Jalen Brunson is one of those guys who nobody ever ranks very high, but when it's crunch time,
probably ought to.
Somebody needs you, get you a bucket. He's going to fill it up. He's been doing it since he was dominating the Big East.
Yes, 27 a game with 6.5 assists in the playoffs. Pretty good. I would say so with a really deep lineup. They're well built. The Knicks are no joke. They are good. with Karl Anthony Towns kind of settled into his 1A scorer type role. He's actually played better defense than you'd think. Has kind of been a willing rebounder there. But Hart, DC product, Bridges, and Anunoby, that's a good starting five with a decent amount of depth behind them, guys that can kind of come in spurts and play. They're a pain in the butt for anybody. I'm with you. I'll pick the West Coast team. I think the two best teams are playing right now in the finals. But to act like the Knicks are some bottom feeder. This isn't like Allen Iverson's 76ers with Eric Snow and company. You know what I mean? That's a good club.
Immensely rested, going to be very healthy as it pertains to like playoffs and bumps and bruises. That's going to benefit them as well. It might be a game or a quarter in there where you're rusty, but eventually that becomes beneficial when a team has to go to the brink and get beat up.
Got a rest advantage
games.
For sure.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get into football locally here with the Commanders and OTAs this week. You and I have talked a lot about the wide receiver room. And for the first time on the practice field, on the grass, we got to see this wide receiver room in real time, making plays in David Blau's offense. This is from the most recent episode of Take Command when we broke down what Logan Paulson had seen out at the practice field, where he's taking away from one practice, and he says, albeit it's one workout, that maybe this group could actually be a little better than people are giving it credit for. Listen to what he said.
There's all these things where you kind of speculate over the course of the offseason, maybe they're going to do this or this could happen. And then it's so funny, like the first day of OTAs, you're like, oh, like, why didn't I think of that? Like, that's the most obvious solution. Here's this guy that's super big, super fast, very talented, never really been healthy. Is healthy for the first time in his career. And just maybe that's the way they want to go, And so, and I will say, like, it's always hard in OTAs, but that receiver group looked sharp. Like they looked different than I was expecting. I think you talked about Treylon Burks, De'Ami Brown. Luke flashed a little bit for me in practice and camp. Like he looks like he's in good shape, looks like he's fit. And so you're like, man, like that room is maybe a little bit deeper than like we've been thinking about because it's finally healthy. Like Terry's healthy and it kind of bumps everybody down a notch, right? Burks is healthy. We get De'Ami back, who, for all of his limitations in Jacksonville, has a role as an NFL receiver, right? And then Luke, again, like coming in shape. There's something here, right? There's something here. Antonio Williams, again, his suddenness, his smoothness, like it felt different watching them live yesterday. And maybe it's because like they've been much maligned through the offseason. But and again, it's one practice. I got to keep saying that. But like that's a group that now I'm kind of more excited to watch that progression over the next couple of OTAs and minicamp.
So I acknowledge that you are being very optimistic if you look at a group that includes significant playtime for Treylon Burks, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, De'Ami Brown, and you say this could actually be a really good wide receiver core. But Danny, we've talked about multiverses, right? And this world where maybe Jaden Daniels takes to David Blau's offense better than we thought. Maybe getting under center is not difficult for him. Mm-hmm. Maybe the bootleg stuff accentuates his athleticism, his ability to throw from many platforms, and it's the perfect fit. All offseason, we have suggested they do not have enough at wide receiver and that they need to go get a veteran. And they're probably going to end up with Brandon Ayuk, but maybe that's Stephon Diggs or somebody else. What about the devil's advocate to that conversation, which is there's a multiverse where De'Ami Brown, who stunk it up in Jacksonville at $10 million last year, comes back and picks up where he left off in the postseason. In 2024, when he was excellent, he and Jaden Daniels have a really strong rapport on the field. They have a good relationship off the field. He trains with Jaden Daniels. He was great the last time we saw him in a uniform here, over those few games in the playoffs, where maybe they're more right than everyone else about Antonio Williams. And they draft, I'm not going to say the offensive rookie of the year, but some guy who goes out there and makes 65 catches and has this monster season and looks like he could be a legitimate stud moving forward. I'm not going to slap an Amon-Ra St. Brown on him, but that's what they're kind of envisioning. It's why they gave him number 14 to some extent, and they think he can be a difference maker in the slot. What if Luke McCaffrey plays his best football and those people that say he was coming on before the injury last year, that was the beginning of kind of the rest of his career? Burks, a former first-rounder, is fully healthy finally. Maybe, Danny, he plays at the highest level he had. There's a lot of these like optimistic what-ifs.
Yeah.
But that is a possibility. I'm not saying it's a big level of the game, but it is a multiverse. Like you could pick doors. There's a door there where you could walk in and you go, well, damn. They were right, we were wrong, and their receiving core is actually pretty good.
It's on the table. And the way I'm putting my bias aside here for a second. The point is, if you throw enough bodies at that spot, or these spots, somebody has that year that you're not anticipating. Right? Again, in 24, their second best wideout was Noah Brown, who was cut by Houston. You know what I mean? You don't know that someone's going to get cut. You hope maybe somebody shakes free, but their second best receiver was Noah Brown, who was cut by the Houston Texans. So, yeah, there's certainly a door where two of those five names or, one guy sort of steps up in a way that nobody's really anticipating, and it works out brilliantly. Again, go to the Anthony Armstrong corollary or, Jabbar Gaffney, a bunch of guys that nobody thought would be worth a darn that are 900-yard number 2 receivers for the team. And if McLaurin is really, really good, and maybe they shouldn't have dragged him through the mud last year on an extended contract negotiation and begrudgingly paid him any money at all, maybe he's still the truth. Now all of a sudden you're like, man, that receiver room is pretty good. So you go, that's kind of the plan. That's where they went to. Their initial plan was to get Alec Pierce for $30 million.
Right.
But this is now
Dobbs for
or
less.
Dobbs. And now they go, okay, well, maybe our plan actually is internal and we've got the answer here all along with the cheap.
There's a gleam, man.
There's a gleam.
There's a gleam. Here's the question I want to pose on the phones, and we'll take your thoughts on this next at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you have to be wearing burgundy and gold colored glasses to look at this receiver room and see a top half of the league group? Or could there be something to that? Could Adam Peters and his staff be more right than those of us on the outside who think they need more? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Padres, 6:45 at Nationals Park. Near the game right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz will serve as the opener for Andrew Alvarez for the Nationals. Lucas Giolito, the former Nat, will start for the Padres. He's 2-0 with a 2.70 ERA. Nats and Pods, 6:45 right here on the Fan. In hockey, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Canadians at the Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Carolina looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. In the NBA last night, Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, the Spurs forcing a Game 7, beating the Thunder 118-91. Game 7 going to be tomorrow night. On the Eastern Conference side, the Knicks swept the Cavaliers, but Knicks center Mitchell Robinson had to have surgery on a broken pinky finger, but he expects to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Wednesday. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Logan Paulson was out at OTA practice. Said that the receiver room got him excited. He liked how they played, thought they looked sharp, thinks they could be a better group maybe than advertised. Is seeing this wide receiver group as a strength something that takes burgundy and gold-colored glasses, or is it a reality? Could De'Ami Brown actually come back and play like he did in the playoffs in a new offense? Maybe he becomes your Aldrick Robinson, your deep threat. I think a key to them surpassing expectations, Danny, Treylon Burks has to be pretty good. They had him running opposite Terry McLaurin as like their Z receiver in 2 receiver sets. This was a former first-round pick who's big and he can run. Logan talked about Burks as a prospect.
That was kind of what it looked like for the most part, and it's hard to keep track of every single offensive rep. But basically, when the receivers got up and it was routes on air, it was Terry McLaurin and Treylon Burks. Now, again, this is one of those things where it's like, you know, oh, that's exciting. Maybe he's the number 2. But my antennas go up because, like, there's one OTA. They're going to show us one thing. It might be different tomorrow. It might be different at the next OTA. I remember covering the OTAs last year, and the depth chart kind of shifted a little bit every day that we had access to OTAs, but it was Treylon Burks, man. And, you know, he's a former first-round pick, and he just looks the part, man. He's just a big dude who can run, like, absolutely. And so seeing him opposite Terry, it kind of gets you thinking, oh, man, then you get Antonio Williams in the slot. You see Chig Okonkwo, like the explosiveness that he brings, and there's some stuff he's got to, like, polish up and clean up for sure. But that pass group, you're like, man, there's some talent there. And De'Ami has an explosive catch down the field the other day, and you feel that speed and that downfield threat from him. So, yeah, even though it was Treylon to start, I'm kind of pumping my brakes on that a little bit just to see how it develops over the next couple of weeks. But he did look the part, man. He looked healthy, and he looked fast. He ran a couple dig routes, and, you know, I've always been like he's a little bit off from a fundamental standpoint. Looks super sharp on some of the acceleration, deceleration stuff. But, yeah, he was the guy that kind of led the charge yesterday, to my eye.
Danny, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Treylon Burks is going to be some standout number 2 this year. But if he is better than we think and takes to this offense and becomes a weapon and he's healthy and he makes good on some of being the 18th overall pick, let's not forget, he was the number 18th overall pick at one point. You heard what Logan said there. I mean, now you're talking about, okay, you've got McLaurin on one side. If Burks is more than we think he is at that number 2 spot, Williams as a slot receiver. They just drafted him in the 3rd round to do exactly that. Chig Okonkwo is a new weapon. Maybe you run the ball pretty effectively. You got Rachaad White out of the backfield. You're starting to see it come together, at least in the way that they're viewing it.
Yeah, it's a major if, though, to go for a guy that had 10 catches last year and was readily available for anybody to sign at any time for a long time after falling out of favor. Not falling out of favor, falling out of the team in Tennessee as a former first rounder, rather, in Burks. But yeah, if that happens, if De'Ami Brown's a thing, and the last time he was here, yes, he was great in the postseason, and everyone thinks of him as a deep threat. Well, they stopped thinking of him as a deep threat during the regular season when they had him catching bubbles and smokes and slip screens, and they made him a 10 yards per catch close to the line of scrimmage wide receiver opposite McLaurin, running some of the same stuff that Alami Zaccheaus was. But yes, in the postseason, he was splendid, and maybe you unlock something there. Maybe that's kind of the new awakening. Certainly, that's what Jacksonville saw when they went and signed him, and of course, he was disappointing there, and now he's back in the fold. But to me, this is if we can't solve this with a bona fide, and even, by the way, the guy that they tried to get that's bona fide still doesn't have 50 catches in a season, and Alec Pierce, but that was their idea. If we can't solve our receiver vacancy or the thing that we need with an established somebody, we're throwing numbers at this thing. This guy's got pedigree in Burks. This guy was good in the postseason in De'Ami Brown. This guy was good as Sean McVay's fifth receiver for 2 weeks in Van Jefferson. We're going to throw numbers at this thing, and maybe somebody emerges opposite the players that we know.
The other part of this is, too, because you're right, you don't often go from 10 catches to being a real helper as a number 2 wide receiver. But I would point out, let's not forget about how different the scheme is. The whole point of this scheme is it makes receivers better. It gets receivers open.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Armstrong went from playing receiver in a parking lot in the Extreme Football League to going for 871
900 yards, man.
With Kyle Shanahan. Jabbar Gaffney came in here, after being a guy, he was like a 400-yard receiver for a couple years in New England. He goes for 950 in the Shanahan offense. I'm trying to think of other Jags that came in here, Roydell Williams or Joey Galloway, who had big games or whatever, but they're betting on the scheme. They're betting on David Blau. I'm not saying that's going to work. I'm just saying that is the other side of this conversation, which is they think that the scheme elevates these players. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. Chris, could you see this receiver room surpassing the expectations?
Yes, because it happens all the time. I mean, there's tons of historical precedent where teams have cobbled together unknowns or unproven players, not household names, into doing incredibly well. I mean, just look at Tom Brady's career. I mean, he made household names out of Wes Welker and Danny Amendola and what's the other guy's name does podcasting now?
Welker?
Edelman.
Edelman, yeah.
Julian Edelman, right? I mean, Grant, your point is the most critical. It's about the system. Number one imperative, Jayden Daniels has to remain upright. But 2, he's got to find these guys open in space. And what I see is a very young, athletic receiver core, and there's going to be a lot of competition for a few spots. And I think competition breeds greatness. I don't think, and one thing I disagree with Danny is that just because they offered Pierce a contract was some kind of indictment on the receiver room. Teams try to get better at positions all the time. I don't really see those two things being mutually exclusive. So
I hear you, buddy. Appreciate the call. I do. I to me, that is for 2 years, 1 year they got away with it. The second year they didn't. And they saw the same thing that I did. And they go, there's a fire. We're going to put some water on it. Now, it's not their fault that he didn't sign for an outrageous amount of money that they offered a dude again that has never had 50 catches. But it tells you that there was a pretty big need. As you said, they're trying to make themselves better. Of course. But you would say the same thing about a defensive end where they go, we can't get after the quarterback. What do? Top of the market free agent to defensive end.
I think the truth's probably somewhere in the middle. Like, I guess I would be a little closer to Chris's side than your side, that the idea that they tried to sign him means that they don't think that their receivers are good or good enough or what. Like, it's some massive referendum. Because free agency at this point is, I've got this gigantic bag of money and I'm in a store where only certain things are available.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to spend a bunch of this money. How am I going to do it? And there's this thing that could help me that's this really expensive thing that most other people can't buy. There's only a couple people in this store
that's true.
With the money to buy this thing. And that happens to be Alec Pierce. They didn't go as far as it took to get him. They could have offered him another $1 million. What's the difference between 30 and 31 or whatever? They eventually put their paddle down, right? So I think it's true that they want a deep threat. They want that trait, the taking the lid off, the opening everything up underneath. They wanted their Jameson Williams, essentially, to hit some home runs down the field.
Yep.
And they were willing to spend money on that. But I don't think that means necessarily that Buck Showalter style, they don't like their guys. Like, we like our guys was his slogan. I think they probably like their guys fine. Now, if they sign 3 receivers between now and training camp that are likely to make the team, then I will go, dude, they didn't think that much of Treylon Burks. But if it's just Ayuk on a flyer, and that's kind of the move among veteran receivers for the entire offseason, they got a funny way of showing their desperation to improve at the position.
Yeah, there's not much available now, right?
Right, but
at
they had
this
a whole
stage.
offseason. You could have made trades. You could have been talking to Michael Pittman.
Totally
You could have
true.
been doing a bunch of stuff that they didn't do.
Which is my frustration. I mean, that's what we kind of get back to is once they didn't get Dobbs or Pierce, then it's okay, we're going to go shop in a totally different area. And I get that, by the way. You don't have a ton of draft capital, and you had plenty of salary cap space, but you don't just spend to spend, right? You got to have somebody that you like. You don't just go, all right, we'll overpay for this player that we don't think is going to help us. You don't do that. Of course, anybody with half a brain would kill him for doing that.
At 3 o'clock, Darius has just added a guest to the rundown we're excited about, Sean Devaney, who covers the NBA, and he wrote a story about Anthony Davis possibly being acquired by another team, that the Wizards could trade him, that he is making these comments that he may not want to play in Washington. Darius, if you don't mind, if you could hop on with us really quick, what kind of hints did you tell us that Sean Devaney says that Anthony Davis is dropping?
So Sean Devaney is reporting that he's dropping not so subtle hints.
Not so subtle.
Oh, so I thought they were subtle.
No, they're not subtle.
Oh, that's my fault. I misread that. Subtle
hints.
Yeah.
You walked into the studio and you said Sean Devaney saying that Anthony Davis is dropping subtle hints.
I did.
And we went, what?
Do you know why that's funny?
Because the actual story was the opposite of it.
Right. The hints were what?
Not subtle.
Right, but why else is it funny?
I don't know. Am I saying subtle weird?
No. Well,
definitely not.
You guys usually, when I say something weird, we usually do this kind of bit.
Well, it sounds normal for you, I think. It's not
the word subtle.
What does it mean? What does the word mean?
Good question. Let me play Ryan Clary's music.
Aren't you mad Ryan's not on the show anymore?
God, I wish he was on the show still.
This would be
not
Ryan.
that nothing to do with Ben or Toby.
Yeah.
Love these guys.
No,
but
he would be
taking
to quote
all
the
the
umpire
fire
with
right here.
Terry Collins. He'd be in the jackpot right now, Terry.
Yeah,
He's in the jackpot right
the
now.
eyes of Sauron would be upon him.
Right.
Yeah.
Subtle's a word.
Yep.
That has to do with I don't know, dropping hints.
Okay.
It's a synonym for dropping hints.
How do you spell it?
SUB or SUBTLE?
Yeah.
Subtle.
Or maybe it's SUPTLE. Something.
No.
Subtle.
Yeah.
That would be subtle.
It's not subtle.
So it's SUBTLE.
Right. Very well done. Next, Danny Rouye gets to take a victory lap, I think. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program. Danny, you might get to take a victory lap here.
Oh.
Okay? I will change nothing about my stance of team dogs and how adorable they are. But I do want to read you the start of a story from ESPN.com from 2 days ago. You ready?
Sure.
Dodgers outfield prospect Kendall George suffered an injury to his patellar tendon while jumping out of the way to avoid a bat dog in Monday's game for the AA Tulsa Drillers. An initial MRI revealed no ligament damage, thank God, a source with knowledge of the situation said, which provided optimism that George might be able to avoid surgery.
That was on the table.
But George and the Dodgers are still awaiting a second opinion before determining a course of action, according to sources. He was a first-round pick out of high school in 23. Huge speed. 100 stolen bases. Midwest League superstar this past year. He emerged from their outfield prospects as one of their better players in the system. 21 years old, he was hitting .333, 26 steals and 29 chances. Very, very quick. And he needed those cat quicks to avoid the bat dog. For some reason, came running out of the dugout directly at him. And he has to jump to his left over top of the dog to avoid being run into.
Mm-hmm.
And when he planted, his knee buckled and he was in immense pain and he slammed his helmet. He was furious. He was screaming and cursing. The poor dog got in the way.
You mean to tell me the animal was unpredictable? That's very strange. That's number one. Number two, he's going for a second opinion. Here's a first opinion. Human bat boys, please. Thank you. It's a gimmick. It's adorable. Enough. I'm hoping everyone realizes enough. Again, love dogs. Grew up with dogs. Dog guy. Long-time dog guy. You know where they have a place is not there as a bat boy. They are dogs. The dogs belong on walks and eating food out of the bowl and hanging out with the family and doing some, hey, come here, buddy, and let's watch the game. And you curl up and have a nice time, and here's your chew toy. They don't belong on a sports field like that. Air Bud is fun and adorable, shouldn't be happening in real life. I'm hoping everyone realizes that this is enough. Enough. Pets.
Have you seen this story yet?
Yeah, of course I saw it. Of course, I saw it right away. A million people sent it to me because I understand the brand. There should not be any of those anymore. That should be the end. That should be the last time a prospect was injured. Thank God he doesn't need surgery because of the dog.
There have been bat dogs for many years in some minor league parks that are well-trained that know exactly what they're doing. Maybe this was just one overzealous bat dog that needs a little bit more training or doesn't really have feel for the moment. And maybe this bat dog needs to lose his job, but it doesn't mean every bat dog needs to.
I think it does, actually. I think now is a matter of time. Again, when you're dealing with animals, there's a level of unpredictability there. And no matter how well-trained they are. Ask Siegfried and Roy about that. But the point of the dude's story is a human being could do that job great and be able to follow instructions to a T. There's less unpredictability there, right? So it's a cool gimmick, and everyone's got it because he's got a jersey on. And look at the dog. Oh, my God, he got the bat, you guys. The prospect was injured. It was a matter of time. Thank goodness more hasn't happened. Let that be a lesson to all of us. Enough with the gimmicks. I understand minor league Martys. They're trying to get people in the door. So you got the bat dog. You got dance like a hot dog night. You got the Macarena night. You got the arm wrestling night. You got play checkers with the PA announcer night. I understand you're trying to get butts in seats. Enough with the dogs on the field. Pups in the park is cool. That's awesome. Cool gimmick night for that. Bring the pups and everybody can have a little kibble and everyone can have a little ice cream bowl for the dogs.
Dog guy.
Again, grew up with dogs. Lifelong dog guy. Don't happen to have one right now. That's the only difference. Enough with dogs as bat boys. Enough with dogs as next thing you know, they're going to be hitting second in the lineup and push button people. No, thank you.
Two things. One, you have to turn on the air conditioning. Have you not yet?
I have. I'll do it. I'm going to go harder. You talk.
I just keep asking you what the temperature is. You keep telling me how hot it is, but I haven't seen you actually adjust it.
I did it before. It's listed as 72, but I don't believe that.
If it's 72, I weigh 14 pounds.
Yeah, if it's 72, I'm Henry Cavill.
I'd love you to be Henry Cavill. By the way, new Guy Ritchie movie with Henry Cavill, starring opposite, who's he with? Jake Gyllenhaal. Really, really good. I just saw it. New action flick.
Oh, it's out now?
Yeah. I didn't see one trailer. I haven't heard a word about it. I just kind of was scrolling one time. And
it just happened.
This is a movie that I would see. And so I did.
Why doesn't Henry Cavill get more stuff? Like, he got a bunch of stuff. He was Superman and he was The Witcher. And now everyone's sort of like,
I bet he's choosy.
They're over with Henry Cavill. Like, stop be over Henry Cavill. That guy is awesome.
You're assuming he's not getting offers. I think he's just kind
of fair.
Content and happy and being handsome and probably sits by pools and beaches all the time with pretty people.
Wouldn't you do that? I would do that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Travel the world.
Mm-hmm.
Major League Baseball, while we're talking about dogs who go get bats in the baseball world, Their owners proposed a hard salary cap to players as part of the next CBA yesterday. This would be the first time there would be a firm cap on the sport since 1994, the last significant work stoppage in season. Under the proposal presented in a meeting with union officials, each team would need to maintain a payroll, so a salary floor of $171 million, which would be massively higher than a lot of these teams that don't spend anything now. But then they wouldn't be able to exceed $245 million. So players are saying, hey, we want a floor. You guys have to spend more money. We want all these owners that don't spend, that don't care, that don't invest, that are getting by with like a $40 to $60 million payroll, just completely ridiculously. We want you to have to spend. And baseball's going, all right, how about $171 million as a floor? Sounds pretty good. But also we're going to cap you at $245 million. And the players are going, we don't want a salary cap. Because if there's a $245 million cap, I can't go get a bunch of $50 and $60 and $70 million players.
Yep.
Teams like the Mets and the Dodgers and the teams like the Yankees back in the day that want to have the $300, $400 million payrolls, well, some of these teams are double right now, the $245 million cap. So you're not getting $60 million to be fairly pedestrian if you're Kyle Tucker from the Dodgers, if they can only spend $245 million because they spent on Shohei and Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, so now they got to nickel and dime it everywhere else. But the players going to want their cake and eat it too here. They want more money spent, and owners are rebutting by saying, we'll spend more money, but we need a salary cap. And this is the stalemate.
Yeah, I think everybody's right, by the way. I think both sides are correct in this, and that's why this is going to be such a prolonged fight, at least in theory. I think a cap is needed. That's my view. But the players are looking out for the guys that are going to make 60, to your point. They should be looking out for the rank and file that need that minimum floor. It's worth it. You're way too incentivized if you're an MLB team to not spend on the mid-market veteran and instead go with a 22-year-old that is under team control for 6 years, lowering the quality, but you're getting 80% of the production for 4% of the value. That's great economics. So that's how the Rays are doing it. So you need a salary floor badly, players, and they're into that. It's that top part. Right? That's what they can't handle. They're worried about, again, the 20 guys that might get that huge lucrative free agent deal where they should be worried about hundreds of members, but they need the high tide to raise all boats. And that's why there's going to be a stalemate.
We'll talk more about this another time. I don't think they think enough about the players that don't make any money, to be honest.
Yeah, that's always been my view. Yeah.
Thought that that's the case. I mean, they will have these long work stoppages, to your point, where Bryce Harper doesn't mind. Manny Machado, $300 million player. Max Scherzer, those guys can not worry about baseball for 3 months a season. If I'm, making the $700K, I need to play baseball next year. What about those guys? That's where it's hard to hold the line when you get a lot of these minimum players coming back and forth from the minors to the majors, the guys that actually make up way more of the sport than the superstar $100 million plus players. Those guys are the ones that are going to want to get on the baseball field to make a living next year. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Is Anthony Davis going anywhere? We will take a stab at that next. Plus the Audio Vault at 3:25 today on G&D. This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. It's already been a crazy French Open at Roland Garros, but how about another upset? Novak Djokovic out in the third round of the French Open after he fell in 5 sets to João Fonseca. He had been up 2-0, but then fell 6-3, 7-5, 7-5 in the final 3 sets to get ousted in the third round of the French Open. Basketball last night, Western Conference Finals. The Spurs beat the Thunder to force Game 7. That'll be tomorrow. Wemby leading the way with 28, 10, and 3 blocks. The Spurs winning 118-91. For the Knicks, they're getting set to take on the winner of that Game 7. Center Mitchell Robinson had surgery on his broken pinky finger. Expects to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Wednesday. Hockey, Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Game 5 between the Canadiens and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Carolina up 3-1 in that series. Baseball, Nats and Padres tonight, 6:45, right here on The Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. At 4 o'clock, we'll give away tickets to see Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
One of the massive stories of the offseason for the Washington Wizards, the future of Anthony Davis. Is he going to be moved? Does he want to be moved? Sean Devaney, NBA insider, content editor over at Heavy.com, joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline right now on Grant and Danny. Sean, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
So what's your take on some of the not-so-subtle hints that Davis has dropped about wanting out?
Yeah, less than subtle, I'd say. I mean, he's talked about the Wizards as them, of course, and he doesn't seem much interested at age 33 to get himself neck deep into a rebuilding project. Although a rebuilding project that I think is nearing the corner where they start to try to win, but he's expressed very little interest in being part of that. And because of that, the presumption and certainly the talk around the league is that he'd like to be moved and that he'd like to be sent elsewhere, and that's fine. But the problem is that there aren't a whole lot of takers, and the Wizards, know enough about supply and demand to know that now is not the time to go and shop Anthony Davis. I mean, this guy who just hasn't played. He's played 62 games in the last 2 years. So this isn't really the high time to go out and test the market for him. So what they'd like to do is get him back on the floor, get him playing a little bit, and then by February's deadline, see if there's a deal for him.
So, Sean, a lot of Wizards fans have kind of talked themselves into the idea of, what if you could just trade him for the 5th overall pick in this draft or something? Like these crazy pipe dreams after the Wizards gave up a ham sandwich, a box of unpopped popcorn, and a high five to acquire him with, using someone else's picks. What would he be worth right now, and how much could he be rehabbed with some good play, to your point?
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's exactly right, is that you have to look at, okay, well, what did the Wizards get in return for him? It's certainly time and, coming into an off season and talking to other teams and saying, well, if he was with us, it'd be a little different. He'd be willing to play more. We could get 60 to 70 games out of him. You could certainly get that, and you might bump up his value a little bit, but are you getting a first-round pick back for him? Probably not. Are you getting somebody who's going to be able to contribute, who's in that 24 to 28 age range, who's going to be ready to contribute? Probably not. Not at this point. There's not a whole lot of incentive for the Wizards. Look, they do want to turn a corner. I think there's no question about that, but they don't think that corner is going to be 26-27. I think that if they can get themselves into the 38 to 40 win range, then that will be seen as a real sign of progress. But they know that they're not going to, immediately jump into being a 50-win team. And so if that's the case, what's the hurry? They don't have to hurry and move Anthony Davis along. They really have nothing to lose by waiting and maybe trying to trade him in the winter.
Sean, is there a real downside to this? Like, even for people like me who say, all right, let's move him. He doesn't want to be here. Why go through this exercise? It would seem to me like there's not that low of a floor. I mean, it's not like he's going to be a malcontent and tear this whole thing apart, right?
No, right. I mean, look, he did that in New Orleans, and, they survived it. You kind of, the days of that happening really are past, mostly because players don't go into free agency anymore. They require trades to move teams. If you look at it, there's not a whole lot that happens in free agency. It's part of the reasons why the Wizards are doing what they're doing rather than just saving up a bunch of cap space. They're trading for Trae Young. They're trading for Anthony Davis so that if they have potential trades that they can make, they're in position to do that. But to be in that position, you need a good relationship with the team, and I think that's part of what the Wizards are counting on here. That if Anthony Davis wants to wind up wherever he wants to wind up, he's going to have to work with the Wizards on that, and that's going to involve not just holding out, not just not showing up, or pretending your ankle sore. All the things that players have done in the past. That's really not in his best interest because he's going to have to work with the team if he wants to wind up someplace where he really wants to go.
Sean Devaney with us here on G&D talking to Anthony Davis and the Wizards. So, Sean, a common refrain has been, not next year, this coming basketball season, but maybe the year after that, the Wizards could turn a corner. And here's my question. I don't think they're a top couple of seed. I'm not suggesting they'll challenge the Knicks or whoever, Cleveland or Detroit at the top of the conference. But am I crazy that they could actually be pretty good? Now, that's with some level of buy-in from Davis, but a lineup with some of their young guys, Sarr continuing to develop, and Trey Johnson to go with Trae Young, and a couple nice versatile wings in George and Bilal Coulibaly to defend with Davis. I think that's a pretty decent group right there that could bother some people. Again, not going to a conference final or anything, but they could take a major step next year, and everybody seems to be looking to the year after that for maybe the time they actually get good. What am I missing?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It would require a couple of things. It would require, sort of everything that you just said going right, and no injuries, and,
right,
and everything sort of moving in the right direction. The young players that you've got taking that next step. So there's a lot of ifs there, but they're not crazy ifs. They're not completely out of left field. So certainly that's possible. I think the thing about the East is that it should get better next year. I think the Hawks will be better. We'll see if Orlando with a new coach and perhaps everybody staying healthy, especially Franz Wagner, if he could stay healthy, they should be better. The Hornets, we saw the moves that they made and how good they looked in the second half of the year. The Heat are certainly probably the leading contender to get Giannis. That would change their outlook, no question. And you go right down the list. Obviously, Indiana should be better with Halliburton back. There's going to be teams that will be much better. So I do think it'll be a more challenging. If they were trying to turn the corner this year, it would have been easier because it was such a down year in the East. I think it's going to be a little tougher next year.
Where do you stand on the number one overall pick as it pertains to sprinting DeBonsta's name card up to the podium, or actually thinking there could be somebody else worth drafting there while listening to some trade discussions?
I think if you trade down and don't leave the top three, if it's either Memphis or Utah that you're trading with, then that's worth listening to. I don't think there's anything else really worth listening to, and that's why I don't think ultimately anything gets done. I do think Devanza is the guy. You talk to scouts, and there's a lot of asterisks about that because Boozer's sort of the guy who has the history of winning and has the game to where, even when he doesn't when he's not putting up 28 and 12, he does all the things that help you win, and you have to like that about a guy and the culture and all that stuff. So, certainly Boozer's there, and Peterson, he's a guy who, for as bad as the year was at Kansas, he used to basically he would best Devonta every time they went head to head in recent years. So I think if you're able to drop down and get one of those two guys and get some other assets, I think that's worth it. But if not, then I think Devonta is kind of the safe pick. But I think if you're the Wizards and you look at where you are with the young talent that you have and these other assets that it might be tradable, I think you take the safe pick. And I think that's probably how this plays out. If they could move down, without falling out of the top three, I think that's certainly worth considering.
Sean Devaney on the NBA with us here on Grant and Danny, Heavy.com. Sean, if they do draft Devonta, what kind of first year could he have, and what would that mean for basketball in D.C. next season right away?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to think that he can't come in and be a real scoring threat for them right from the get-go. That he can't be the number one scorer for that team. Even with Trey on board, I think Trey kind of understands what his role would be in something like that. So I think they'd filter everything through Devonta, and he would wind up as certainly a 20-point scorer in that first year. We'll see if he can develop. I think defense is going to be a real area to watch. When you look at the teams that are still playing right now, for instance, a lot of them have players who can be two-way players. And that's something where AJ's really going to have to focus. And he's got the length, he's got the athleticism, he can do it. Just he's not been a great defensive player. So, I think that's going to be a real area for him to watch. A lot of times when these young guys go onto a bad team, the defense kind of goes by the wayside and they never pick it up. And I think that if you're the Wizards, you really want to get in front of that right from the beginning and make sure that this is a good defensive player. So you're not in the position where, okay, we've built up, we're in the playoffs. Now we've got a guy who is our number one option offensively, but is getting killed defensively in the playoffs. You don't want to get into that. I think that's something to work on with him sort of right away.
Sean, you mentioned the postseason, winding down now. We know the Knicks are in the finals. We'll have Game 7 in the West. What are some of the themes here among the great teams where everybody's going, you know what, we need to find that, and kind of how maybe teams might position themselves to either get that or trade that for some future assets?
If you can find a 7'5" Frenchman who can shoot threes, then
let me write that down.
You should probably find. Yeah, right. No, but I do think that it does tie back to what I was just saying, where compare the Knicks to the Cavaliers, for instance. The Cavaliers, were the most expensive team in the league. They've got Donovan Mitchell, they've got James Harden, they've got Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. They've got some really good players on that team, but they have some seriously big gaping holes on the defensive end, and the Knicks were able to just run right through them. You look at the Knicks, and the names aren't as big. The star power isn't big with a guy like OG Anunoby or Bridges. It's not quite at the same level as the guys that the Cavaliers had, but everybody is a two-way player. And I think that's the big thing, is that certainly when you look at Oklahoma City, it's that way. San Antonio's that way. You've got to have two-way players. And I think that's a real key if you want to, really have long-term success that can last in the playoffs. These guys have to be able to be two-way players. You can afford to have one that you cover up for, but you can't really afford to have two.
Sean Devaney covers the NBA. Good insight. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean.
Good. Do you think they end up trading Anthony Davis next basketball season?
Yes, during the season.
You do?
Yeah, so I think they're going to convince him, or try to. Listen, look what we just did for C.J. McCollum. Got him to his preferred destination, such as it is. Got him out of here. Gave him the right number of minutes. Didn't lean too heavily on him. Let him play his reputation back. If you want to go to a contender, you're not going like this. Nobody is buying right now. Sorry, you have to face this.
So here's the one thing that keeps coming back to me, because I've said if I had my druthers, I'd like to do it this offseason. I just don't think they're getting anything.
Yeah, the value's not great right now.
They didn't give anything up to get him, and he hasn't played basketball since. Remember how we all reacted to the trade when they acquired him? Everyone got super excited because they acquired Anthony Davis, like the name, the guy that you could build a statue of, the Hall of Famer, one of the 50 greatest, or wherever he's going to end up ranking in the association, right? All-decade team. They gave up nothing. That was the big takeaway. You don't get a player for next to nothing and then trade him and then get something great.
Without having him played. He didn't play.
Doesn't happen. He has to improve his value, his stock in some way. So The best path is actually probably the one that isn't my preference, which, to your point, is get him on the floor. And as Sean Devaney was just saying, let him play some basketball. Let people remember, okay, this guy actually can help a championship caliber team. And then there will be suitors and contenders that might give you up something meaningful to get him.
It seemed like C.J. McCollum, as the season was going, is like, my God, how long is this guy going to be here? He was only here for 35 games. That's kind of the level. That's sort of what we're talking about here is, post-December, post-Christmas, okay, now it's time. You've proven you can stay healthy. We're giving you plenty of rest. We're not going to play you 38 minutes a night. You'll get your, 28 to 30, be impactful, help SAR. There's a lot of good. Everyone can use each other here and get something out of it, right? We can get a bunch of future assets, sell you at a profit. You can go to some place and maybe win another title. That's what everybody wants, right? This is how you get there.
The Audio Vault is coming your way in a little under 10 minutes right here on Grant and Danny on The Fan. Some audio that didn't make the cut, though, that I wanted to get to. We talked earlier about something you could take a victory lap on. Here's something else that I think you'll find interesting, Danny, that you've long had problems with.
Mm-hmm.
I am team young players being able to express themselves in Major League Baseball. And I am team let's celebrate, let's have fun. But with that comes a line that you can't cross.
Right.
Celebrate with your team, don't show up the opponent. And the more you allow, the more awkwardness there's going to be, the more exchanges that are offense-taken situations by the opponent we're going to see. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen on a baseball field happened this week as a baseball fan. The Milwaukee Brewers have a reliever named Abner Uribe, right?
Yes.
He ends up pitching in a game the other night, getting a big strikeout, and then doing the DX double chop toward the St. Louis Cardinals dugout. Remember Degeneration X in the WWE? When X-Pac and Road Dogg Jesse James would stand there in the middle of the ring and they'd go, and if you ain't down with that,
we got two words for you.
And they would take that right arm and that left arm and they'd cross them over like an X.
And they make an X?
And then, their hands would hit their front thighs.
Did they do it one time?
No, a couple times.
Many times.
In 5th grade, I got in trouble for doing that in PE with a group of friends. We were doing that we were playing kickball.
Yeah.
And we just scored, and me and a group of friends that did that, and we got in trouble since the
If you were our age and you didn't get in trouble for doing that at some point.
Everybody did that once.
Yeah, it was a rite of passage.
That's what everyone was doing.
You had to write on the board, I will not do the DX chop, right? Apparently, Abner Uribe never had to do that. So he's in the game, gets a strikeout, looks over at the opposing dugout, and does the double chop a couple times on the legs to the St. Louis Cardinals. This is how it sounded on their broadcast.
Strike three call. Burleson's going to challenge it. Cardinals have two of them left. Oh, and look at Uribe. See that? You better hope this is a strike. It was. And Burleson is retired, and the Cardinals strand two in the 8th inning.
Abner Uribe is going to get a talking to from Pat Murphy.
We've been talking about, is it too much when a pitcher points at a guy and yells at him after a strikeout? Probably. When they yell into their own glove, is that showing somebody up? When a hitter stands there like Dalen Lyle did after the homer against the Reds and does the throat chop like, hey, I just ended your night. This one, we don't have to debate. He points at the other dugout, calls out people.
This is who this one's for, in case you're confused.
And he goes, if you don't like that, I got two words for you. His manager, Pat Murphy, who's one of my favorite managers in baseball, just a great dude, did not like it.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Yeah, it's just unacceptable. I don't know what got over him. I mean, he's been an emotional guy, but that kind of thing, that's just not how we do things, and I was embarrassed by it. And, why are we doing it? It's 6-0 game. What are we doing there? And there must be something deeper that I don't know about. I love the kid. Believe me, I love the kid. There's so much good in this kid. He's been so great for us in so many ways, but that's unacceptable. So whatever's going on, you can't tolerate that for his teammates and for everything else. It's just not. It's not going to be tolerated. That's all there's to it. So.
This is, by the way, the argument against my side of the equation, where I'm watching high school baseball and you see kids doing ridiculous stuff. Bat flipping over top of the dugout and walking all the way down to first. College baseball's completely out of control crazy with some of the stuff that they do. my point has always been the status quo for years wasn't acceptable to me, where any personality, anything other than sprinting as soon as you hit the home run, not looking at anyone for fear someone might be bothered by you enjoying the fact that you had just done something cool, was a bridge too far. And so I like including some of the aura and the personality of the player. And I like when CJ Abrams admires his work and does his strut and holds the bat and drops it. He's different than James Wood. He's got a different personality. Let's show that. If James wants to just sprint and CJ doesn't, that's completely fine. I want guys to be able to be themselves. But this is the argument against where somebody will say, you can't have my thing with not this thing. I think you can, but this is where it makes it hard, where I'm going, hey, I'd love to be able to just drive in my neighborhood without a seatbelt. And then you find out that something happens where someone wasn't wearing a seatbelt and you see, you can't do that. This is the one where it makes my thing look tough.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. The idea that you can't have fun without possibly, pimping a single or throwing your bat on a duck snort over the second baseman's head and 10 different choreographed dance gestures at first base is ludicrous. You can have fun with your teammates. A lot of players for a lot of years have managed to without showing up opponents. And all the stuff leads to this.
I'm just saying we could redefine what showing up an opponent is, and I think we've largely done that. It doesn't have to be showing up an opponent as a pitcher when you get a big strikeout, like Dickie Lovelady, and he does his little, Elaine leg kick dance thing, and he's pointing at his catcher.
He's doing a little MJ.
Yeah, that's not showing. That doesn't have to be. 10 years ago, that was showing up your opponent. Mm-hmm. How dare you do that? Nowadays, when a guy hits a home run and he points at his dugout as he's running down the first baseline, he's like, "I got you, boys. Let's bleep and go!" And he throws his hands in the air and does a nice slow jog or whatever. We don't think of that as showing up the opponent like we used to. I like that we've moved the line a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose, but to me, it's it's all everyone's holding. It's like there's that line, so to speak. Everybody is holding hands, and on the non-side of the line, they're holding hands, and they're holding hands with someone who's just over the line, and then the next guy's holding hands with the dude that's 2 feet over the line, and then someone's 50 feet over the line, going, "I got 2 words for you." That's so linked. It's so easy. Just act like you've been there. It's the easiest thing to do, and it's good sports. Because when the grown men do it, it is what it is. But I'm telling you, when you go to the Little League field,
it's crazy,
and you see 9-year-olds doing all sorts of stuff, like, congrats, you took advantage of the kid that can't put his cap on straight. But it looks so terrible for the guys that can do it versus the guys that can't. They care more about that swag or whatever than actually playing the game.
That is the problem to me.
Yeah. And
my point is, I'm making a Major League Baseball point about the product and the entertainment and this being for the fans, and let's not take this too seriously. But it is true to say you can't do it if you're the Guardians and then not have the guy at the University of Tennessee do it even more. And then the guy at high school do it even more. And
right.
Next thing you know, I'm at my kid's coach pitch game. And they're wearing what they see players wearing. It's arm sleeves. It's eye black. My kid wants
got the slide mitt, right?
Yeah, my kid's wearing a slide mitt now and whatever. They want to do what James Wood's doing. So if they see CJ Abrams hit a home run and Army crawl to first, they're going to want Army crawl to first.
Yeah, they're doing a 90s rap video or something like that. MTV Grind going around second base on a double. Yeah.
Our audio vault, best audio from the web, next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? A shocker in tennis at the French Open. Novak Djokovic was up 2-0 and then dropped 3 in a row to fall in 5 sets to João Fonseca in the third round of the French Open. It's been a wild French Open so far at Roland Garros. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Padres at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz going to serve as the opener tonight for the Nationals. Lucas Giolito will start for the Padres. In hockey tonight, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Canadiens and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Carolina looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1 last night in the NBA. The Spurs forced a Game 7 with the Thunder, winning 118-91. That Game 7 going to be tomorrow. When you're ready to pop the question, thank Mervis Diamond Importers and Takori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Takori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will win off the field at 3:45. We got tickets to Treaty Oak Revival at 4 right here on the Fan. 5 o'clock today. A DC Sports Spelling Bee in honor of the Scripps Spelling Bee that just took place.
It is a Fanatics Fan Cash Friday. We got one winner every Friday through December. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by the Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Good luck.
Danny, it's finally going to be beautiful all weekend.
Yes, sir.
We had the rain that was disgusting for all of Memorial Day weekend.
I heard all about it from Vegas. Seemed like it was tough on everybody.
It was so gross,
not for
so
us.
disgusting, so terrible. Everything about it was bad. But this weekend, I just looked it up because I'm going to get out to Nats Park a couple times this weekend. How about 72 degrees on Saturday? That's room temperature.
That's pretty good.
That's a keeper. And 78 degrees on Sunday with a low of 55. That's French Bulldog weather there. You can't ask for a more beautiful weekend. The boys are at home. They're taking on the San Diego Padres. Should be a great homestand.
Should be awesome. All about it. Playoff game for the Lions. Now, we are not the 1 seed, despite being undefeated in the regular season for this flag football group, okay? Because someone else was also undefeated, and they had even greater margins of victory than we did. We haven't seen them. We don't know anything about them.
You lost the margin of victory tiebreaker?
Whatever the point differential thing was. They are the 1 seed, and they are a buzzsaw.
Can I say I don't like that being at the 8-year-old flag football level, tiebreaker, because that just encourages you to run up the score.
I'm with you on that. I couldn't think of a better way to do it, though. It's like, I understand your point, and there's no head-to-head, because we didn't play. They're undefeated, we're undefeated. How would you settle it otherwise?
But you guys take this very seriously. If you knew that, you might have run up the score a little more to become a 1 seed.
I would say that we weren't really able to. They're probably only this division. Everybody
ran up the score as much as you could.
Everybody was good. There were only a couple of games where, and I think a lot of teams face this. Only a couple of games where we were decidedly better than the opponent, and you don't necessarily do that. But our common opponents, we went to overtime a couple times. They did not. They went ahead and won by multiple scores in all of these games. They are a buzzsaw, so that'll be interesting. But we don't have them this weekend. We have another really good team that we edged out in OT.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, buddy. We need it.
I think we've got our winner. Nick is in Reston, joining us on Grant and Danny. Nick, what's up?
Our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Nick in Reston. Nick, man, you're on the Fan. What's up? Congratulations.
What's going on, guys? I'm pumped. Thank you.
You got it, dude. Do you win contests a lot, or is this kind of like a first-time thing?
I've won a couple. I try every day, but I've only won a couple.
Love it, dude. Well, congrats, man. Enjoy. Appreciate you tuning in and winning our little contest here on Fridays.
It is time for our audio vault on Grant and Danny. All right, Danny, we'll start you off with Richard Jefferson on NBA's conference finals broadcast talking about Travis Kelce chugging a beer at the Knicks-Cavaliers game. I don't know when it became a thing that if you're a current athlete and you go to a game, you get shown on the big screen, and you've got to drink the entire beer in your hand. But that's now a thing, And Kelce did it with Taylor Swift alongside.
Travis Kelce. I don't know if his girlfriend's going to like to see him chugging beers like that. Hey, look, the Cavs, whatever you need. If you got a rally beer, you got a rally cap. If you're a Cavs fan, you're going to do whatever it takes. Pretty good idea what the wedding reception is going to look like.
I thought that was a really good line.
That's a good line.
That is definitely what the wedding reception is going to look like. Hey, you marry Travis Kelce? He's going to party a
Yeah,
little
don't be
bit.
surprised if Travis Kelce shows up. You know what I mean?
There were some funny clips that came out of them sitting courtside. She's like handing him gum at one point. It just, the vibe I get all the time is like grown up with a child when I see Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
I can't knock that. And he seems like a fun guy. They're in love and it's a real thing and they're getting married and congratulations to them. I'm sure the wedding's going to be awesome. But when I see those two together for any extended period of time or you see any kind of video of them interacting, it always feels like the really mature person is helping the not as mature person.
Yeah, like here's my big giant goofball, and I'm in charge, right? Like if it gets to a point where something happens, and she'll say that's enough, and he'll have to stop whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, it's you're engaged to that dude.
Cleveland Browns head coach Todd Monken. This is going to be interesting. He got a job that I don't think a lot of people thought he would. Kind of random to me that he's an NFL head coach at this point, but he's getting a crack at the Cleveland Browns operation. He speaks his mind. Give him that. He has already gone viral several times talking about the Browns, including at OTAs.
We threw interceptions in 7-on-7, for God's sakes. I mean, who does that? There's no pass rush. I mean, it's embarrassing.
I like this guy. He does not sugarcoat anything at the podium. He crushes his team on moments like that. He's like, yeah, we're throwing picks 7-on-7. We stink. It's kind of refreshing.
It's also true. I mean, it's a different school of thought on coaching, right? I mean, you get it's the opposite of the Dan Quinn, like every day is a step, and we're building a mission to go and cliche this and be where your feet are, and I'm drawing maps and all that other kind of stuff. It's refreshing in the sense that it's not very common for people to do that. So I'm into it, man. I put a mic in front of that guy's face every day.
We'll stay in the NFL circles here. Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles, a rare, pretty funny moment in his press conference where he's asked about A.J. Brown, and as he's being asked about Brown, he's taking a sip of his water, and the timing with the awkwardness of the question couldn't have gone better.
If AJ is traded, how would that affect the offense? How would that affect you?
Picked the right question to sip on, huh? I think for us, we're focused on learning the offense. It really doesn't change in terms of our approach to improve. There's an if. Obviously, been a lingering theme, but nothing can replace all the greatness that we achieved together.
I just think that's kind of funny. Like, he's like, everyone's waiting with bated breath. He got a feel for the room. Everyone's like waiting to hear what he says as he's slurping his
The old
water.
sip and crunch, yeah.
He's like, "What? You guys waiting for me? What am I supposed to say here? What do you want me to do about this?" Robert Saleh was asked today, as a matter of fact, would he rather be the team that has the fewest injuries or the fewest turnovers? What's your answer to that?
Injuries.
I think it's the easiest question ever. The fewest injuries is the answer, unless you're Robert Saleh.
Turnovers.
Is it close? Any reason why?
Turnovers to me is the number one indicator to wins and losses in all of football through the history of time. San Francisco last year, we were one of the most injured teams. We still won 13. But if you don't turn the ball over, you're probably going to win a lot of football games.
I think you'd rather have all your starters all season long than the backups protecting the football. Could be crazy.
Yeah, you could punt 15 times. I don't know. I mean, his point is right in general. Obviously, the turnover margin and turnover differential and who turns it over the most is a great indicator as to who won the football game. Every once in a while, you see some freak outlier, but for the most part,
And
that's
it's not
true.
like rushing attempts where it's a dependent stat
Yeah.
based on if you were in the lead or not. Typically, it's true. If you turn the ball over less than your opponent, you have a much better chance to win. But I would also make the case that if you are healthier than your opponent, you have more talent than them. If so facto, you're probably in a good spot. Speaking of talent, at the quarterback position, the Vikings are having a competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. How about the difference in their answers when they were asked about competing against one another?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. Obviously, I feel like I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know we both want what's best for the team.
open, receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that. So it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness like between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
There's an awkwardness to that answer, obviously. I don't think he was trying to make it weird. He just did.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to be very basic in saying, we're just two guys trying to get better. We're both in the classroom learning from our teacher, basically. That's what he was going for. But you could hear the difference of the polished, professional, longtime NFL quarterback answer of just say the thing that doesn't get the headline versus McCarthy, who's like, look, we're just both sitting in the classroom on different sides of the table, hearing the same material, and we'll compete when times come.
It sounded like, I don't know that guy. I don't really talk to him very much. I'm trying to win a job. The other guy's going, every day, whatever I can do to help. You know what I mean? I just want to be there for him. At the same time, we're two competitors competing at the highest level, but, that's part of the gig. I'm a veteran, been here 7 years. The other guy's like, I've seen him. He's been around.
Kyler Murray's going to win that job. It feels like they wouldn't have gone and gotten him to back up J.J. McCarthy. A.J. Debonsa likely to be the 1-1 for the Wizards, the number 1 overall pick this summer, saying on the All the Smoke podcast that he thinks he could have averaged 30 in college this year if he wasn't as passive.
Yeah, what's really crazy is I really would have averaged 30, but in the beginning of the season, this is kind of like what a lot of NBA players told me, like, I know you need a team to win. So, like, in the beginning of the season, I was kind of, being, I think, too passive, passing the ball, trying to get everybody involved. And that kind of dropped my average. But as a scorer, like, what am I looking at? I've learned that, not to look at the initial defender. I'm looking at help side, but college, you got dudes sitting in the paint, triple teams, tilts, a whole bunch of everything. So I kind of relied on my mid-post game a lot. Just because you can't really double out that situation. If you do, it's 3 points.
7 points a quarter. You can average 30. It's easy.
Well, yeah, I know that now. Yeah, I'm not making a mistake again.
Yeah.
I know that now. It's funny. Debonsa made it pretty clear, both on that podcast and in his little media tour that he's been doing, he very much wants to go number 1 overall. So any of this speculation that if the Wizards got 1 and the Jazz had 2, maybe he just want to go 2 to Utah, he has made it pretty clear that is not the case.
Hey, I love him. So it's going to be biased, obviously, his answer, but I just love it. It's so matter-of-fact and correct. By the way, and I'm watching those games early on in BYU season when they actually had one of their second player was pretty good. I'm blanking on his name, but once he was injured, they weren't going anywhere. But you could see Debonsa was trying to make sure that everyone got looks and the whole defense was looking at him, and he basically was like, "Okay, I got to go 1-on-5 now for the rest of the way." Every player on that defense was geared towards stopping that guy, and so he put himself in spots where he could still get a shot off. He is so spectacular.
Here he was on the importance of going first overall.
How important is being number 1 for you?
Very important. I've been number 1 since my first rankings came out. Like,
it'll change it now, huh?
You know what I mean? Like, ESPN ranked me at number 1 at ninth grade. I was like 14. I ain't dropped, so I don't plan on dropping it.
A.J. Debonsa wrapping up our audio vault. We will win off the field next on a Friday. You could tell us what's put a smile on your face that nobody else would care about at 800-636-1067. Remember those tickets to Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live coming up on Grant and Danny in 15 minutes on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Fanatics Sportsbook. And Fanatics Sportsbook is turning up the heat with squad bets across NBA, MLB, NHL, and soccer. Just tap into Fanatics Sportsbook app and build your custom squad by combining player stats into a winning bet. Pick a market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and set your target. And here's what makes squad bets different. We all know one bad game can sink an entire parlay, right? Well, not anymore. With squad bets, when one player slips up, another can step up. One player can't bust your parlay. Your bet is going to stay alive. all the way to the very end. You can track it live and cash out whenever you want. Another way that Fanatic Sportsbook is changing the game. Squad bets only at Fanatic Sportsbook. I've been telling you since football season, all the way last fall through baseball season now, parlays hit different here. I love Fanatic Sportsbook. You guys will too. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD Visit. MDGamblingHelp.org.
Time to figure out how you are winning off the field. You give us a call at 800-636-1067. You tell us what little teeny tiny thing has gone right in your day, many moral victories, something that makes you feel good about yourself or your day that nobody else would care about. Danny, give people an example.
I'm groggy. It's this morning. It's about 7:04 a.m. Not, well rested. Haven't been well rested since we had children. But I'm up. I'm slogging around. I'm shuffling through the kitchen trying to get the boys ready for school. Youngest is up. He needs something. The wife had to get up super early, proper citizen job. She's long gone. It's just me and the hyenas, right? So my oldest says, Dad, would you be, and he asks as politely as you would, as a groggy 12-year-old at 7+ a.m., could you put a cinnamon raisin bagel in the toaster oven for me? Yeah. Yes. Come on, I can do that. Yes, I can. So I go to the cupboard where the bagels are, and I see it's not bright in there, but it's light enough. I should have known the difference. But I see the thing of bagels. I see the little distinguishing characteristic that I think is cinnamon raisin, where you could see the little bit of fruit on a dark colored bagel. You follow me? Right? Oh, that looks like a cinnamon raisin bagel. I grab it, I slice it open, I put it in there, and I smell as I close it. I go, oh crap! It's not a cinnamon raisin bagel. That's a blueberry bagel. Now, I don't know about the blueberry bagel. It's not something I would ever order. I just get an everything bagel and experience the joy. But somebody in the house likes the blueberry bagel, okay? So I see the cinnamon raisin bagel, and I go, oh, my God, I put a blueberry bagel in there. And he goes, it makes that noise the 12-year-olds make, So fine. I grab the cinnamon raisin bagel, slice that SOB up, put that in the toaster oven. So now he's got a cinnamon raisin bagel. It's cooking. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Comes out with the cream cheese. I give it to him. Well, there's a blueberry bagel right there. The cream cheese is out. No one else wants it. So old Rainy Douye has it. I got to tell you something. That toasted blueberry bagel with cream cheese, not too shabby. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
2 games ago for my kids' coach pitch team, the speaker that plays all their little walk-up songs that are hilarious was deep in the dugout on the other side from where we sit. We couldn't hear everybody's songs. There's some funny ones where clearly a parent picked it, or there's some cute ones for the kids, whatever. So yesterday they started doing that again, where the speaker was on the wrong side of the dugout over by where the players are, not where the families and the stands are, so to speak. And I just went over to one of the assistant coaches. I was like, hey, here, if I bring that speaker over, we'll face it toward everyone. Makes it a little funnier when you can hear the walk-up songs and blare the music. It's a little lively. He's like, yeah, of course. We should totally be doing that. Forgot to move it. Then we got to hear everyone's walk-up songs when they came up to bat, and it was more entertaining. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Joel in Falls Church. What's up, Joel?
Hey, guys. So yesterday, I looked at my calendar for today and saw I had no meetings, no Zoom calls, so that felt pretty good. But then I woke up this morning and then realized the reason I didn't have any meetings today was because my company does summer Fridays off, and I didn't have to go to work.
Winning off the field.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to know more about this Summer Fridays off thing.
Summer Fridays off?
And did he not know that his company did Summer Fridays off?
Is his company Fairfax County Schools? Come on, we're having fun.
No, that's called Summer Every Day Off.
That's fall off, spring off, winter off.
He is alive, people, and he is back. Rich is in Olney.
Rich.
Hello, Rich.
What's going on, guys? How you feeling?
Good, man. Where's she headed this weekend?
She's actually home this weekend.
Oh, okay.
I know, it's surprising.
He threw us for a loop.
I misread you there.
I know, right? So the other day when you did the how much weight did Danny gain?
Yeah.
Which was impressive, by the way, Danny.
Is it? I mean, yeah, but it's also,
It's expected, but still impressive.
Right.
I get a phone call about 2 minutes after the bed. I got the radio show in my ear, and it's my oldest son, and he goes, "I can't believe Danny gained that much weight in 4 days." So you have a new disciple listening to your radio show. Therefore, we all are.
Winning off the field.
We like growing the brand, and we like growing the show to the younger audience. By the way, I'm officially now winning off the field within the last few minutes. I just got one of the great texts that you can get.
Wow.
From a spouse.
Okay.
One of the really, really good texts. She said, we're going to go to her friend's house tonight to see her other friend and have a play date and eat some pizza. So you are on your own tonight. That means I'm going to waddle down Half Street for some baseball at Nationals Park. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
We did some press box base tonight?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So I said, wait, you're going to have the whole team or I will? She said play date, so that means
so
kids,
it could be one.
But are you leaving? We have so many children.
Yeah, there's many
Are
to
you
choose
going to
from.
leave 50% of them, 75% of them, 25%?
No matter how many they leave behind, it's a big responsibility for
Right.
you. Yeah.
She's taking them all.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Oh, my God.
So I'm just going to go walking down Half Street, double gun pointing just
What I want.
right, left, right. Go on over and see if the Nats can get to 2 games over 500 so we can have a little 2-game over 500 parade tomorrow down Half Street. We're not actually doing that.
No.
Don't get any ideas. We did our parade for now. Beltway Blitz is next. Let's give away some Treaty Oak Revival tickets at Jiffy Lube Live as soon as we return.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals beginning a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch into the game right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz will start for the Nationals, serving as an opener for Andrew Alvarez. Lucas Giolito, the former National, set to pitch for the Padres. He's 2-0 with a 2.70 ERA on the season. Nats and Pod, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Hockey tonight, Canadians and Hurricanes, Game 5 at 8 o'clock. Carolina leads that series 3-1. Last night in the NBA, the Spurs forced a Game 7, beating the Thunder on their home floor 118-91. Game 7 going to be tomorrow night. The Knicks wait the winner. Center Mitchell Robinson had surgery on his broken pinky finger for New York. He's expected to be ready for Game 1, though, of the NBA Finals next Wednesday. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You have won 2 tickets to Treaty Oak Revival, West Texas Degenerate Tour, Friday, September 18th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Our DC Sports Spelling Bee in honor of the actual Spelling Bee in 1 hour on Grant and Danny. That is at 5 o'clock. We'll revisit the Juan Soto trade with the Padres. San Diego's in town for 3 this weekend. That's coming up at about 4:25. But it is time to kick off our Beltway Blitz on the Gridiron. And to help us do just that, our good pal, our dear friend, the sweetest of sweet, our guy from the Russell Radio Network, Chris Russell, joins us now. We actually were looking for someone to talk football and Commanders on the Beltway Blitz. We decided, well, maybe we just won't do it today. Then we looked out the window, and his tongue was stuck to the flagpole out there. We sent Toby down with some hot water. We got his tongue off the flagpole, and he came up
and here
to
he
join
is.
us.
I mean, now that my fat head is missing from the boss's office window, which was the unique identifying thing about this office, maybe my tongue can replace it.
Did someone take it?
I don't know.
What do we know about? Is that a caper?
It's just missing. It's
That
just
thing's
gone.
been there for 5 years.
It's been there for a long time.
I actually met someone recently who said to me, hey, what office do you work in? And I'm explaining our office, and they're like, oh, I think I park right over there. Are you in that weird alley? And I'm like, yeah. They're like with the guy's face that's in that one window, and I'm like, that's a hilarious question.
Now you know.
I mean, you guys know Chepe from obviously the morning show on El Zol, right?
Yep.
I had been working here 7 years, and one day he looks and he goes, "You're the guy in the window."
That's hilarious.
You're the window guy. Well, you know, there's several apartments at that really expensive apartment building across the street, not across the alley, but across the street, that they can't charge the same amount of rent for because that face was in their eye line.
They feel like it's Reenie doing like voyeurism type stuff.
Yeah, where it's like we have to knock a couple $100 off.
Maybe I can see things.
Slashy. Yeah. OTAs.
Yes.
A lot of positive reports on Jaden Daniels in the Blau offense.
Yeah. Which is good. I mean, listen, we all have to remember, and I think everybody does. It's shorts. It's not the Dallas Cowboys. It's not, Vic Fangio and the Philadelphia Eagles week 1 in Philadelphia at 425, right? So we all have to keep that in mind. What I'm most curious about, guys, I don't know how much you've talked about this, is whatever we get to see, whatever we get to hear, and whatever things we get excited about. Yes, A, obviously he's got to stay healthy, but B, how much is he going to play in the preseason with a new scheme, with a new way of doing things, with some new receivers, with a new tight end? How much is he going to play in the preseason? Because I think we were all on the same page last year. He did not play enough, and he struggled in camp. Now, they didn't have Terry, they didn't have Noah. Zach Ertz was off every other day. Got it. But I need him to play in the preseason and play semi-significant amount of snaps or throws or something.
So I think that's we'll get to that debate because that's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
That's always going to be a push and pull with how much you do and how much you risk, et cetera. But you touched on the thing that I care about more, whether it's 10 pass attempts in the preseason or 15 or 7 or more than last year, certainly, which was none because the one pass play you ran on and took a hit, scoring a touchdown. I care about the soft wet tissue paper soft training camp. The second day, there were vet days off.
Yeah.
The second day of practice.
Yeah.
And I understand you got vets, you got to take care of them. But come on, dude.
Yep.
I understand that maybe it may have been necessary, et cetera. I need it to not be necessary. I need somebody to prepare for football at some point.
I mean, especially when, again, it's not an entirely new coaching staff on that side of the ball because David Ray is still here, because Blau has been here for 2 years, but it is a new scheme. It is a new system. There is different components. We all know it. And it's not just the quarterback having to read defenses on the drop and turning his back and all. It's the mesh point of the running backs. It's as a left tackle, and this is why I thought it was important that Laramie Tunsil was there the other day, right? Even if for nothing else physically, mentally, everybody is on the same page, everybody is pulling the same rope to learn the different nuances and the different twists of a David Blau offense.
Speaking of Blau's offense, on Take Command this week with Logan, he was impressed by how the wide receivers looked at practice, and he had the prerequisite, the caveat that you did, which is it's one day in shorts. But it did get us to thinking about, is there a possibility that maybe they're right and this group is actually better than people think?
Yeah. I mean, I made that argument on, what do you call it, the Rooster Radio Network?
Yeah, the Rooster Radio, Adam Silver Podcast Network.
I think they're... That's a good one. Adam Silver is my hero. I do not think they need a wide receiver right now or anytime soon. Now, check back with me on July 27th. Check back with me further than on August 27th. Right now, I'm good. Because the way I look at it is Luke or Jalen, one of them has got to take a step forward, and it's possible both do, right? And Luke was starting to take that step forward before getting hurt last year, right? So one of them, Treylon Burks, you figure is going to be with more of an opportunity and the best quarterback he's ever played with in Jaden Daniels. He's going to be a factor. And then I'm really hopeful, excited, whatever, about Antonio Williams. Not just because, again, what people have said, but actually probably what people haven't said as much of, which is, I think he can bring some of the sizzle that Terry McLaurin brought in 2019. I think he can work inside and certainly outside. And I think he can bring some of that ability to strike up the band right away. And that's how I would use him. And that's what I think has been somewhat missing from, like I would always say to Cliff, or on the radio about Cliff and the Commanders offense, try and stretch somebody early. If for nothing else, you put it in
just
their mind.
Just to show it, yeah.
Right? Just, you get them thinking about it. And with Antonio Williams, and yes, I mean, obviously you could still do it with Terry and Jaden, Jalen and whatever, but with Antonio Williams, that's the perfect guy to do it, right? Put it in their mind and loosen everything up underneath.
Who on this defense, holdover or otherwise, are we not ready for the breakout that's about to happen with this Durante Jones scheme? Like, who's going to thrive?
Oh, that's a great question. All right, so I guess I'll go non-obvious division, even though this guy's been talked about a bunch. I do think this is going to benefit Sandra Still. And I was just mentioning this a little bit ago. If Sandra Still can go from 4 interceptions to 6 or 7, I can live with some of his shortcomings. I didn't do that on purpose. Sorry, my bad.
You didn't mean not to.
But yeah, I can live with some of his shortcomings. Remember, different player, different scheme, different everything. But when Travion Diggs had 11 interceptions for the Cowboys under Dan Quinn a couple of years ago, right? He got torched a lot. But he made so many plays that it kind of makes up for it, right? And you can live with some of that. If Mikey Sanders-Still can go from 4, and that's an if, to 6 or 7, you're going to live with some of his shortcomings and some of the things that are the problem, and you can cover it up because you're going to get bigger plays, and therefore the most important thing that has been missing over 2 years, which is a complete inability to recognize what a turnover is.
I've consciously started saying 6 to 8 now around Danny.
Yeah.
You do however you need
My
to.
bad.
But it throws you off and it's unsettling. He just gets in your face and
you
takes
start
it
doing
off.
it. You start doing it. Yeah.
It's terrible.
So now I'll just change it. I'm like 5 to 6 or 6 to 8.
There's a number. It's between 5 and 8.
I mean, if I was used to doing live radio, which I'm not.
Yeah, you edit out on the deuce.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, exactly.
On the
We're on tape delay.
with Silver Podcast Network. It's very different.
The Anti-Tanking Network.
Yes.
Let's talk hoops, shall we? And to help us talk basketball, we've got our guy Chase Hughes. So, Chase, make some sense of these new tanking rules. How about the timing for the Wizards to be pulling into the restaurant right as you're not allowed to be driving the car they were driving anymore? Pretty good.
That's not a bad metaphor. I like that. So a complete overhaul, really, of the draft lottery rules. The NBA is really serious about trying to get rid of tanking and basically teams rebuilding so aggressively that they're throwing not only games but months at a time, seasons at a time. And basically they set up a system, and it's very unique to the rest of American sports, with a relegation zone where if you finish with one of the 3 worst records in the league, your lottery odds are diminished because of that. The best lottery odds are if you have the 4th worst record to the 10th worst record in the league. And the lottery has been expanded from 14 teams to 16 teams to add a few of the teams that qualify for the postseason, but now will still have a chance to get a pretty high draft pick in the lottery. And there's a bunch of other rules. Some of the most important ones would include that now if you have the worst record in the league, you previously couldn't fall further than 5th. The Wizards were in that situation this year. Now you can fall all the way to 12th. So there's definitely a much different system being put in place.
Chase, you are very smart. That's why you were elected mayor of the Palisades. I wasn't even nominated, okay, back when we lived there together. I wasn't even on any ballots. Here's what I don't understand. I need you to explain it to me. This basically takes care of the certain kind of tanking that the league just decided we can't do anymore, right? Like the hardcore, we're not playing anybody, and any dude that like goes through warm-ups now has an ingrown toenail and you may never see him again. Fine, okay. How does this address the milder tanking? Doesn't this incentivize teams to not go for it because they've got better odds at getting the number 1 pick than, saying, beating a 1 seed after a couple play-in victories? What am I missing here?
Well, first, to answer what I missed in the first question, the Wizards could benefit from this because they just got the number 1 pick under the previous rules, and now they're going to try to get much better next year and probably compete for the play-in.
Right.
And they could be in an ideal spot to basically double dip, as Grant was alluding to.
Which would be incredible,
about tanking, right, would be incredible for the Wizards. And there's a lot of other ways it could benefit them long term. But in terms of tanking, I think it's a fair question if the league can fully get rid of tanking in a league where the impact of one player is just so much more profound than it is in other sports. Like, the only comparison you could really make is obviously a quarterback in the NFL, but the big difference is in the NBA, if you draft a guy, you have him under contract for at least 8 seasons. Like, it's basically apples and oranges. So I think what the league is trying to do is reduce tanking significantly to where right now you might say 4 or 5 teams do it across a 3 to 4 year span. That's a lot of games if you add it up. Now, if every team has incentive to compete, you can actually be punished if you are caught tanking and the league thinks you are. They can change your draft pick. They can adjust your odds. They can fine you. There's a lot of things that they can do. Yes, teams, there might be incentive to tank a little bit at the end of the season, but if it's isolated to, the second half of March and into April, that could be a net positive compared to how much of it currently goes on in the NBA.
I don't know how closely you're covering these conference finals right now or watching them as a fan, but man, are the New York Knicks on a roll. This 11-game stretch, they've outscored their opponents by 260 points to get to the finals. Everyone's still suggesting it's the West series to lose, but man, do the Knicks look like they have other ideas. Yeah,
they are a really good basketball team that is benefiting from a coaching change that I think a lot of people rightly question. I thought it was very questionable to get rid of Tom Thibodeau after the season they had last year, getting to the conference finals, going with Mike Brown. Mike Brown's been around the NBA a long time. Didn't look like it was working out too well as recently as like February, but things really came together for them. I do think they took advantage a bit of a weaker Eastern Conference, like the Cleveland Cavaliers, who they swept in the conference finals. Like, where would they be in the West? But this is still a really good team that plays defense, that plays physical, that is experienced, that plays really well together. They have great chemistry. They have great depth. I do wonder about the Mitchell Robinson injury. Obviously a big man who can protect the rim is pretty important if you're going to go up against Victor Wembanyama or Chet Holmgren. But the Knicks look really, really good, and I like the way they play. Obviously, you could sort of quibble with Jalen Brunson and how he draws fouls, but I like how they play physical basketball, they play defense, and they have guys who have bought into their roles, like Josh Hart, who's from here, big Commanders fan. I think DC fans really like him. Like, he is just completely bought into being a guy who rebounds and is a glue guy, and you have to have that to win championships.
Chase, you're the best, buddy. I always appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Sounds good, my friend. Have a good weekend. Let's talk a little DC Defenders, please.
And to talk about the Defenders, we've got their head coach, Shannon Harris, with us on Grant and Danny here on the Beltway Blitz. Coach, you guys have scuffled post-injury here with Jordan Ta'amu, but you are headed to the playoffs despite the 3 losses. Tell us about just the mindset of the club and trying to move on without your MVP caliber passer.
Yeah, again, thanks for having us on. Always great to be on you guys' show, man, so appreciate that. But like you said, we are going into the playoffs, even up into this last home regular season game without Jordan and a few other guys that we got injured right now. We got Gabe Taylor, he'll be out, and then Yasir Durant will be out. So we got a lot of key pieces of our team that's out. But I tell you, man, these guys have been working hard, practicing hard, and going against the grain of everything that we faced. But we still have championship DNA, and we got a lot of key pieces still to our offense, defense, and special teams. So we're not going to sit there and just wallow around in the things we lost, but we know the guys we still have on the team.
What's kind of important this weekend as you guys head to the postseason, just to kind of take a big step towards making an impact there in the second season?
Yeah, we're still trying to, still find a way with, from a quarterback standpoint, see who give us the best chance into the playoff, right? We got Jason Bean. These guys get opportunities this week as well. And, Spencer Sanders, last weekend he competed his butt off. His first time playing quarterback in a game setting in probably over 4 to 5 years. So, I mean, the way he competed still last week, still working on some time and things like that. But, the biggest thing to see who gives us that better chance going into the playoffs.
Is it important to have the momentum going in to get a win here, or do you feel like you guys could hit reset when you get healthier one way or the other?
Yeah. It's always, it's cliche to say you want that momentum going into it with the win. But, even last season, we went on a little skid last year going into the playoff, knowing that we wanted to see some guys in some places that we typically wouldn't play those guys. Our roster don't favor us when we don't have that many people on the roster already to try to, give some guys a break from not playing. But you try to move guys around, let them play key pieces places on the field that they never played before in that secondary position, just in case something may go down or happen in the playoff. But the biggest thing is, that part don't matter to us. One thing we want to do is go into this game. We want to win it. Don't get me wrong, because we owe that to our fans for our last regular season home game. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we get out of it clean. But at the same time, we want some momentum of showing that we can play some good, clean football.
As you guys, kind of winding down this season, you mentioned a couple of the losses have piled up. I know the injuries are certain there. I know you guys, your motto last year was good whenever something happened. Well, there's plenty of reasons to say good as you guys head down the stretch this year. Where do you think it kind of steps sideways, and how do you get back on the good path?
Yeah, I mean, to that point, man, that's still been the word, man, good. You know what I'm saying? And as guys, go down, we still, again, got a really good roster. We still got a lot of our key components. The biggest thing is that, everyone got to raise their level of play. Like I tell those guys, myself included, and from a coaching standpoint, making sure we're more detail-oriented and sound. We can't let things go by or accept things in a loss or in a win that we wouldn't accept in a loss. And, sometimes that happens when you win games. You kind of let that go sometimes, and you don't continue to hone in on the details of it. And so we got to make sure we're very detail-oriented as coaches, and the same thing as players. And but going into this game, we want to come out with a win. Don't get me wrong, like I said. But the biggest thing, key component is we want to make sure that we have a signal caller back there going into the playoff that we feel comfortable with.
Orlando Storm in town in D.C. at Audi Field this weekend. The game is at noon on Sunday, 7-2 Orlando, the 5-4 D.C. Defenders. Coach, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
No, likewise, appreciate you guys, man. Thanks a lot.
That's your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny with the Padres in town this weekend. A chance to look back at the Juan Soto deal and the good that it did the Washington Nationals. That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. American Value for American Values. You know what that means. Employee pricing is back at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. No need to swipe that key card or reset your password. You are in. Now, for a limited time, you pay what they pay on most new Ford vehicles. 2025 Bronco Sport OBX Edition, just like our buddy Matt Valdez from the Junk Scott. How about over $6,000 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days? Or that in-demand Bronco Raptor, the Mean Machine, how about $11,000 off the MSRP? And again, no payments, 90 days. 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford. How about $7,600 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days? By the way, just as a quick side, I feel bad for the MSRP. It's getting smacked around here a little bit by my guys at Ted Britt Ford. How about a Mustang? $10,000 off the MSRP, 0 payments for 90 days. You got to go see my pals, as I said, in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, just do me this one personal favor when you go to Ted Britt Ford. Just tell them Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Padres at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz will serve as the opener for the Nationals. Lucas Giolito, the former Nat, will start for the Padres. He's 2-0 with a 2.70 ERA. Nats and Padres 6:45 right here on the Fan. In hockey, Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Game 5 between the Canadiens and the Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Carolina leads that series 3-1. Last night in basketball, the Spurs forced a Game 7, winning 118-91 over the Thunder. Game 7 tomorrow in Oklahoma City. On the Eastern Conference side, the Knicks await the winner. Center Mitchell Robinson had surgery on his broken pinky finger and expects to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Wednesday. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm, Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thornton ready from the first base side of the rubber. He brings it home. And a fly ball right field, well hit. Setting Bench back to the warning track, to the wall. He leaps and it's gone! C.J. Abrams with a 3-run homer, and the Nationals jump out 3-0 in the first inning.
C.J. Abrams has been one of the major league leaders in runs batted in this season. He is a huge reason why the Nationals are over 500. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Nats getting ready to play the Padres in a little over 2 hours here on your flagship home for baseball in D.C. James Wood, the best player on the team's 23, and C.J. Abrams, who's having the best season perhaps of anybody on the team with James Wood, is all of 25 years old. Both of those guys came over for Juan Soto from the San Diego Padres. They're the faces of the franchise. And as of this week, Danny, they ranked 1 and 2 offensively in B-WAR from Baseball Reference. Wood and Abrams, 2 of 6 pieces originally that came back from San Diego for Juan Soto. But as the Padres are here, Soto long gone from San Diego. They didn't win a World Series with him.
Yeah, a couple teams later.
He went on to play for the Yankees, who they traded him to, and now he's with the Mets for the rest of his career, very likely, with his very long contract. But I wanted to just look back and take inventory on what Washington got back in this deal. We'll start with James Wood, who's a superstar. He is a Soto-esque presence for the Nationals. He has not completely become Soto, who's a unicorn, who's on-base percentage routinely was around 42, 43% for long stretches, but his 967 OPS is Soto-esque. His 276 batting average, leading the league in strikeouts. Those are not quite on the Soto level. He's bigger. He's got longer arms. He's a different kind of player, so he's going to swing and miss some. But he's got more power than Juan Soto, probably. Him and Soto are on a short list with Judge of opposite field home run power. James Wood's a guy that's going to hit 40 home runs several times in his career. Might hit 50 home runs in his career. He's also the only player in the big leagues right now with 15 homers and 10 stolen bases. This is a 23-year-old star who's about to be a second-time All-Star in D.C.
He's the centerpiece of it, right? I mean, this is the dude that you're building around at this point, right? I mean, a lot of the same attributes you mentioned is Soto, the patience, which is clear and is obvious. He's leading the league in walks, a lot of bold ink in that regard, and that's again a very Juan Soto-esque trait. Strikeouts come with that, so he doesn't have the elite. Not only am I walking, but I'm gonna walk more than I strike out Soto thing, which is just beyond remarkable. It doesn't happen in this day and age, except for guys like him. But I think you said it, more natural power than Soto, who's got light tower power, who's done some astounding things in that way.
But James Wood this season is leading the league in games played and plate appearances. He's got the most runs scored in baseball by a wide margin. You mentioned the most walks in the league. He's leading the National League right now in on-base percentage. He's leading in OPS. He's top 5 in all of Major League Baseball. He's leading in Ops Plus as well. He has been 76% better than a league average player. Basically 2 times a league average player this year. So he was the key piece back in the Soto deal. Then we go to C.J. Abrams, who's got a 167 Ops Plus, 67% better than a league average player, who himself is on his way to a second All-Star game in 3 years, who's on pace for well over 30 homers and well over 130 runs batted in. As I mentioned, he's got a chance, as of right now, a third of the way through, to lead the big leagues in RBI. Now, I don't know if he's going to last the entire season here or not. The Nats are playing good enough baseball that he may not be traded, which was the expectation coming into the season. He may still get traded in the offseason, in the winter coming up after this year. But regardless, a 2.3 WAR player, not a good defensive shortstop, probably needs to end up at second. He's one of the best offensive players on the infield in all of baseball. And he's still kind of coming into his own. You know what they say in baseball, that your prime starts when? Right around age 27. He's 25 years old, man. This guy's going to hit 30 home runs at some point in the majors. Could be this year, by the way. But he's going to hit 30 homers and steal potentially 35 or 40 bases. He is a very, very rare, unique talent. If he was playing on the Braves or one of the best teams in baseball, he'd be an MVP candidate right now. He came over in this deal as a former top 10 pick who had barely played at the big league level. He was rushed to the major leagues at 21 by the Padres, and that season was in the major leagues with the Nats, and he keeps getting better and better and better.
It is hard to overstate how good he's been. He's had stretches where he's been this good. We're familiar with him. They make his whole season, right? Where you have, I forget which month it is, but he has the May a couple of years ago where he's, oh my God, look at the pace he's on for 50 steals and 30 homers, and oh my God. And then it's, he's a slightly below average player for months at a time afterwards. The valley has not come yet. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe the new coaching, the new paradigms, the new drills, the new things to focus on, the new work, his own maturation, his own ability kind of shining through. You've seen those flashes where he's as good as anybody. That's not, how people go, he's as good as anybody. No, literally, as good as anybody for a month at a time. He's now been as good as anybody for 3 months. And you're now more than a third of the way through the season where he's putting up astounding numbers at a middle infield spot.
Another of the players still in the org from that deal, Jarlin Susana, is one of the top pitching prospects in baseball. Currently not fully healthy, but should be pitching soon enough into this season. 22 years old now, wrapping up a stint on the 60-day injured list. Last year in the minors, struck out 15 batters per 9. Best case scenario, he's a mid-rotation starter who connects the dots. Worst case scenario, he's a back of the bullpen kind of lights out closer throwing 102 miles an hour. He's the first guy I've ever seen in person touch 103 when I saw him pitching in Fredericksburg shortly after they acquired him in this deal. Another player still in the org from that trade is Robert Hassel, a depth outfielder who's currently playing at AAA Rochester with the Red Wings. He's hitting just .231 with a .619 OPS. He's struggling at AAA right now. But Robert Hassel, if you called him up right now, and we saw him in the major leagues when he got called up last year and played a little bit before he got supplanted by Dalen Lyle in the organizational pecking order. He played in 70 games in the majors. Didn't hit a lot, 220, 570. But Danny, he's a good defensive player, a good base runner. If he doesn't hit, he's not going to be an impactful everyday player. But he's a really nice depth piece that in another system, another organization, he may well be in the majors right now as a third or fourth outfielder.
And so this was a guy, I think, at a couple of years ago when this trade was made, I don't want to say he was the surest thing because I think people still had more confidence in Wood, and rightfully so because the ceiling was so high.
But he was considered the highest floor guy as like a 15, 20 homer, 65, 70 RBI, good left fielder.
Yeah, and I'm still a fan of the player, but it has not gone well this year. Remember, he's a year removed in 2025 in 75 games or so. 850 OPS in Rochester, hitting over 300, looked like, okay, I'm too good for this level. And the major leagues did what the major leagues does and made it really hard for him. It has not gone well this year. And so, now at 24, I'm starting to lose a little bit of steam behind my love affair with Robert Hassel, but still have some confidence, still hopeful for the player. But again, that's as you said, if that's as bad as it gets, you're doing pretty well.
So I
in that
moved
deal.
him into a different group like a year ago where he's not an everyday player, but he's an org soldier type. You can bring him up or down, and you could have him as a depth major leaguer who's not going to embarrass you. He can play all 3 outfield spots defensively very well. He's a good bench player. You need those too. To get that as your 5th player in the deal, a major leaguer, which I think he is pretty awesome, by the way. Now, he may or may not end up being a major leaguer for the Nats because they have so much outfield depth in the minor leagues, in the high minor leagues especially. That's the most loaded spot in the entire organization. And then the 5th guy was Mackenzie Gore, who pitched as their ace for multiple years, started on opening day multiple times, and has been an all-star, who they have subsequently traded into another 5 players. So if you do this like a branch off of a tree, it's Wood, Abrams, Susana, Hassel, and then another 5 guys that include top 100 prospect Devin Fitzgerald, who might be top 60 in all of baseball. Yeremy Cabrera, Gavin Feen, who's going to be a top 100 prospect. Abimelec Ortiz, who could be in the big league soon. And Alejandro Rosario. Fitzgerald, who they just got, this kid, Devin Fitzgerald, father coaches at Stoneman Douglas in Florida, where he was a 4-time state champion. And one of the great powerhouses for high school baseball in America. He's got 12 homers and 11 steals. He's hitting 300 with a 1,000 OPS in the minors. He's one of the best players in minor league baseball right now. It's a monster breakout coming over from the Rangers organization. Yeremy Cabrera, who they got in this Gore deal, has played so far 40-plus games in the minors. He's up to A-plus ball. He's got 8 home runs, equaling last year's total. He's hitting 300 with a 970 ops. Again, a massive breakthrough for him in the minor leagues. The centerpiece of this deal was a first-round pick just last year in Gavin Feen. So they have the number 1 pick from last year's draft in Eli Willits and the number 12 pick from last year's draft, Gavin Feen, both in their organization. He's been hurt for the majority of this season, but there's a lot of hope that he could turn into an elite-level prospect. Abby Ortiz from the Rangers, who at points in the minors has hit 33 and 25 home runs over full seasons, already has 10 homers, 9 of them in May, with an OPS of almost 900 at AAA. Looks like he's ready for a call-up as a left-handed power-hitting DH type, thick guy, built like a bowling ball. First baseman when you need him to stand there. And the arm that they got in the deal, Alejandro Rojas, is hurt and it's going to be a little while before he's pitching again at the big league level because he had Tommy John surgery. But you're talking about like 9 guys from the Soto deal, Danny. Yep. 9. At least I would guess pretty conservatively, 6 of them will be major leaguers, maybe all 9. And I would say right now, comfortably, 6 to 7 of them could be very good major leaguers for them. That deal that people despised and hated, that we talked about on the show quite a bit. I'm not trying to pat us on the back for liking the deal. I'm going to pat Mike Rizzo on the back. That'll be my effort here. It was the correct thing to do. And guess what? As the Padres turn on the TV tonight and watch their team, that deal, which made sense for them at the time because they tried to win a title, is kicking them in the butt. It must pain them every single time they see James Wood and CJ Abrams, who you're going to, if you don't trade them, get a combined 12 to 14 seasons of here in D.C. Can you imagine what, as a Padres fan, it must be like to watch this team play above its head, hitting the way it is, thinking, God, we could have any of these guys.
They would sting the nostrils, I'll say. And again, it made sense for everybody. I mean, San Diego went all in, and to their credit, they had the ammunition to pull off a trade for a player the likes of Juan Soto. Their World Series window closed. They moved him to the Yankees. They tried and failed too. So, yeah, it's one of those things where everybody at the time got the thing that they were setting out to do, right? And I know it's painful because you give up so many pieces for that, and that's your future. But those banners fly forever. That's the philosophy of a lot of execs that pull off those kind of things. I mean, we celebrate Les Snead for that. That's a Les Snead like move, but in baseball terms. But for the Nats, this always made perfect sense to me. I understand when, if you're looking at a series of moves, you look at 10 non-decisions to pay guys, right? And you go, they never pay anybody. Yeah, okay, totally fair, fine. They paid Steven Strasburg, went around the GM to do it, and it turned out to be one of the worst contracts in pro sports history. Okay, they don't pay anybody, fine. Sometimes each individual moment, though, is the right call. When you put record amounts of money in front of him as a starting point and you're laughed out of the room and you get the silent treatment from Scott Boras, you realize, oh my God, we're never signing this guy. And the instant you realize we're never signing him and we don't have a championship window. In other words, if 2019 was 2023 and you've got a great team, you go, you know what, we could probably get a great haul, but we got a great squad here. We got a bunch of veterans. It's Rendon, it's Kendrick, it's last ride for Ryan Zimmerman. We got Scherzer and Strauss and all these dudes. Then yeah, you let it ride. You're in last place with the player that you can't re-sign. This is the most no-brainer, obvious trade scenario. Like, it's literally GMing 101. Would you like to be a GM? What do you do here? You fill in the Scantron. We'll trade him for a massive haul and reset the organization. Ding, ding, ding. Go on to the next question. Could have been easier. And I know it's painful. I was there too.
Yeah.
But it was obvious.
What if they didn't?
Yeah.
Imagine this team, the last couple of years especially, before all these other guys were added to the minor league system or in other trades that have helped them. What would this team look like? Take James Wood and CJ Abrams off of this thing. I mean, my goodness, they're the Rockies. This is a terrible team without those guys, without this deal. What is the rotation the last few years without Mackenzie Gore? What was the system without Susana and Hassel? And that was a really bold trade. I think revisionist history is going to say, well, of course you would trade Soto. Why wouldn't you? Rizzo got eviscerated for that deal. Eviscerated by the local fan base, especially because it came on the heels of all the other guys that they hadn't been able to keep. How do you think the Juan Soto trade has aged? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on that on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
The 1-1. Swinging a long drive, right field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is fair. It is gone. Onto the concourse, straight down the right field line. Another tape measure home run for James Wood, his 15th of the season, and the Nationals lead it 4-0.
There is no stopping James Wood. If the Nats can continue to play at a level around 500 and stay in the postseason mix, you're going to see him mentioned among the elites in the MVP conversation this summer. First in Major League Baseball in runs and intentional walks, one of the most fear hitters in the game right now. Third in on base, fourth in OPS, fourth in walks overall, first in the National League. And then fifth in WRC plus, second in OPS plus. He is a top 5 to top 10 player offensively in baseball by all metrics. And he was just one of now a growing 9-player talent pool that came back in the Juan Soto transactions that so many Nats fans despised at the time.
Yeah, the guy I was most excited about was Mackenzie Gore in that deal. And that gift is now, he pitched pretty well here, up and down. Always had a bad month that would kind of change his season.
He was their best pitcher here while he was here.
Exactly, but he was their best pitcher, and that has now fetched a secondary future. So as you said, you're taking the seeds from one tree, and it didn't grow into another tree, but it's now growing into I don't know where my analogy is going, but it's like a big shrubbery now. There's more fruit to be born.
And by the way, if they make a C.J. Abrams deal that's similar, Abrams could be off the team as of the end of this season, let's say, because they're not going to be able to re-sign him possibly. But that could turn into another 5-player haul. Now, it's not going to be the Soto haul, but look at the Gore haul and what they've gotten back and what Taboni's developmental, and he says he wants to build the scouting and development monster. Well, we're seeing the development monster at the minor leagues. The scouting part of that is they handpicked players in Texas's system that have all ascended massively since they came here the way the Nats work with their prospects. So if you get a really good 4 or 5 player return for C.J. Abrams, a la Gore, and now you've turned that into like a 14-player talent pool, all from Juan Soto. Nathan's in Centerville. What's up, Nathan? How are you?
Hey, boys. How's it going? Yeah, I was big don't trade Soto because, you get this elite, this insane talent, you want to keep it, but it's turned out beautifully, and you got to give Rizzo credit and the Lerners for, obviously they're not spending money, so they're going to kind of bless turning that the one reason for people to go to the park and pay for the tickets and stuff to allow him to move in. It's worked out well. That said, though, I do think there is something to be said. Again, you move Gore, it turned out great. You're probably going to move Abrams. I think that the timelines just don't really match up. But then you get into Wood. So you go from Harper to Soto to Wood, and you kind of luck into these generational talents. And I think at some point you kind of want to keep them because while Taboni and them are going to develop and everything, at some point it's kind of like you want to have something homegrown in this elite talent. You're not going to always luck into it, which maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But turned out great. I'm just hoping that we can find a way to keep one of these guys eventually.
Totally. And to your point, I think a lot of people would love to do that. But the reality is it takes 2 to tango. Right. The player has to sign a deal. And a lot of times they're repped by a guy that doesn't really do that. In this case, Scott Boras. So good luck trying to sign James Wood to a lifetime deal. I'll do it right now, by the way.
Yes.
If he's willing to, I will. You can use my blood. I'll donate it.
Yeah. What you just said is correct. You would like to keep these players. I would have liked to have gotten Juan Soto done to a 20-year deal when he was 22 years old or whatever, right? Some deal that looks awful over the last 5 years or something. But as my analogy, or it's not an analogy, my axiom is the best time to trade him, you never want to trade him. But the best time is right now because you get the most back for him. So the best time to trade him is never. The second best time is this moment. And in the case of James Wood is represented by Scott Boras, not on accident. It's not like you're randomly assigned your agent, okay? You and your family get to pick your agent. If they didn't want to be with Scott Boras, they wouldn't be with Scott Boras. Now, if my kid was a baseball player, if Truman makes the big leagues, he won't, by the way. Sorry, Truman. But if that were to happen, I'd consider being repped by Scott Boras because he's going to get you paid better than anybody else. He's going to protect you as well as anybody else. He is as a fan of the Nationals, he is not your friend, right? He is in it for Boras-advised clients. But if you are his client, he is going to take really good care of you. As far as agents go, he's as good as there is in the big leagues. If the goal is to get paid, he'll get you paid. But if you think for 1 second he is going to advise James Wood to sign a contract ahead of free agency, you're crazy. Now, Boris has gotten upset at me in the past when I say that he won't let players sign. His point is, I don't let anybody do anything. I work for the player. If the player wants to sign, they can sign. I think there's a lot of tough conversations that happen. If you go to Scott Boras and you say, hey, man, I want to get a deal done, I'm not so sure Scott Boras is going to just do that deal. I think he's going to talk to you 8 million times until you agree with him that you're not going to. But every player is a little bit different. He represents a guy in the Brewers system named Cooper Pratt, who's an infield prospect who can't hit that well. Great defensive player. You know who just re-signed before he ever played in the big leagues for a bunch of years? Cooper Pratt. He's not going to be a great hitter in the major leagues. If Keibert Ruiz is your client and the Nats are trying to get him done for 8 years and you're not that convinced he's going to be a great big leaguer, you might be okay doing that.
You make that move, yeah.
But with a Juan Soto, a centurion, as not generational, but a centurion, as Boris has called him to me, or with James Wood, who's a generational talent, you don't let those guys sign deals. You make them go to the market.
And it's also
it's not just about them; it's about the whole sport.
Well, yes.
It's about every one of your clients.
It's
You
also
raise the pool massively.
It's also chicken or the egg. In other words, like if you're one of these players, you don't just go, "Who should I select?" You're going to the guy that helps you do that as well from a player
That's
perspective,
what I'm saying.
right? Yeah.
My point in saying that was James Wood's not advised by Scott Boras because he wants to be a lifetime national who's going to take the lowest deal possible. And I'm not. This is not an anti-James Wood thing. This is not assaulting his character or anything. But again, you choose your agent. You chose the agent who cares the least about the ball club that you currently play for, the most about getting every penny possible on the open market. That's his job. That's not even anti-Scott Boras. That's his gig.
That's what he's hired to do.
Mm-hmm. But if you think James Wood is just waiting on the Nats to slide a $425 million deal across the table, you're crazy. Because Scott Boras is in his ear right now going, by the time you're a free agent, we could get you $775 million with some deferred money. He's going, damn. Or whatever the number is. I'm just making that up.
Yeah.
But
it's actually probably about right.
like, if you didn't care that much, you'd be represented by some guy you and I haven't heard of. And you'd be negotiating with the Nationals now.
Uh-huh.
That's not what we're talking about. Scott's in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
The Learners should be sending Rizzo a thank you card every year annually for the trade, the Soto trade. Like you all said, it takes two to dance, and Boris is never going to let somebody sign. Well, he's going to advise them not to sign before free agency. But I can't fathom like not keeping Woods and Abrams if your goal is to really build a team, because what talent are you going to get back that's going to exceed those two guys right now?
Well, that was the argument when they traded Soto. You're not going to get anything back that exceeds Soto. And I would make the case that the combination of Gore and Abrams and Wood and Susana when he's your closer or whatever.
Add up the WAR numbers. I bet you one's bigger.
Yeah, I'll take those guys and all those roles over Soto. Now, to the previous caller's point, you're not always going to hit the lottery on the return, but yeah, it's strength in numbers essentially. But if eventually you've got Devin Fitzgerald and Yeremy Cabrera and Gavin Feene and James Wood, because C.J. Abrams is gone, and whoever is returning that deal in your bullpen and in your rotation, from that deal, so to speak, well, that might be better than Juan Soto. I'd make the case that it is. Laramie is in La Plata. Laramie, I'm sure. Laramie Tunsil, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good job protecting Jaden's blindside.
Yeah.
Thanks for being an OTAs, buddy.
Actually. What was I going to say?
The gas mask thing was BS. I hated that.
Yeah, Riggo's legacy will be his trade. Certainly not his organization building or his drafting. But explain to me, when was the last time you saw one of these deadline trades where not only did they generate terrific prospects, they generated 3 starters, a top-of-the-line pitcher, and 3 all-stars? I mean, that just doesn't happen with these types of trades. I've got a quick question. I know you're going to break. Why isn't Nunez at short and Abrams at second?
It's a great question.
It's a delicate conversation that needs to be had at some point.
Yes. Here's the quickest answer is I believe that keeping C.J. Abrams at shortstop enhances his value on the trade market. Now, a team trading for a second baseman is not going to give you as much as they would trading for a shortstop. So that, I think, is the answer, is that inevitably he's likely to be moved. You're doing everything you can to boost his value. Keeping him at shortstop, it's no different than a prospect. If you're a shortstop prospect, as opposed to a second base prospect putting up the same numbers, you're viewed way more favorably if you play short.
Uh-huh.
And even if you're not playing it that well, when a team trades for a guy currently playing short, they might be giving up more. So that's my answer. What's yours?
Of similar ilk. And it's also, you're trying to give the guy a chance to own something. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you've been here a while, someone else is coming up, Nunez is in the lineup every day. You're going to be here every single day, betting whether it's second or fourth or fifth or sixth, whatever. You're our shortstop. You're our leader. Lead. I think that's part two of that. But I think your point's the bigger one.
I'm a Scripps National Spelling Bee, Mark. You know that about me?
I do know that.
It just came and went. We've got a new winner for 2026. Last night, we found out who the new champion was going to be. Well, I've got a DC Sports Spelling Bee for the guys I put together next on Grant and Danny.
This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-game series against the Padres at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch tonight, right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz going to serve as the opener tonight for the Nationals. He'll start on the mound. Lucas Giolito will start for the Padres. The former National has a 2-0 record with a 2.70 ERA. Nats and Padres 6:45 right here on the Fan. NHL playoffs continuing tonight. Eastern Conference Finals. Canadians and Hurricanes. Game 5 tonight at 8 o'clock. Carolina leads that series 3-1. And some news for the New York Knicks as they await the winner of the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. Their center, Mitchell Robinson, had surgery on his broken pinky finger. He expects to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Marat.
They can help you with so much like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They're good at that. They're also good if you mispronounce a word repeatedly on the radio, chirping you in the text chain. They're good at that. Just ask Darius about it.
Tough day for Darius. They were not that subtle.
They were not that subtle.
With the joning. It's time for the DC Sports Spelling Bee. We do this many a year when I get in on Spelling Bee fever. So you have been a part of these in the past.
Yep.
There's been a lot of complaining.
I've done so poorly.
Good news for you is you're not involved this year.
You cut me?
You're out. Yeah,
because you don't deal with the complaints?
It's a lot of finagling and complaining and looking up words, and I just don't want to deal with it all this year. So you get to be with me.
Wow.
And just throw
Did you see that?
Yeah. So you just get to throw darts at them while they compete.
All right.
We now have a 3-deep rotation of contestants in the producer room.
I think it's an underrated storyline, by the way, that you just said, I don't want to deal with you and cut me from the contest.
Have you been around for our previous spelling bees?
I have been. I admire the move.
Thank
I
you.
actually don't even disagree with it. It's a major step, though, just to go, we're doing this bit without you.
Well, you're in on the bit.
You're
I'm not
right.
making you leave the studio.
No.
You get to be here with me.
Yeah.
You get to be the guy they ask for, place of origin or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You're in on the bit. We just want to have a little fun. We don't need a lot of complaining and, all that. So,
your guy.
Darius, Toby, Strober, our participants today. The way this is going to work, we're going to see who can get the most points. We'll go round the horn in maybe 5 or so rounds. There are different ways that we could do this in terms of, I'm going to give you words, but occasionally if you want to go for like a bonus multi-point word, I'll give you one of those, okay? We'll do those in the final rounds, though,
okay,
if you need to play a little catch-up.
I'll keep the tally here.
All right, so Darius, you're going to go first on the DC Sports Spelling
Hands
Bee.
off keyboards, boys.
Danny,
please don't make me spell subtle.
You are going to keep score here for us, correct?
Yes, I will.
All right, very good. Darius, the first name you have to spell in DC Sports Spelling Bee fame is Nick Allegretti. I'm looking for Nick Allegretti.
All right, and we're spelling first name as well?
You're spelling
or
his
just
name.
the last name? Okay,
Yes.
all right. Nick Allegretti, NickAllegretti, Nick Allegretti.
That's a point for Darius. Very well done.
Darius got a point.
If you spell it incorrectly, you will hear this. In true spelling bee lore. Strober, you're up next. How are you doing today?
Doing great.
New Commanders linebacker Leo Chenal. I'm looking for the name of new Commanders linebacker Leo Chenal.
Leochenal. Leo Chenal.
Very good. Strober has a point.
Strober's got a point.
1-1. Toby, this one's going to be a bit of an easy one, I'd say, to get you started.
Let's hope so.
Everyone's getting a little bit of a layup here out of the chute. We're going to even things up. Toby, I want you to spell the name of Washington Wizards shooter Tristan Vukcevic. Tristan Vukcevic.
Tristan Vucevic. I don't even know how to say his name correctly, so good luck on
I
spelling
say it differently each time I say it.
I just hope no one asks me any follow-ups.
Yeah.
Tristan Vucevic. Tristan space
This is where it gets.
Vuckevic.
That's incorrect. Tristan Vukcevic, Vukcevic. Was that one harder than the other ones?
That's the hardest one so far.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll have to remember to maybe give Toby something a little easier in the future. I thought that was like my one-pointers at the beginning because I thought it spelled exactly like it said.
But you and I both acknowledge we say it differently every time.
That's a good point.
Vukcevic.
All right, Darius, you're up.
Hello.
Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Oh,
And you need to know where to put the hyphen.
come on. Come on.
It's his name. You have to spell his name correctly.
All right. Pierre-Luc Dubois. Pierre LUC dash DU wait, you said the hyphen or the accent, right?
You've already done the hyphen.
Okay, yeah, right. LUC hyphen DUB OIS?
You know why I set that up.
I
right?
do.
His name is hyphenated on the front end. It's Pierre-Luc.
It's a double first name hyphen.
It's not Luc Dubois.
Darn it.
It's not like Devin Fitzgerald.
Right.
So that's a bad answer for you.
That's tough. Love you, PLD.
You're still sitting at one. You don't
Darius
love him
just
enough.
figuring that out, just like our own John Cakes Allville as well. It's not Luc Dubois as the last name.
Oh, did Johnny not know that?
He did not. No,
I didn't know. All right, Strober, you're up. Let's stay away from the Wizards with Strober. Here's one for you. Washington Nationals right-handed hitter with bat speed who can't hit lefties even though they keep trying to make fetch happen. Andres Chaparro. How do you spell Andres Chaparro's name?
ANDRESCHAPPARO.
Incorrect. Chappie only has one P. CHAPARRO.
One
Chaparro.
P, two R's. I would not have gotten that right either.
I got that wrong when I typed it the first time. That's why it was a little bit tricky.
That's a tricky one.
All right, Toby, you got a chance to pull even here. How about Anthony Beauvillier, Washington Capitals winger? Anthony Beauvillier.
Anthony Beauvillier. ANTHONY.
So far, so good.
Anthony Beauvillier. BEAUVILLIER.
Let's
Look
go.
at Topes.
We got ourselves
Look at Topes.
a 1-all tie between
Atta
the
baby.
producers after 2 rounds. Just like that, he is back. All right, round 3, here we go. Darius. Let's stay with the Capitals.
Oh, boy.
Alexi Protas.
Oh, no.
Alexi Protas.
I know this one's going to be tough because I always, I have a friend who always corrects me whenever I try to spell his name. So I'm expecting to butcher this one. Alexi Protas. I don't even know what I'm going to try. ALE. Yep. Whatever. Just
I'm all over Protas, by the way.
Yeah.
That one I got.
Guy, Alexi is the hardest thing ever. It should just be ALEXI or something. ALIAKSEI. Alexi. Aliaxi.
Yeah. Aliaxi is how it's spelled.
Right, exactly.
I'm sure, by the way.
I am
no
sure.
chance.
All right. Strobes. We're going heavy with the Capitals right now, by the way.
International flavor will do that to you.
Ivan Miroshnichenko.
The pop in the room.
That one popped, Toby.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Yes. Danny, you got my sentence?
He only played 13 games for the Capitals, and his name is Ivan Miroshnichenko.
Can I have the language of origin?
Russian.
Can you say it one more time?
This dude didn't play very much for the Capitals, and his name is Ivan Miroshnichenko.
IVANN.
Why were there 2 N's there? What are we doing?
And
with
then.
You're just throwing N's on the end of names now? Ivan, IVAN, Miroshnichenko is kind of exactly how it's said, to be honest, but Miroshnichenko. Miroshnichenko.
It's just a lot right there in the middle.
It is.
That's why they're all like, everybody over Miros, and then you see why.
Toby's got a chance to pull ahead here.
Look at Tobes.
From the depths.
Let's go, baby.
New third-string quarterback, Athan Kaliakmanis. Athan Kaliakmanis.
All right, well, I know Athan. That is Athan. Kaliakmanis is Kaliakmanas.
Guy, you were so close. I need you to go IS at the end there, and you got it.
Oh.
So Kaliakmanis, Kaliakmanis. Kaliakmanis. You were right there. And just like that, we got a clean sweep through the boys that round. It's still 1-1.
That was a tough one right there
And
for
for
everybody.
Dad and Strober, they're 0 for their last 2. They got a little slump working here. Let's get a slump buster here. All right, Darius, I'm going to give you a national. Zach Littell. Starting pitcher, Zach Littell.
It's always tricky with Zach's because it could be K, it could be H.
Yeah.
But it's one, and he pitches all the time, and you're a Nats fan, so you clearly know what it is.
Right, of course, obviously.
Yeah.
Then you start thinking about it. You're not sure which. You doubt yourself a little bit.
Zach Littell. ZACKLITTELL.
Silly. That honestly, I think I would have gotten that one wrong.
It's sneaky hard.
It is. It is. All right, Strober. We'll go Nats for you. This one's either going to be the easiest or the hardest one in the whole thing. And I'll have to further explain later.
Okay.
Clayton Beater. Bullpen. Clayton Beater.
CLAYTONBEETER.
That is correct.
Strober.
To me, it always feels like there should be an A there instead of the second
It's
E.
so many E's.
Yeah, I'm sure that one's harder than Tristan Vucevic.
It's got 3 E's.
It's not. That was on the 1-point list. I've given both of these, Zach Littell and Clay Beater, we're back to the 1-point list for these guys who couldn't get any the last couple rounds. Don't worry, Toby. I'm giving you one from the 2-point list right now. You should get this.
All right.
Martin Feravari. Capitals defenseman Martin Feravari.
Martin Feravari. MartinFehervary.
Attaboy,
Tobes.
And just like that, we're in crunch time here into the final rounds, and everybody's got 2 points. We're about to elevate our game. I'm just telling you guys right now, right here. Okay?
Miro wasn't elevating the game?
That one was.
Okay.
But it's about to get a little tougher. Darius. Former Nationals lefty, bounced around the big leagues, Mark Zebchinski.
Here we go. Scrabble.
Mark Zebchinski. I need you to spell his name for me.
What in the world? MARK. All right, great, cool.
That's all for me. You've been great.
Want to take a try at Zebchinski or just let it ride?
No, it's no point now.
What do you think Zebchinski starts with?
An R.
You're
I do
right
know
about that.
Yes, yeah.
So you might have been able to pull it off. What if he gets Zebchinski but screws up Mark?
I don't remember if the Z comes after the R.
What else would?
So yeah, it's like RZEPC. Nah, I'm done after that.
You were doing
You
great.
actually had it.
Was I?
Yeah.
RZEPCZYN.
Oh my goodness, I would have got it.
Ski.
You would have
So
got it?
it was MARC then.
It was.
MARC.
That's so dumb.
That's tough for you. Strober. Tua Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa.
TUATAGOVAILOA.
And just like that, we have a new leader.
Look at this.
3-2. Strober takes the lead over Salty Dad.
It's amazing that a young man that has never had to look up a single word in his life, was raised on nothing but keyboards and cell phones with all the information, is leading the spelling contest.
He's leading the spelling.
Never had to spell a word in his life.
You know how many times I've had to type in Tua's name in when we do like highlights throughout the NFL season? I could have got
Probably
that
not
so
that
easy.
many, right? Not
I mean,
many highlights.
A lot
from
of
Tua.
I could have gotten that from you over there after not getting one. Toby's been Rick over there. Toby, why are you so salty?
I mean, 2 is so easy.
So easy?
Yes,
All
so
right,
easy.
let's see if this one's easy for you. San Francisco 49ers fullback Kyle Juszczyk. How do you spell Kyle Juszczyk's name?
Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle. Kyle. Juszczyk. Juszzyk.
So close, though. Juszczyk. Juszczyk.
You want me to go down there? Nah, I want to use check.
That's a good one.
That's my bit.
That's pretty good.
That, by the way, is an impossible name to spell.
That one's really hard.
The combo of letters SCZCZYK is tough.
So we're going into what is going to be the final round here with Strober leading 3-2 to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Darius to try to pull even. Former Capitals great Dino Ciccarelli. Dino Ciccarelli.
Dino Ciccarelli.
Dino Ciccarelli.
Have you heard of him?
Never. Never.
This will go well.
This will go great. Dino. Am I good there?
You're great.
Yeah,
All right.
Nobel.
Ciccarelli. What in the world is that? CIS. Yep. All right.
Looking for a double C there. CICCARELLI. Dino Ciccarelli. Thank you for trying. Strober, to give yourself a big old juicy 2-point cushion here. Recently called up Pittsburgh Pirates player nicknamed the password Yostinson Garcia.
Yostinson
Garcia.
Why?
JHOSTYNXON Yostinson. JHOSTYNXON Yostinson Garcia. Sorry, Strober, that one was.
Yeah,
that was just when we needed someone to come back to the pack.
That'll get you, yeah.
We'll throw that one out
It's
there.
your fault for leading after 3 rounds.
Toby, how about we give you Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo.
Nailed it.
Wow.
3-3.
It's a Milwaukee guy right
You
there.
think I'm not going to know that one?
He literally was just spelling it in
I was
here.
quizzing them in the break. Come
Oh,
on.
really?
Yeah.
Well, Milwaukee Tobes got lucky there. That was the penultimate
You know
one.
how many times I had to write Antetokounmpo and I had to stop Googling it to make sure I was correcting it every time?
So, Darius, you have to watch the finals now because you're behind those boys.
It's all good. Good luck, boys.
Tiebreaker around here. Strober. The man they called badass, now with the LA Chargers. Tyler Biadasz.
Tyler Biadasz. TYLER BIADZ.
You were so close.
Is it SZ?
It's SC.
Was that it?
Forgot a vowel too, though.
TYLER. Did he say BIA?
He said BIAD, and then he went right to the Z.
Okay, ASZ. It's Biadasz.
So think of Jay Gruden going, be a dash. Be a dash.
Right. Which means Toby can now win.
Wow. Remember, he did get his first one right and was all
He's very
Ripchinsky
upset.
about it.
Toby, your name is Jaden Daniels. I'm just kidding. How mad would they be? Toby, your name is Doug Minkiewicz. Doug Minkiewicz. Former Minnesota Twins contact bat. Danny, how good was Doug Minkiewicz?
Doug Mankiewicz was a player. Red Sox defensive replacement late game.
That's right.
Just catching outs at first base.
Doug Minkiewicz. DOUG. MENTKOEVICH.
MIENTKIEWICZ. Doug Minkiewicz.
Yeah, of course.
So we're still tied. Danny, do you have a tiebreaker over there? I just exhausted all of my
you had
names.
everything and everyone?
Yeah, that was everything I had here.
Let's go as quick as I can here. Who's up? Strobes?
That's right.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
JACORYCROSKEY Merrit.
Ding.
I can't believe you missed that, Strobes.
That missed the last T.
The second T.
2 T's.
The second T's for Tutties. Tobes for the win. Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Javonte Jean-Baptiste.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Javontae. Jean, Jean dash Baptiste. Baptiste.
And boom goes the dynamite. Winner,
We
chicken
got a
dinner.
winner.
Toby.
In come from behind fashion.
Look at Toby.
The 2026 DC Sports Spelling Bee champion. Toby, do you have anything to say to the losers that you beat?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty embarrassing to forget the second T on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Darius not knowing apparently anything about former Capitals
Apparently
lore.
anything is tough.
You know, it's pretty tough. So I'll gladly take this crown.
Not too subtle.
Gentlemen, that's how we play the game. It's the DC Sports Spelling Bee annually on Grant and Danny when I really get into the Spelling Bee fever. We'll go around the NFL next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What are the fears that most sellers share? Sitting on the market too long. I can tell you about a house in my neighborhood that sat on the market for almost a year. It was on and off a couple different times. So you watch the days pile up, wondering if you priced it wrong, staged it wrong, picked the wrong agent, and so on. Marion didn't want that worse. She wanted certainty from day one, and that's why she partnered with my friends and realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Ronald's Power Home team with Keller Williams. They handled the entire process from start to finish using a proven marketing strategy to create urgency and strong demand for Marion's home. From staging and professional photography to pre-approved buyer outreach and promotion across 1,200 plus channels, they made sure her home received maximum exposure. And sure enough, the result was remarkable. This is the power of a team that knows how to create demand from the start. Debbie and Sarah don't just list your home. They market your home to the right buyers at the right time, creating leverage sellers need to get them top dollar. And it's why homes sold with Reynolds and Power Home teams sell 2 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more than the average agent, which could put more than $30,000 back in your pocket. Sell with certainty, just like my family did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-game series against the Padres starting at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Paxton Schultz going to serve as the opener for the Nationals. Lucas Giolito, the former Nat, going to start for the Padres. He's 2-0 with a 2.70 ERA. Nats and Padres 6:45 right here on the Fan. Hockey playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Game 5 between the Canadiens and the Hurricanes. Carolina looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. And in the NBA, Knicks center Mitchell Robinson hoping to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. He had surgery on his broken pinky finger. Game 1 of the Finals will be next Wednesday. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farm on June 15th, honoring the 184 lives lost on 9/11. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Register at PentagonMemorial.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Your Nat song is growing on me.
I hope we hear it tonight, GP, because you know what it means.
Means they chased the pitcher?
Means the Nats knocked starting pitcher Lucas Giolito out of the box. Old friend of the show, Lucas Giolito.
I was actually talking to a buddy about this. So I was watching on Game Changer a high school baseball playoff game yesterday. And I was kind of having a conversation because I was like, dude, your PA guy was awesome. I was like, I loved him. He was like big league level PA.
Was it actually Jerome Horeska?
It wasn't, but it could have been, should have been. He's like playing great music. It's just all the skits and bits are hitting. And I was asking him, I was like, is that like everybody does that now? Or are you particularly elite in that category? What are we doing here? But we got into this conversation where he was talking about how even at the high school level, there are people that just do too much. So basically, like when a pitcher gets chased from a game, they're going to play like the na 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 na. Or like that
at the high school level,
Daniel Powder, like you had a bad day.
Golly,
like,
really?
You're walking back.
The kid's got algebra homework, man.
I know.
That's
and
tough.
So he's like, dude, we'll be at ballparks where people are playing like you had a bad day, and the kid's walking off, and it's like this isn't the minor leagues, man.
Yeah.
So I bring this up to say to you, Danny Houtier, as a guy who's going to be like pre-scouting the 8-year-old flag football team that you're playing here coming up, by staying after the game to make sure that you have a good feel for how to shut them down.
Well, as long as we win. Now, if we lose, we're not scouting anybody. Our season's over if we lose.
Well, that's true.
If we win, we might take a look at who we might play in the championship.
You have a plan to hang out after and just pre-scout and take notes on the team that your 8-year-olds will be playing in the following game.
Now, hold on. You're making it sound way worse than it is.
I mean, it's just funny to me.
They're on the field right after us.
Right.
Yeah. So
what did you? I didn't think you were going to their house to take notes.
Well, I mean,
them.
it's not like we're flying cross country. We're not doing a Spygate bit here. But one of the two teams I have literally never seen.
Right, which is very common in youth sports.
Well, sure, but you have an opportunity to actually see them.
Yeah,
like this team that's also undefeated, that's kicked everybody's ass. We went to overtime with a couple of common opponents. Bear lucky as hell, eked out wins. Again, we're good, but so are all these other teams. And this group has run roughshod over them. We're actually a little bit curious. We'd actually like to see what are they doing that's so wildly effective where we're winning based on literally that we went to triple overtime against this one team. That's incredible. And we won based on longest yardage gained on a single play by like 7 feet. I mean, literally that tight. And they beat them by multiple scores. I'd like to see what's going on.
You don't have to defend yourself.
Well, I clearly do, because it's very accusatory. You're cackling over there. You go, I can't believe it.
Well, it's not accusatory. You know that my thing is, I find it hilarious. I like to think that you are basically Vince Lombardi every time you coach. That's kind of my move.
Stop it.
And then you tell me something like, yeah, we're going to hang out after the game to take notes on the opponent because we play them coming up. And I'm like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. These kids are 8 years old. But I only bring that up to say,
yes.
I think that you... How do I want to put
We need to start playing Tsunami after touchdowns?
Exactly.
Is that the bit?
No, I think that you enjoy for the kids. Not because I don't think you're like trying to win championships. I don't think you care about that. No. I think you enjoy let's make it big league in a sense. Does that make any sense?
It does, yeah.
Let's do it the right way. Let's let them have their fun. And I bring this up to say at the high school level, I'm just trying to get to this question. My prerequisite was, as a guy who doesn't just, like, youth sports is not, let's show up, let's go home, let's get ice cream. Youth sports is, let's take some notes and put together a defensive game plan for the kids, right? At the high school level, should we be having kids walk off the mound after getting shelled to, you had a bad day?
I don't think that's right. I'm not there. Now, you're getting a scally? Like, in other words, you're getting paid indirectly to go to
so
a
if they're
school.
a D1 commit?
Yeah. So in
now
other
you're
words,
okay with it?
More okay than I would be at the high school level.
Oh, you're not. Sorry. You're saying if you're pitching at the college level.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying if this is a kid who's committed to somewhere.
Oh, no. Like,
and
hey,
you get to them.
Yeah, he's going to, Fort Wayne State next year. I don't care. But, like, I told you this story. At Coastal Carolina, I struck out 1,000,000 times. I heard doom, 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 doom. Another one bites the dust 11 times in a weekend because I kept punching out. And that's the song they played when someone struck out.
Oh, what was the name? I was watching a game that I think Wilmington. I was watching a Nats minor league game last weekend, and one of the players was the something strikeout of the day. It was like the hot dog guy of the day. And it's like, it's time
so it's Pee Wee's Playhouse kind of thing? If he strikes out, everyone gets a hot dog?
Exactly.
Probably a great bit.
With 2 strikes, everyone is so locked in.
Yeah.
And basically, they said, not everyone gets a hot dog. You can't storm the concession stands, but we'll walk around and pass them out to various fans or whatever, and they pass out a couple hundred each time or whatever.
Sure.
But it was like the old chicken bit for the Wizards with free throws.
The chicken sandwich.
People are going nuts. At the minor league level, we're fine with that.
Of course.
Because that's a professional baseball.
Totally.
player.
Yeah, but also, again, that's a in-stadium promotion for the home team for paying customers. A high school kid shouldn't be facing the, so you had a bad day, or like, nah, hey. Like, that's tough, dude. Again, he's 15 years old, 16 years old. No.
Where are you on the very loud vocal entire time cheering, yelling during a high school baseball game? Are you familiar with this?
You mean from kids or from fans?
From the dugout. It ricks me a little bit.
Does it?
I think it's too much. It's like the, come on, 16, a little poke here, whatever. But then it's like every pitch, it's like, oh, and he like throws a ball and it's, oh. I just think that's lame.
Yeah, some of it's lame, but the general feeling of you're trying to help the kids understand that this is not as passive as it is at the major league level.
Yes, and I'm
where it's
cognizant of
162. You're playing 20 games. You can get up and support your teammates and be part of the we.
I have a buddy who coaches high school football, and he asked me one time, like, what do you think? And I'm like, you know what bothers me is it seems like your sideline is not engaged enough. If you're not playing, you're not clapping, you're not screaming defense, you're not doing anything on 4th down. So maybe it's hypocritical to say, I don't know if there's a middle ground, but you watch some of these high school games that I've seen around the area or whatever, and it's almost as if you're disguising the attempt to throw off the pitcher with support.
Cheering. Yes.
And it's so loud and overbearing and kind of obnoxious. I don't know. I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but it's very strange.
You know when you see it. It's hard to quantify. So I remember, again, forever ago, when I was in high school, decades ago, Mount St. Joe's, where Mark Teixeira went and a bunch of studs went.
That Baltimore area?
Baltimore area, yeah. A couple of, Gavin Floyd, I think was the kid's name that went there, was a big league pitcher. That team was unbelievable, including my college teammate, Mike O'Connor. They were a squad. But when they came down for this tournament, we weren't used to that. It was very much like, you don't cheer while the other pitcher's pitching, and it's like gentlemanly stuff. And it was like very insulated. And you'd go outside the Beltway every once in a while. You'd play some teams that didn't play that way, and you'd get chirped and you get yelled at. It was good for us to be exposed to that kind of stuff. They had all sorts of whatever that was. It was nothing but that the entire time, where they would talk to each other, but they're talking to the pitcher. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what it's like to feel nervous? Nervous! When I'm nervous, I throw balls. And it's like, I know what you're doing. You're messing with the pitcher. But yeah, that was an experience. But yeah, I never liked that kind of stuff.
You know how Toby sometimes makes these black and white memes of things that we say that are taken out of context?
Of course, he's going to do that one.
I think he
when I yelled balls twice?
He might have just gotten some ammunition.
He's looking down at his phone right now. Is that what he's doing?
He might be pulling up his little meme maker over there.
Don't you do it, Tobes.
There's going to be a text coming in black and white any second here after that. G&D on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:15, and that's baseball tonight. We'll go around the NFL next.
Hey, what's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. You don't need to swipe a key card or reset that password or do those online training sessions. You pay what the employees pay. Employee pricing is back at Ted Britt Ford. You're in. Now, for a limited time, you pay what they pay on most new Ford vehicles. You want some examples? I got them. 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt. Your F-150 HQ, over $9,400 off the MSRP. No payments, 90 days. 2026 Mustang, almost 10 grand off the MSRP. And again, no payments for 90. 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford. Over $7,600 off the MSRP, and you guessed it, no payments for 90 days. How about 11 grand off a new in-demand 2025 Bronco Raptor? Zero payments again for 90 days. I got one more zero payment for 90-day situation. It's the OBX edition of that Bronco Sport, just like my guy Matt Valdez has, and over 6 grand off the MSRP. You guessed it, no payments, 90 days. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them when you go that Danny sent you.
Coming up in 15 minutes at 6 o'clock, we'll give away our final pair of Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live tickets. You got to be listening right at 6 on The Fan. A lot of NFL news this week because teams were on the practice field. So let's spin you around the National Football League with the latest from OTAs. We'll start with the Seahawks, who agreed to terms with their first-round running back, Jadarian Price, number 32 overall. How crazy is this? 2 backs from the same school both go in round 1, where you're not supposed to take running back. Price was the other guy at Notre Dame. I think he's going to be a really, really good player, and I love the landing spot for him. Seattle runs the football. They are replacing Kenneth Walker, and he's going to basically be plugged right in because they've got an injury to their number 2 running back who kind of split some time this year. So that means a lot more Jadarian Price maybe than people assumed when he was taken at number 32.
Shades of Ronnie Brown and Cadillac Williams. Not quite in the top half of the draft here, but I think Price was, 26 or 27, somewhere in there towards the end of the first round. But, yeah, that dude can play. The only thing that held him back from having great numbers was some guy named Jeremiah Love.
674 yards, 6 yards per carry this year. That was down from 6.2 a pop at about 750 yards last year. I like the fact that he stayed there and didn't transfer, but that is actually interesting to me. Like, I am going to view it favorably and as a high character thing that he didn't transfer, go somewhere else.